Transcending into a primitive tribe, he finds himself relegated to the status of a worthless individual incapable of awakening to the power of the totem, ultimately leading to his expulsion from the community. In a ramshackle shelter, Chen Bei roars in fury. 30 years in the west of the river, 30 years in the east. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Chapter 1. Exile from the tribe. In the southern wilderness, within the insect tribe, a voice commands, "Chun, hand over the bone knife." Inside a rudimentary wooden dwelling, a young boy crouches in a corner, cradling a bone knife wrapped in animal hide, his eyes aflame with anger and helplessness. Surrounding him are several youths, appearing to be a few years his senior, coercing him to relinquish the bone knife he clutches tightly. The boy crouched on the ground is named Chen Bei. In his previous life, he was known by another name, but within the tribe, he is simply referred to as Chun. 3 years prior, Chen Bei met an untimely death, his soul traversing into the body of a young boy named Chun in this primitive tribe. He had thought that being transported to a primitive tribe was already a misfortune, yet he discovered that fate had even greater calamities in store. He was utterly unable to awaken the power of the totem. Compounding his woes, not long ago, his parents perished in a tragic accident, leaving him utterly alone and bereft of support. His parents left him with little, merely this wooden house and a bone knife. While the wooden house is inconsequential, the bone knife is extraordinary. Crafted from the arm bone of a formidable beast known as the man-bear, it is exceedingly hard and sharp, a rare and exceptional weapon. Chen Bei's inability to awaken the totem power rendered him of little value to the tribe, and possessing such a remarkable knife only invites trouble. Among his assailants stands a 15-year-old boy named Wu, the grandson of the tribe's leader, who has long coveted this very bone knife. At present, with no allies and unable to awaken the totem power, Chen Bei can no longer contain his resolve to snatch the knife back. Wu coldly states, "Chun, hurry and hand over the bone knife. Do not force my hand against you." Wu deliberately activates his totem power, revealing mysterious black totemic patterns upon his face and arms, a clear sign of having awakened the totemic force. "Do not take your bullying too far. And if I do bully you, what of it?" Wu scoffs disdainfully, for he is the grandson of the tribe's leader. His lackeys join in the taunting, showing no regard for Chen Bei. Clutching the bone knife with all his might, he yearns to wield it against these scoundrels if he were not fully aware of his inability to defeat them. One of Wu's lackeys, seeing Chen Bei's tenacity, viciously suggests, "Why not just kill him and take the knife?" Wu, however, interjects with a sneer, "No, I have a better plan." Wu whispers a few words into the ear of his accomplice. The lackey's eyes light up with a wicked grin as he nods eagerly and hastens away. Chen Bei, unaware of their intentions, senses that it cannot bode well. He feels a wave of anxiety. Is he truly destined to perish in such a humiliating manner? All notions of revenge and the benefits of reincarnation seem to be mere fabrications of fiction. Soon after, Wu's lackey returns, shrouded in secrecy, and places an object on Chen Bei's bed, covering it with animal hide. A foreboding feeling washes over Chen Bei. After setting down the item, the lackey rushes to the entrance and begins to shout throughout the tribe, "Everyone come quickly! Chen has stolen something from the altar." The shout reverberated throughout the tribe, causing an immediate uproar. The altar, a sacred site dedicated to the totem deity, is the most hallowed place within the entire tribe, without exception. To pilfer from the altar is a grave affront to the totem deity, with dire consequences to follow. Soon, members of the tribe gathered in droves, including the tribal chief, who arrived accompanied by a throng of totem warriors. Ultimately, even the tribe shaman was stirred, as the pivotal figure responsible for the rituals honoring the totem deity and for communicating with it. He could not remain a passive observer when matters concerning the deity arose. Prominent figures of the tribe entered the wooden hut, while others outside pointed and whispered, "How could Chen do such a thing? I find it hard to believe. I too am skeptical. Chen does not strike me as that kind of child." Many expressed their disbelief, having watched Chen Bei grow up and knowing that his parents had previously rendered great service to the tribe. Yet, some harbor darker thoughts. Perhaps he harbors resentment for being unable to awaken the power of the totem. Indeed, that must be it, they thought, reveling in their imagined insight. Within the wooden hut, the tribal chief and the shaman stood at the forefront, gazing down at Chen Bei, who was crouched on the ground. The chief immediately noticed the bone knife in Chen Bei's arms and then glanced at the nearby Wu, his mind beginning to piece together the situation. However, he did not believe Wu had acted wrongly, for Wu was his grandson. The chief spoke. "Chen, they say you stole from the altar. Is this true?" Chen Bei lifted his head, indignation etched on his face. "I have never gone to the altar to take anything. They wish to seize my bone knife, and thus they weave such a falsehood." The onlookers' gazes lingered on the bone knife in Chen Bei's arms, many showing signs of understanding, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Wu immediately signaled to one of his lackeys, who nodded and rushed over to lift the animal hide from Chen Bei's bed, revealing a lustrous, oval jade stone. The tribe customarily offered their finest possessions to the totem deity, encompassing not only animal heads and blood, but also various exquisite artifacts. This jade stone was among last year's offerings. The lackey proclaimed, "Chief, do not heed his attempts at evasion. The offering is right here. We just witnessed Chen sneaking out from the direction of the altar, and lo and behold, he indeed stole something." Wu's sycophants chimed in, and Wu nodded in agreement. The chief's expression turned cold as he addressed Chen Bei. "Chen, I am profoundly disappointed in you. I never imagined you capable of such an act. The item was found in your bed, and they all witnessed it. What do you have to say for yourself? You are framing me. This is a despicable frame-up. I refuse to accept it. I will go to the altar. The totem deity knows the truth." In this world, a genuine totem deity exists, residing at the altar, safeguarding the tribe. Thus, Chen Bei believed that reaching the altar and encountering the totem deity would turn the tide in his favor. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The chief bellowed, "Nonsense! Do you think the totem deity is so easily accessible? Your inability to awaken the totem's power signifies the deity's rejection of you. How could it ever meet you? Now that we have both the evidence and the thief, what is there left to dispute? Seize him." The chief's trusted totem warriors surged forward, capturing Chen Bei. One of them struck a punch into Chen Bei's abdomen, declaring, "Daring to steal from the altar and still attempt to argue? Let me finish you." The totem warriors possessed immense strength. The punch rendered Chen Bei's face pale, contorting him like a shrimp, leaving him unable to utter a word. Among the spectators, some were filled with righteous indignation, while others began to grasp an inkling of the truth, yet still, none dared to speak out, fearful of offending the chief. Noticing Chen Bei's silence, the chief respectfully addressed the shaman. "Shaman, Chen has stolen from the altar's offerings, a grievous disrespect to the totem deity. How do you propose we handle him?" The shaman, who had been observing coldly, responded with icy detachment. "Those who disrespect the totem deity must be executed." Wu rejoiced, for he had awaited this proclamation. Once Chen Bei was dead, given his own status and the chief's fondness for him, the bone knife would surely become his. However, the shaman paused, casting a glance at Wu before continuing. "Considering his parents' contributions to the tribe, let him escape death, but cast him out of the tribe." After pronouncing this, the shaman cradled the jade stone in his hands and turned to leave. Wu's expression stiffened, and beads of cold sweat broke out. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though the shaman had seen right through him, revealing no secrets at all. Yet, the shaman, out of respect for the chief, refrained from voicing his suspicions. After the shaman departed, the chief instructed his totem warriors, expel Chen from the tribe, confiscate all his belongings. Understood. Two totem warriors forcefully hoisted Chen Bei up, wrenching the bone knife from his grasp, and dragged him toward the outskirts of the tribe. Chen Bei's face turned ashen, resigned to being dragged away. Once he was taken from view, Wu's countenance gradually returned to normal. Though he had been momentarily unsettled by the shaman, his objective had been achieved, and the bone knife would soon be his. Bang! Outside the tribe, Chen Bei was unceremoniously hurled out, landing on the ground in a disheveled state, covered in dust and grime. "You are forbidden to set foot in the tribe ever again. Otherwise, I shall take your life." The uninformed totem warrior was exceedingly enraged by Chen Bei's actions, issuing a menacing threat before striding away. After a considerable time, Chen Bei slowly managed to rise, feeling pain coursing through his entire body, particularly in his abdomen. However, he knew he could not remain here any longer, for it would mean certain death. "I must survive and return to exact my vengeance," Chen Bei silently vowed to himself. He cast one last glance at the insect tribe before laboriously making his way into the distance, step by arduous step. Chapter 2. Young man, do you wish to grow strong? As the sun gradually descended, night fell upon the land. In the vast mountain forest, countless ferocious beasts emerged. The tranquility of the day replaced by an overwhelming sense of peril. A distant roar echoed through the air as, in a secluded corner of the forest, Chen Bei huddled shiveringly within a narrow stone cave. This marked his first night of survival in the wilderness after being cast out from his tribe. He had ventured far from the insect tribe, and now he was utterly lost as to his whereabouts. Throughout the day, he had run tirelessly, striving to distance himself from the insect tribe, fearful that the tribe members would seek to harm him should they encounter him again. Just before dusk, he stumbled upon this unfamiliar forest and discovered a small stone cave beside a babbling brook, which he deemed a makeshift refuge. He gathered a considerable amount of firewood and some bamboo, igniting a fire at the cave's entrance using the method of friction. The flames illuminated the darkness, warded off the wild beasts, and, most importantly, provided him a semblance of psychological comfort, preventing him from succumbing to the terror of the night. Crackle! The fire crackled, producing sounds akin to firecrackers exploding, resonating deep within the forest. This was the sound of the bamboo bursting as it burned, hollow in nature. It would explode suddenly when heated to a certain degree, creating a noise reminiscent of fireworks, effectively scaring off predators. This survival skill was one Chen Bei had learned from his parents. Insect tribe, Wu, if I survive, I will not spare you. Chen Bei gnawed on the roasted wild vegetables with gritted teeth, the bitter taste spreading through his mouth, yet he paid it no mind. Trained in hunting by his parents, he knew that survival in this era demanded such skills. However, when he was exiled from the tribe, he was stripped of everything. He possessed no weapons, not even a stone knife, making it impossible to capture prey by bare hands. Thus, he had no choice but to consume the bitter wild vegetables that night. In the evening, he set several snares at a distance from his refuge, hoping for a stroke of luck that might grant him meat to consume the following day. After finishing the wild vegetables, Chen Bei gazed into the flickering flames, contemplating the path ahead. Yet, despite his musings, the reality of his lack of totemic power rendered survival in this perilous forest a daunting challenge. Dreaming of the future felt like a luxury. How he wished for the blessing of totemic power. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair. He had been unable to awaken his totemic power even while part of the tribe. Now that he had been cast out, was there any hope? Unable to find clarity, he resolved not to dwell on it any longer, deciding instead to take each day as it came. He added more durable firewood and bamboo to the fire. And as fatigue and drowsiness washed over him like a tide, he gradually closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. His sleep, however, was not peaceful. The bamboo occasionally erupted with explosive sounds, startling him from his dreams. Every 2 or 3 hours, he would awaken, adding more wood and bamboo to the fire. For in such an environment, he dared not sleep too deeply. In the dead of night, an eerie scene unfolded in the forest surrounding Chen Bei. A black beast's horn, emanating a dark red glow, drifted through the trees. The horn hovered above a wild boar, which instinctively sensed imminent danger. With a roar, it turned to flee. But the red glow from the horn moved faster, transforming into a large net that ensnared it in an instant. Once enveloped in the crimson light, the wild boar appeared frozen in place, its body rigid, eyes darting in terror, yet unable to move. With a swift thrust, the horn descended, its sharp tip piercing the thick hide of the boar, creating a gaping wound. A strange spectacle ensued as the horn began to siphon the boar's blood. What appeared to be a fist-sized horn transformed into an insatiable black void, rapidly draining the creature of life. After the blood was completely consumed, the red glow intensified, and the horn departed from the boar, which collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The horn roamed the forest, leaving no beast it encountered undrained of its blood, until it floated above Chen Bei's stone cave. There is a person, an ancient voice emanated from within the horn, as though a being resided within its confines. The red light enveloped Chen Bei, and without intervention, he too would meet the same fate as the beasts, his essence drained, his life extinguished. However, as the crimson glow swept over him, Chen Bei's blood surged within him, boiling like magma, thrumming with power. Though still in slumber, he radiated heat, tossing and turning. The light evidently unable to bind him as it had the beasts. How is this possible? Could he possess such a constitution? The voice quivered with excitement, as if it had stumbled upon something extraordinary. The horn descended within 3 feet of Chen Bei, the red light scanning his form, and his blood boiled even more fiercely, emitting white steam as if he were placed in a steamer. Yes, it truly is that constitution. The voice within the horn trembled with elation. Most importantly, he has not yet awakened his totemic power. Heavens, my opportunity has finally arrived. Without hesitation, the horn descended toward Chen Bei's forehead. A bizarre scene unfolded as the horn gradually melded with his brow, as if it had always belonged there. In his dream, Chen Bei found himself submerged in the molten lava of a volcano, surrounded by a sea of fiery, scorching magma, with most of his body immersed within it. In this dream realm, anything was possible. In reality, he would have been reduced to ashes long ago. caught in a liminal state between wakefulness and dreams. He recognized he was dreaming, yet could not awaken. Suddenly, he felt something sprouting from his forehead. Reaching up, he discovered a smooth, rounded horn. What on earth? A horn has sprouted from my head. Chen Bei's mind erupted in a tumult of confusion. How had he suddenly grown a horn? At that moment, an even more outrageous spectacle unfolded. A towering figure, wreathed in flames, descended from above, obscured in mystery. Gazing down upon him with a voice steeped in ancient wisdom, "Young man, do you wish to grow strong? What are you?" Chen Bei felt bewildered, questioning whether his desire for strength had conjured this being. "I am a god." The entity seemed irked by Chen Bei's lack of reverence, surprised that he had not prostrated himself in worship. "I ask you again, do you wish to grow strong?" Sensing the gravity in the figure's tone, Chen Bei felt his own emotions begin to stir. "Yes, of course I wish to. I dream of it." He then chuckled in self-deprecation. "But am I not dreaming right now? I can make you strong. And what will you give me to make me strong?" The being slowly replied, "Totemic power." These 4 words sent a jolt through Chen Bei. Totemic power was the very strength he had longed for. "What do you desire?" Chen Bei began to sense that this was more than just a simple dream, as it felt astonishingly real. However, he was greatly concerned that the other party might impose exceedingly harsh conditions upon him. "What I desire will reveal itself to you in due time. For now, I bestow upon you the power of the totem." The entity did not afford Chen Bei the opportunity to refuse. A beam of fire descended from the heavens, enveloping him entirely. Chen Bei felt as if his entire being was ablaze, as though his very organs were turning to ash. The excruciating pain made him feel as though he were living in a hellish nightmare. Under such torment, his consciousness gradually faded, and he curled into a ball, losing all sense of the passage of time. Chapter 3. The Power of the Totem. The following dawn, Chen Bei awoke with a start. Yet the memories of that dream remained vividly etched in his mind. Was it truly a dream? He felt a dull ache in his head and instinctively reached up to massage his temples. However, when his fingers brushed against a hard, conical object atop his forehead, he froze in disbelief. Skeptically, he prodded it a few more times, a chill creeping into his heart. What on earth is this? Panic-stricken, Chen Bei bolted upright and raced towards the nearby stream, eager to catch a glimpse of his reflection and discern what was atop his head. Upon finding a tranquil surface, he peered into the water and saw a black horn protruding from his forehead. This was precisely the horn that had manifested in his dream. Chen Bei was utterly bewildered, for the horn in his dream resembled this one perfectly. "This is so unsightly. How could this happen?" With a grim expression, he struggled to accept the reality of the horn sprouting from his head. "How many would covet this horn yet cannot attain it, and you wish to complain?" A sudden voice echoed in his mind, startling him again. Who is speaking?" Chen Bei scanned his surroundings, but found no one. Fear gripped him, and yet he felt an eerie familiarity with the voice. "Have you forgotten so soon? Stop searching. I reside within the horn upon your forehead, to receive divine favor. You should count yourself fortunate." Chen Bei finally grasped that the dream from the previous night was not entirely fictitious. At least this self-proclaimed deity truly existed. Then, why had this so-called god chosen him? Would his secrets be unveiled? Chen Bei's mind was a whirlpool of confusion, yet he recognized that he was now at the mercy of forces beyond his control. Simultaneously, he keenly sensed that this could be an opportunity, one that might empower him. With nothing to lose, he felt no fear of the other's schemes. If he could obtain something from this being, perhaps he could grow stronger. Quickly, he adjusted his mindset, fervently wishing to uncover another truth. Can I truly awaken the power of the totem? In his dream, he recalled having seemingly gained this power. Yet uncertainty loomed as he had previously failed to awaken it during his time in the insect tribe. "You have already possessed the power I have bestowed upon you. From this day forth, I shall be your totem god." The totem god was evidently displeased with Chen Bei's attitude. No one had ever dared to question a deity's words. However, considering Chen Bei's unique constitution, the deity could only tolerate it. Totem power. Chen Bei focused intently, and to his astonishment, he discovered a formidable energy coursing through him. Buzzing with potential, he began to harness this power, and mysterious totem patterns manifested upon his face and arms. A terrifying strength flooded his body, making him feel more powerful than ever before. Is this the strength of an intermediate totem warrior? Chen Bei gasped in disbelief. Totem warriors were categorized into 3 tiers: low-level, mid-level, and high-level. A low-level totem warrior could only manifest totem patterns on their face and neck. In contrast, mid-level totem warriors could cover their upper body, while high-level warriors could envelop their entire being. As Chen Bei looked down, he noticed that the totem patterns had reached his chest, indicating that he had indeed become a mid-level totem warrior. Feeling the immense power within him, he was confident that if the Wugong were to appear before him now, he could easily defeat it with a single punch. In addition to the totem power, I have granted you a divine ability known as Savage Charge. You may wish to test its might. Chen Bei silently recited the words Savage Charge, and immediately the specifics of this ability materialized in his mind. The totem power surged within him, gathering at his forehead. A colossal, flame-wreathed rhinoceros phantom materialized behind him, towering 3 meters high. He chose a tree with a trunk as thick as a basin and charged at it with reckless abandon. The phantom of the rhinoceros let out a thunderous roar and followed suit, its horn glowing with intense fire. With a resounding crack, the tree was effortlessly snapped in two, charred remnants marking the point of impact. In awe, Chen Bei found himself speechless. He had known totem warriors were powerful, yet he never anticipated such strength, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. At this moment, he began to believe that the entity within the horn was indeed a totem god, for it had transformed him into a mid-level totem warrior and bestowed upon him a divine ability. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of the totem god of the insect tribe, as he had never heard of anyone awakening as a mid-level totem warrior, let alone mastering divine abilities that only a select few could attain through rigorous training. Chen Bei was not a naive individual. Particularly after realizing that this being might indeed be a formidable presence, his tone shifted. Esteemed totem god, how shall I address you? After a moment of silence, the totem god replied, it is best not to mention my former name. Call me Rhinoceros God. Upon recalling the horn atop his head and the fire-wreathed rhinoceros phantom conjured during Savage Charge, Chen Bei deduced the true form of this totem god likely resembled a rhinoceros spirit. Nevertheless, as long as he could acquire totem power, he cared not for its nature. The totem of the insect tribe was merely a centipede spirit, yet it was still revered atop the altar. In other tribes, the totem gods varied widely, encompassing all manner of beasts and birds. As long as they were sufficiently powerful, they were regarded as esteemed totem gods. Rhinoceros God. Why was I unable to awaken totem power in the insect tribe? Chen Bei recounted his predicament, including the fact that the totem god there was a centipede. This is because you possess the exceedingly rare solar saint body. The centipede's power is of the yin nature, which clashes with your innate constitution, hence your inability to awaken. A solar saint body? Such a constitution exists? Chen Bei felt a swirl of confusion. This world was far different from what he had imagined. However, the solar saint body sounded impressive. Perhaps it was this very trait that had caught the attention of the rhinoceros god. Chen Bei, not one to be dim-witted, began to connect the dots. Then, esteemed rhinoceros god, what should my next step be? The rhinoceros god spoke in a solemn tone. I require you to establish a new tribe, named Mang. Chen Bei keenly discerned a hint of melancholy in the tone of Shishan, who mentioned the term rebuild, indicating that this tribe had indeed existed in the past. How then shall I reconstruct the Mang tribe? He pondered. Shishan replied curtly, think for yourself. Do not question me incessantly. I require a period of slumber. Do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance. With his waning strength, Shishan enabled Chen Bei to become a mid-level totem warrior, a feat that was not without its challenges, consuming a significant amount of energy, necessitating his rest. Is this how you intend to leave me to fend for myself? Chen Bei lamented, absent-mindedly touching the horn protruding from his forehead, which he wished he could retract into his body, as its appearance was rather peculiar. However, it appeared that he would have to devise his own solutions henceforth. Chapter 4. The Desperate Wanderer. How does one go about establishing a tribe anew? Should I simply incapacitate a few tribal women and procreate? As Chen Bei contemplated the robust women of the tribes, renowned for their fertility, a shiver ran down his spine. He realized that his aesthetic sensibilities would not easily align with those of these primitive people. After much deliberation, he ultimately fixed his gaze upon the wanderers who had lost their tribes. Wanderers referred to those whose tribes had been annihilated or whose totem gods had encountered misfortune, rendering them devoid of totemic power. For instance, the insect tribe had previously obliterated several smaller tribes, mercilessly slaying nearly all adult males while retaining the fertile women and children for gradual assimilation. A few had managed to escape. Typically, victorious tribes would not pursue them, as they no longer posed a threat without their totemic powers, allowing them to survive or perish on their own. Chen Bei resolved to gather a group of these wanderers and form a small tribe, gradually nurturing its growth. With his mind set, he began hunting in the mountains and honing his skills while seeking traces of the wanderers. After a fortnight, he finally discovered a gathering place for them, a sizable cave, which he estimated housed around 100 people, and crucially, they were on the brink of starvation. Elder, we must devise a solution swiftly. Winter approaches, and we shall perish from hunger. Within the cave, despair clouded every face, having exhausted the nearby wild vegetables and nearly consumed all small game and insects. Devoid of totemic power, they were unable to hunt large beasts or venture far from the cave. lest they fall prey to nearby predators. The elder, referred to as such, faced the expectant gazes of the crowd, opening his mouth to speak, but uttering not a word. Hope gradually ebbed from their faces, replaced by profound disappointment and despair. "Are we truly destined to starve to death?" cried a woman, her tears flowing. "If we could survive, who would wish for death?" Each winter, countless wanderers succumbed to starvation. Even within tribes safeguarded by totem gods, where the lack of clothing and food often led to freezing deaths. Absent unforeseen circumstances, they would inevitably perish with the arrival of winter. As the specter of death loomed over them, a figure suddenly appeared at the cave's entrance. "If I can ensure your survival, will you follow me?" A 14-year-old boy stood before them, clad in animal skins and wielding a crude spear. His most striking feature being the black horn adorning his forehead. Indeed, it was Chen Bei, who had been eavesdropping outside for quite some time. "Who goes there?" The inhabitants of the cave tensed, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon realizing it was merely a boy. They fell silent, casting their gazes towards the eldest elder, as it was customary for him to negotiate in such situations. The elder, gaunt as a skeleton, was assisted to his feet and slowly approached. The elder regarded Chen Bei with a cold stare and said, "Which tribe do you hail from, boy? You are but a child. Yet you dare to utter such audacious claims, asking us to follow you." Chen Bei smiled, channeling his totemic power, causing radiant totemic patterns to illuminate his face, arms, and chest, emanating a powerful and intense aura. And now, Chen Bei met the elder's gaze, his formidable strength instilling a sense of confidence. For he could not believe that this group of desperate individuals would remain unmoved. As anticipated, the elder's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the glowing totemic patterns adorning Chen Bei's body. A mid-level totem warrior. So young? How is this possible? The cave erupted into a fervor. None had anticipated that someone so young could achieve such a status. In tribes that had not been annihilated, boys of Chen Bei's age were merely newly awakened low-level totem warriors, and nearby tribes had never spoken of a mid-level totem warrior of such youth. "Could it be that you are from a large tribe beyond the mountains?" The elder's voice trembled, his mind racing with implications. Filled with regret over his previous demeanor towards Chen Bei. Having lived a long life, he was somewhat worldly. He had heard tales of vast tribes beyond the mountains, numbering in the tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. It was said that the totem warriors of these large tribes were far stronger than their own, a strength beyond imagination. Realizing this, the elder adopted a respectful tone, addressing Chen Bei. "Forgive my earlier rudeness, esteemed guest." Chen Bei replied calmly, "I hope there will not be a next time." The elder hastily assured him, "There shall be no next time." Then, cautiously, he inquired, "You mentioned that if we are willing to follow you, you could ensure our survival. Is that true?" Indeed. To persuade these individuals to follow him, Chen Bei felt compelled to project an air of significance. "I am guided by the great totem god to establish a new tribe within these mountains. If you are willing to abandon your former beliefs and recognize me as your leader, I shall ensure your survival in this perilous wilderness." At these words, silence enveloped the cave as the people exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. From birth, they had been indoctrinated with unwavering loyalty to their tribe's totem god. Now, even on the brink of starvation, they instinctively resisted the idea of relinquishing their faith. Furthermore, to acknowledge a mere boy as their leader was a radical departure from their understanding, regardless of his apparent strength. Chen Bei refrained from further speech, allowing them time to contemplate, confident that they would come to a realization. The inhabitants of the cave began to murmur amongst themselves, a cacophony of voices. Yet no one could propose a universally acceptable resolution. Ultimately, they turned their gazes back to the elder, for they had no choice but to trust in his wisdom. The elder's face contorted in struggle for a moment before he resignedly addressed the crowd. "We find ourselves devoid of choices. The totem god has fallen. Our faith lies in ruins. We are but a pack of lost souls, bereft of power to choose." A wave of despondency washed over the cave's inhabitants. Indeed, the totem god had long since perished, and they had lost their totemic strength, now facing the specter of starvation with no alternative. Their options had dwindled to nothing. They could only place their faith in this boy, for otherwise, they would meet their demise one by one with the onset of winter. For a considerable time, a former totem warrior cautiously inquired within the cave, "If we were to join the new tribe, would we be granted the power of the totem?" "Of course," came the reply. "As long as you demonstrate sufficient loyalty, the totem god shall bestow upon you the strength of the totem." While Chen Bei maintained a facade of composure, he harbored some doubts within. Given the current state of the rhinoceros god, could he truly transform these individuals back into totem warriors? Yet, he reasoned, since the rhinoceros god had tasked him with establishing a tribe, it would be unlikely for him to be the sole totem warrior. Thus, his words were not entirely deceptive. The eyes of those within the cave sparkled with hope, They yearned to once more possess the power of the totem. The elder, with over 100 eager faces turned towards him, awaited his final decision. The elder's weathered visage bore deeper lines, and his gaze was tinged with melancholy, nostalgia, and a yearning for the future. He inquired about Chen Bei's name, as well as the names of the new tribe and the totem god. Subsequently, the elder knelt before Chen Bei, signifying his allegiance. The original Yuanguigui tribe, consisting of 103 members, pledged to honor Chen as their new leader and join the Mang tribe, venerating the rhinoceros god. Very well, from this day forth, I shall be your leader, and you shall be the people of my Mang tribe. Chen Bei felt a surge of joy. He was now a tribal leader, a figure of significance, and finally able to hold his head high. Chapter 5, The Leader's Might. After gathering the wanderers, the subsequent task was to select a location for the tribe, a matter of utmost importance that would impact the tribe's future development. Following several days of observation, Chen Bei ultimately resolved to establish the tribe beside a river nestled within the forest. The land adjacent to the river was expansive and level, ideal for cultivation, and the water resources were abundant. Most importantly, the river teemed with an array of fish. With only himself as a totem warrior in the tribe, hunting alone could not sustain over 100 individuals through the winter. Thus, Chen Bei devised a plan centered around fishing. These warriors, despite having lost their totemic powers, retained their hunting expertise. By imparting fishing techniques to them, they could procure ample fish to see the tribe through the winter. Crucially, this location was a considerable distance from the insect tribe, approximately a 10-day journey. Before they could grow stronger, Chen Bei wished to avoid any confrontation with them, as that would be tantamount to courting disaster. Once the site was selected, the next step was migration. The journey from the cave to the riverbank would take the better part of a day, and first, he needed to ensure that the weary wanderers were well fed to gain strength for the trek. Chen Bei dedicated 2 days to hunting several large beasts, ensuring that the group of over 100 was sufficiently nourished before commencing their journey at dawn. Generally, ferocious beasts would venture forth at night. During the day, especially after sunrise, their movements would diminish, making this time relatively safer for travel. Suddenly, within the forest, a wild boar weighing several hundred pounds, its eyes aflame with fury, charged at Chen Bei, resembling a rampaging tank, a terrifying sight. Chen Bei skillfully evaded the frontal assault, waiting for the boar to rush past him before seizing the opportunity to thrust his spear into the side of its neck. With a piercing sound, the spear, infused with tremendous force, pierced through the boar's neck. The creature let out a woeful cry before collapsing heavily to the ground, its hooves thrashing wildly. Yet it was evident that it could no longer survive. The leader is formidable, a youth in the rear exclaimed excitedly, having witnessed Chen Bei's prowess firsthand. His blood surging with enthusiasm, yearning to engage in fierce combat with a mighty prey just like Chen Bei. Chen Bei felt a swell of pride, though as the leader, he could not display it overtly. Thus, he coolly commanded, "Designate 4 individuals to carry this wild boar away." "Yes, leader," came the response. Many in the group were awed by Chen Bei's strength, and they swiftly bound the boar's legs with long vines and wooden poles. 2 at the front and 2 at the rear, lifting it with ease. The individuals of this era were remarkably robust, even without totemic powers, for could effortlessly bear the burden of several hundred pounds. Thus, as Chen Bei continued onward, dispatching any unavoidable beasts, they finally arrived at their predetermined location by the afternoon. This was a flat expanse, approximately 700 to 800 meters from the riverbank, elevated enough to ensure safety from potential floods in the future. Most importantly, a winding stream flowed through this level ground, about 3 meters wide, with a strong current, guaranteeing that the tribe would not suffer from a lack of water. Upon reaching the stream, Chen Bei cupped his hands to wash his face, which bore traces of blood, and then approached the gathered crowd, gesturing to the vast territory before them. From this moment on, this land belongs to the Mang tribe. Huzzah! The crowd erupted in cheers. With the formation of a tribe, they were no longer wanderers, nor would they drift like lost souls through the forest. With a tribe, hope for life blossomed anew. With the totem, a sense of belonging emerged. From that instant onward, the despair in their eyes transformed into a fervent resolve. Each individual eager to contribute to the tribe, a stark and evident shift. Chen Bei further instructed, allocate a portion of the group to tend to the game, while the rest clear the ground to prepare for a fire. Ensure the area around the fire pit is free of grass to prevent any risk of igniting the forest. This was to be their new home. Should a great fire engulf the mountain, it would spell disaster. Yes, the group sprang into action. Those handling the game moved to the stream, while others busied themselves clearing the ground and gathering firewood. How splendid! The elderly elder observed the bustling figures before him, and a smile finally broke through his previously somber demeanor. This was the essence of having a tribe. Although this tribe possessed little at present, it had already united the hearts of all, providing a shared motivation and direction for their efforts. The elder felt compelled to contribute. Aware of his age, he pondered what he could do, ultimately concluding that offering advice was his best course of action. As Chen Bei collaborated with the others to move stones, he deemed the prospect of lighting a fire in the open space too perilous. Thus, he contemplated encircling the fire pit with stones for added safety. At that moment, the elder approached him, saying, "Leader, I believe it is far too dangerous for so many to sleep outdoors at night. Should a pack of beasts come charging in, we would have nowhere to escape." Chen Bei set down the large stone he had been carrying, furrowing his brow. With so many of us gathered and a fire lit, the beasts should be deterred from attacking, shouldn't they? The elder replied, "Leader, some beasts are unafraid of fire, and with only you as the totem warrior among us, we are exceedingly vulnerable to their might." Chen Bei nodded. The forest teemed with formidable predators, and attacks on humans were not uncommon. Thus, the elder's concerns were not without merit. "In light of your wisdom, what do you propose we do? We lack the time to construct shelters." The afternoon had waned, and darkness would soon fall. Building sufficient accommodations for over 100 individuals in such a short time was clearly unrealistic. The elder responded, "Leader, that will depend on your ingenuity." "What do you mean?" Chen Bei asked, perplexed. "Leader, hunting teams from our tribe often camped in the forest for the night. If they were unable to find a suitable place to spend the night before darkness fell, the formidable totem warriors from the hunting team would utilize their totemic powers to fell several large trees, forming a protective circle to shield the hunting team from the dangers of the open landscape. These powerful totem warriors could shatter trees with their fists, and even stones would yield to their might. As a mid-level totem warrior, Chen Bei was certainly capable of such feats. "Very well, I shall go," he declared. With the safety of over 100 individuals at stake, he had no reason to refuse, and he recognized that this was also an excellent opportunity to showcase his strength. Surrounded by an abundance of towering trees, Chen Bei selected a suitable site for future tribal dwellings and commenced his display. He chose a tree of impressive girth, broader than a wash basin, and began to channel his totemic energy. Behind him, a massive, fiery silhouette of a rhinoceros materialized, captivating the attention of all present. Savage charge! With a thunderous roar, the fiery rhino charged alongside him, colliding with the great tree. Crack! The tree splintered under the impact, crashing to the ground, branches and leaves scattering in every direction. "The chief is mighty." The crowd erupted in cheers, and among them was the same youth who had earlier shouted praises, now invigorated with excitement. Others joined in the raucous celebration, their perceptions of Chen Bei's power deepening, and their recognition of his leadership solidifying. Chen Bei reveled in this moment, taking note of the boy who bore a striking resemblance to a jester. Onward! Savage charge! Savage charge! Like a wild rhinoceros, he toppled more than a dozen trees, clearing a vast expanse of land. Subsequently, with sheer strength, he dragged the fallen trees to the designated fire site, constructing a rudimentary barricade. The interlacing branches formed a formidable barrier, preventing typical beasts from breaching their defenses. Soon, a fire was ignited, its flames not only roasting their game, but also providing light and warmth on this chilly night, offering psychological comfort to all gathered. Chen Bei finally exhaled in relief. Though the endeavor had been arduous, it had ultimately gone smoothly. He hoped for continued success in the days to come. Chapter 6. Fishing. As darkness enveloped the land, over 100 people huddled within the makeshift wooden enclosure, gathered around a bonfire to feast on roasted meat. As the chief, Chen Bei enjoyed the privilege of consuming the heart and brain of the wild boar, nutrient-rich delicacies that he savored, especially after the exhausting day he had endured, necessitating a substantial energy replenishment. "Chief, may I sit beside you?" A cautious youth approached, holding a bone with charred remnants of meat, devoid of fat. Chen Bei recognized him as the boy who had earlier proclaimed his might, initially mistaking him for a mere jester, but now realizing he might be his first admirer. Of course, Chen Bei replied readily. As the new chief of the tribe, it was imperative he had loyal followers, and this boy demonstrated potential as a steadfast ally. "Thank you, chief." The boy joyously settled beside him, careful to maintain a respectful distance. "What is your name? How old are you?" Chen Bei inquired. "My name is Ye, and I am 12 years old." Chen Bei noticed a pale yellow beast tooth hanging around Ye's neck, approximately 3 inches long, resembling a canine tooth. Clearly a trophy from a formidable beast. The tribe's naming conventions were rather whimsical. It was likely that Ye's parents had named him after this very tooth. "Chief, what shall we do tomorrow?" Ye asked, gnawing on the meat of the bone. "Tomorrow, some will construct wooden houses, others will gather wild vegetables and fruits. And we shall also go fishing. Are we going to spear fish in the river?" Chen Bei shook his head and chuckled. "No, relying solely on spears yields little. You will see tomorrow." The tribespeople occasionally fished, but Chen Bei had observed that they lacked proper techniques, no fishing rods or nets, and their spears were rudimentary at best. Perhaps tribes beyond the mountains possessed fishing expertise, but within the forest, he had only witnessed the tribesfolk spearing fish in shallow streams, with dismal efficiency. "Chief, may I accompany you to fish?" Ye's eyes sparkled with eagerness. At 12, he was brimming with curiosity and yearned for new experiences. "Very well. I shall take you along tomorrow." "Wonderful. Thank you, Chief." Ye was nearly jumping with excitement. The prospect of fishing with the chief would surely incite envy among his peers. As they conversed, Ye quickly finished the meat on the bone, leaving it spotless. He then smashed the ends of the bone with a stone, sucking out the marrow before using a small stick to extract the remnants, a common practice among the tribespeople who waste not a morsel of food. Time passed swiftly, and the night unfolded without incident, devoid of any dangers. Early the next morning, half of the Mang tribe's members busied themselves with the construction of wooden shelters. Their huts were simplistic, fashioned by binding 3 logs into a triangular frame, covering 3 sides with tree bark and thatch, leaving the front with an entrance. Due to the straightforward design and the manpower available, they completed the shelters in a single day. Chen Bei preferred to refer to these huts as temporary shelters, mere stopgaps until they could build more permanent homes. Chen Bei did not engage in the construction. He had more pressing matters to attend to, namely, the search for food. He first organized the women and children to gather wild vegetables and fruits in safety, then led the remaining members to fish. Ye, delighted, joined the fishing party. Chen Bei refrained from hastily leading them to the river, aware of the lurking dangers, opting instead to allow them to practice in the safer creek. The creek, untouched by prior fishing, was teeming with fish, ensuring a successful catch with a little patience. "This is called a fish hook," he explained, showing them a bone-crafted hook about an inch long, sharpened against a stone. He demonstrated its form, ensuring they would remember its shape. He then produced a strip of animal hide to serve as a line, attaching it to the bone hook, followed by a dry branch as a float, and finally selecting a sturdy stick as a fishing rod. Thus, an exceedingly crude, primitive fishing rod was born, one that would likely elicit disdain from modern fishing enthusiasts. The inexperienced fishing team, numbering around 30, gazed in awe at the contraption, having never encountered such a device nor knowing how to utilize it. "Who will fetch me a sizable worm to bait this hook?" Chen Bei asked. "I will." Ye volunteered eagerly, rushing off to find a worm. Before long, Ye indeed found a plump, thumb-sized worm. Chen Bei threaded the worm onto a fish hook and cast it into the water, thus commencing his fishing endeavor. The waters were perilous, as you all are undoubtedly aware, especially in rivers teeming with formidable fish capable of devouring a person. Therefore, heed this warning. Chen Bei's expression turned grave as he surveyed the crowd, enunciating each word with clarity. Under no circumstances should anyone venture into the water to catch fish. Chen Bei was acutely aware that such a primal aquatic environment concealed numerous terrifying fish and various colossal aquatic beasts previously unseen. Once one entered the water, the likelihood of being consumed was exceedingly high. "Rest assured, Chief, we will remain on land," Ye assured, thumping his chest in promise. The others nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at grain, each vowing not to enter the water. A good supporter, like Ye, responds aptly to Chen Bei's words. Particularly, he was oblivious to how much he resembled a supporter, thus his actions were seamless and unnoticeable. Chen Bei nodded with satisfaction, pointing to the fishing rod. "Though we shall not enter the water, with the aid of our tools, we can still catch fish. Now, I have finished my explanation. From this moment on, I ask that everyone remain silent to avoid scaring away the fish." The crowd fell into silence, while the resilient worm on the hook twitched slightly in the water. The worm's scent indeed attracted numerous fish, and they were substantial in size. Soon, a large fish swallowed the hook in one swift motion, causing the bobber on the surface to plunge beneath the water. "Did you see that? The bobber has sunk, which indicates a fish has bitten. Reel it in immediately." With that, Chen Bei raised the fishing rod, and soon a sizable fish was pulled from the water, flopping on the bank, full of life. Chen Bei hurriedly seized it. The fish weighed approximately several dozen pounds and put up quite a fight, yet Chen Bei, a mid-level totem warrior, possessed greater strength. He extracted the hook from the fish's mouth and discovered it was lined with sharp, serrated teeth, clearly a carnivorous fish. Good heavens! A single bite from this creature could sever a chunk of flesh. Chen Bei reiterated the importance of safety, then instructed 10 individuals to craft similar fishing rods, while he entrusted the one in his hand to Ye for fishing. Upon receiving the rod, Ye was elated, realizing it was a fishing tool personally crafted by the chief, undoubtedly superior to those made by others. Moreover, Chen Bei taught the remaining 20 or so individuals the craft of weaving fish baskets from vines. In his previous life, he had learned basket weaving from his grandfather during his childhood, making it a manageable task for him. After a few demonstrations, everyone had grasped the technique. Those who struggled learned by observing their neighbors. Fishing with a basket was simpler than with a rod, though it required a longer wait. As for the more advanced technique of net fishing, regrettably, Chen Bei was unfamiliar with net weaving. He could only attempt to create one if suitable materials were found, leaving success to chance. Chapter 7. Digging the Pond. In the third month of autumn, the days remained quite warm, yet mornings and evenings carried a chill. Winter's approach was imminent, prompting the Mang tribe to seize every opportunity to stockpile more food to endure the harsh, resource-scarce winter. Chen Bei dedicated considerable time each day to clearing the surrounding area of any threatening beasts. Once he had cleared a patch of forest, the women and children of the tribe would venture out to gather wild fruits and vegetables. Perishable vegetables would be consumed promptly, while nuts and edible tubers, which had better longevity, would be stored for winter. Meanwhile, the men of the tribe tirelessly fished, hunted small game, and constructed sturdier shelters in preparation for the winter months. Fortunately, with the improvement of fishing techniques and basket weaving skills, the quantity of catches surged, resulting in a surprising surplus of fish. However, they soon faced a pressing issue. The fish could not be preserved for long. At this stage, winter had not yet arrived, and without salt, even drying the fish would attract numerous insects, leading to spoilage in no time. One morning, the captain of the fishing team, a middle-aged man named Lai, approached Chen Bei's wooden dwelling, presenting a foul-smelling fish with an anxious expression. Chen Bei's abode was somewhat superior to others, resembling an actual house and constructed from robust timber. Though unrefined in appearance, it was sturdy. "Lai, what brings you here?" Chen Bei inquired, having just awoken and immediately detecting the unpleasant odor of the fish. Lai lifted the stinking fish, saying, "Chief, we need your guidance. We've been catching more fish lately, but they spoil almost immediately after being caught, making it impossible to save them for winter. I consulted the elders, but they were at a loss, which is why I sought you out." Gazing at the foul fish, Chen Bei's brow furrowed in contemplation. Preserving fish was indeed a significant dilemma. In his previous life, the solution would have been simple: salting and drying the fish. Yet, in this primitive tribe, salt was even rarer than fish. Since the establishment of the Mang tribe, Chen Bei had not tasted salt, relying solely on the meager sodium content found in beast meat and blood for his bodily needs. He had once heard his parents speak of salt's preciousness, often requiring a substantial trade of pelts and meat to acquire even a small quantity from larger tribes. Given the current circumstances of the Mang tribe, seeking salt from those larger tribes was practically impossible due to their extreme poverty. Without salt, how could they preserve the fish they had caught? Chen Bei fell into deep thought. Perhaps smoked fish? Smoking could indeed prolong preservation slightly longer than sun-drying, but it still wouldn't suffice for an extended period. Moreover, smoked meat required a significant amount of salt for long-term preservation. After mulling over various ideas without arriving at a satisfactory solution, he decided to visit the place where they processed the fish. "Take me to where you dry the fish." "Of course, Chief, please follow me." Lai led the way, guiding Chen Bei through the various wooden structures in the tribe until they arrived at a rudimentary shed. Inside, 3 tribe members were busy slaughtering fish. They struck the freshly caught fish with wooden sticks to kill them, then used stone knives to gut them, finally hanging them up with grass ropes to dry. The process seemed fundamentally correct, but the absence of salt, coupled with the warm weather and numerous insects, resulted in rapid spoilage of the fish. "Chief, look, many of the fish we caught recently have gone bad," Lai lamented, retrieving several fish from the shed, most of which had not even dried completely before rotting. The pungent odor intensified Chen Bei's frown. He was counting on these fish to see the tribe through winter. What could be done now? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Bei realized that if dried fish could not be preserved for long, the solution would be to dig a pond to keep the fish alive. "I have an idea." "Wonderful, Chief. What should we do?" Lai's face lit up with excitement. He had been losing sleep over this issue for days, never expecting the chief to devise a solution so swiftly. Chen Bei regarded Lai, explaining, "We will dig a pond." "What is a pond?" Lai asked, perplexed. He had never encountered this term before. "It is simply a pit resembling a lake, which does not need to be deeply excavated. We will divert stream water into it, allowing us to keep the fish we catch alive within. As winter approaches, the plan is to fish from the pond whenever desired, without concern for snowfall or ice. The pond's shallow depth allows for easy access. By locating the schools of fish and breaking the ice, they can be readily caught. This is the most reliable solution that Chen Bei has conceived, addressing the immediate issue while ensuring a continuous supply of fish for the tribe throughout winter. The chief is indeed astute. This approach is commendable. I shall organize the people to dig the pond at once. The most enthusiastic among them is Lai, the captain of the fishing team, for it is an excruciating ordeal to witness fish spoil. Now, a resolution is finally at hand. A smile graces Chen Bei's face as he contemplates further. We should excavate multiple ponds rather than just one. It is inadvisable to raise different species of fish together. Carnivorous fish will devour herbivorous fish. Hence, we must dig several ponds to segregate the species, minimizing potential losses. Very well, Chief. I will ensure that multiple ponds are excavated. Lai immediately commits Chen Bei's words to memory, his respect for him growing significantly. He muses, no wonder he can be the chief. Not only is he strong, but his intellect surpasses that of the rest of us. On that day, the fishing team retained only 5 members to catch fish, while the rest, alongside the tribe's builders, participated in the monumental task of digging the ponds. After all, these fish will serve as sustenance for winter. Without food, they would face starvation. The tribe's people are adept at digging pits, a skill honed through setting traps for wily prey during hunts. Through collective effort, they spent 3 to 4 days excavating 3 large ponds in a low-lying area adjacent to the tribe, subsequently digging a small ditch to channel stream water into the ponds. If they can populate these 3 ponds with fish, the winter food supply will be secure. Thereafter, any fish caught by the fishing team will be divided into carnivorous and herbivorous categories, each species nurtured in its designated pond, alleviating concerns of spoilage. Chen Bei exhales a sigh of relief. The tribe's food predicament for winter has been temporarily resolved. Chapter 8. The urgent need for salt. As autumn's final month unfolds, the chill of winter draws near. With an ample catch of fish and a bountiful store of wild fruits and vegetables, the tribe's food worries have subsided. However, another pressing issue looms, the need for salt. Humans cannot endure prolonged periods without salt, especially since the freshwater fish caught by the Mang tribe contain negligible salt content. If this continues, their health will inevitably deteriorate. For the sake of the tribe, and for Chen Bei's own well-being, a solution to procure salt must be devised promptly. What to do? After several days of deep contemplation, one night an idea struck him, reminiscent of the Animal Kingdom documentaries he had once viewed. It was noted that large mammals, particularly herbivores, often seek out salt in the wild. Like humans, they require regular salt intake to maintain their health. As winter approaches, with food scarcity on the horizon, the opportunity for these animals to replenish their salt reserves diminishes, indicating they would likely do so in advance. This presents a promising opportunity. If he can track them, he might discover where salt is found. Lying in bed, Chen Bei mused, if I can find it, that would be fortuitous. If not, I shall have to devise alternative strategies. Unless absolutely necessary, he wished to avoid conflict with other tribes, for the Mang tribe is currently too weak. Resolute in his decision, Chen Bei fell into a peaceful slumber. The following day, he sought out the tribe's elder, named Mu, a former elder of the Turtle tribe, now leading the Mang tribe. His age and wealth of experience made him the sole candidate for the role of elder. Upon entering the elder's wooden dwelling, Chen Bei candidly expressed his thoughts. Search for salt in the mountains. The elder's brow furrowed, as if recalling a certain tale. After a moment of reflection, he spoke, Chief, I am reminded of something. Long ago, I heard from the tribe's elders that a small tribe once found salt in the mountains. They were overjoyed and brought back a considerable amount, only to have half of their members perish after consuming it. Given the elder's advanced age, the tale must have been passed down through generations, indicating its long-standing nature. Thus, even in the absence of salt, no one dared to consume that which led to such calamity. After hearing Mu's account, Chen Bei inquired, do you know how the larger tribes procure their salt? Mu replied, I am aware. It is said that the shamans of the large tribes are exceptionally skilled, and they conjure salt through their sorcery. Others are transported from distant lands by those from the larger tribes. Does the elder truly believe in the shaman's ability to produce salt? Chen Bei asked. Of course, came the reply. Chen Bei furrowed his brow slightly. In his previous life, he would have scoffed at the notion of sorcery creating salt. Yet, in this world teeming with mysterious forces, he found himself uncertain of the truth regarding sorcery's capabilities. Reluctantly, he stated, Elder, rest assured. I have a method to render the mountain salt non-toxic. It will not cause harm. Chief, is this true? The elder's excitement compelled him to grasp Chen Bei's hand. If he could indeed detoxify the mountain salt, it would be monumental news for the Mang tribe. Naturally, this is a method bestowed upon me by the Totem god. To evade further inquiries from the elder, Chen Bei attributed the idea to the Saga god, confident that it was a benign matter, and presumed the deity would not mind. Given that it was an instruction from the Totem god, it must be veritable. Indeed, upon hearing the words Totem god, the elder harbored no doubts. The tribe's fervor for the Totem god is incomprehensible to those of later generations. Even if the Totem god claimed there were 3 suns and 5 moons in the sky, they would believe without question. With that in mind, I have no objections. I hope the chief successfully locates salt in the mountains, and our tribe may soon thrive. With salt, Not only could they sustain themselves, but they could also sell it at a premium to other tribes, provided no unforeseen circumstances arise. The tribe possessing salt is destined for growth and prosperity. Very well, I shall depart tomorrow. In my absence, I entrust the tribe's affairs to your care, elder. Rest assured. Chief. Chen Bei turned to leave. This time, he did not plan to take anyone with him, as the tribe's people lacked the power of totems, and he would be distracted tending to their safety in the treacherous mountains. Perhaps for the next time, a ritual should be arranged. Other tribes' totem warriors awaken during sacrificial ceremonies. Our tribe's first ceremony should not be devoid of respect for the Saga god. At the very least, a few totem warriors ought to awaken. Only Chen Bei seems daring enough to earn the totem god's favor. Upon returning to his wooden dwelling, he began preparing the items he would carry the next day. First and foremost, a leather pouch was essential for transporting any discovered salt. Food was unnecessary, as with his intermediate totem warrior strength, hunting alone in the mountains would be quite manageable. However, he found himself dissatisfied with the weapons at hand. Up until now, Chen Bei possessed merely two exceedingly coarse long spears, their tips fashioned from sharpened stone. While they held a degree of sturdiness, they were not particularly well suited for his grasp. How he longed to reclaim the bone knife crafted from the arm bone of a fierce bear. With his current strength, only a weapon of such caliber could enable him to unleash his utmost potential. Alas, that bone knife remained ensconced within the insect tribe, and it was likely now wielded by Wu. Wu, may you endure a little longer, for your life is mine. Chen Bei clenched his fists, and after a protracted moment, he quelled the seething anger and hatred within him. He remained composed. Seeking trouble with the insect tribe at this juncture would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. The most pressing matter was to bide his time, to develop in secrecy. When the Mang tribe had sufficiently strengthened and his own prowess had advanced, he would exact his revenge upon the insect tribe. That day, Chen Bei feasted heartily and took a solid rest. The following morning, as dawn began to break, he quietly departed from the tribe, embarking into the mountains in search of large game. The vast wilderness, even at the break of day, harbored considerable peril. Hiss! A massive python coiled around a great tree, lifting its head and flicking its tongue, its icy gaze fixated upon Chen Bei below. Yet, he paid no heed to the serpent. The totemic patterns upon his body emerged, emanating an aura of formidable danger. The python, sensing this power, instinctively recoiled, unwilling to launch an attack. Chen Bei refrained from indiscriminately slaughtering the beasts of the forest unless necessary. He preferred to encourage their retreat. This was a sustainable approach. Unrestrained hunting would only diminish the wildlife in the forest, a scenario Chen Bei wished to avoid. He continued onward, his sights set on a herd of large herbivores, particularly those that grazed, as their need for salt surpassed that of carnivorous creatures. Chapter 9. Following the herd in search of salt. The sun rose high, and most animals in the woods had concealed themselves. The hour had reached midday. Eureka! Chen Bei concealed himself behind a grand tree, peering through the gaps in the leaves, and spotted a distant flock of wild sheep, grazing contentedly. Their ears perked up, periodically scanning their surroundings, brimming with vigilance. The herd comprised about a dozen wild sheep, distinctly different from those he had encountered in his previous life. Firstly, these wild sheep were remarkably large, akin to calves. Secondly, they possessed not two but three horns. They were known as the trihorn blue sheep, cloaked in a deep blue-black hue. Their three horns resembled a trident, the central horn the longest, with the two flanking horns somewhat shorter, each tip sharp and formidable. The trihorn blue sheep were highly aggressive, their weight reaching 500 to 600 pounds once mature. Typical predatory beasts dared not provoke them. Chen Bei observed that the majority of animals in this world were significantly larger than those familiar to him from his past life, with many exhibiting strikingly different features. In his previous existence, humanity had recorded a written history of only a few thousand years, while primitive humans had thrived on this land for over 1,000,000 years. How much had been buried in that expanse of time? Chen Bei pondered for a moment before redirecting his focus to the trihorn blue sheep. Those concerns were distant. He was far more invested in how to survive in the present. The trihorn blue sheep likely sought out salt regularly. If he followed them, he might discover a source of salt. As for whether he would indeed find it, that would depend on fortune. Off to find salt, Chen Bei murmured, before embarking on a lengthy pursuit and wait. On the first day, the sheep grazed leisurely, not seeking salt. The second, third, and fourth days passed. Chen Bei trailed the flock for a full 10 days, yet they did not pursue salt. During this time, they were even chased by other predators. A pack of hyena-like carnivores had pursued the trihorn blue sheep for quite some time, ultimately capturing an older one. Why haven't they gone in search of salt yet? Chen Bei began to lose his patience. He had been away from the tribe for too long. If he failed to find salt, he would have to return. The Mang tribe was simply too weak, and he feared that an unforeseen calamity might befall them while he was absent, leaving him with nowhere to lament. On the 11th day, the Trihorn blue sheep arrived at the edge of a small lake to drink when a saber-toothed tiger appeared. Known to the tribe as the giant-toothed tiger, it bore a resemblance to the saber-toothed cat, possessing two massive fangs capable of piercing the neck of its prey. Contrary to popular belief, the giant-toothed tiger did not announce its approach with a mighty roar before pouncing. Such a roar would send its prey fleeing. With the speed of the Trihorn blue sheep, the tiger would be unable to catch up once they fled. Chen Bei, perched in the tree, endeavored to minimize his presence. This was a fully grown giant-toothed tiger, weighing over 1,000 pounds, a truly fearsome creature. Only the most elite of high-ranking totem warriors dared to confront it. With his current strength, provoking it would be tantamount to courting death. The tiger lay concealed behind thick underbrush, crouching low to reduce its visibility, stealthily inching forward. Thanks to the pads on its paws, it moved without a sound. The Trihorn blue sheep continued to drink, oblivious to the grim reaper drawing near. Whoosh! As a Trihorn blue sheep strayed within the tiger's strike range, the giant-toothed tiger lunged with lightning speed. Crack! It deftly evaded the sheep's sharp horn, sinking its fangs into the creature's neck, severing it instantly. Bah! The remaining Trihorn blue sheep, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, were struck with terror, bolting away in a frenzy, vanishing in an instant. The giant-toothed tiger paid no mind to the fleeing flock. It dragged its catch beneath a large tree and commenced its feast. Gulp! Chen Bei swallowed hard, having witnessed the giant-toothed tiger hunt for the first time. The horrifying image of the creature snapping the Trihorn blue sheep's neck remained etched in his mind. Indeed, none of the rulers of this forest were to be trifled with. Chen Bei quietly descended from the tree. The flock had moved on, and he needed to catch up swiftly to avoid losing them. Fortunately, the flock had left ample traces in their wake, and following these signs, he easily relocated their position. The Trihorn blue sheep, thoroughly frightened, had fled a considerable distance, and it took Chen Bei quite some time to track them down. The herd had retreated to a low-lying area, in contrast to the dense vegetation elsewhere. This spot appeared stark and barren, with only a few wild grasses stubbornly clinging to life. What were the sheep doing here? Had they lost their way in panic? Chen Bei was taken aback, for this place seemed devoid of sustenance. It wasn't until he followed the flock deeper into the lowland that he discovered a patch of white earth. The Trihorn blue sheep had all gathered, lowering their heads to lick the white soil, as though it were the most delectable treat. Salt. Chen Bei's eyes widened in astonishment. This was, in fact, salt earth, containing a remarkably high salt content. After spending over 10 days trailing the Trihorn blue sheep, transforming himself into a wild man, he had finally unearthed the salt deposits. Such an abundance of salt, he was destined for fortune. Those who had not personally experienced its value within the tribe could scarcely imagine its worth. In certain diminutive tribes, the inhabitants may find themselves consuming salt only a handful of times throughout the year, relying instead on the flesh of beasts and the blood of animals to supplement their meager intake of this essential mineral. Chen Bei felt an overwhelming urge to laugh joyously. With the discovery of this highly saline earth, the Mang tribe would soon be able to savor salt, and perhaps indulge in the luxury of curing their meats. The more he pondered this, the more exhilarated he became. The possibilities that arose from possessing salt were boundless. For a moment, he even found the triangular blue sheep to be more agreeable, contemplating whether he could capture one to domesticate. However, his foremost priority remained to transport the salt-rich earth back expeditiously. All other musings were mere fantasies for the time being. Chen Bei grasped the leather pouch and made his way toward the patch of salt earth. The triangular blue sheep, likely having been hunted by the tribe in the past, fled at the sight of him, abandoning its feast on the salt. Chen Bei paid it no mind, instead scooping up the solidified salt earth into his pouch. The top layer of salt was approximately as thick as a hand, pristine white, with visible crystalline formations, while the salt content diminished in the layers beneath. Thus, he sought only the uppermost layer. He carried 2 specially stitched leather pouches, each capable of holding 70 to 80 pounds of salt earth, totaling over 100 pounds. After filling the pouches, he meticulously memorized the surrounding environment and the route back, ensuring he could locate this spot upon his return. Chen Bei tied the 2 pouches together, slung them around his neck, and hoisted them onto his shoulders, striding back with determination. With the strength of a mid-level totem warrior, the weight posed no challenge to him, as he yearned to return to the tribe swiftly. Chapter 10. Salt Production. As Chen Bei made his way back, it became evident that the triangular blue sheep had not ventured far. It had been wandering within a nearby forest during the past few days, which meant the distance to the Mang tribe was not particularly great. At his pace, he would reach it in a day's time. By the time Chen Bei commenced his return from the salt earth location, afternoon had set in, and having covered a third of the journey, darkness enveloped him. forcing him to spend the night in the woods. The following morning, he resumed his journey. However, midway through, an unexpected situation arose. He encountered a hunting party from another tribe. This hunting troop comprised over 100 members, encircling a herd of wild deer. Among them were 5 mid-level totem warriors, with the remainder being low-level totem warriors. He did not observe any high-level totem warriors present. Such a hunting party was considered formidable among small tribes, as some tribes lacked even a single mid-level totem warrior. Chen Bei noted that each of these totem warriors bore a serpent, and their totem markings closely resembled that of a snake. Based on his experience, this indicated a tribe that revered a serpent as their totem deity, with the serpents serving as battle companions to assist them in combat. Much like the insect tribe, whose totem warriors often possessed various insect companions such as scorpions and centipedes, the totem granted them the ability to communicate with these battle pets. It appeared that the Mang tribe's location was not as secure as it seemed. However, it remained uncertain how far this serpent totem tribe was from the Mang tribe. A cloud of concern overshadowed Chen Bei's elation. Intertribal relations were seldom amicable. Where there were interests, disputes were sure to follow, and tribes were no exception. With the Mang tribe having finally glimpsed hope, Chen Bei was reluctant to jeopardize their newfound prospects by engaging in conflict with this unfamiliar tribe. It was imperative to grow stronger and quickly. A sense of urgency gripped him. Both he and the tribe needed to become formidable enough to dispel such worries. Chen Bei clutched the salt earth tightly within the pouch, recognizing it as a crucial instrument for the tribe's rapid advancement, and mustered the resolve to utilize it wisely. He stealthily observed the hunting party before quietly withdrawing. Eager to return to his tribe without delay, he hastily made his way back and, by afternoon, finally reached the tribe. From a distance, he gazed upon the rows of rudimentary dwellings and the tribe's people bustling about. A wave of relief washed over him. Fortunately, during his absence of over 10 days, nothing catastrophic had befallen the tribe. As Chen Bei entered the village, he encountered numerous individuals, all of whom were curious about the bulging leather pouches, given his prolonged absence. Yet, none dared to inquire, for he was their leader. Upon returning to his wooden dwelling, he unceremoniously dropped the 2 pouches of salt earth on the ground, allowing himself to exhale deeply, the tension that had been taut within him finally easing. After a refreshing cold wash, he changed into a clean leather outfit and lay upon his bed, weary and desiring only rest. Before long, upon learning of Chen Bei's return, Elder Mu hurriedly approached him. "You all stand guard outside. Do not allow anyone to approach. I have matters to discuss with the leader." "Yes, Elder." The elder commanded 2 robust warriors to stand watch at the door before entering the wooden house. "Leader, I have eagerly awaited your return." The elder was almost moved to tears. He had not anticipated Chen Bei's prolonged absence and had been on edge, fearing some calamity might befall the tribe during this time. Now, with the tribe's foremost warrior back, relief washed over him. Chen Bei rose from his fur-covered bed and said, "I appreciate your diligence in my absence, Elder." "It is my duty," the elder replied. Tentatively, the elder inquired, "Leader, did you find the items?" Chen Bei understood precisely what he referred to and gestured toward the 2 leather pouches on the ground. "I found them. They are within these pouches." "Really?" The elder trembled with excitement upon hearing these words, fully aware of their significance. He approached the pouches, his hands shaking as he struggled to untie the cord securing them. Inside lay the glistening white salt earth, which had transformed from solid blocks into a powdery consistency due to the journey. "Can this be consumed?" The elder was eager to taste a bit, but feared poisoning. His frail constitution could not withstand such risks. "Not just yet, however. Once I employ the method imparted by the totem deity, it will be safe to eat. Then we must expedite the process. Leader, this is a matter of great importance for the entire tribe." The elder's tone grew increasingly fervent, revealing his impatience for answers. Chen Bei felt a sense of helplessness. He desired nothing more than to sleep soundly and attend to this matter upon awakening. Yet, it was evident that if he succumbed to slumber, the elder would likely remain restless throughout the night. "Very well, considering your advanced age and for the sake of the tribe, I shall attend to it before resting." After pondering briefly, Chen Bei declared, "I will venture outside to gather some supplies." "All right, I shall await your return here." Once Chen Bei departed, the elder's gaze remained fixated upon the 2 leather pouches, his expression tender as if he were gazing upon a beloved from his youth. Chen Bei made his way to the forest adjacent to the tribe, aware that several palm trees grew there. The palm trees bore layers of bark, known as zomao, which could be fashioned into ropes and raincoats. In a previous life, during his childhood, Chen Bei often observed adults laboring in the fields on rainy days, clad in conical hats and donning raincoats fashioned from palm bark. Approaching the palm trees, Chen Bei noted that the Mang tribe had only recently relocated, and these particular palms had yet to be stripped of their bark. With a stone knife in hand, He meticulously peeled away layer after layer of the palm bark, amassing a substantial pile. He then carried this bounty back to his dwelling. The elder, seeing Chen Bei with the palm bark, was somewhat perplexed, wondering about his intentions. Without keeping the elder in suspense, Chen Bei revealed his purpose. It was for filtration. The elder had never encountered this term before and, hesitant to ask, chose instead to patiently await Chen Bei's next move. Inside Chen Bei's wooden hut, there were 2 wooden barrels, not constructed from planks, but hollowed out from solid tree trunks, with 2 small holes drilled into the upper sections and bound with rope. The barrels were quite primitive and lacked aesthetic appeal, yet in the tribe, there were no carpenters. And one could not demand perfection. Functionality was of paramount importance. Chen Bei filled 1 barrel with half a bucket of water, then poured a portion of the salt earth from his leather pouch into it, stirring continuously with a stick until the salt dissolved. He scavenged several pieces of charcoal from the fire pit, crushed them, and layered them with palm bark, alternating between layers of charcoal and bark for 5 or 6 tiers. He then tied the thick layers of palm bark at both ends, pressing down the center to form a deep concavity, resembling the shape of a boat. Subsequently, he placed this boat-shaped assembly of palm bark, lined with charcoal, atop the empty barrel. Indeed, Chen Bei intended to utilize it for filtering the impurities from the salt earth. The palm bark was remarkably dense, akin to a naturally woven fabric, providing excellent filtration. Meanwhile, the charcoal possessed a strong absorptive quality, and with the layers stacked, the filtered brine would emerge relatively pure. "I'm about to pour the water," said Chen Bei. The elder steadied himself. Chen Bei lifted the bucket of dissolved salt water and slowly poured it onto the boat-shaped palm bark. The elder hurriedly supported it, fearful of spilling. As the murky salt solution passed through the layers of filtration, it gradually transformed into a clearer liquid, appearing quite clean by the time it flowed into the empty barrel. The elder was left in awe, even believing that Chen Bei was performing some form of sorcery to turn the turbid water clear. To him, it was nothing short of miraculous. Chen Bei continued to filter the salt water several more times until it was impeccably clear. "Chief, where's the salt? It's all just water." The elder, mindful of the crucial matter, felt somewhat bewildered and, constrained by his limited knowledge, could not comprehend Chen Bei's actions. "Do not worry. The salt is within the water. I will extract it shortly." Chen Bei's hut housed a large stone pot, the only one crafted by the tribe's sole stoneworker, who had spent several days honing a fire-resistant stone material. When Chen Bei discovered there was a stoneworker among their ranks, he felt immense joy. For in an age devoid of iron tools, stone and bone implements were the primary instruments, and both stoneworkers and boneworkers were invaluable assets. After thoroughly cleaning the stone pot, Chen Bei poured the salt water into it and lit a fire, leaving the rest to the passage of time. The stone pot heated slowly, and after several hours, the water began to evaporate, leaving a white crystalline residue around the edges. Chen Bei scraped this layer off, tasted a bit with his fingertip, and found it salty, with a hint of bitterness. Though it was not pure salt, it represented the best outcome attainable with his limited knowledge. The elder, who had been anxiously waiting, could not resist sampling it himself upon seeing the chief indulge. "Indeed, it is salt. By the totem god's blessing, our tribe has salt." The elder nearly erupted with joy, tears streaming down his face as he wept softly. Chapter 11. Preparations before the ritual. Chen Bei's successful production of salt was a monumental advancement for the entire Mang tribe. However, the elder urged Chen Bei to keep it a secret. "Chief, this matter must not be disclosed to too many people, not even to our tribe." The elder shook his head and replied, "Caution is always prudent. Our tribe remains too weak. Should other tribes learn that we can produce salt, the repercussions are all too evident." Chen Bei, feeling helpless, countered, "But we cannot hoard this salt and deny it to everyone, can we? The very reason I toiled to extract the salt was so that the tribe could benefit and grow stronger. Otherwise, it would all be in vain." "Certainly. We must share it," the elder conceded, "but we shall frame it differently, claiming it as salt exchanged for the meat of a beast hunted by the chief with a larger tribe." Grasping a handful of salt, the elder remarked, "This salt is exceptional, far superior to any I have encountered. If we do not present it this way, I fear some may entertain inappropriate thoughts." The unity among the tribe's people stemmed from their shared reverence for the totem god, who alone could bestow upon them the power of the totem, rendering them strong. However, the Mang tribe's situation was unique, as only Chen Bei knew the true form of their totem god. Others had yet to receive the god's grace, and thus held little reverence. In a sense, they remained transient, capable of departing the Mang tribe at any moment. With an increase in numbers came a diversity of intentions. Should they learn that Chen Bei could produce salt, good salt, no less, some might be tempted to betray this knowledge to larger tribes in exchange for a better life. One must not harbor the naive belief that primitive tribes are inherently simple. Chen Bei had learned this lesson through bitter experience. The elder, having lived long and witnessed much, was determined to prevent such occurrences within the Mang tribe. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Chen Bei acquiesced, accepting the elder's advice without hesitation. The elder nodded in satisfaction and declared, moreover, our acquisition of salt is a blessing from the totem god. Therefore, I intend to construct an altar within the tribe and conduct a ritual to honor the totem god after the first snowfall of winter. Only by erecting an altar and venerating the totem god can our tribe truly establish roots here, instilling hope in our kin and preventing other thoughts from taking root. Since Chen Bei had mentioned that the method of salt production was imparted to him by the totem god, the elder's reverence for the Mang tribe's totem god deepened. While the totem god of the turtle tribe gradually faded from his memory, a clear and discernible shift. Chen Bei was at a loss regarding the ritual preparations and could only say, I leave it entirely in your hands. The elder appeared to have discovered a new purpose in life, his spirit invigorated, even altering his gait to one of newfound vigor. There is no time to waste. I shall immediately begin preparing for the altar's construction. As for the sacrificial prey, it will require your effort, chief. The first offering must be exceptional and, above all, must remain alive until the day of the ritual. Alive? And it must be exceptional? This only heightens the difficulty of my hunt. Chen Bei inwardly grumbled, thinking, it's merely a ritual, serving it cooked would suffice. Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken, confined to his mind. Rituals held profound significance for the tribespeople, steeped in ancient customs and protocols that left no room for error. He recalled that during the ceremonies of the insect tribe, living prey appeared to be a requisite. However, as a child, he had been barred from the sacred center of the rituals, relegated to observing from a distance, and thus had not gained a comprehensive understanding. As Chen Bei simmered salt, he pondered what type of prey might appease the totemic deity during the sacrificial rites. The elder, his face aglow with excitement, departed from Chen Bei's wooden dwelling, intent on locating the tribe's sole stone craftsman. The stone craftsman, a middle-aged tribesman in his 40s, was perpetually clad in a tattered animal hide, dusted with grime, which rendered him a rather disheveled figure. Upon the elder's entrance, the craftsman sprang to his feet, offering a respectful bow and greeting, elder. Without preamble, the elder commanded, for the next few days, set aside all other tasks and bring your tools to accompany me. Yes, elder, I will prepare at once, the craftsman replied, recognizing that, aside from the chief, the elder held the highest authority, controlling the sustenance and attire of all. Thus, he dared not inquire the nature of the task. However, the elder, brimming with excitement, was eager to announce the construction of the altar throughout the tribe. I must share with you that your task is to carve and polish the stones necessary for the altar, etching the totemic designs. This is a tremendous honor that requires no further elaboration, does it? Constructing an altar? Is it truly so? Am I capable? The craftsman trembled with exhilaration. For a traditional tribesman, any connection to the totemic deity was a source of great pride, particularly regarding such a momentous undertaking. Doubt crept into his mind about his own skills, fearing that failure might provoke the deity's displeasure. The elder, pleased with his response, patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, what do you have to fear? Follow my instructions, and all will be well. Very well, I shall heed the elder's guidance. The craftsman, brimming with enthusiasm, accompanied the elder as they scoured the land for suitable stones. Upon finding appropriate materials, they summoned the tribe's able-bodied youth to assist in transporting them back to the central location designated for the altar, where the craftsman would commence his intricate work. It is said that in the early days of tribal worship, no altar existed. Rituals were performed in the open air. Eventually, a particular totemic deity deemed it unseemly to partake of offerings directly upon the earth and requested the construction of a mud platform, hence the inception of earthen altars. Subsequently, another deity found the earth unsatisfactory, leading to the transition to stone altars, a practice that persists to this day. During the ensuing days, the sound of chiseling and polishing resonated throughout the Mang tribe, emanating from the stone craftsman. Meanwhile, Chen Bei, constrained to manual labor, devoted several days to filtering the collected salt earth, ultimately boiling it down to edible salt, yielding dozens of pounds. The first taste of salted food brought him an unexpected joy. The other tribespeople were soon distributed portions of salt, informed that it had been traded back from the great tribe by the chief. In an instant, Chen Bei's standing within the tribe's sword. In the following days, Chen Bei made several more trips, bringing back an ample supply of salt earth sufficient for the entire winter. As the altar neared completion, frost began to blanket the ground. Winter had arrived. The first snowfall was imminent. Once the snow fell and the mountains were cloaked in a thick blanket, the tribespeople would remain indoors, guarding their hard-earned provisions, rationing their supplies while awaiting the thawing of ice and snow. Yet, before the snowfall, Chen Bei aimed to return with live prey for the sacrificial rites. After much contemplation, he settled on the triangular blue sheep, wild cattle, and wild boars. These animals, known collectively as the three offerings, would surely please the totemic deity. However, this time, Chen Bei could not venture alone. Capturing live prey posed a formidable challenge, necessitating assistance at the very least to help drag the prey back. In the tribe, he selected 6 experienced hunters, each previously a totem warrior, and together they embarked into the forest to hunt for the sacrifice. Chapter 12, The Hunt. On a brisk morning, the previous night's cold winds had coated the branches and leaves of the forest in a layer of rime, glistening under the light, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. On the ground, dew had frozen into frost, and many wild vegetables had succumbed to the chill, drooping heavily under the weight of frost. Chen Bei, accompanied by the 6 hunters, braved the biting winds in search of prey. Their animal hide garments offered scant protection against the elements, yet the chill remained bearable. "Chief, I have found something." One of the hunters hurriedly approached Chen Bei, holding several black, egg-sized spherical objects, their surfaces coated in frost. "What are these?" Chen Bei queried suspiciously, suspecting them to resemble some form of animal excrement. Fresh droppings from the triangular blue sheep indicated their proximity. The hunter split open the droppings for Chen Bei to observe. Indeed, they were fresh, exhibiting a slick, oily sheen and a sticky texture. Should the droppings have aged, they would have lost their luster, becoming dry and crumbling. "Good. Let us continue our search." Chen Bei and the hunters pressed on, tracking the triangular blue sheep through their droppings, feeding signs, and footprints. Soon locating a herd of approximately 30 sheep on a hillside, more than the number previously encountered while seeking salt. However, this time, their intent was solely to capture one, and it had to be alive. "How do we accomplish this?" Chen Bei inquired of the hunters. Aware that while it was easy to slay a triangular blue sheep with a spear, capturing one alive posed a greater challenge. An experienced hunter suggested, "We can set several snares ahead and drive them towards the traps. Once ensnared, we can quickly release them without harm." Chen Bei scrutinized the hunter, momentarily forgetting his name, and asked, "What is your name?" "I am Yun, Chief." "Very well, Yun, you shall be responsible for setting the snares, accompanied by 2 others to assist you." Chen Bei believed that since Yun had proposed this idea, he must possess the requisite skill. "Thank you, Chief. I will attend to it immediately." Yun selected 2 adept snare handlers and stealthily circumnavigated the herd, laying traps along their anticipated paths. In a narrow terrain, they swiftly prepared their snares and soon returned to Chen Bei's side. "Chief, it is ready." "Excellent. Everyone disperse and block the herd's alternate routes, guiding them towards the snares." "Understood." The 6 hunters fanned out, positioning themselves behind and to the sides of the herd, beginning to drive them forward. Once all were in place, Chen Bei seized a stone and hurled it into the midst of the flock, rising suddenly to startle them. "Yu." The 6 hunters stood, emitting strange sounds and brandishing their weapons to steer the sheep toward the snares. "Ba ba ba." The flock erupted into chaos, with threats encircling them. They bolted toward the only unguarded escape route. Whoosh. In a state of panic, a triangular blue goat triggered a lasso, ensnaring its front hooves and causing it to tumble to the ground. Subsequently, the small tree connected to the lasso sprang upright, hoisting the unfortunate goat into the air. Whoosh. The second triangular blue goat also fell victim, with one of its front hooves caught, leaving it suspended and bleeding in distress. Whoosh. A third lasso was activated, and this particular triangular blue goat faced the misfortune of having its head caught within the noose, rendering it unable to vocalize once lifted. The remaining triangular blue goats, however, were fortunate enough to evade the other snares and bolted away in a frenzied escape. "Quickly, free that goat before it suffocates." Upon noticing that the goat ensnared by the neck was beginning to roll its eyes, Chen Bei rushed forward, using sheer strength to pull down the small tree and provide the unfortunate triangular blue goat with a breath of relief. Yun hurried over, first binding all 4 hooves of the goat with supple, resilient vines before loosening the lasso around its neck, ensuring it could not escape. The other 2 goats were similarly restrained and carried back to the tribe. Each triangular blue goat weighed over 500 pounds, totaling more than 1,500 pounds for the 3, necessitating their transport before venturing out to hunt wild boars and buffalo. Chen Bei directed, "Let me carry the largest. The other 2 can be lifted by 4 of you, while the remaining 2 handle the tools. If anyone tires, feel free to switch." "Yes, Chief," they responded. The 6 of them worked together to secure the triangular blue goats, and then proceeded to transport them towards the direction of the tribe, employing Chen Bei's method. Bearing one alone, the triangular blue goat remained motionless under his formidable presence. They spent half a day returning to the tribe, where the 3 living triangular blue goats drew a crowd of curious onlookers. "Our chief is magnificent." A familiar voice rang out from the crowd, and upon looking up, Chen Bei was greeted with a smile, for it was indeed Ye. Chen Bei placed the goat he was carrying onto an open patch of ground, while the others set down the remaining two. The triangular blue goats huddled together in fear, attempting to position their sharp horns towards the crowd as a means of self-defense. Unfortunately, their hooves were bound, rendering their formidable horns ineffective, and many in the crowd began to discuss the amount of meat the goats provided and how they would be consumed. Even the large horns atop their heads had already been assigned a purpose, awaiting the sacrificial rites before their slaughter. However, Chen Bei had no intention of slaughtering the triangular blue goats. He sought out the elder to express his thoughts. "Elder, we have 2 male goats and 1 female. The largest male shall be used for sacrifice, while I plan to construct a pen to raise the other 2. A pen? The elder, unfamiliar with the term, appeared bewildered. It is simply a shelter specifically designed for raising goats. Beyond the sacrificial goat, we will have 1 male and 1 female to care for. With just some grass to feed them, next year, the female will bear kids. If all goes well, we can capture more goats, and with their reproduction, we will have a substantial flock. Should everything proceed smoothly, we will have goat meat even without venturing out to hunt." As Chen Bei spoke with increasing enthusiasm, his eyes sparkled. "Raising triangular blue goats? Is this also a command from the totem deity?" The elder tugged at his beard, his expression conflicted. He had lived long and was once regarded as the most knowledgeable person in the tribe, taking pride in it. Yet, in the presence of the chief, he often felt a sense of ignorance. Indeed, it is all the totem deity's guidance. Chen Bei decisively placed the responsibility upon the deity, reasoning that since this was their second encounter, the totem deity should not mind. Since it is the totem deity's directive, then let us proceed with raising them. The elder sighed with relief, confident that the totem deity's guidance was infallible. If the deity advocated for raising goats, it was surely a worthy endeavor. A radiant smile spread across Chen Bei's face, though a slight apprehension lingered in his heart, fearing that one day the totem deity might hold him accountable. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, "I am doing this for the tribe. As long as the tribe flourishes, the deity will likely overlook such details." With this thought, Chen Bei straightened his posture and called for the construction of the goat pen. Chapter 13, The Selection of the Shaman. After capturing the triangular blue goats, Chen Bei led his people on several hunting expeditions, successfully capturing wild boars weighing 400 to 500 pounds and a buffalo exceeding 1,000 pounds. With the offerings for the sacrificial rites complete, the elder, upon inspection, expressed great satisfaction, believing that the totem deity would surely favor these 3 types of prey. As the wild boars and buffalo posed a considerable destructive threat, Chen Bei could only erect a sturdy, rudimentary shelter to temporarily house them. In contrast, the triangular blue goats were intended for long-term husbandry, necessitating a more substantial pen. Following Chen Bei's specifications, the goat pen was constructed as a stone house. The roof was supported by beams and covered with thick bark, while the walls were made of stone, with gaps filled with a mixture of yellow earth and dried grass. Aside from a small window, it was nearly airtight. After visiting the goat pen, the fishing team leader, Lai, remarked with a hint of envy, "Why does it feel like the triangular blue goats have better accommodations than I do? Rest assured, we will undoubtedly construct even better houses in the future. Stone houses can be damp in spring and summer. There's nothing to envy," Chen Bei replied with a smile. "Is there truly a better house?" Lai gazed at Chen Bei with eager anticipation. "Of course, I am the chief. If I say there is, then there certainly will be," Chen Bei declared confidently, infecting Lai with enthusiasm as he envisioned a future in a fine dwelling. Once the stone house was completed, the triangular blue goats were herded inside, marking the beginning of their new home. Chief, the elder requests your presence at the altar," Ye hurriedly approached. Always eager when it came to matters concerning Chen Bei, perhaps it was the power of admiration. "All right, I will be there shortly." Upon arriving at the altar, Chen Bei found a gathering of many, all eager to contribute to the construction of the altar. The altar itself was a circular stone platform, approximately 7 to 8 meters in diameter and over 3 meters high, complete with steps for access. The overall appearance was somewhat rough, lacking intricate patterns or refined specifications. However, it exuded an ancient and grand aura, mirroring the straightforward nature of the tribe's people, prioritizing practicality over embellishment. "Elder, you called for me?" Chen Bei approached the elder's side. "Chief, you have arrived. Excellent. Quickly reveal your totem markings so the stone carver can replicate them. I fear he may carve them incorrectly otherwise." So that was the case. This posed no difficulty for Chen Bei. He removed his animal skin garment, channeling the power of the totem, revealing the dark red totem markings upon his skin. The stone carver leaned closer, meticulously observing the markings, even taking a stone slab to begin sketching, leaving no detail overlooked. "Chief, could you raise your arm a bit? I cannot see a section clearly." Very well, Chen Bei complied, raising his arm. Chief, could you also lift your head? I cannot see beneath your neck. All right. Chen Bei raised his head once more. In that moment, Chen Bei felt as though he had become a living model, surrounded by individuals bearing solemn expressions. It felt rather peculiar. After what seemed like an eternity, once the stone carver had finished replicating the totem markings, Chen Bei quickly donned his animal skin garment once more. Though he possessed the power of the totem and was impervious to the cold, the multitude of watchful eyes upon him evoked a peculiar discomfort, particularly the scrutinizing gazes of the women in the crowd. The stone carver commenced etching the totemic patterns upon the altar, while Chen Bei, feeling somewhat aimless, contemplated returning home. Chief, wait a moment, an elder called out, approaching him with the aid of a cane. Elder, is there something amiss? Chen Bei inquired. The elder's face was a tapestry of concern as he replied, the altar has been constructed, and the offerings have been prepared. However, our tribe is devoid of a shaman. Traditionally, the sacrificial rites were conducted by the shaman, and without one, the ceremony could not proceed. Such an important matter. And you choose now to bring it to my attention? Chen Bei lamented, feeling a sense of helplessness. Everything is ready. And now you inform me that we require a shaman? Where am I to procure one? Tentatively, he suggested. Shall we select someone from the tribe to serve as the shaman? The elder shook his head emphatically. No, it cannot be done. A shaman is designated by the totem spirit, who bestows extraordinary powers upon them. Anyone we select lacks such potency and cannot commune with the totem spirit. What, in your wisdom, should we do then? Chen Bei pondered, suspecting that the elder had already devised a plan, which is why he had delayed mentioning such a crucial issue until now. The elder regarded Chen Bei with a smile that sent shivers down his spine. Chief, you are capable of communicating with the totem spirit, are you not? Thus, the selection of a shaman necessitates the spirit's guidance. The elder rubbed his hands together, his smile widening as he gazed at Chen Bei. Now it became clear what his intentions were. Chen Bei finally grasped the meaning of the phrase, to lift a stone only to strike oneself. Previously, the elder had used the spirit's guidance as a shield, and now, when genuine guidance was required, could Chen Bei confess that he had merely been speaking nonsense? Very well, I shall return and communicate earnestly with the totem spirit. With that, Chen Bei fled in disarray, thinking to himself that if he could not awaken the totem spirit, he might have no choice but to select someone randomly from the tribe as a shaman, as everyone believed he could communicate with the spirit. Upon returning to his dwelling, Chen Bei sat on the bed with a furrowed brow, reaching up to touch the horn upon his forehead. After the totem spirit had helped him awaken his powers, it had succumbed to slumber, and now it had remained unresponsive for so long. Could it be roused now? With no other option, Chen Bei steeled himself to give it a try. Great Lord of the Rhinoceros, awaken. He gently tapped the horn while softly calling out, daring to summon the totem spirit so brazenly, a feat likely unique to him. Yet, the horn remained unresponsive, as if he were casting flirtatious glances at an unseeing audience. Perhaps my approach lacked sufficient force? Considering the horn's solidity, he suspected he had not struck hard enough, and the sound had failed to penetrate. Thus, he seized a stone slab and struck it against his forehead several times. Thud, thud, crack. The slab shattered, yet the horn remained entirely unscathed, bearing no mark whatsoever. What was he to do now? Must he truly resort to fabricating another tale and select a random shaman? Chen Bei's face contorted in distress. Certain matters could be glossed over, but selecting a shaman was too grave an issue for deception. A shaman was not merely responsible for conducting rituals. They also possessed invaluable knowledge encompassing heritage, healing, divination, and writing. Essentially, a shaman was the repository of wisdom within the tribe. A shaman who lacked competence would render a tribe ineffectual, creating a vicious cycle. Have you finished your futile knocking? At that moment, a voice resonated in Chen Bei's mind like thunder, sending a shiver down his spine. Great Lord of the Rhinoceros, you have finally awakened. Chen Bei exclaimed joyfully, relieved that the worst outcome had not transpired. Indeed, how could I possibly rest easy when you are resorting to bashing your head with stones? The Rhinoceros Lord expressed his displeasure. Had anyone else dared to treat him with such disrespect, he would have flown into a rage. Yet, since Chen Bei was his chosen one, he could only endure. Speak, what is it? Chen Bei hastily replied, I have established the Mang tribe as per your guidance, and we now number over 100 souls. You have done well. The Rhinoceros Lord's ire somewhat diminished. Chen Bei's abilities were commendable, having swiftly established a tribe of over 100 members. Now, we are to conduct a sacrificial rite to express our gratitude for your blessings. The altar is prepared, and the offerings are ready. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you. Upon hearing of the impending ritual and the offerings, the Rhinoceros Lord's anger dissipated almost entirely. In truth, he had not enjoyed offerings in quite some time. You roused me merely for a sacrificial rite. Indeed, however, We presently face a minor predicament. Our tribe lacks a shaman. Chen Bei's expression soured as he explained, without a shaman, the ceremony cannot proceed. Thus, I beseech you to select a shaman from among our people. The importance of a shaman to a tribe was not lost on the rhinoceros lord, who readily acquiesced. Very well, instruct all the tribe members to gather at the altar. I shall personally select a shaman from among them. I shall depart immediately. Chen Bei promptly exited his wooden abode and sought out the elder, relaying the totem spirit's directive. The totem spirit shall personally select the shaman? Splendid. Our tribe shall finally have a shaman. The elder's spirit soared, his tone more assertive as he called out to the tribe. Everyone, cease your tasks at once and proceed to the altar. The elder's authority was formidable. His proclamation compelled the listeners to abandon their endeavors and hasten towards the altar. In short order, over 100 individuals gathered around the altar, a dense throng buzzing with anticipation and speculation regarding the matter at hand. Chen Bei stood at the forefront and declared loudly, "The totem spirit has just imparted a directive to me, to select one among you to serve as the shaman of the Mang tribe." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement. Would the tribe finally have a shaman? This was truly wonderful. A tribe without a shaman was incomplete. Silence. Listen to the chief. The elder, displeased, rapped his cane upon the ground, swiftly restoring quietude to the assembly. Chen Bei instructed, "Everyone, stand at attention. We shall soon commence the selection of a shaman." Inwardly, he thought, "Great lord of the rhinoceros. The people are assembled. Let us proceed with the selection." In the next moment, the horn upon Chen Bei's forehead began to glow, and a flame surged forth. Soaring into the crowd, the fire swept over each person's head, and none dared to look up directly, feeling as though they were under the gaze of the divine. The overwhelming pressure and excitement quickened their breaths. Ultimately, the flame settled upon a girl of approximately 12 or 13 years, resting above her head. "What is your name?" The rhinoceros lord's voice resonated from the flame, grand and commanding. "My name is Qing Zhu," the girl replied nervously. "Very well, Qing Zhu. I bestow upon you the legacy of the shaman. From this day forth, you shall be the shaman of the Mang tribe." With those words, the flame descended and entered Qing Zhu's body. A force entirely distinct from that of the warrior's totem awakened within Qing Zhu, accompanied by a deluge of vast information flooding her mind, rituals, sorcery, and medical knowledge, all indelibly imprinted in her consciousness. After a considerable period, Qing Zhu reopened her eyes. Her gaze transformed into one of tranquility and serenity. Her entire demeanor underwent a profound metamorphosis, utterly unlike her previous self. Kneeling on both knees, she reverently proclaimed, "I am grateful for the blessings of Lord Shishan." In unison, the others followed suit, kneeling and echoing, "We thank Lord Shishan for his blessings." Subsequently, Qing Zhu rose and addressed the crowd, stating, "In 3 days, the first snow of the year shall descend, and the sacrificial ceremony will commence following its arrival." Chen Bei was taken aback. To predict an event 3 days hence was nothing short of extraordinary. Was this not more outrageous than a weather forecast? Was this the essence of a shaman's power? Indeed, it was shrouded in mystery and strength. The others, however, harbored no such doubts. Whatever the shaman decreed, they would dutifully comply. Within the tribe, a shaman's words, in a sense, represented the directives of the totemic deity, and none dared to question or refute them. Chapter 14. The Sacrifice and Awakening. 3 days later, as Chen Bei was grilling fish indoors, a sudden commotion erupted outside. "It's snowing. It's snowing. The shaman's prophecy has come to fruition." Could it truly be snowing? Chen Bei hastily set aside the grilled fish and flung open the wooden door. Indeed, snowflakes were cascading from the heavens, and the villagers were rejoicing. Prophetic arts? This world was undeniably unique. Chen Bei mused, overwhelmed by the myriad of mysterious forces at play in this realm. Compared to the totemic power utilized solely for battle, the shaman's abilities appeared far more enigmatic. Before long, the newly appointed shaman of the Mang tribe, the girl named Qing Zhu, approached Chen Bei through the swirling snow. Chen Bei, now 14 years of age, found that Qing Zhu, merely 13, seemed to have undergone a monumental transformation. She appeared enveloped in a veil of mist, rendering her inscrutable. Age ceased to be a consideration. Her identity as a shaman alone was sufficient to eclipse her youth. Standing before Chen Bei, Qing Zhu spoke, "Leader, the snow shall cease by evening, and the sacrificial ceremony will commence at dusk. The offerings will be presented by you to the totemic deity. I hope you are prepared." "What must I do?" queried Chen Bei. Qing Zhu's countenance remained serene as she replied, "Follow the guidance of the totemic deity." After a slight bow toward Chen Bei, she turned and walked away, her figure becoming faint amidst the swirling snow. "Follow the guidance of the totemic deity?" Chen Bei muttered quietly, finding her words reminiscent of a charlatan's. He returned indoors. Resuming his fish grilling while his mind swirled with thoughts of what the sacrificial ceremony would entail. As time gradually passed, evening approached, and the snowfall indeed began to wane. Chen Bei was once again astonished by Qingzhu's prophetic abilities. Her predictions were astonishingly accurate. The tribe donned their finest animal skin garments, some adorned with necklaces of animal teeth and horns. When Chen Bei arrived at the altar, the snow surrounding it had been cleared, revealing a broad platform where a massive bonfire blazed brightly. A triangular blue goat, a wild boar, and a bison were bound and arranged around the fire. At the altar's edge, Qingzhu held a wooden bowl in her left hand, filled with a dark red pigment, while her right hand wielded a rudimentary brush made from animal hair. Dipping it into the pigment, she began to paint totemic patterns on the faces of the former totem warriors and a dozen youths. Silence enveloped the gathering. None dared to interrupt the shaman as they watched with bated breath. Qingzhu's hand was steady, her movements fluid, each totemic design flowing forth as if she had performed this ritual countless times before. By the time she completed the markings, darkness had fully descended, and the bonfire roared with renewed vigor, illuminating the surroundings. Setting down the bowl and brush, Qingzhu ascended the altar. The sacrificial ceremony was about to commence. "Leader, come to the altar," she beckoned, and Chen Bei could only ascend the steps to stand beside her. Qingzhu extended her arms toward the fire, her slender form appearing much larger in the flickering light. Softly, she began to chant, her words laden with an esoteric cadence that Chen Bei could not comprehend, leaving him feeling like a fool. Yet, as her chant continued, the flames of the bonfire surged higher, dancing as if in jubilation, as if celebrating. Simultaneously, the totemic power within Chen Bei surged uncontrollably. The totemic patterns on his face, hands, and chest began to manifest, growing increasingly prominent. The chant seemed to possess a mystical force, awakening his latent totemic energy and invigorating his spirit. May the totemic deity descend. Upon concluding her chant, Qingzhu knelt before the fire, welcoming the totemic deity. A thunderous roar resonated from the horn upon Chen Bei's forehead, and to his astonishment, the horn detached itself and soared into the flames. The fire blazed even more fervently, as if in ecstasy. Within the inferno, the horn expanded, transforming into a small mountain of fire, exuding a sacred aura. The entire tribe knelt, save for Chen Bei, who remained standing. "Boy, will you not offer the sacrifice?" The voice of Shishin echoed in Chen Bei's mind, audible only to him. Suddenly inspired, he seized the wild boar from the altar and hurled it into the flames. The massive creature was enveloped by fire, its fierce glow obscuring the spectacle within. When the flames subsided, the wild boar had been reduced to ash. Chen Bei, undeterred, tossed the bison and the triangular blue goat into the flames as well, both meeting the same fiery fate. Excellent offerings. The flames upon the horn blazed even more fiercely, nearly blinding, as the voice of the totemic deity resounded from within. Qingzhu pressed her forehead to the ground, respectfully stating, "We beseech Lord Shishin to bestow totemic power upon us, so our warriors may hunt greater prey and offer more sacrifices in the future." The 6 former warriors adorned with totemic patterns and the 15 youths who had never awakened their totemic powers fervently echoed, "Grant us the totemic power, great Lord Shishin." "As you wish." From the horn, a colossal, flame-wreathed silhouette of a rhinoceros emerged, its nostrils exhaling fire, which transformed into 21 streams of flame, each descending upon those marked with totemic patterns. It was as if their bodies were ignited, their blood boiling with fervor, and soon, totemic patterns blossomed upon their faces, perfectly aligning with the designs Qingzhu had painted. "This is the totemic power. I have reclaimed the totemic power. We thank Lord Shishin for his grace." The former warriors wept tears of joy, having once possessed totemic power only to lose it, now regaining it anew. This exhilaration was beyond expression. For the 15 youths, it was their first encounter with the formidable totemic power, and their excitement was such that they could hardly contain themselves. Their previously vague reverence for the totemic deity had transformed into fervent, tangible devotion. They were filled with joy, but none more so than Chen Bei, who was elated by the emergence of 21 low-level totem warriors within the tribe. From this moment forth, they possessed a certain degree of self-defense capability, alleviating him, as their leader, from the need to involve himself in every single matter. This marked a monumental transformation, signifying that the tribe was poised to gradually ascend towards prosperity. However, during the subsequent ceremony, Chen Bei found himself somewhat distracted, unaware of when it had concluded, as he was entirely absorbed in his aspirations for the future. Chapter 15, Land Clearing. Following the sacrificial rites, Chen Bei began to contemplate what these newly awakened totem warriors could accomplish. Given the heavy snowfall that had blanketed the mountains, hunting was out of the question, and these warriors were not yet equipped to hunt in such wintry conditions. In other tribes, Newly awakened warriors would first undergo training to acclimate to the totemic power coursing within them, learning hunting skills from seasoned warriors. Chen Bei believed training was essential, as was the acquisition of hunting techniques. However, if they could also create some value during their training, it would be even better. Why not have them clear land? This notion took root in Chen Bei's mind, growing uncontrollably. Clearing land would not only serve as a means of physical training, but also generate value for the tribe, a veritable twofold benefit. For ordinary tribespeople, moving about in such heavy snowfall was arduous, let alone breaking through the ice on the ground and digging the earth. Yet the totem warriors possessed ample strength. Even in winter, land clearing would be a relatively simple task. The more Chen Bei pondered this idea, the more feasible it appeared, and he grew increasingly excited, eager to put it into action. As the saying goes, a timely snowfall heralds a bountiful year. If they could turn over the land now, the snow would freeze the roots and insects beneath, loosening the compacted soil, making it more conducive to crop growth in the coming year. This matter required a discussion with the shaman. Chen Bei made his way to the shaman's dwelling. Since being chosen as the shaman, Qingzhu had moved from her small wooden cabin to a central location within the tribe's architectural complex, not far from where Chen Bei resided. As he pushed open the door, the howling wind and snow had ceased, and he strode purposefully towards Qingzhu's abode. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Bei rapped on her door. Come in, came Qingzhu's calm voice, devoid of urgency or discernible emotion, yet instilling a sense of reassurance, perhaps one of the abilities she had acquired since becoming the shaman. Chen Bei entered and was greeted by a faint scent of minerals. It was neither pleasant nor foul, merely a scent one could grow accustomed to. Qingzhu was busy mixing pigments in a large bamboo tube. The pigments consisted of red clay, redstone powder, and various other ingredients, forming a dark crimson hue. Beside her lay a large piece of animal hide adorned with numerous intricate patterns, suggesting she was running low on pigment, prompting her to prepare more. Chief, what brings you here? Qingzhu inquired, setting aside the pigment while her gaze flickered back to the animal hide, clearly indicating her busyness. Indeed, I wish to discuss our plans for land clearing and planting for the tribe's future. Chen Bei articulated his thoughts, encompassing the strategy for farming and animal husbandry, along with the immediate necessity for the totem warriors to clear land. Qingzhu pondered carefully. Although she had never encountered the terms farming and animal husbandry, she grasped Chen Bei's intent. While I may not be well versed in what you speak of, the wisdom I have inherited suggests that these endeavors should indeed be feasible. The larger tribes beyond the mountains also cultivate grains and keep docile beasts. After further contemplation, she added, our tribe has fish to eat, and our grain stores are relatively sufficient. If the chief is resolute, we can certainly give it a try. With the shaman's approval, Chen Bei promptly turned to gather the necessary manpower for land clearing. He was brimming with enthusiasm, eager to act without delay. Qingzhu smiled and soon returned to her task, meticulously applying the pigment to the animal hide, her youthful face radiating diligence. After departing from Qingzhu's wooden cabin, Chen Bei immediately sought out the 21 totem warriors who had awakened, currently sheltering within their cabins for the winter, awaiting the opportunity to hunt in the coming year. Chen Bei could not afford to wait until next year. He must turn over the land promptly, allowing the frost and snow to eliminate the roots and insects below. Preparing for the planting season ahead, the fishing team captain, Lai, was in the midst of preparing fish soup, just as it reached completion, when he was summoned by Chen Bei. Chief, what is the urgency? Lai asked, somewhat bewildered. Traditionally, once winter snow blanketed the tribe, the inhabitants tended to remain indoors, conserving energy and resources. Rest assured, it is of great importance. You shall soon understand. For now, gather all those who have awakened their totemic powers. Leave not a single one behind. Understood, Chief. Although perplexed by Chen Bei's intentions, no one dared defy him in the Mang tribe, as he was the very architect of its foundation. Lai, intimately familiar with the tribe, swiftly knocked on each wooden door, summoning all the totem warriors outside. Among them was Yun, who had previously accompanied Chen Bei on a hunting expedition for sacrifices. He was one of the more formidable awakened totem warriors, having been a totem warrior prior. On their way, Yun inquired, Lai, what does the chief want with us? Lai, feeling frustrated, replied, how should I know? I am not the chief. Yet, it seems quite urgent. My fish soup is ready, and I haven't even had a chance to taste it. The other totem warriors began to murmur amongst themselves, struggling to fathom what Chen Bei could possibly want on such a frigid day. Yet, when they arrived before Chen Bei, silence fell upon them. No one daring to voice a question, all unwilling to leave an impression of disobedience on their leader. Chen Bei, without delay, revealed his purpose once everyone had gathered. The reason I have called you together is singular, to clear land. Yun, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, Chief, what does land clearing entail? These individuals were not shamans. They were unaware that beyond foraging and hunting, cultivation existed. Chen Bei clarified, in simple terms, it involves turning over the soil beneath our feet to plant edible crops, such as wild vegetables and tuberous plants, which will significantly augment our food supply come autumn. Fearing they might not grasp his explanation, he added, it's akin to digging a pond to raise fish. Upon mentioning fish farming, comprehension dawned on them, as they consumed fish daily. Chen Bei further elaborated, land clearing will strengthen your physical prowess, enabling you to master your totemic powers more swiftly and enhance your abilities in trap digging. The prospect of trap digging resonated with the 15 newly awakened youths, who were eager to hunt, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Since it would not only contribute to the tribe's food supply, but also enhance their skills, this was evidently a favorable undertaking. We shall return at once for tools. We will dig as the chief instructs. Indeed, we shall heed the chief's words. Witnessing the totem warriors return to fetch tools with such fervor, Chen Bei felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Voluntary labor greatly differed from coerced effort. Those who worked willingly tended to exert themselves far more than those compelled to do so. Before long, the totem warriors returned, equipped with an assortment of rudimentary tools, some wielding sharpened animal bones, others brandishing stone knives, and some even wielding sharpened wooden sticks. The efficiency of these tools for tilling the soil is rather dismal. With a slight furrow of his brow, Chen Bei realized that to cultivate the land on a large scale, specialized tools were imperative. Otherwise, the effectiveness would be severely compromised. However, given the urgency of the situation, crafting temporary tools was no longer feasible. So he decided to make do for the time being and later seek out someone from the tribe skilled in tool-making to create some dedicated agricultural implements. Leading them outside the tribe, Chen Bei was greeted by a vast expanse of relatively flat land, albeit blanketed in a thick layer of pristine snow. Pointing to the area, he instructed, we shall excavate here. First, we must shatter the ice above, and then we can turn over the soil beneath. He then demonstrated, borrowing a beast bone from Yun, sweeping away the snow to reveal the hard ice layer beneath. With a powerful fist, Chen Bei concentrated the totemic energy in his hand and struck the ice, shattering the half-foot thick layer. Tossing aside the ice fragments, he swiftly began to dig into the earth with the beast bone. The sharpened edge of the bone glimmered in his hands, making the task of excavating the soil as effortless as slicing through tofu. After clearing a small patch, he returned the bone to Yun and asked, does everyone understand? Simply turn over the soil. I do not expect perfection, just the act of turning it will suffice. Understood. The totem warriors were filled with enthusiasm. Such a simple task required little instruction. Let us begin. Following Chen Bei's command, the warriors commenced their work, the rhythmic thuds of fists striking the ice echoing around them. Observing the scene, Chen Bei noticed that several newly awakened youths were struggling, particularly where the ice was thicker, making it challenging to break through with their fists. Do not use your fists, employ large stones instead. Under his guidance, the youths swiftly adapted their approach, and indeed, their efficiency markedly improved. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the tribe, and upon learning of the totem warriors' endeavors, the stronger individuals voluntarily joined in the efforts to clear the land, eager to contribute to the tribe's welfare. In the biting cold of winter, the Mang tribe was remarkably bustling with activity, a curious spectacle amidst the season's chill. Meanwhile, Chen Bei sought out the tribe's stone tool craftsmen, sketching the shapes of hoes and shovels and charcoal on the ground, instructing the craftsmen to produce some tools accordingly. After pondering for a moment, the craftsman replied, the designs are indeed straightforward and can be made. However, considering the strength of the totem warriors, ordinary stone may not withstand their force. We will need to source superior materials. What type of stone do you require? Inform me, and I shall procure it. Chen Bei offered. The craftsman quickly responded, how could I allow the chief to do such a thing? There are plenty of excellent stones on the nearby mountains. We merely need a couple of totem warriors to assist me in retrieving them. Very well, I shall summon 2 totem warriors to accompany you. For safety's sake, Chen Bei assigned Yun and another strong totem warrior to assist the craftsman, ensuring they swiftly collected the stones while safeguarding the craftsman's well-being. Chapter 16. The colorful mountain chicken. In the second month of winter, a stretch of over 10 days passed without snowfall. Outside the Mang tribe, the once barren land had been significantly cleared, and each site of the newly cultivated area filled Chen Bei with immense satisfaction. The agricultural tools had been crafted, including stone hoes, shovels, and even sickles for cutting weeds. Though limited in number, these implements greatly accelerated the process of land reclamation. If this progress continued, by the time spring arrived, the Mang tribe would possess a substantial tract of land for cultivation. Even a crop of wild vegetables would provide ample sustenance for the tribe. However, the totem warriors did not toil in the fields all day. They dedicated their mornings to land clearing. while afternoons were reserved for experienced warriors to instruct the novice totem warriors in the art of hunting. This included skills such as tracking prey, digging traps, setting snares, and capturing animals, as well as survival techniques in the wilderness and how to avoid dangerous beasts. Relying solely on agriculture and livestock would not suffice to meet the tribe's immediate needs. Thus, hunting was an essential skill to acquire. Not only the totem warriors, but all children over the age of 8 in the tribe were encouraged to learn hunting skills, as they represented the future hope of the tribe. Among them, 12-year-old Yu was particularly enthusiastic. With winter nearing its end, he would soon turn 13 and earn the right to be marked with totemic tattoos during the sacrificial ceremony, awakening his totemic power. Therefore, he diligently prepared, following the totem warriors to learn fundamental hunting techniques daily, such as digging traps and setting snares, which he was capable of performing. He even began to apply his newly acquired skills around the tribe's vicinity, attempting to capture small prey. After mastering some hunting techniques, Yu frequently roamed the area, eager to catch a creature to showcase to his peers, proving his prowess over the other children in the tribe. To his surprise, one evening, he actually succeeded in capturing a game. Chief, I have caught something," Yu exclaimed, running towards Chen Bei with his catch in tow. From a distance, Chen Bei could hear his voice. In his stone pot, meat from a beast was simmering, combined with chunks of edible tubers and a sprinkle of herbs Chen Bei had discovered, seasoned with a touch of salt. This constituted his evening meal. Initially, when he first arrived in this world, Chen Bei viewed food merely as a means of survival, dismissing the notion of taste. Now, however, he occasionally experienced the joy of relishing a meal. After covering the pot and reducing the flame, he opened the door. "What have you caught?" Yu approached Chen Bei, proudly lifting a vibrant, large bird. "Look, Chief, a colorful mountain chicken." Upon inspection, Chen Bei found the bird weighed around 5 to 6 pounds. Its plumage a splendid array of 5 colors, resembling a domesticated chicken, with exceptionally long and beautiful tail feathers. "Excellent. Where did you capture it?" "This colorful mountain chicken is quite plump," Chen Bei mused, licking his lips while contemplating various culinary preparations for the bird. "I caught it over in the cleared land using a lasso. A whole flock comes to the newly tilled fields every evening to forage for worms." "A flock, you say? Are you certain?" Chen Bei suddenly pondered whether these colorful mountain chickens could be domesticated. Capturing just 1 or 2 might lead to their demise due to loneliness and fear, a fate he had witnessed many times. However, if he could capture a dozen, they would likely feel less isolated and frightened, facilitating their normal feeding habits, potentially allowing for successful domestication. "Of course I'm certain. I've been observing them for several days," Yu replied proudly. "Very well done, Yu. You have accomplished something significant." Chen Bei patted Yu on the shoulder. "Now, return home and share your first catch with your family, so they know you are capable of hunting." Yu hesitated, saying, "But this colorful mountain chicken was meant for you, Chief. My mother said that if it weren't for you, we would have starved long ago." Chen Bei chuckled lightly, saying, "This is your first prey. It is only right to share it with your family. If you manage to catch more tomorrow, then you may bring them to me." "All right. I will catch more tomorrow, Chief. I will head back now." With the colorful mountain chicken in hand, Yu joyfully ran home, his youthful laughter seemingly dispelling the winter's chill, infusing the entire tribe with newfound vitality. Chen Bei returned to his wooden cabin, lifting the pot lid to be greeted by an enticing aroma of meat. He sampled the broth with his handmade wooden spoon, finding it somewhat bland, so he added a pinch of salt, waited a moment, and then indulged in a hearty feast with his handcrafted chopsticks. As he savored each bite, his thoughts drifted to the colorful pheasant he had spotted earlier. If nurtured properly, the vibrant bird could provide not only tender meat but also eggs. Even if unsuccessful in raising it, consuming it would not be a loss. Chen Bei resolved to consult with experienced hunters the following day about the possibility of capturing the colorful pheasants alive for domestication. The next day, Chen Bei sought out Yun, the most skilled hunter among the totem warriors. "Capture the colorful pheasants? Is the chief yearning for roasted pheasant?" Yun exclaimed, preparing to venture into the mountains with ropes and snares. "Wait, who said I wanted roasted pheasant? I mean to capture them alive, do you understand?" Chen Bei replied, somewhat exasperated, as the tribe's people had never considered domestication, their first instinct being to catch and consume. "Capture them alive? Chief, the sacrificial ceremony has already passed. What purpose would capturing them serve?" Yin looked at Chen Bei with confusion. "Domestication, do you comprehend? We can raise a flock within the tribe and eat them whenever we desire," Chen Bei explained. Yun scratched his head, though he didn't fully grasp the concept of domestication. He felt obliged to follow the chief's orders. "Yes, Chief, I will certainly bring them back alive." Chen Bei didn't expect these hunters to immediately understand the significance of domestication. He believed they would recognize its benefits once the birds were raised. There is no need to venture into the mountains. Yesterday, You informed me that a large flock of colorful pheasants can be found at the edge of the cleared land. They come every evening to feast on insects. You just need to devise a way to capture them. Yes. I will gather people to prepare the snares and ensure we catch these colorful pheasants, Yun hurriedly replied before departing. Since they needed to capture them alive, preparations were crucial. Otherwise, they might end up like Ye, who returned with a dead bird. Chen Bei felt no need to set the traps himself. It was sufficient to convey the command, leaving the execution to the Totem warriors. At last, he felt like a true leader, no longer entangled in every task. Next, he decided to check on the progress of the triangular blue sheep. Chen Bei walked towards the sheep pen, located at the edge of the tribe, managed by 2 elder tribesmen. Upon arriving at the pen's entrance, the 2 men hurriedly greeted him. Greetings, Chief. How are the triangular blue sheep faring? One elder replied. They used to be quite fearful of humans and often attempted to escape, but now they are gradually becoming more accustomed to our presence and no longer require ropes. What are you feeding them? Chen Bei inquired. Previously, we gave them some grass, but now that the grass has withered, we can only provide tree leaves and a bit of water. Occasionally, we gather some uprooted roots from the cleared land. Chen Bei was pleased with their care and said, You have worked hard. The 2 men quickly waved their hands, responding, It's no trouble, Chief. Your provision of food makes this labor worthwhile. Let us take a look. One elder eagerly opened the large gate of the sheep pen. 2 triangular blue sheep were indeed lying in the corner, munching on leaves. Upon seeing Chen Bei, they merely shrank their necks without panicking. Beside them was a wooden trough filled with water. Notably, the triangular blue sheep exhibited a sense of hygiene, as their droppings were confined to another corner, without scattering throughout the pen. Excellent, you have cared for them well. Please close the door. Chen Bei was very satisfied, noticing the dedication of the 2 men in raising the triangular blue sheep. If you need anything, do let me know. I will not neglect you. Thank you, Chief. We will ensure the triangular blue sheep are well cared for. Chen Bei turned to leave, as his presence made the 2 men uneasy, and he did not wish to linger. Chapter 17, Chicken Soup. As night fell, a large group of people rushed to Chen Bei's wooden cabin. Chief, we have caught them. The colorful pheasants. In the moonlight, Chen Bei saw Yun accompanied by over 10 totem warriors, each holding a colorful pheasant, most of which were still alive and flapping their wings. To Chen Bei's astonishment, Ye had indeed managed to catch one as well, carrying a soft, lifeless colorful pheasant. Looking somewhat dejected as he approached. Chief, I apologize, I couldn't catch one alive. This pheasant was ensnared by the neck, and by the time I arrived, it was already dead. Chen Bei smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, You have done remarkably well. We will keep this pheasant for dinner tonight. Ye brightened at this, exclaiming, You truly do not mind? I will help you pluck its feathers. Excitedly, Ye went to prepare the pheasant, as offering one's catch to the chief was considered an honor among the tribe. Chen Bei turned to Yun, asking, How did you manage to bring these colorful pheasants back alive? While capturing 1 or 2 might be understandable, managing to capture a dozen simultaneously was no small feat. Once one was caught, the rest would likely flee in panic, as these creatures were quite alert. Yun chuckled. This was made possible thanks to the fishing team's net. A fishing net? Chen Bei was somewhat astonished. Did they truly create one? Indeed, Chief. Do you not recall? When you instructed the fishing team, you described several tools, and the net was notably difficult to make, hence it was not produced at that time. However, recently, due to the snowfall, the fishing team could not go out to fish, so they racked their brains to figure out how to weave a net, eventually finding a very soft vine to craft it. When I contemplated how to catch the colorful pheasants alive today, I mentioned this to Lai, and coincidentally saw their woven net. With a mindset of trial, I borrowed it. We set up the net in the field beforehand and placed plenty of insects in the middle. Once the colorful pheasants entered, we merely needed to give a gentle pull, and the net would ensnare them. After hearing this, Chen Bei's admiration for the ingenuity of the primitive tribespeople soared. Indeed, throughout any era, clever individuals abound. While they may not possess the extensive knowledge of people from Chen Bei's former life, it did not signify a lack of intelligence. They were exceptionally astute in their areas of expertise. Furthermore, once the fishing net was created, they would be able to fish in the river, yielding remarkable results. Even if the Mang tribe chose not to hunt in the mountains in the future, relying solely on agriculture, animal husbandry, and fishing would still provide them with a bountiful food supply. In this era, the abundance of food directly determined the strength and prosperity of a tribe. Chen Bei's spirits soared. He felt the tribe was thriving more than ever, and he was becoming increasingly accustomed to this life. The vibrant lights and bustling streets of his past life gradually blurred in his memory, as he had fully integrated into the life of the tribe. You have done excellently. First, bind the feet of these colorful pheasants and place them in the wooden cabin. Tomorrow morning, we will build a chicken coop to raise them. A chicken coop? This was yet another new term. But with the precedent of the sheep pen, everyone could infer that a chicken coop would likely be a place for raising colorful pheasants. At present, Yun and the others deftly bound the legs of the two colorful mountain chickens together to ensure they wouldn't escape, and then placed them into an empty wooden hut, assigning a totem warrior to guard them. That night, Chen Bei indeed prepared a stew with one of the colorful mountain chickens. With salt and spices, the flavor of the chicken was delightful. Chen Bei pondered for a moment and decided to send half of it over to Qingzhu. This is the chicken soup I made, still warm. Do try it. Qingzhu set down the beast skin scroll in her hands, her appetite awakened by the fragrant aroma of the soup. Thank you, Chief. Others were always cautious around the witch. Even elders spoke with measured words. Only Chen Bei seemed to lack any reverence for her status, treating her as an equal. Qingzhu cherished this feeling and was careful to maintain it. After all, aside from her title, she was merely a 13-year-old girl who also needed someone to converse with. Lifting the chicken soup, she took a sip, a smile gracing her face as she remarked, "It's fragrant and sweet. The chief's cooking is always superior." Chen Bei chuckled. Our tribe isn't particularly lacking in food at the moment. Since we can eat our fill, we should seek to enjoy it a bit more. Otherwise, how can we do justice to ourselves? He reiterated the plan for building a chicken coop to Qingzhu, emphasizing the promising future of raising colorful mountain chickens, like having access to chicken meat and eggs whenever desired, and the feed wouldn't need to be overly refined, once tamed. They could even forage freely in the mountains. Listening intently, Qingzhu replied, "Raising colorful mountain chickens seems feasible. If the chief believes it can be done, then let us proceed. I support you." Chen Bei nodded in satisfaction. In the tribe, if the witch disagreed with something, even Chen Bei, being a strong leader, would find himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Qingzhu had always been supportive of him, which made their interactions comfortable. He often brought her gifts. They conversed extensively about the tribe's future development and Chen Bei's various whimsical ideas before he finally returned to his wooden hut to sleep. That night, Chen Bei dreamt of colorful mountain chickens scurrying about the Mang tribe, triangular blue goats grazing on the hillside, fat pigs grunting in their pens, and robust wild bulls plowing the fields. The next morning, Chen Bei awoke feeling refreshed. It had not snowed again, which was a stroke of luck, as it provided the perfect opportunity to construct the chicken coop. "Chief, the wood is all prepared." Yin had already brought back a substantial amount of timber from the forest with the totem warriors, awaiting Chen Bei's guidance on the construction. "Good. Carry the wood over to the sheep pen. We will build the coop there." Chen Bei was quite pleased with Yun's capabilities and, given his strong abilities, planned to leave the position of hunting team leader to him, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Considering the unpleasant odor of chicken droppings, Chen Bei chose to position the chicken coop beside the sheep pen, at the edge of the tribe's territory. A group of them carried the timber along with ample vines for binding and stone hoes for digging, arriving at the vacant area next to the sheep pen. As the colorful mountain chickens had yet to be tamed, the coop needed to be fully enclosed, with only a few slits on the sides for light to filter in. While guiding the construction, Chen Bei also took up a stone hoe himself. He didn't want the tribespeople to perceive him as merely a figurehead, and he felt it necessary to contribute physically. Wooden stakes were driven into the ground, and even the roof was constructed with logs arranged side by side, forming a robust sloped structure. The coop was entirely enclosed, save for some 2-finger-width gaps for light and a wooden door. Building the coop took the better part of the day, but eventually, it was completed. All the colorful mountain chickens were bound by one leg, to be released once they were fully grown, lest they escape. Yes, Chief. The tribe members were in awe of their leader, for he possessed an abundance of knowledge. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Finally, all the colorful mountain chickens, each with one leg bound, were placed inside the coop, which would be their new home from that day forward. Chen Bei looked at the flapping chickens with a satisfied nod, feeling one step closer to achieving his goal. Chapter 18, The Last Chill of Winter. In the 4th month of winter, the weather grew even colder. The great river in front of the Mang tribe had frozen at the edges. Under such conditions, aside from the totem warriors, the rest of the tribe seldom ventured outside, preferring to huddle in their wooden homes by the fire. Yet, the fishing team could not afford to rest, as they were tasked with regularly catching fish from the pond to feed everyone. Bang! Lai, clad in thick beast skins, hoisted a hefty stone weighing over 100 pounds and hurled it onto the frozen pond, the impact creating a dull thud as it struck the ice. The pond was not particularly deep, and 2/3 of its surface was covered by a thick layer of ice, leaving only the central, deeper section with liquid water, where the fish huddled closely, nearly burying themselves in the mud. This one do, the ice is too thick to break. The ice layer was nearly 2 feet thick. The entire pond had congealed into a single slab, and even a stone weighing over 100 pounds only left a few marks where it struck. But the ice remained intact, The ordinary members of the fishing team rubbed their hands together for warmth, while only the totem warriors could endure the cold to an extent. The weather was simply too frigid, and continuing in this manner was not feasible. Lai furrowed his brow, realizing that no one had anticipated the ice to be so thick, resembling a stone wall, making it exceedingly difficult to break. After much deliberation, he finally suggested, "I will go fetch the chief. He is full of ideas and will surely have a solution." Lai was reluctant to trouble Chen Bei, as it felt like admitting his own inadequacy in being unable to break the ice. He hurried off to summon Chen Bei. Upon Chen Bei's arrival at the pond, he indeed found the ice layer exceedingly thick, resembling a solid stone wall, with snow continuing to fall from the sky. "Let me give it a try." Chen Bei lifted the large stone, directing its sharp edge downward, channeling the totemic energy within him, his presence growing formidable. Bang! The stone struck the ice surface, sending tremors through the entire pond, creating a large dent in the ice and scattering shards everywhere. "The chief is magnificent." The fishing team erupted in cheers, for such a commotion could only be created by their leader. However, when Chen Bei shifted the stone to inspect the impact, he discovered that the area struck had not shattered, it merely bore a few cracks. The fishing team fell silent, awkwardly ceasing their cheers. Even the chief couldn't break it? In truth, while chiseling away at the ice with sharp stones would eventually yield results, it would require an immense amount of time, and under such cold conditions, it was incredibly arduous. "This won't work, we can't rely on brute force." Chen Bei was not overly disappointed, for he understood that when the ice solidified as a whole, the force of a stone would be dispersed across the entire layer, making it hard to achieve any effect. After contemplating for a while, he initially considered pouring hot water. But given the tribe's limited stone pots and the frigid temperatures, the amount of hot water needed to melt the ice would be prohibitive. Chen Bei stared at the ice for a long time, then glanced at the stone, before a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. "At last, we shall employ heated stones." Once the stones are ignited, they accumulate an immense amount of heat, reaching temperatures of 700 to 800 degrees. By igniting a substantial pile of stones and casting them into the pit we have created, we should be able to successfully melt a hole through the ice layer. "Gather firewood and stones to kindle a fire here." With a commanding voice, Chen Bei set the fishing team into motion. Though they were uncertain of Chen Bei's intentions, the prospect of warming themselves by a fire was indeed appealing. The tribe was not lacking in firewood, as they were surrounded by forests and had stored ample dry wood before the snowfall. Soon, substantial heaps of firewood and many stones were transported. Chen Bei meticulously arranged the stones upon the ice layer and covered them with a thick layer of branches and leaves to prevent the melting water from dousing the fire. Finally, he heaped a great quantity of firewood atop the stones, retrieved an ember from a nearby wooden hut, created a small cavity within the pile, and placed the ember inside, igniting the dry wood. The fire initially emitted smoke, but soon, fueled by the wind, it blazed fiercely. The crowd gathered around the fire, warming themselves while patiently waiting. As the flames burned, the stones beneath gradually heated up, causing the ice layer to begin melting. The water produced was isolated by the stones, preventing the fire from extinguishing. The ice melted little by little, accelerating until the stones began to sink. With a hiss, at last, a small section of the ice layer melted away, and the water began to engulf the stones, extinguishing the now sunken fire. With a resounding crack, the thin ice layer, unable to bear the weight of the stones, shattered, causing them to plummet below. The fish below, panicking, found themselves in a cramped position, unable to escape due to their density. A few even leaped, floundering upon the ice surface. Success! The crowd erupted in cheers, their admiration for Chen Bei deepening. Observing that the fishing team was attempting to catch fish with their bare hands, Chen Bei jested. "It would be much swifter to fetch a wicker basket than to use your hands. How many fish can you catch this way? Are you not cold?" He playfully kicked one of the team members and urged, "Did you not hear the leader? Hurry." The man, unperturbed, laughed as he rushed back to retrieve tools for fishing. Liao caught the largest fish and presented it to Chen Bei, who graciously accepted it, skewering the fish through its gills with a stick and carrying it back. Spring must be approaching. Chen Bei kept a mental tally of the days, calculating that winter was nearing its end. It was already the 4th month of winter, and after this extreme cold, spring would soon arrive. However, the harsh winter had yet to conclude, and the snowfall intensified in these final moments. Unlike the Mang tribe, other tribes in the mountains faced a grueling winter. The Haish tribe, located several dozen miles from the Mang tribe, was one such community. Prior to winter, Chen Bei had encountered a hunting team from the Haish tribe while searching for salt. Now, the Haish tribe was in a crisis of food scarcity. The shaman lamented, "Our food supplies are dangerously low. 2 tribe members perished from starvation yesterday, and 3 succumbed to the cold. If this continues, we may lose even more." The leader of the Haish tribe stood before the shaman, his face etched with worry. The Heish tribe, boasting a population of 500 to 600, was relatively powerful among smaller tribes. A larger population necessitated more sustenance, and their failure to stockpile enough food before winter had left them vulnerable to hunger and freezing. The shaman, an elderly and emaciated man adorned with intricate black totem tattoos, appeared quite foreboding. He advised, "We must endure a little longer. Winter will soon pass. Once the ice and snow melt, we will surely find food." The leader hesitated, but many will starve during this time. The shaman remained silent for a moment before responding. "Their souls shall return to the embrace of the serpent god, and their bodies will sustain those who remain." The leader's countenance darkened further at the shaman's words. The shaman did not reply, but his stance was clear. "I understand." The leader departed the shaman's dwelling, burdened by the weight of his responsibilities. He would not hesitate to employ ruthless measures against other tribes, but when it came to his own people, it was altogether different. Chapter 19, Division of Labor in the Tribe. Time flew by, and a month passed in a blur. The warm sunlight bathed the land, and the biting northern winds vanished overnight, replaced by a gentle spring breeze. Drip, drip. The snow atop the roofs finally melted, as droplets cascaded down. Within the Mang tribe, most wooden huts began to leak. The elder settled on a tree stump at the entrance, joyfully observing the melting snow. Unfazed by the leaks in the huts. Winter has finally passed. No one has starved, nor has anyone frozen to death. It cannot get any better than this. Previously, during winter, several tribe members would often perish from freezing or hunger. Winter was a nightmare for most tribes. Yet, under Chen Bei's leadership, this newly established tribe, barely a year old, had managed to weather the winter unscathed, ensuring that everyone had food, shelter, and clothing. If one had not witnessed it personally, they would scarcely believe it. Chen Bei's own hut also leaked, so he sat outside, basking in the sun alongside the elder. Merely surviving, without starvation or freezing, is just the bare minimum. We must not only survive, but thrive. I will ensure that every member of the tribe has enough food, ample reserves, clothing that is not only warm but also aesthetically pleasing, and homes that do not leak or let in the wind. When they step outside, they can proudly declare, "I am from the Mang tribe." At this moment, Chen Bei radiated the vigor and ambition of youth. He genuinely believed in his vision and intended to realize it, confident in his ability to achieve it. The elder, hearing Chen Bei's words, felt a rush of urgency in his breath and trembled as he asked, "Leader, will that day truly come?" "Of course, it will come," Chen Bei affirmed. Good, good, good." The elder repeated the word thrice, then added, "Then I must live well to witness the day our Mang tribe becomes powerful." The elder and the youth sat at the entrance, basking in the sun, their eyes filled with hope for the future. After a while, Yun and Liao approached. They first greeted the elder and then conveyed their intentions to Chen Bei. Yun began, "Leader, with the snow melting, I wish to take the totem warriors hunting in a few days to supplement our tribe's meat supply." Liao quickly added, "Our fishing team should also set out. The fish in the pond have been nearly depleted, and if we do not fish soon, there will be no fish left to eat." Chen Bei did not immediately acquiesce. He felt it was essential to take this opportunity to clarify the division of labor within the tribe, lest chaos ensue and nothing be accomplished. "Very well. Gather everyone at the altar. I have an announcement to make." "Understood. We will go at once." Yun and Liao were eager to get started, impatient to embark on their hunting and fishing endeavors. Before long, the entire tribe had assembled at the altar, including the shaman. As Chen Bei observed that everyone had gathered, he dispensed with any superfluous chatter and directly articulated his intentions. "Esteemed clan members," he declared, "the protracted winter has finally receded, and our tribe now boasts totem warriors. Therefore, I shall delineate each person's responsibilities with utmost clarity, ensuring that everyone comprehends their specific roles. Those who excel shall be rewarded by the tribe, while those who perform poorly or exhibit negligence will face penalties. There shall be no exceptions. A well-defined division of labor significantly enhances efficiency." And Chen Bei was acutely aware of this, hence his stern demeanor. Standing beside Chen Bei, Qing Zhu remained silent, yet her presence alone signified her stance. The elder, however, was exceedingly intrigued by Chen Bei's proposed system of rewards and punishments. While the tribe had previously acknowledged and rewarded brave warriors while chastising the timid, it had never been articulated with such precision, addressing each individual and their respective tasks. Chen Bei continued, "I have categorized the tribe's activities into 5 distinct teams: the hunting team, the fishing team, the gathering team, the planting team, and the breeding team. I propose that Yun lead the hunting team. Should anyone contest this decision, they may challenge him to prove their superiority." Both Qing Zhu and the elder nodded slightly, indicating their agreement. Yun stood confidently at the forefront, wearing a smile that exuded assurance. This position was rightfully his, and he held no fear of rivals, save for the chief. The witch and the elder concurred, leaving little room for dissent among the tribespeople. Moreover, Yun's hunting prowess was indeed superior to that of his peers. The fishing team shall be led by Lai, with any dissenters permitted to challenge him as well. Lai stood tall, surveying the surroundings, and again, no one opposed him. The gathering team shall be headed by Bai Chao. A robust woman in her 30s stepped forward, clad in animal hides. She was the sole female totem warrior in the tribe, making her the perfect leader of the gathering team comprised of women and children. The planting team will be led by Yin, a sturdy middle-aged man whose strength, though lacking the totemic power, was nonetheless formidable. Most importantly, he had been present from the onset of land cultivation, contributing as much as any totem warrior. The breeding team shall be overseen by Lao Lu, one of the two elders responsible for raising the triangular blue sheep. He was younger than his counterpart and had invested significant effort in their care. After outlining these roles, Chen Bei paused momentarily to allow everyone to internalize the names of their leaders. He then continued, the hunting and fishing teams will each be assigned 9 totem warriors, whom you may select yourselves. The remaining 2 totem warriors will accompany the gathering team to ensure their safety. As soon as Chen Bei finished speaking, Lai interjected, Chief, our fishing team does not face such peril. We require fewer totem warriors. Let us allocate more to the hunting team. Chen Bei replied, what if I require you to fish in the river? Surely, you are aware of the dangers that lurk within. Previously, the fishing team had been confined to the stream, nearly depleting its fish. To procure more, they must venture into the river. However, the lurking aquatic beasts therein are as formidable as those in the mountains, and any misstep could lead to calamity. Lai fell silent, for the tribe's people harbored an enduring fear of the river, its mysteries too numerous for their understanding. Chen Bei concluded, this matter is settled. Now, let us proceed with the distribution of personnel. Women aged 13 and above shall fall under the gathering team. Men of the same age shall belong to the planting team, while all children under 13 will be assigned to the breeding team. Is everyone clear? For now, Chen Bei could only adopt this straightforward and somewhat crude method of assigning tasks, with the intention of refining the distribution as circumstances evolved. We shall heed the chief's directive. Indeed, we shall do as the chief commands. The assembly unanimously accepted Chen Bei's authority, and no further objections arose. Very well, upon your return, make your preparations. In 3 days, the hunting and fishing teams shall embark, while the rest of you tend to your duties. You are all dismissed. With a wave of his hand, the crowd began to disperse in small groups. Qing Zhu remained quiet, scrutinizing Chen Bei, realizing he was indeed markedly different from most of the tribe. Is there something on my face? Chen Bei turned and smiled. No, I shall take my leave, she stammered. A hint of fluster evident for the first time since becoming a witch, feeling embarrassed for her reaction. Witches ought not to exhibit such discomposure. Elder, let us also return, Chen Bei suggested as he walked alongside the elder, both in good spirits. Chapter 20, Fishing and Hunting. 3 days later, as the ice and snow had nearly melted away, the hunting team of the Mang tribe set forth on their inaugural hunt. Chen Bei, feeling uneasy, decided to accompany them. Before departing, the witch was to inscribe totem patterns on the faces of the key members of the hunting team. It was said that such markings would grant them the protection of the totem spirits during their endeavor. Qing Zhu held a wooden bowl filled with pigments in her left hand, while her right wielded a fur brush as she meticulously painted the totem patterns on Chen Bei's face. As she worked, she recited an obscure incantation, seemingly an ancient blessing. Her hand was steady, not wavering for a moment, completing the task seamlessly. Once finished, Qing Zhu hesitated briefly before softly saying, I divined last night that you may encounter peril on this hunt. Please exercise caution. Rest assured, I shall be vigilant, Chen Bei assured her. Qing Zhu nodded slightly and turned to paint the totem patterns on Yun's face. Having already conveyed the outcome of her divination to Chen Bei, there was little more she could do. The other members of the hunting team were not privileged enough to receive the witch's direct blessings. Typically, their patterns would be prepared in advance by older family members. After painting Yun's face, Qing Zhu intoned, May the totem spirits bless you all and ensure your safe return. With his hunting gear strapped to his back, Chen Bei called out, Let us depart. The hunting team of 10 shouldered their equipment and turned towards the forest, feeling a mix of tension and excitement, yet devoid of fear, for they believed that through the witch's blessing, they would assuredly return unscathed. This was the power of faith. Being totem warriors, the hunting team traversed the terrain with remarkable speed, swiftly vanishing into the vast expanse of the forest. After placing down the wooden bowl, Qing Zhu retrieved a fractured animal bone from her leather pouch, bearing the marks of fire. This bone was used for divination, employing an ancient method that involved chanting incantations while burning the bone. By observing the patterns of cracks that formed, one could glean the outcome. Whether this impending disaster could be averted would depend on the chief's choices. Qing Zhu sighed softly as she stored the turtle shell, grasped the wooden bowl, and began her journey back. Meanwhile, Lai led the fishing team to the riverbank, laden with an abundance of fishing gear. Accompanying them was Elder Mu. For the river harbored numerous concealed dangers. Thus, Chen Bei had summoned the elder to oversee matters and prevent any reckless actions. "Elder, please take a seat," Lai offered, finding a smooth log along the riverbank for the elder to rest upon. Aware that the elder's age and lack of totemic power would make standing for prolonged periods a strain, the elder settled down and remarked to Lai, "The chief has decreed that until we become familiar with this river, no one is permitted to enter the water. Fishing must be conducted solely from the shore using tools. The reason I, an old soul, have been tasked with overseeing you is due to the concern that the newly awakened totem warriors, emboldened by their newfound totemic powers, might act recklessly and find themselves in peril." Fierce and unwavering, Lai vowed, "Elders, rest assured, should anyone dare to misbehave, I shall administer a sound thrashing and let them go hungry until they learn their lesson." The elder, satisfied, nodded and replied, "You may attend to your duties. This marks our tribe's first fishing expedition of the year, and with new totem warriors among us, vigilance is paramount." Thus, Lai began directing the fishing team. Constrained by the inability to venture into the water, they resorted to digging for worms and capturing insects as bait. They had yet to master the skills of fishing nets or baskets, necessitating a series of attempts at a suitable spot. Meanwhile, the hunting team, upon entering the forest, found the newly awakened totem warriors particularly exhilarated, nearly bursting with excitement as they ran and shouted joyfully. It was only after Yin shot them a few stern glares that they reined in their exuberance and fell in line behind the seasoned warriors. On this outing, Chen Bei's objective extended beyond mere hunting. The tribe's salt supply was dwindling, necessitating a trek to the salt flats to gather salt earth for boiling. As they advanced, they managed to hunt only a few small game, ensuring everyone was satiated before continuing their journey. This left the new totem warriors feeling somewhat disheartened, for they had spotted potential prey on several occasions, but were forced to keep moving instead of pursuing it. "Captain, where are we headed, and why aren't we hunting?" One new totem warrior could no longer contain his curiosity and questioned Yun. Yun, equally perplexed, did not dare to inquire further, opting instead to follow Chen Bei in silence. "Silence. We follow the leader's path. Should you continue to question, you may find yourself left behind next time," Yun admonished. The chastised warrior shrank back, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Yet he held his tongue. Their journey persisted from dawn until dusk, ultimately leading them to the salt flats. Upon witnessing the expanse of white salt earth, Chen Bei's excitement was palpable. This was indeed salt. Adjacent to the salt flats were several rocky hills, sparsely vegetated. Yet the bases of these hills were riddled with numerous depressions and caves. "We shall camp here for the night. Yun, take 2 individuals to gather firewood, while the rest accompany me to hunt for our evening meal." Understood. Yun selected 2 new totem warriors for the task, though they were visibly reluctant, having trekked all day only to be assigned the chore of firewood collection instead of hunting. Nevertheless, their discontent remained unspoken, for they were not the leaders. The sparse vegetation around the salt flats yielded little game unless they chanced upon salt-seeking mammals. Chen Bei guided the totem warriors to a more densely populated area of foliage, where they fanned out in a search for prey. Tread lightly, breathe softly, and remain observant. Use your ears to detect the unusual sounds of wildlife. Prey often emits distinctive noises, Yun instructed softly as they progressed. "Squat down." Chen Bei abruptly halted, gesturing for everyone to crouch. Yun and the others peered ahead to see a mammal grazing. It was adorned with reddish-brown fur, sporting a pair of short horns and 4 diminutive hooves, resembling a deer yet distinctly different. "It is a red muntjac. Tonight's dinner is secured," Yun remarked, licking his lips as he drew forth his short spear. "Surround it quietly, and be cautious not to let it escape." With a wave of his hand, the trained totem warriors dispersed stealthily in a fan formation to encircle the red muntjac. Once in position, Chen Bei rose and hurled his spear. Whoosh! The spear whistled through the air towards the red muntjac, which, startled, leaped several feet into the air, narrowly evading the projectile. However, before it could land, multiple spears were already hurtling towards it, leaving no room for evasion. Moments later, Yun was dragging the approximately 60 to 70-pound red muntjac back to the campsite, and the totem warriors were abuzz with excitement, having participated in their inaugural hunt, albeit for a smaller creature. The fire pit was already ablaze within the cave, and Yun skillfully skinned the red muntjac, removing its entrails. The edible heart, liver, and kidneys were skewered on a stick for roasting, while the entire carcass was impaled on a larger stick and placed over the fire. Before long, the enticing aroma of cooking meat wafted through the air. stirring the hunger of the group as they eagerly awaited the meal's completion. "Leader, you should eat first." Yun respectfully offered the roasted heart, liver, and kidneys to Chen Bei, a privilege reserved for the chief. Chen Bei accepted without hesitation, taking a bite. Lacking salt, perhaps having grown accustomed to salted food during the winter, the absence of salt rendered the meat somewhat unpalatable. Despite the proximity of the salt flats, Chen Bei dared not sprinkle the meat with salt. Thus, he resolved to endure the blandness until their return to the tribe for a more satisfying meal. Chapter 21. Weakness is the original sin. Thud, thud, thud. In the dead of night, a series of muffled footsteps echoed across the salt flats, causing the ground to tremble slightly. What could it be? The sentinels of the hunting team quickly sensed the anomaly and roused everyone. Chen Bei sprang upright, grasping the nearby spear, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. "Leader, it's too dark to see. Can you discern what it is?" Yun and the others gathered around the fire, straining their eyes to glimpse the distant figure. But the absence of moonlight rendered the shadows indistinct. As a mid-level totem warrior, Chen Bei's enhanced senses afforded him some night vision. He focused intently, spotting massive dark shapes on the salt flats, presumably large mammals drawn to the salt. It appears to be wild boars. How peculiar, they seem larger than usual, even exceeding the size of bison. Adult bison typically weigh over 1,000 pounds, making them substantial prey, yet Chen Bei noted that these wild boars appeared even larger. Yin exclaimed excitedly, "Leader, they must be giant wild boars." Chen Bei pondered for a moment, recalling having heard of them but never having seen one firsthand. Giant wild boars are among the forest's fierce predators, and most hunting teams avoid them due to their size and formidable attack power. A small misstep could result in death. It is said that if a wild boar king emerges from their ranks, even the ferocious bear would think twice before engaging. Yun, visibly anxious, asked, "Will they come this way? If the giant wild boar herd approaches us, we shall have no choice but to flee." Chen Bei shook his head, stating, "They do not seem inclined to head in our direction." A newly awakened warrior chimed in, "Leader, my grandfather once told me that the tusks of giant wild boars are a hunter-esque glory. If we could hunt one, we would not need to seek other game." Chen Bei stroked his chin and replied, "A herd of giant wild boars is not to be trifled with. However, if one were to stray from the group, it might be worth a try." Yin shot a disapproving glare at the new warrior, wondering why he would speak such foolishness. Was it truly so simple to hunt a giant wild boar? The leader is so young. What if in a moment of rashness he decides to venture forth and hunt the colossal wild boars? Should something go awry, who would bear the responsibility? The new warrior shrank back, bowing his head, too intimidated to utter another word. The giant wild boars did not linger long in the salt flats. Having replenished their salt intake, they swiftly vanished. The hunting party collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, and apart from those who took turns keeping watch, the others returned to their slumber. On the following day, as dawn's light began to break, members of the hunting party gradually awakened. Fill the beast hide bags with the white earth from the ground. Each person should fill one bag to carry back. "We must strive to return to the tribe before nightfall," commanded Chen Bei, instructing all members of the hunting party to gather the salt earth. Though he refrained from disclosing its true nature, the matter of salt remained a closely guarded secret, and Chen Bei had no intention of revealing it anytime soon to avoid unnecessary complications. Chen Bei himself clutched a large beast hide bag, typically crafted from the complete skin of a hunted creature, simply binding the bottom and legs to create a functional vessel. Once he filled the beast hide bag, he secured it with 2 ropes made from hide, fashioning it into a backpack that he carried on his back. This method was far more manageable than simply hoisting it. Freeing his hands and conserving energy, others followed suit, employing 2 ropes to secure their filled beast hide bags as well. After one totem warrior had secured his load, he timidly inquired, "Leader, why must we carry this white earth back?" This time, Chen Bei did not indulge him. He replied curtly, "This is for the shaman. Would you care to ask the shaman yourself?" Upon hearing Chen Bei's words, no one dared to speak further. Who would be bold enough to question the shaman's requisites? "Let us return. If we encounter prey along the way, we shall hunt. If not, we shall save the hunt for next time." Aware that animals are highly sensitive to the scent of salt earth, Chen Bei was determined to avoid spending the night in the forests. Fearing an encounter with a ferocious beast in dire need of salt could lead to disaster. The hunting party hastened back, and along the journey, they did come across several large game, which Chen Bei swiftly dispatched before continuing toward the tribe. Despite his efforts to sidestep trouble, an unexpected incident occurred around midday. They had entered a thicket after successfully hunting 2 triangular blue sheep, preparing to carry them back. At this moment, nearly everyone bore some prey. Thus it seemed they were returning with a bountiful haul. However, just as they were about to proceed, 100 individuals suddenly emerged from the woods, surrounding them. A wave of tension washed over Chen Bei, Was this the danger that Qingzhu had mentioned? He noticed the totem patterns on the faces of these individuals were somewhat familiar, resembling entwined black serpents. It dawned on him. These were the hunters he had previously encountered, whom he had managed to avoid, but fate had brought them together once more. Which tribe do you belong to? A mid-level totem warrior stepped forward from the opposing hunting party, flanked by two formidable companions. Most strikingly, each of the three bore a living serpent coiling around them. The serpent's head flicking its tongue, coldly scrutinizing Chen Bei and his companions. Mang tribe, Chen Bei stated, revealing both his tribe and his name. Mang tribe? Never heard of it, the leader replied. I am Duying, captain of the Black Serpent tribe's hunting party, and I hereby declare that your prey belongs to us. Duying regarded the small group with disdain. In the wilderness, it was common to seize prey and, if necessary, kill. Should they choose to resist, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. However, Duying was also aware that conflict would result in casualties for both sides, something he wished to avoid, particularly since the Black Serpent tribe had suffered significant losses in the winter. Black Serpent tribe. Chen Bei noted the palpable hatred igniting in the eyes of Yun and the others at the mere mention of those words, their teeth gritted in fury, itching for immediate confrontation. Indeed, from the moment they were encircled and recognized the totem patterns of their adversaries, Yun and his companions exhibited a disquieting intensity. What is going on? Chen Bei whispered to Yun, feeling that their response to mere theft of prey seemed disproportionate. It was them who annihilated the turtle tribe. Had it not been for the shaman's foresight that urged us to flee, we would all be dead by now. Yun's grip on his short spear tightened, the totemic energy surging within him. Had he not retained a sliver of rationality, he would have charged forward without hesitation. Calm down. Charging ahead will only lead to your demise. Chen Bei pressed down on his hand, casting a stern glance at the others behind him, urging them to maintain their composure. Endure for now. I vow that once our tribe grows stronger, I shall ensure your vengeance is fulfilled. He forcefully restrained Yun's hand while sternly warning the totem warriors behind him to remain still. Duying stood at a distance, unable to discern their hushed conversation, thus harboring no suspicion. After all, anyone whose prey was stolen would likely react with desperation. Duying scoffed, what is this? You wish to fight? Just a few of you? Hand over your prey without a fuss, or we shall take matters into our own hands. Chen Bei inhaled deeply and declared, place the prey on the ground. He was the first to set his catch down. Yet, Yun and the others remained motionless, unwilling to surrender their spoils to their enemies. Are you disregarding the leader's words? Prey can be hunted again, but lives lost cannot be reclaimed for vengeance. At last, Chen Bei's words struck a chord with Yun, who, albeit reluctantly, placed his prey upon the ground. Following suit, the rest of the group laid down their catches as well. Chen Bei addressed Duying, we shall relinquish our prey. May we depart now? Duying, however, directed his gaze toward the beast hide bags on their backs. What do you carry in those? Set them down as well. Calmly. Chen Bei complied, not fearing recognition of the salt earth, for few were aware of its nature, and even fewer knew how to extract salt from it. He lowered the beast hide bag, opened it, and extracted a handful of salt earth, stating, this is white earth, which we are taking back to construct an altar. It is not prey and holds no value for you. Many tribes, especially the smaller ones, still opted to use earth for altar construction, selecting various colors of soil. Thus, Chen Bei's explanation was plausible. Duying casually pointed to a mid-level totem warrior, instructing him, go take a look. The warrior approached, examining the contents carefully, even reaching in to rummage through the beast hide bag, confirming the absence of prey. He then inspected the other warriors' bags before returning to Duying's side. Indeed, there is no prey. Duying was solely interested in the game, and upon confirming it was merely earth, he deemed there was no reason to linger. Take your earth and leave the prey. Be gone. He waved his hand, signaling for his team to take possession of their spoils. Chen Bei shouldered the beast hide bag once more, forcibly guiding Yun and the others away. As they departed, the Black Serpent tribe's hunting party exchanged scornful glances behind them. A bunch of cowards, allowing us to collect so much prey without a fight. Mang tribe? Never heard of it. Just a handful of them dared to enter the mountains. Truly, they know not the peril they court. I hope they come again. The more they come, the more we can seize. The cacophony of voices behind him was jarring, the hunting team of the Mang tribe nearly bursting with frustration. Yet, Chen Bei did not falter in his stride, for he understood that the weak are destined to be preyed upon. In the wilderness, weakness is a sin. Those who cannot defend themselves are simply subject to the whims of the stronger. As dusk approached, they finally returned to the tribe. Despite having acquired a few more game during their journey, their expressions remained grim, simmering with unexpressed ire. Chapter 22, Venting Frustration. Why the long faces? No one was injured. So could it be the meager catch that dampened their spirits? Upon the return of the hunting team, the tribesfolk began to murmur anxiously, for the countenance of the hunters was decidedly bleak. At that moment, the fishing team had also returned. The elder, leaning on his staff, approached Yun and inquired, "What transpired?" Yun clenched his fists, teeth gritted, and replied, "Our prey was stolen by the Black Snake tribe." The mere mention of the Black Snake tribe sent ripples of alarm through the crowd, for it was this very tribe that had annihilated their previous clan. Had it not been for their fortuitous encounter with Chen Bei, they might have perished long ago. One of the hunting team members recounted the entire ordeal, igniting a firestorm of outrage among the onlookers. This was nothing short of a grievous humiliation. After a moment of silence, the elder remarked, "The chief acted wisely. When one's strength is inferior, it is prudent to endure, otherwise, none of you would have returned alive. Only by surviving can you seek vengeance." He placed a reassuring hand on Yun's shoulder and added, "Rest well. In due course, our tribe will grow powerful enough to exact retribution." Chen Bei remained silent, keenly observing the sentiments of the crowd. Suddenly, he realized that this matter could not simply be overlooked nor postponed for years. For the pent-up hatred among the people was too intense. If not vented, it could lead to chaos. How could he allow them to release their frustrations without provoking the Black Snake tribe into retaliation? As he pondered this while returning to his wooden abode, no solution emerged. The disparity between the two tribes was too great. Any conflict could obliterate the modest fortunes the Mang tribe had just begun to amass. It was truly a conundrum. Setting down the leather pouch filled with salt earth, Chen Bei noted that the other hunters had placed their pouches by Qingzhu's side, as he had previously mentioned that those items were for the shaman. Qingzhu understood the purpose of the salt earth, for she was indeed the shaman, and Chen Bei felt no need to conceal the truth from her. After much contemplation, he concluded that seeking trouble with the Black Snake tribe would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Ultimately, he decided to put the matter aside and, after a modest dinner, succumbed to slumber. The past 2 days had been taxing. He had been bustling about with the hunting team and engaging in the arduous task of hunting. That night, Chen Bei dreamed once more, but this time, the totem god graced his dream. "Young one, why not employ cunning if brute strength eludes you? They have robbed you of your prey, yet you can stealthily reclaim theirs. This way, you avoid confrontation while allowing your tribe to vent their ire." A perfect resolution. With the dawn, Chen Bei rose from his bed, the words of the totem god echoing in his mind. "They take, I shall steal," a fair exchange, leaving none to gain the upper hand. Resolute in his decision, he promptly arose and sought out Qingzhu, for he wished for her to divine once more, especially after her astute predictions from the past few days. Qingzhu, an early riser, was already engaged in her tasks when Chen Bei arrived. He shared his thoughts with her, emphasizing that this was the directive given by the totem god the previous night. Qingzhu saw no fault in the totem god's suggestion. In their tribe, practicality often overshadowed notions of righteousness, and if it proved useful, it was indeed a good idea. "Very well, I shall perform a divination for you," she said. Retrieving a bone shard inscribed with enigmatic patterns, she placed it over the fire to heat, murmuring incantations. This was Chen Bei's first encounter with such a method of divination. He had anticipated she might produce a tortoise shell or something of the sort. However, considering the absence of currency in this era, even if she used a shell, it would not be as he envisioned, shaking coins within. As she chanted, Chen Bei observed that the flames surged higher, enveloping the bone shard, as if a mysterious force had descended upon it. Crack, crack. Under the fierce blaze, the shard blackened and fractured, and upon completing her incantation, the flame subsided. Qingzhu examined the cracks closely and declared, "The divination reveals that you shall encounter no harm this time." "Thank you. That reassures me," Chen Bei replied gratefully. He took his leave, preparing several short spears to carry on his back, securing 2 stone knives at his waist. After informing the elder of his intentions, he ventured alone into the forest. By the time the tribesfolk realized their chief was missing, it was already midday. Yin had sought out Chen Bei to discuss the next hunting expedition, only to find his dwelling empty. After scouring the tribe without success, he reluctantly approached the elder for answers. Without raising his gaze, the elder replied, "The chief has gone to seek vengeance." "What? Elder? How many did the chief take with him?" "None. He went alone." "Why did you not stop him? The Black Snake tribe is formidable. Should he encounter trouble, he would have no one to aid him." "Do you truly believe that even a handful of you could defeat the Black Snake tribe's hunting team?" Yun was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that even if the entire contingent of Mang tribe warriors accompanied him, it would not suffice against the might of the Black Snake tribe. The elder regarded Yun with a knowing look, stating, "Though the chief is younger than you, he possesses a wisdom that surpasses your combined intellect. Spare yourself the needless worry. He is well aware of his own limits. Furthermore, he mentioned that if you sought him out, You should inform you that the hunting team will temporarily accompany the fishing team, and any plans for hunting will be discussed upon his return. With that, the elder dismissed Yun, believing that the risks taken by Chen Bei were intrinsically tied to the fate of the tribe. After bidding farewell, Yun turned to seek out Lai, for if the chief had instructed them to fish, then fish they must. Meanwhile, Chen Bei, having departed the tribe, made his way back to the forest where he had previously encountered the Black Snake tribe's hunting team. By midday, he reached the site where the prey had been taken and began to cautiously scout for the Black Snake tribe's hunters. With winter just past, the Black Snake tribe was in dire need of sustenance, compelling their hunting team to venture out daily in search of food. Today, they had set their sights on a herd of large, antlered deer. The large, antlered deer, the most sizable among its kind, can weigh over 1,000 pounds. Its antlers are remarkably distinctive, resembling a massive bone fan, broad, thick, and nearly as long as its body. The meat of the large, antlered deer is exquisite, and its size is advantageous. But most importantly, its enormous antlers are highly coveted, making it a prized target for tribal hunters. As the Black Snake tribe commenced their pursuit of the large, antlered deer, Chen Bei stealthily approached, observing their hunting tactics from the shadows. The hunting team of the Black Snake tribe quietly encircled the herd, and in unison, they hurled their spears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 100 long spears rained down upon the deer, and several large antlered deer were struck down on the spot, while the remaining startled deer bolted in all directions. The largest male stag was targeted by Poison Fong, who let out a strange cry and charged at the majestic creature with his spear in hand. As Poison Fong summoned the power of the totem, a long black serpent with wings appeared above his head, presumably their totemic deity. With agility, Poison Fong deftly evaded the stag's formidable antlers and plunged his spear into the creature's throat. The stag, utterly powerless against the might of an intermediate totem warrior, soon collapsed to the ground. Poison Fong withdrew his spear, satisfied, and remarked, "This is merely the leader among stags, an admirable quarry indeed. I shall take these 2 antlers back to display." He instructed 2 individuals to guard the prey while the others continued the pursuit of the fleeing stags. Once Poison Fong and his group had ventured far, Chen Bei sensed an opportunity. Quietly, he crept up behind the 2 lesser totem warriors, inverted his spear to wield it as a club, and swiftly rendered them unconscious with 2 decisive blows. Chen Bei refrained from killing them, knowing that such an act would undoubtedly provoke the wrathful vengeance of the Black Snake tribe. "What was once your prey is now mine," he declared, striding towards the fallen leader stag, lifting the massive creature onto his shoulder, and swiftly making his escape. Before long, Poison Fong returned with his hunting party, only to discover the 2 guards lying on the ground, and the largest stag had vanished. The hunters hurried to investigate, realizing that the 2 were merely unconscious, and promptly revived them. "Who did this?" "Who?" Poison Fong demanded, shaking one of them vigorously. "I don't know. I only remember someone struck me from behind, and then I blacked out. Useless, all of you." Poison Fong fumed, his frustration palpable. The stag had been his most prized catch, now lost without a trace, leaving him utterly exasperated. "Enough, Captain, at least we only lost 1 quarry. We should return swiftly," suggested one of the group. Reluctantly, Poison Fong acquiesced and led the team back. By evening, Chen Bei returned to the Mang tribe, the stag hoisted upon his shoulders. Thud! He dropped the stag to the ground, and the members of the tribe, including Yun and others, quickly gathered around. "Behold, the prey of the Black Snake tribe, which I have reclaimed," Chen Bei proclaimed, standing proudly beside the stag, hands on his hips, feeling an exhilarating surge of triumph. "Is this truly the prey of the Black Snake tribe? Let me see. Let me see." The crowd erupted in excitement, particularly the hunters, each eager to voice their exhilaration at their leader's bold act. The elders approached to inspect the stag, smiles gracing their faces. Having such a leader was indeed a blessing for the tribe. Outside the throng, Qing Zhu observed Chen Bei's safe return, relieved to see he bore no injuries, and she turned to her wooden hut to resume her tasks. That night, the stag's meat was consumed by all, and Chen Bei gifted the processed hide to Qing Zhu. The hide, now soft and comfortable, was particularly suitable for crafting a leather garment, fitting for the tribe's shaman. The 2 massive antlers were claimed as trophies, hung upon the walls of Chen Bei's abode as decorative pieces. After much deliberation, the hunting party resolved to temporarily abandon the mountainous forests to avoid bloodshed with the Black Snake tribe. They would wait until the Mang tribe grew stronger to seek vengeance and reclaim what rightfully belonged to them. As the Black Snake tribe hunted in the east, the Mang tribe's hunting party could only pursue their quarry in the western woods, thus significantly reducing the likelihood of encounters between the 2 tribes. The western forests were equally vast, yet the game was notably sparser than in the eastern woods, a situation they could not change. Fortunately, Chen Bei had never relied solely on hunting. The Mang tribe boasted a variety of food sources, making the scarcity of game a minor concern. The following day, Chen Bei decided to visit the fishing team, anticipating a bountiful catch from the river. By the riverbank, the fishing team was retrieving the fish traps set the previous day, each trap yielding its catch in succession. Approaching one of the fishermen, Chen Bei inquired, "What have you caught?" The fisherman, cradling a trap, excitedly replied, "Chief, we've netted some peculiar prey. Look at this." Chen Bei peered into the trap to behold a dark red lobster, over a foot long and as thick as an arm, brandishing its claws with a display of dominance. Lobster? Chen Bei was astounded to discover such a creature in the river, and a sizable one at that. "Chief, is this edible?" "Certainly, it is quite palatable," the fisherman assured. "Excellent. We caught a few yesterday, even larger than this one. Its claws could crush other fish, but we were unsure if it was safe to eat. So we placed it in a small pond to keep." The fisherman hurried off to inform his captain. Lu quickly approached Chen Bei, asking, "Chief, is this lobster truly edible?" "Of course, in many places, it is considered a rare delicacy." "That's good to hear. I was worried it might be toxic," Lu replied, relieved. "On your way back, be sure to bring me a few of the larger ones." "Absolutely, I will choose the biggest for you." The thought of indulging in such large lobsters stirred excitement within Chen Bei, perhaps a remnant of his impoverished past. At that moment, a few team members responsible for fishing noticed a large fish had taken the bait. Quickly haul it in. One totem warrior yanked at the fishing rod, employing the totemic force, but the fish in the water proved exceptionally strong, resisting capture. "The line is going to snap." As if on cue, the line broke with a snap, and the fish, along with the hook, made its escape. The totem warrior, frustrated, tossed the fishing rod to the ground, his mood dampened. Chen Bei approached, picking up the fishing rod to examine it. It was as thick as an arm, crafted from a resilient young tree, suitable only for totem warriors, as most would find it cumbersome. The fishing line was made from the skin of a vine, which, once stripped, was woven into a rope capable of lifting fish weighing 10 to 20 pounds, but anything larger proved too much for it. Chen Bei patted the totem warrior on the shoulder, saying, "Do not be disheartened. Think of a way to braid a sturdier rope, and next time, we shall land it." The totem warrior, with a downcast expression, replied, "Chief, the fish in the river are simply too large. We have already snapped several lines in the past few days, and it is disheartening to see them hooked, yet unable to reel them in." Chen Bei contemplated for a moment and suggested, "When you return, consider using different types of bark or vine, stripping them thinner and braiding several strands together. The resulting rope should be much stronger." "Yes, Chief, we will certainly try," the totem warrior replied, switching to a new fishing rod to continue his efforts, while Chen Bei made his way toward the area designated for net fishing. Whether it be fishing with a rod or setting traps, nothing could rival the efficacy of a fishing net. The true tool of the fisherfolk is the net. Even if rudimentary, its utility far surpasses that of any other fishing gear. Pull quickly. By the riverbank, the totem warriors responsible for wielding the fishing nets diligently drew in their catch, several individuals straining to haul a large net ashore. The river, untouched by the hands of fishermen, teemed with an astonishing abundance of fish. This haul promised at least 100 pounds of fish, their panicked movements within the net betraying their distress. To Chen Bei's astonishment, he even spotted a few sizable lobsters attempting to sever the net with their formidable pincers in a desperate bid for freedom. However, their chances of escape were swiftly extinguished as the net was pulled ashore. "Ah, what fish is this?" he mused, noticing a blue crab, nearly the size of a basin, furiously waving its claws, having already dispatched several fish, proving fiercer than the lobsters. Chen Bei approached for a closer look, amusement dancing in his eyes as he exclaimed, "This is a large crab, quite a rare find indeed. Chief, is it edible?" The tribespeople were primarily concerned with its edibility, showing little interest in other aspects. "It is edible, but we must remove the internal organs and gills first. I shall teach you how to prepare it later." Smaller crabs are rather troublesome to eat due to their meager flesh. After discarding the inedible parts and shells, little remains. However, with a crab of this size, one could feast solely on its meat. Edibility is paramount. Such a fierce creature must surely be delectable, they mused, during their hunts in the forest. The tribespeople had discerned that the more formidable the prey, the richer the meat's energy. Surely, the same held true for aquatic creatures. They proceeded to categorize the fish within the net into carnivorous and herbivorous varieties, tossing them into prepared wicker baskets. Some individuals were designated to carry the fish back to the tribe, others would be placed in ponds for cultivation, while some would be consumed that very day. The carnivorous fish, being too aggressive and likely to devour their fellow inhabitants, were predominantly destined for immediate consumption. In contrast, the gentler herbivorous fish could be nurtured in ponds, sustaining themselves on a diet of grass until the time came for their consumption. Chen Bei observed the fishing team for an extended period, feeling generally satisfied with their performance. Experience is acquired over time, and compared to the hunting team's prowess in the woods, the fishing team lacked substantial experience. Achieving this level of success was commendable. The remaining challenge lay in the gradual accumulation of expertise. As he prepared to return, Leah approached him and suggested, "Chief, why not bestow a name upon this river?" Indeed, a name seemed necessary. One could not simply refer to it as the river indefinitely. Chen Bei stroked his chin thoughtfully, recalling the lobsters he had encountered. "Let us call it Lobster River," he decided, opting for a name derived from his initial encounter with the fish. Lobster River, a splendid name. Henceforth, this river shall bear that title. "Thank you, Chief." Thus, the name of the river was established to Leah's satisfaction. "Continue your fishing and exercise caution. I shall return now." "Understood, Chief." Safe travels. Leah waved goodbye to Chen Bei's retreating figure, making his way back to his wooden abode. Chen Bei soon received a delivery of lobsters, each as thick as his arms. "Shall we steam them or boil them?" he pondered, examining the lobsters bound with grass ropes. Ultimately deciding on steaming. Steaming would yield a more tender texture and superior flavor. He fashioned a rudimentary steaming rack from wooden sticks placed within a stone pot. Positioning one of the large lobsters atop the rack, covering it with a lid to commence the steaming process. Chen Bei then mixed salt and various spices to create a dipping sauce, placing it in a wooden bowl, awaiting the moment to savor it with the lobster meat. Alas, he lamented the absence of soy sauce. Enjoying lobster without it felt like a significant oversight, as though something essential were missing. Chuckling to himself, he remarked, "How extravagant I have become, desiring soy sauce when our tribe has only just started to fill their bellies." Once the lobster was fully steamed, Chen Bei sampled a small piece to ensure it was safe, before inviting the elder and Qingzhu to join him in relishing the river's bounty. "Is this shrimp?" To his surprise, Qingzhu recognized it. "Have shamans tasted lobsters before?" Chen Bei inquired curiously. Qingzhu shook his head, explaining, "In the legacy I received, many things were mentioned, including tribes that dwell by the water, for whom shrimp is one of their food sources." Chen Bei nodded in understanding. Much like in his past life where he had read about and seen many things on screen, yet had never experienced them firsthand, he carefully peeled the lobster shell, removing the intestinal tract, and shredded the translucent meat, using chopsticks to dip it into the sauce before tasting. "See, this is how you eat it." The elder picked up a pair of chopsticks, finding them somewhat unwieldy, as they had always used their hands to eat. Sensing the elder's predicament, Chen Bei took one of the chopsticks, sharpening it with a stone knife. "Elder, it's the same principle." The elder accepted the sharpened chopstick, spearing a piece of lobster meat, mimicking Chen Bei's actions as he dipped it into the sauce and placed it in his mouth. Delightful. Due to his advanced age, the elder sometimes struggled with tougher meats that required prolonged cooking. The lobster's tender flesh was far more suitable for his palate. Chen Bei smiled. "I'm glad you enjoy it. I'll ensure Leah brings you more lobsters in the future." "Thank you, Chief." The elder fell silent, focusing on his meal. Qingzhu was a quick learner. After observing Chen Bei use the chopsticks, she attempted a few times and soon mastered them. After tasting the lobster meat with chopsticks, she praised its exquisite flavor, declaring it a delightful change from the taste of game meat. The three most powerful figures in the Mang tribe were thoroughly enchanted by the scrumptiousness of the lobster. Chapter 24. Seeds and Drawing. In the second month of spring, the weather gradually warmed. The barren land had been extensively tilled, and tender grass had begun to sprout, painting the landscape in a pleasing verdant hue. It was time for sowing. However, Chen Bei faced a rather awkward predicament. He had no seeds. The tribe had only been established the previous autumn, and their seed reserves were woefully scant. Most of the edible fruits gathered during winter had been consumed, leaving only a meager amount for planting. Where could he possibly find seeds? Chen Bei pondered deeply, realizing that if the cultivated land remained unplanted, it would soon revert to desolation. "Perhaps I should join the gathering team into the mountains to see if we can find some seeds," he resolved. Chen Bei was a man of action, and he promptly sought out the leader of the gathering team, the tribe's sole female totem warrior, Baizhao. Baizhao had recently become quite busy as the warming weather brought forth a bounty of plants suitable for gathering, and she led her team into the mountains each day. Upon finding Baizhao, Chen Bei conveyed his dilemma. "Chief, collecting seeds in autumn is relatively easy, but after winter, most seeds have fallen into the soil, making retrieval difficult." Chen Bei replied, "I've considered that issue. Therefore, I propose we dig up seedlings to plant, or tuberous plants, such as taro, to bring back for cultivation. Let the planting team accompany us, and we shall gather as much as we can. Anything edible we can find should be brought back for planting. You only need to inform them which plants are suitable for digging. I will join you in this endeavor." After listening to Chen Bei's plan, Baizhao replied, "Very well. But I cannot guarantee we will find a great deal, as the weather is still not warm enough for many plants to have begun sprouting. Chen Bei nodded. Then it is settled. Tomorrow morning, I shall lead the gathering team alongside you. After returning, Chen Bei conveyed the news to the leader of the planting team, Yan. Yan readily agreed and informed the members of the team about the matter. In the afternoon, Qingzhu also learned of Chen Bei's intention to venture into the mountains, and she approached him with several rolls of animal hides. Chief, I hear you are planning to lead the planting team into the mountains to search for seeds? Indeed, Chen Bei replied. Qingzhu unfurled the animal hides, saying, I require some herbs to treat the ailments of our tribespeople. Could you assist in finding them while you are in the mountains? Chen Bei examined the animal hides, which depicted various plants in a rather abstract manner, capturing only their most prominent features while neglecting finer details. The likelihood of locating the herbs based solely on these illustrations was exceedingly slim. It was akin to Chen Bei's previous life, where he perused herbal texts adorned with black and white illustrations that were nearly indecipherable without the actual specimens for comparison. The plants Qingzhu illustrated were even more abstract than those in the herbal texts. Thus, the chances of successful identification would often rely on sheer luck. Noticing Chen Bei's hesitation, Qingzhu inquired, Chief, if you have any concerns, please feel free to express them. Chen Bei asked, Do you know what these plants look like in detail? Yes, she replied. The legacy I received includes their descriptions and images of the actual specimens. Could you perhaps provide more detailed illustrations? It would facilitate the search. Is there something wrong with my drawings? Qingzhu felt somewhat aggrieved. The illustrations she had inherited from previous shamans were created in a similar style, many of which were arguably less refined than her own. Observing her distressed expression, Chen Bei realized his expectations were perhaps too lofty. This was, after all, an indigenous tribe. Reflecting on the primitive wall paintings he had seen in his past life, which were far more abstract and often left one bewildered regarding the actual subjects, he recognized that Qingzhu's drawings were acceptable for this era, as they adhered to the common practice. However, relying on such illustrations to locate herbs was indeed a precarious endeavor, an issue that needed addressing. Very well, shaman. If you would not mind, I could teach you a technique that might make it easier for others to recognize the subjects of your drawings. What technique? Qingzhu, intrigued by Chen Bei's knack for devising useful methods, listened attentively. It involves realism coupled with coloring. Here is how it works. Chen Bei picked up a piece of charcoal from the fire pit and plucked a weed from the ground, demonstrating on a stone slab as he explained. For instance, if I were to illustrate this weed, I would capture its appearance as I perceive it, the shape of its leaves, the structure of its roots. Every detail must be noted. Even its scent, characteristics, and typical habitat can be annotated alongside the drawing, as these details are beneficial for identification. Once completed, one could seek suitable pigments to add color. For instance, if the leaves are green, one would shade them accordingly, and if the flowers are red, they would be painted red. After finishing his demonstration, Chen Bei realized that while the concept was promising, his own artistic skills were rather lacking. Though he understood the principle of realistic drawing, he was not capable of producing a competent illustration himself. Clearing his throat, he said, That's the gist of it. I've shared the method with you, and now it is up to you to execute it. Qingzhu, inspired by this new technique, picked up a piece of charcoal and began to replicate the weed on the stone slab. To Chen Bei's astonishment, her rendition exuded a lifelike quality. Is your artistic talent truly this remarkable? He wondered, feeling a twinge of embarrassment over his own meager attempt. The stark contrast between their abilities left him feeling inadequate. You have done excellently. Remember, depict what you see as accurately as possible and pay attention to the details. Now, I must prepare some items. Please return and refine your technique, he said, attempting to maintain a serious demeanor while inwardly wishing to vanish into the ground. Thank you, Chief, for imparting this skill. I will endeavor to create better illustrations of the herbs and bring them to you for assistance in locating them, Qingzhu replied, her mind swirling with artistic thoughts as she hurried back to refine her skills. After she departed, Chen Bei swiftly erased his own crude drawing, unable to bear the sight of it any longer. Why is the disparity between individuals so vast? He muttered to himself as he began to prepare the items he would need for the seed-gathering expedition the following day. Chapter 25. The Corpse Flower on the following morning. Qingzhu approached Chen Bei, her face etched with fatigue, clutching a new roll of animal hide. Chief, this is a drawing of the herbs I completed overnight. I have illustrated several urgently needed varieties and hope you can assist in locating them. Chen Bei accepted the roll and, upon unfurling it, felt his confidence take yet another hit. The animal hide displayed several vividly rendered plants, not only accurately depicted but also adorned with color and accompanied by annotations detailing their characteristics. To achieve such a level of artistry in a single night was nothing short of extraordinary. At that moment, Qingzhu added, time was limited. So the drawings may not be perfect. I hope you can make do with them. Make do? You dare refer to such splendid artistry as mere makeshift? Chen Bei felt as though he had been struck by an invisible hand, leaving him reeling. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally responded. I will keep an eye out for the herbs. You should return and rest. Qing Zhu sensed Chen Bei's discontent and believed he was dissatisfied with her illustrations. Vowing silently to be more meticulous in her future work, had Chen Bei been privy to her thoughts, he might have been driven to exasperation. After she left, Chen Bei took a deep breath and muttered to himself, she is a shaman. It is only natural for her to excel in drawing. Besides, she surely cannot surpass me in strength. Yes, that is it. Each has their own strengths. With that self-affirmation, he gathered his basket, stone hoe, stone knife, stone spear, and other tools, and made his way to the assembly point for the gathering team. Outside the tribe, the members of the gathering and planting teams had all assembled. Upon his arrival, they were ready to set off. Chen Bei stepped forward, raising the animal hide roll, and declared, I possess the shaman's drawings of the necessary herbs. Everyone should take a good look. If you encounter any, please excavate them carefully in their entirety. Hearing that these were the herbs sought by the shaman, the group fell silent, understanding the gravity of the situation. In the wilderness, injuries were commonplace, and the shaman's herbs were the most effective remedies. So no one dared to take the task lightly. Bai Chao was the first to examine the illustrations. After a moment of consideration, she remarked, I recognize one or two of these herbs. We should be able to locate them. The others took turns studying the drawings, committing the appearances of the herbs to memory. As the saying goes, many hands make light work, and while it would be a challenge for a single person to gather all the herbs, the collective efforts of the group would significantly enhance their chances. Once everyone had reviewed the drawings, Chen Bei rolled up the animal hide and announced, let us depart. The group ventured into the forest, where the dew was heavy, but thanks to their footwear, it was not overly uncomfortable. Many assumed that primitive people did not wear shoes. Chen Bei, too, had once held this belief. However, upon his arrival in this world, he discovered that others also donned shoes, and indeed, they were crafted from genuine leather. The tribespeople fashioned long boots from animal hides, which they adorned on their feet, albeit with soft soles. These pliable soles emitted minimal sound when traversing through the mountains and forests, making them ideal for hunting. Two totem warriors forged ahead, clearing the path with stone blades, while Chen Bei and Bai Chao remained vigilant against potential dangers lurking in the surroundings. After half an hour, they entered a pine forest. The underbrush was sparse, providing a broad vista, and most importantly, beneath the pines lay an abundance of pine mushrooms. Bai Chao instructed the gathering team, all right, everyone disperse to collect. But do not stray too far, remain cautious. The gathering team, well acquainted with the terrain, promptly began to harvest the pine mushrooms that carpeted the ground in a nearly contiguous spread. The mushrooms exhibited hues of dark red, deep blue, or yellow, thriving solely under the pines, and were considered one of the most delectable wild vegetables of the season. Their exquisite flavor and ease of harvesting endeared the pine mushrooms to the gathering team. The tribespeople, seasoned in their interactions with the forest, possessed an intimate knowledge of which mushrooms were edible and which were toxic, thereby alleviating concerns about inadvertently collecting poisonous varieties. Chief, please follow me with the planting team. Bai Chao directed. Chen Bei had come seeking seeds and certainly could not gather mushrooms here. Thus, Bai Chao intended to lead him elsewhere. Following Bai Chao to the forest's edge, Chen Bei noted that few other plants could survive amidst the towering pines, which cast a dense shade, leaving scant opportunity for other flora to thrive. Eureka! Bai Chao exclaimed as she pulled down a withered vine from an unknown sapling and traced it to its root. What is this? Chen Bei inquired, curious about the vine. Bai Chao began to excavate the soil with a stone hoe, and as she unearthed it, a large tuber emerged from the ground. The tuber's skin was a deep purple-black, its shape peculiar, weighing approximately 7 or 8 pounds. Bai Chao lifted the largest tuber, stating, this is called Jiao Zhang Shu, foot tuber. It is edible and serves as sustenance. I believe it is well suited for cultivation. Chen Bei accepted the tuber, feeling its substantial weight and nodding in satisfaction. Foot tuber, splendid. A fine find indeed. Are they abundant on the mountain? Not excessively so, but they are quite sizable. Chen Bei pondered for a moment, recalling that tubers and root vegetables could be cut and planted. Given the impressive size of the foot tuber, it would be prudent to excavate several more to ensure a bountiful harvest upon planting. Let us dig up the rest. Chen Bei took the stone hoe into his own hands, deftly unearthing all the smaller foot tubers and placing them into his woven basket. Bai Chao, evidently familiar with this forest, quickly located several more foot tubers, and Chen Bei instructed the planting team to collect them all. Chief, there is another remarkable find that would undoubtedly be suitable for cultivation. Bai Chao led Chen Bei to a hillside, where a mass of darkened vines lay, stripped of leaves, rendering them nearly indistinguishable. Bai Chao cleared the vines from the ground and, after a few strikes with the stone hoe, unearthed a round, red, ball-like tuber, albeit riddled with insect holes. This is called Hong Chiogua, red ball fruit. Wherever it grows, it often flourishes in abundance, although it is not as large as the foot tuber. There are numerous quantities. Chen Bei took the red ball fruit and sliced off a small piece with his stone knife. Can it be eaten raw? Indeed. It possesses a slight sweetness. Chen Bei took a bite and was pleasantly surprised to find the flavor reminiscent of sweet potatoes from his past life. This is excellent. Yen, gather your team and excavate all of these red ball fruits. Chen Bei felt a surge of excitement. If this indeed was a sweet potato-like plant, it would prove extraordinarily advantageous due to its high yield, resilience, and palatable taste, making it an ideal staple food. Yes, Chief. Yen promptly assembled his team to commence the excavation. Many red ball fruits had decayed over the winter, but a significant number remained intact. This area required considerable time to thoroughly excavate, and Chen Bei decided not to linger, continuing his search elsewhere. Bai Chao's extensive gathering experience enabled her to navigate the forest adeptly, and in the ensuing time, they discovered several other wild vegetables suitable for cultivation, bringing them back. Oh, what is that flower? Chen Bei exclaimed as he approached a ravine, suddenly spotting a remarkably vibrant blossom, nearly the size of a basin, exuding a captivating fragrance. He approached to examine the impressive bloom up close. Chief, be careful, Bai Chao suddenly shouted, her expression filled with urgency and fear. But she was too distant to intervene in time. As Chen Bei drew nearer, the massive flower's stem elongated abruptly, transforming into a gaping maw, ferociously lunging towards his head. Should he be caught, Chen Bei's life would surely be jeopardized. Unprepared for such an unforeseen turn of events, he instinctively unleashed a punch at the colossal flower. Thud. Fortunately, as an intermediate totem warrior, Chen Bei possessed swift reflexes. His punch pierced through the flower, splattering its juices everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, he retreated to safety, his heart racing as he breathed a sigh of relief. Chief, are you unharmed? Bai Chao finally reached him, her face etched with concern as she checked for any injuries. Chen Bei shook his head. I am fine. What manner of flower is this, so formidable? Bai Chao explained, I apologize for not warning you sooner. We refer to this flower as the giant maw flower. It uses its vibrant petals and enticing fragrance to lure prey, then swiftly decapitates them, using their bodies as fertilizer. Chen Bei recalled the terrifying maw and found the name quite fitting. This creature was indeed fearsome. At that moment, the giant maw flower, having been punctured, drooped heavily, its petals tightly closing, with its juices continuously dripping down. Bai Chao added, though perilous, its flower sap possesses excellent healing properties. I suspect the shaman would greatly appreciate this herb. Is that so? In that case, let us excavate it. Chen Bei had only discovered a few ordinary herbs while searching for those suggested by Qing Zhu, with the remainder yet to be encountered. Since the sap of the giant maw flower had healing effects, it would be worthwhile to bring it back. Together, they labored to uproot the massive root system of the giant maw flower. Though it trembled from the injuries sustained, it dared not move, its petals firmly shut. Once they had successfully excavated the giant maw flower, Chen Bei glanced at the sky. Time was of the essence, and the two of them, along with the gathering and hunting teams, returned to the tribe. Chapter 26. Cultivation. Shaman, look what splendid find I have brought you. Chen Bei carried the giant maw flower to Qing Zhu's wooden dwelling and set it down. Qing Zhu emerged, her beast-skin skirt and hands still smeared with paint, clearly having been engaged in her artistic endeavors on animal hides. The giant maw flower, this is an excellent healing herb. A smile blossomed on Qing Zhu's face, revealing her delight at this unexpected surprise. Oh, so you are familiar with it. Chen Bei thought to elaborate on the flower's properties, but swallowed his words. Chief, while the giant maw flower is indeed valuable, it is quite dangerous. I fear it may harm anyone nearby if planted in front of your dwelling. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Bei proposed, Shaman, what do you think about constructing an enclosure for you? Just a wall to encircle a substantial area of land in front of your house. You may cultivate a medicinal garden in the courtyard, not only with the giant flower, but also with various herbs, thus eliminating the need to venture into the mountains for commonly used remedies and preventing the giant flower from causing harm. Qing Zhu's eyes sparkled as he remarked, a medicinal garden, what a splendid idea. This task shall fall to the chief. Chen Bei replied, I shall enlist some help tomorrow. Erecting a wall can be accomplished swiftly. The following day, Chen Bei first planted the seedlings he had unearthed. Subsequently, he gathered the stone mason and others from the tribe who were available to construct a wall for the shaman. Upon learning that it was for the shaman, everyone became enthusiastic. Some mixed mud, others collected stones, and some dug the earth. In just one day, a wall taller than a person rose up. The wall was constructed from stones, with the gaps filled with a mixture of yellow clay and ash, a structure that was quite sturdy for that era. A wooden door stood in the middle of the wall. Though somewhat rudimentary, it possessed a unique charm. Chen Bei even paved a small path with stones leading directly to the courtyard gate, ensuring that rainy days would not render the exit muddy. Finally, he summoned the planting team and had them till all the land in the courtyard except for the path, planting the giant flower in a corner. Once everything was set, the planting team departed, and Chen Bei wiped the sweat from his brow, calling for Qingzhu. "Shaman, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" Qingzhu gazed at the newly transformed courtyard and the beads of sweat on Chen Bei's cheek, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Chief. I am very pleased," Chen Bei remarked. "It is still rather bare. Once we fill it with herbs, I shall bring back some beautiful wildflowers for you to plant, and this little courtyard will be perfect." "I shall heed the chief's words," she replied. Chen Bei picked up his stone hoe and said, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have given the herb drawings to Bai Chao. She is more familiar with plants than I am and will not disappoint the shaman." With that, he departed. Watching Chen Bei's figure fade into the distance, Qingzhu lingered at the entrance of the wooden house, hesitant to step inside. The night passed in silence. On the following day, Chen Bei once again ventured out with his stone hoe. As the yams and red tubers he had unearthed the day prior had yet to be planted due to the wall construction, he first sought out the planting team's leader, Yin. "Chief, the yams, red tubers, and some sweet potatoes we dug up are all here." Yin's wooden house was filled with baskets of yams, sweet potatoes, and red tubers, all harvested that day. The baskets resembled backpacks, capable of being carried, each holding approximately 50 pounds. Chen Bei instructed, "Plant the sweet potatoes and red tubers whole. The yams should be cut into small pieces. Each piece must retain its skin, and then roll them in the ash." Having farmed in his past life, Chen Bei understood that these large tubers could be planted in pieces, and he suspected that rolling them in ash served to dry the cut surfaces and perhaps to sterilize them, thereby enhancing their survival rate. Yin, a simple and honest man, followed Chen Bei's instructions without question. He immediately set to work, using a sharp stone to cut the sweet potatoes into small pieces as directed, then retrieving a large quantity of ash from the fire pit to roll the cut pieces in, ensuring each one was thoroughly coated. Once prepared, Yin rallied the planting team members, loaded the seeds onto their backs, and headed to the fields. In the garden outside the tribe, Chen Bei guided the planting team on how to plant these tubers. First, create ridges by shoveling the soil from the sides to the center, like this. As he explained, he skillfully mounded the soil into ridges. This method facilitated drainage, which was crucial. Next, he sprinkled ash as fertilizer, cautioning, "Do not scatter it directly on the sweet potatoes. Sprinkle it beside them." He placed a piece of sweet potato in the center of the ridge, sprinkled ash beside it, and then covered it with soil. The yams and red tubers were to be planted in the same manner. Do you all comprehend? Everyone nodded in agreement, internally marveling. Truly, the chief understands everything. Chen Bei continued. Form groups of 4. 2 will create the ridges, 1 will sprinkle the ash, and 1 will place the seeds. You may take turns to alleviate the workload. Now, let us begin. At the chief's command, the planting team commenced their tasks in accordance with his instructions. Chen Bei observed for a while, correcting any mistakes. And once everyone became proficient, he sighed with relief and settled onto a nearby stone to rest. Everything was merely in its infancy. He had to teach and do everything himself, but once everyone became adept, his burdens would lessen. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. During this period, all the cultivated wasteland had been planted with various crops, some tuberous plants, others wild vegetables, flourishing abundantly. The fishing team, having gained considerable experience from prolonged fishing efforts, had become well acquainted with Longxiao River, and their catch increased daily, nearly filling the pond. The hunting team, through months of exploration, had developed a solid understanding of the Western Mountains, bringing back increasingly bountiful game. Meanwhile, the farming team had also achieved notable success. One of the 2 female triangular goats was pregnant and would soon give birth to kids. The farming team leader, Lao Lu, diligently cared for the expectant mother, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the lambs. This waiting period was filled with expectation for him. The colorful mountain chickens had also matured, now awaiting the hens to lay eggs and hatch chicks. Regardless of how diligently the first generation of colorful mountain chickens was raised, they remained wild and difficult to tame. The chicks they hatched would embody the hope of domestication, as they would be born in the tribe and exposed to humans from the outset, eventually becoming true domesticated colorful mountain chickens. Unbeknownst to all, summer had arrived, with the sound of cicadas echoing through the trees. Everything in the Mang tribe was improving. Chapter 27, The Insect Plague. In the first month of summer, the weather gradually grew warmer, accompanied by an increase in the chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects in the mountains. One day, Chen Bei was awakened from his afternoon nap by a commotion. Chief, Chief, you must come quickly. The insects in the vegetable garden are multiplying rapidly, and they are about to devour all the crops. Yin rushed to Chen Bei's wooden house, his earnest demeanor revealing his frustration with the situation in the vegetable garden, leading him to seek out Chen Bei out of desperation. Insects? Chen Bei opened his eyes, still groggy. He approached a water-filled stone jar, scooping a ladle of cold water to wash his face, which revived him. Indeed, as the weather grew hotter, the insects proliferated. Initially, the children from the farming team had been delighted, eagerly catching insects in the garden to feed the colorful mountain chickens, but now, the insects were so numerous that they could not keep up, nearly consuming all the vegetables. Yin had been tormented by the insects to the point of anxiety, even dreaming of them devouring the crops. Lead me to see, Chen Bei replied. All right. He followed Yin hurriedly to the vegetable garden, barely acknowledging the tribespeople who greeted him along the way. The vegetables were the tribe's sustenance for the coming winter, if they were devoured by insects. All their efforts would be in vain. In the vegetable garden, the planting team was diligently attempting to catch the insects, each armed with a leather bag, using their bare hands to capture the insects on the leaves and toss them into the bags. As Chen Bei approached, he was met with a disheartening sight. The once pristine vegetable leaves were gnawed away in an unsightly manner, with chunks missing here and there. These wild greens, akin to cabbage and leafy greens, had been devoured to the point where only the bare, glistening veins of the leaves remained, presenting a rather pitiful tableau. Despite the fact that last winter's frost had decimated many of the underground pests, the abundant forests surrounding the tribe ensured that countless insects thrived nearby. Upon discovering this patch of vegetables, they descended upon it as if a mouse had stumbled into a grain store, indulging to their heart's content. Chen Bei, feeling a wave of frustration, tapped his temple in realization of his oversight, his failure to devise any means of pest control beforehand. Chief, what should we do now? Yin gazed at Chen Bei with eager anticipation, relying on him to conjure a solution. In the eyes of the Mang tribe, Chen Bei was always resourceful, capable of coming up with the most peculiar ideas. Therefore, Yin placed all his hopes squarely on Chen Bei's shoulders. Chen Bei looked at Yin, hesitating to speak. He was tempted to say, "Please don't look at me that way. I am not omnipotent." However, the words refused to leave his lips. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm himself, his mind racing to devise a strategy against these wretched insects. If only he had access to pesticides, such substances would be the bane of these pests. Alas, the thought was merely a fleeting wish, for he lacked the knowledge to create such a solution. Suddenly, a thought struck him, recalling Yan's earlier remark. You mentioned that the children from the planting team catch insects to feed the colorful mountain chickens? Yan nodded, affirming, indeed, they come daily to catch them, otherwise, the insects would multiply exponentially. Chen Bei pondered for a moment before instructing, go find old Lu, and have him bring all the colorful mountain chickens to the vegetable patch. Yes, Chief, Yin replied, not even inquiring further before rushing off to seek out the leader of the planting team, old Lu. Before long, old Lu arrived with the children from the planting team, carrying 16 colorful mountain chickens. Approaching Chen Bei respectfully, old Lu announced, Chief, I have brought the colorful mountain chickens you requested. Although old Lu appeared somewhat aged, his spirit was undoubtedly vibrant. Since assuming the role of leader of the breeding team, he had found a renewed purpose in life, visibly transformed. These colorful mountain chickens, once quite lean, had now grown plump. If they continued to be fed, it would soon be a struggle for them to take flight. Chen Bei gestured toward the vegetable patch, instructing, release the chickens to feast on the insects. You shall follow closely behind them. Yes, Chief. The 16 colorful mountain chickens, still tethered by ropes, were led by the breeders into the vegetable patch. It soon became evident that the chickens were far more adept at dealing with the insects than the humans. Their keen eyes precisely located the pests hiding among the leaves and swiftly devoured them. However, it wasn't long before Chen Bei noticed one chicken finishing off its insect meal and then pecking at the vegetable leaves, consuming some of the foliage as well. He nearly forgot that these chickens not only feasted on insects but also on the greens themselves. Chen Bei's expression darkened. He had been so focused on having the chickens eat the pests that he had overlooked this aspect. Fortunately, the allure of the insects proved stronger, and the colorful mountain chickens primarily consumed the pests, only occasionally nibbling at the leaves, which was somewhat acceptable. After observing for a while, Chen Bei turned to old Lu and said, from now on, assign a few individuals to specifically monitor these colorful mountain chickens, ensuring they consume the insects on the vegetables, and intervene if they start pecking at the greens. Yes, Chief, old Lu promptly agreed. Chen Bei then addressed Yin, for now, let us all exert ourselves to catch some insects. And with the chickens consuming a significant number daily, we shall strive to preserve these vegetables. I will return to contemplate further strategies. Chief, you must think of a solution swiftly, Yin urged, unable to contain his concern. "Have no fear. I will not idly watch as the insects devour our crops," Chen Bei assured, waving to the others before turning away from the vegetable patch, determined to find a solution. His first course of action was to seek out the elder, whose age and experience might offer some insight. "Chief, to be frank, we have no prior experience in cultivation. Thus, I am uncertain how to tackle these insects," the elder confessed, feeling guilty for his inability to assist Chen Bei. Following this, Chen Bei sought out Qingzhu, hoping to discover if her inherited knowledge contained any means of combating pests. After a moment of deep contemplation, Qingzhu remarked, "In truth, the power of totem energy can drive away these insects. The divine might of the totem god instills fear in all lesser beings. However, it would only serve as a temporary solution, as the pests would inevitably return. Moreover, the insect king from the insect tribe could also repel these pests, but locating one is quite the challenge, let alone taming it as they do in the insect tribe." Chen Bei furrowed his brow, recognizing that neither of these methods seemed particularly feasible. Thus, it appeared that even the shaman's legacy would not suffice to eliminate these bothersome insects. Qingzhu then suggested, "Chief, every creature has its natural enemy. If we can identify the predators of these pests, we may resolve the issue." "What might the natural enemies of these insects be? Birds? Frogs?" Chen Bei mused, considering that colorful mountain chickens might already serve as natural predators. However, their limited numbers meant they could not eradicate the pests entirely. As for frogs, most species resided near water, making it difficult to persuade them to venture into the fields for insect consumption. Thus, Chen Bei found himself at a loss as to what type of predator could effectively vanquish these insidious insects. "Chief, perhaps I could consult the oracle," Qingzhu suggested, albeit reluctantly. However, she knew that divination would not provide a direct solution to their pest problem, but rather indicate whether the situation would develop favorably or unfavorably. "Very well. I will leave it to the shaman," Chen Bei conceded, resigned to await the results of the divination. Qingzhu produced a bone piece used for divination, reciting the incantation with reverence as she heated the bone over the flames. As before, a mysterious force imbued the fire, causing it to dance as it enveloped the bone, subsequently cracking it. Once she completed her incantation, the flames subsided, and she carefully examined the now fractured bone in her hand. After a significant pause, a smile graced Qingzhu's face as she declared, "Chief, there is no need for excessive worry. The oracle indicates that a turning point will soon manifest in this matter." "Thank you, shaman." Chen Bei expressed gratitude for Qingzhu's divinatory skills, placing trust in her assertion that a breakthrough was forthcoming. Nevertheless, the question of how to resolve the issue remained unclear. Chen Bei could only contemplate solutions while awaiting the promised turning point revealed by the oracle. Chapter 28. The Red Ducks. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and the insect population in the vegetable patch remained rampant, leaving the entire planting team in a state of frantic disarray as they toiled daily to capture the pests. Chen Bei had attempted to catch some tiger-striped frogs from the pond, but the results were still unsatisfactory. It was not until noon on the 4th day that he suddenly approached Chen Bei, brimming with excitement. "Chief, a large flock of red birds has flown in by the river. They appear plump and are capable of swimming. Everyone is trying to catch a few to eat." "Swimming birds? Waterfowl?" Chen Bei's mind sparked with a thought, and he immediately replied, "Take me to see them." He swiftly led Chen Bei towards the riverbank, envisioning these aquatic birds as a promising source of sustenance. Quack, quack, quack. Before they reached the river, Chen Bei could already hear a chorus of jubilant calls from a distance. Upon rushing over, Chen Bei's eyes widened in astonishment. Ducks? By the riverbank. A lively congregation of red wild ducks frolicked in the shallow waters, numbering around 50 or 60. They intermittently dived beneath the surface to catch small fish, shrimp, and snails. Indeed, they were ducks. Could this be the turning point the shaman had foretold? A surge of excitement coursed through Chen Bei as he connected the ducks to the pests plaguing the vegetable garden. In his previous life, he had often come across reports of using ducks to combat locusts, for their voracious appetite and rapid digestion made them far more efficient than chickens. If ducks could manage locusts, surely they could also tackle the pests in the vegetable patch? Although ducks might nibble on vegetables, they would undoubtedly prefer insects over wild greens and could consume them in large quantities. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. His eyes sparkled at the sight of the wild ducks. Moreover, wild ducks are relatively easy to domesticate, being social creatures. As long as the leader duck is subdued, the rest will obediently follow. With an abundance of pawns in the tribe, if they were well fed and allowed to grow plump, they would be unable to take flight and thus would not escape. Yeah, go inform the hunting team to capture them. Not a single one must escape. Yes, Chief. I shall do so at once. He raced back to the tribe, excitement radiating from him. At 13, he eagerly anticipated awakening his totemic powers during the winter festival. hoping to join either the hunting or fishing team. Therefore, he was particularly enthusiastic about matters concerning these two groups. Fortunately, the hunting team was not out on a hunt that day. All members were present in the village, allowing Yi to easily summon them to the riverbank. Not only that, but the nearby fishing team also hurried over, as the riverbank was their domain, and they could not remain idle. Chief, I heard we're capturing ducks? Yun, the hunting team leader, glanced at Yi. Indeed, they are ducks, Yi confirmed, having heard Chen Bei refer to them as such. Chen Bei elaborated, correct, these red ducks. Akin to the colorful mountain chickens, I wish to capture and domesticate them. They are of paramount importance, as they may very well eradicate the pests in our vegetable garden. Therefore, not a single one must escape. Yes, Chief, we shall ensure none get away. Drawing from their prior experience capturing colorful mountain chickens, Yun readily agreed, brimming with confidence. He then turned to discuss strategies with Lai regarding the capture of these red ducks. Lai suggested, I propose we use nets. Similar to how we caught the colorful mountain chickens. First, we shall set up the nets, placing their preferred food underneath. Once they venture in to eat, we can pull the nets tight and capture them. Yun observed the red ducks from a distance and remarked, they seem fond of the small fish and shrimp in the river. The bait shall be your responsibility, fishing team. Lai patted his chest and assured, not a problem. It's all for the tribe. Once the plans were set, the fishing team began to catch small fish and shrimp, while the hunting team borrowed fishing nets to lay along the riverbank, collaborating to capture the red ducks. Chen Bei watched their efforts with satisfaction. While the hunting and fishing teams often competed to see who could bring back more prey, they set aside their rivalry when cooperation was necessary. As Lai had stated, it was all for the tribe. The nets along the riverbank were quickly set, camouflaged with riverbank vegetation to avoid startling the timid red ducks. The fishing team gathered a substantial haul of small fish, shrimp, and some snails, all of which were placed prominently beneath the nets. Subsequently, everyone concealed themselves among the riverbank vegetation. Initially, the red ducks were hesitant, merely observing from a distance and swimming around the river. However, being creatures of greed, they ultimately succumbed to temptation, gradually approaching the riverbank under the guidance of the leading duck. After several cautious laps, reassured by the absence of danger, they finally ventured ashore. Yet, they remained vigilant, pacing back and forth along the bank for some time before cautiously nearing the netted area. One red duck ventured in first, seized a small fish, and cautiously surveyed its surroundings, ready to flee at any moment. Yet, nothing untoward occurred. Quack, quack, quack. The red duck jubilantly called out and began to feast. Upon receiving the signal of safety, the other red ducks rushed in, competing for the fish, shrimp, and snails on the ground. They all gone in, pull the net. After patiently waiting, the hunting team members simultaneously pulled the wooden supports from two directions, causing the net to envelop the red ducks in an instant. Quack, quack, quack. The red ducks flailed in panic within the net, but it was too late. Once ensnared, escape was impossible. Quick, bind them with ropes. Do not let a single one escape. Unable to contain his excitement, Chen Bei dashed forward, capturing a red duck near the edge of the net and binding its feet with grass ropes. The other members of the hunting team followed suit, expertly securing the ducks, ensuring none escaped. Once all the red ducks were bound, the net was removed, and the ducks were lifted by their feet, flapping their wings incessantly. 1, 2, 3, a total of 52. Chen Bei counted and beamed with delight. This was far more than the colorful mountain chickens. You all have performed admirably. The tribe is proud of you. Chen Bei inspired them with a rallying cheer, then gestured for them to take all the red ducks back to the tribe. Yeah. Holding two red ducks, trailed closely behind Chen Bei, his face flushed with excitement. He felt honored to partake in such a hunt alongside the chief. Quack, quack, quack. All the way back, the incessant quacking of the red ducks captured the attention of everyone in the tribe. Chen Bei led them directly to the head of the breeding team, Old Lu. These are red ducks. I hope you can domesticate them to become our tribe's poultry, akin to the colorful mountain chickens. Subsequently, Chen Bei reiterated the essential points regarding duck husbandry to Old Lu, including their living habits. Rest assured, Chief, I shall ensure their proper care. Old Lu accepted the responsibility, confident in his experience with breeding triangled green sheep and colorful mountain chickens. Old Lu, please expedite their domestication and then introduce them to the vegetable garden to eliminate pests. This matter is of utmost importance and urgency. If you can accomplish this, the tribe shall reward you handsomely. Should you encounter any difficulties or issues, do not hesitate to approach me. I will assist you to the best of my abilities. Chen Bei entrusted the task of raising the red ducks entirely to Old Lu, demonstrating his confidence in him. Thank you for your trust, Chief. I shall not disappoint you. Old Lu, somewhat moved, felt a renewed sense of purpose. At his age, he had begun to feel like a burden to the tribe. However, thanks to Chen Bei, He had become the head of the breeding team and was now entrusted with significant responsibilities, finding value in his existence. Creating value for the tribe was of immense importance to the elders, as it represented a glimmer of hope for their continued survival. Chapter 29. Locusts and the Duck King. In the bug tribe, within a stone house. Ha ha ha, success. Wu's triumphant laughter echoed as a vibrant green locust lay quietly on the table before him, its eyes glinting with an uncanny sheen. This was a locust queen, personally procured for Wu by his grandfather, the esteemed leader of the insect tribe. Among the totem warriors of the tribe, a select few awakened to the extraordinary ability to tame insects as their battle companions, and Wu was one of those fortunate individuals. From this day forth, the locust queen would serve as Wu's battle pet. By mastering this locust queen, Wu effectively commanded an army of locusts in battle. She would summon thousands of her kin to unleash a devastating assault upon their foes, a truly formidable prospect. Go forth and forage, my battle companion. Wu commanded the locust queen, who immediately took flight, vanishing into the great expanse outside. Buzzing incessantly, the locust queen soared into the sky, emitting a distinctive sound that reverberated through the air. Soon, thousands of locusts from the nearby forests responded to her call, encircling and protecting their queen. Within the stone dwelling, Wu felt a mysterious connection with the locust queen, allowing him to perceive certain sights through her eyes, a sensation both novel and exhilarating. Fly south, he instructed, and the locust queen led her throng of locusts southward, forebodingly hinting that wherever they landed, the local vegetation would surely suffer. In the Mang tribe, the red ducks had been domesticated for 7 days. Due to daily feeding, they were no longer as fearful of humans. Chen Bei frequently visited the flock, bringing them small fish as nourishment. Among them was a red duck significantly larger than the rest, its feathers a brilliant crimson. According to Old Deer, this particular red duck was the leader of the flock, the Red Duck King. It appeared to possess a greater intelligence than its peers, always trailing Chen Bei, eagerly seeking food. Animals in the forest often gravitate towards the strong. Perhaps the Red Duck King sensed its leader's formidable aura, prompting its loyalty. Chen Bei found Old Deer's explanation credible, as the world was replete with peculiarities. What was so strange about a duck aligning itself with strength? Old Deer continued, Leader, this presents an opportunity. The other red ducks will heed the commands of the Duck King. If you can tame it, the rest will follow suit effortlessly. With that in mind, Chen Bei decided to give it a try. He fashioned a rope around the neck of the Red Duck King and gently led it outside. Remarkably, the duck offered no resistance, obediently waddling behind him. This led Chen Bei to ponder. Did he possess an innate regal aura that even a duck would submit to? Amused by the thought, he strolled through the tribe with the Duck King in tow. Look, what is the leader doing? Is that a red duck? The leader mentioned it was called a red duck, captured by the hunting and fishing teams a few days ago. Why is he leading a red duck on a rope? The tribespeople were captivated by Chen Bei's actions, speculating amongst themselves, yet none dared to approach him. The leader's status held considerable authority, and his actions surely bore significance. Few would question him recklessly. Chen Bei brought the Red Duck King to the edge of a stream. Upon seeing the water, the duck became animated, inching closer. Eager to dive in, Chen Bei crouched down, observing the Duck King. Do you wish to swim? If you don't run away, I will let you play for a while. The Duck King blinked a few times, seemingly oblivious to his words. After all, duck language and human language differed greatly. The stream was narrow, and Chen Bei was confident that the Duck King could not escape, for he was a mid-tier totem warrior, capable of astonishing speed when unleashed. Gradually loosening the rope, Chen Bei kept his gaze fixed on the Red Duck King, watching as it carefully stepped into the water. Splash! Quack! Quack! The Duck King, having never played in water since its capture, was overjoyed, splashing about, dipping its head beneath the surface, then resurfacing, flapping its wings, and quacking excitedly. After a delightful romp in the water, the Duck King began foraging along the stream for food. Snails, small fish, and shrimp were all on the menu. Chen Bei remained vigilant, ready to intervene should the duck show signs of escape. However, it turned out that his concerns were unfounded. After satisfying its hunger, the Red Duck King returned to shore, standing beside Chen Bei and preening its feathers, showing no inclination to flee. Such obedience is truly rare, Chen Bei muttered, then grasped the rope. Continuing his stroll with the Red Duck King through the tribe, he made his way to the vegetable garden, eager to test whether the Red Duck King could be directed to consume pests. As they approached, Yin from the planting team hurried over. Leader, have you tamed the red duck? The crops are still plagued with pests. If this situation persists, this year's yield will be alarmingly low. Yin had spent nearly all his time in the fields, either catching insects or en route to do so, dreaming of insects at night. Thus, he held high hopes for the red duck's pest control capabilities. This red duck is quite obedient. Let us give it a try. Chen Bei replied. He crouched down, easily spotting a worm on a cabbage leaf and presenting it to the Red Duck King, instructing, "Go to the field and eat these pests. But do not touch the vegetables." The Duck King blinked again, seemingly understanding, and indeed, it obediently waddled into the garden. Gulp, gulp. The Red Duck King expertly located worms on the vegetable leaves, devouring one after another, flapping its wings with delight and quacking joyfully. With a hearty appetite and swift digestion, it consumed and excreted simultaneously, quickly clearing the caterpillars from over a dozen plants. Yin inspected each plant meticulously and found only 2 or 3 well-hidden worms remaining. The rest had been devoured. Leader, it worked. This is marvelous. The Red Duck can truly eat the pests off the vegetables, Yin exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. Having endured relentless torment from the insects, finally, hope had dawned. Chen Bei smiled. I will test further to see if the Red Duck King can command the flock. If so, I will bring all the ducks to the garden tomorrow to feast on the pests. Absolutely, leader will succeed. Yin expressed unwavering faith in Chen Bei, even to the point of blind admiration, a sentiment shared by many in the tribe. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Bei had quietly wrought numerous miracles, the most significant being that in less than a year, he had transformed the tribe's plight, ensuring no one went hungry and drastically reducing casualties from hunting, allowing everyone to live more like human beings. Chapter 30. The locusts arrive. The following day, Chen Bei returned to the location of the red ducks, greeted by the jubilant quacking of the Duck King upon his arrival. Chen Bei retrieved the small fish he had prepared earlier and tossed it to the Duck King, saying, "Enjoy." The Duck King swallowed the fish in one swift motion, flapping its wings joyfully a few times, before standing beside Chen Bei, much like the day before. The old deer chuckled. "It seems this Duck King has been tamed by the leader. Congratulations, leader." Chen Bei replied. "Now, let us see if the Duck King can lead the entire duck flock. Release those red ducks." "Yes," the old deer responded, opening the gate to the duck pen. The red ducks rushed out eagerly, quacking loudly. "Quack," the Duck King called, lifting its head proudly, exuding an air of authority. The red ducks promptly silenced, settling down, clearly willing to heed the Duck King's command. Chen Bei nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Well done. In that case, we shall not use the rope today." He crouched down to personally untie the rope from the Duck King's neck. The Duck King let out a few cheerful quacks, evidently pleased to be unbound, for no creature desires to be restrained, not even a duck. "Let us head to the vegetable garden." Chen Bei walked ahead, and the Duck King followed closely behind, while the other red ducks formed 3 neat rows, marching in perfect order behind their leader. Beside the old deer, a youth from the breeding team exclaimed enviously, "The leader is truly impressive. Even these red ducks listen to him. We feed them daily, and sometimes they peck us." Another young man commented, "Of course the leader is remarkable, otherwise, how could he be the leader?" The crowd nodded in agreement, having developed great respect and trust for their leader over time. As Chen Bei guided the duck flock through the tribe, he drew the attention of many onlookers, who marveled at the red duck's behavior. Ya, clutching a colorful mountain chicken, excitedly followed Chen Bei, eager to witness how these ducks feasted on insects. The mountain chickens, often raised for long periods, had grown accustomed to humans. The old deer assigned each mountain chicken to a youth, and you received one as well, taking it daily to the vegetable garden to forage for insects. "Leader, are red ducks truly more adept at catching insects than mountain chickens?" Chen Bei glanced back at Ya and replied, "Indeed, red ducks have a larger appetite than mountain chickens." "Then, may I raise a red duck in the future?" "Certainly, as long as you can take care of it." "That's wonderful. Thank you, leader." He began to envision himself proudly walking through the tribe with a mountain chicken and a red duck by his side. Young people often compared themselves to others. While other youths could only raise one mountain chicken, if he could also care for a red duck, it would signify his superiority over his peers. Chen Bei, however, was unconcerned with such trivial matters. He supported anything beneficial for the tribe. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the vegetable garden. He instructed the Duck King, "Now, take your duck soldiers and devour the insects in the field." The Duck King seemed to understand, proudly raising its head, quacking a few times, and promptly found a worm amidst the leaves, consuming it in front of all the ducks before calling out again. Chen Bei surmised that the Duck King intended to demonstrate to the other ducks how to follow suit. Indeed, once they witnessed the Duck King's example, the other ducks eagerly dove into the vegetable garden, searching for worms to eat. In mere moments, the large flock of ducks efficiently consumed numerous insects, far surpassing the haphazard pecking of the mountain chickens. Yin ran over, observing the impressive performance of the red ducks, a look of relief finally gracing his face. "Leader, these red ducks are indeed formidable. At this rate, the insects in the field will dwindle significantly within days." Chen Bei remarked, "In the future, we could consider placing the chicken coop and duck pen adjacent to the vegetable garden. Not only can they consume the insects, but any unwanted vegetable leaves can be fed to them, and their droppings can serve as fertilizer. Fertilizer? Yin felt somewhat bewildered. As the tribe had yet to gain experience in fertilizing crops, they only knew that slash-and-burn agriculture was effective for weeding and pest control. Chen Bei explained, just like wood ash, which serves as fertilizer, animal manure is even better. When added, it can promote faster and larger growth of vegetables. Are you saying any animal manure can be used as fertilizer? Even that of the triangular blue sheep? Indeed, not only animal manure, but many substances can serve as fertilizer. For instance, decayed grass from the mountains can be used, and bones from our meals can be burned to ash for fertilization. You can be bold and experiment with various types to see which one benefits plant growth the most. These fertilizers can also be mixed together and left to mature for a period, as the decomposed fertilizer will be better for seedlings. Chen Bei's words felt like a revelation to Yan. He realized that plants required fertilization and that the resources were readily available. Leader, I understand now. I will certainly strive to experiment. Chen Bei nodded, saying, in truth, I am not particularly skilled in planting either. I only grasp the basics. The specific experience must come from your continuous experimentation and exploration to discover the most effective methods. Do not fear making mistakes. Errors are not frightening. With enough missteps, the correct path will naturally reveal itself. Thank you for your guidance, leader. Yin earnestly committed Chen Bei's words to memory, his admiration for the earnest and simple man deepening even further. In the vegetable garden, the red ducks feasted joyfully, as there were ample insects, and they seldom resorted to eating the vegetable leaves. After all, insects were far more delectable. Moreover, their digestion was remarkably swift. Once satiated, they quickly processed their meals, relieved themselves, and continued to eat. As time passed, the ducks consumed a vast portion of the insects in the garden. After their fill, they sought refuge beneath the tall vegetable leaves to cool off and nap, and upon awakening, resumed their feast. By the time they returned to the duck pen in the evening, the insects in the garden had been significantly reduced. In the ensuing days, Chen Bei no longer personally led the ducks to forage for insects. Instead, the duck king took charge. After a couple of trips, the ducks became adept at foraging independently, visiting the garden punctually without need for guidance. The insect population in the garden dwindled, while the vegetables sprouted new leaves, creating a flourishing scene. As the insect numbers diminished, the red ducks appeared less frequently, wandering throughout the tribe under the duck king's leadership, particularly by the streams and ponds, which became their paradise. However, a few days later, a new situation arose. In the insect tribe, the centipede controlled the locust queen, foraging relentlessly, leaving barren land in its wake. The reproductive capacity of the locust queen was terrifying, especially when food was plentiful. The locust swarms grew increasingly vast, darkening the skies in a dense, overwhelming mass. As the swarm expanded, their food requirements grew as well, prompting them to fly farther and farther away, until one day, they stumbled upon the vegetable garden of the Mang tribe. On this day, the planting team was busy in the garden, and Yin was experimenting with water plants as fertilizer, scooping up many water plants from the creek to cover the roots of the vegetables, hoping to see if they would enhance growth. One member of the planting team suddenly heard a buzzing noise and looked up in terror, pointing at the sky, exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" Yin followed his gaze and was met with the sight of countless locusts soaring toward the garden, resembling a dark, ominous cloud. In the past, locusts had appeared in the vegetable garden, but their numbers were nowhere near as terrifying as they are now. This is bad. The pests are coming to devour the crops. Yin shouted, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Far away in the locust tribe, Wu, through a connection with the locust queen, could faintly perceive the scene on the ground. He sneered, "It seems like a small tribe, yet they possess such an abundance of wild vegetables. Motherbug consumed them all." A glimmer of dark light flashed in the locust's eyes, and it led the swarm of locusts charging towards the vegetable patch, where they began to voraciously devour the leaves. "Damn these pests," Yin exclaimed, watching helplessly as his once rejuvenated garden fell victim again, his anger boiling over. In a fit of rage, this honest man seized a locust and bit into it until it was crushed. The other members of the planting team were equally frantic, scrambling to catch the locusts. However, the sheer number of locusts was overwhelming. They could only watch in despair as the leaves disappeared bit by bit. Fortunately, Yin had not yet lost his wits. He understood that he could no longer manage the situation. Quickly, summon the leader. He bellowed. One of the team members, as if awakening from a dream, hurried off to fetch Chen Bei. Chapter 31. The Duck King battles the Insect Emperor. When the locusts arrived, Chen Bei was fishing by the creek. With the stable development of the tribe, this leader finally had the opportunity to enjoy occasional leisure. While Chen Bei fished, the Duck King, along with its flock, dozed in the grass beside the creek, too timid to disturb him. Leader, leader, it's terrible. Chen Bei reluctantly set down his fishing rod and looked at the panting planting team member, saying, "What's the matter? Speak slowly." The team member gasped, "Insects. So many insects, they're overwhelming. They're about to devour all the crops." "What?" Chen Bei immediately stood up, puzzled. The insects in the vegetable garden had been nearly eradicated by the chickens and ducks. Where had these new pests come from? "Let us go, show me," Chen Bei called. And the Duck King led its flocks swiftly in tow. Upon reaching the vegetable garden, Chen Bei was confronted with a shocking sight. The garden was densely populated with locusts. And within a very short time, the leaves had been ravaged beyond recognition. Damn it, locusts! At that moment, Chen Bei had no time to ponder the origin of these insects. He promptly commanded the Duck King to lead the flock in consuming the locusts. Quack, quack, quack. The Duck King charged forward, voraciously devouring the locusts. Meanwhile, far in the locust tribe, Wu suddenly sensed a significant number of locusts disappearing. Through the eyes of the locust queen, he dimly saw numerous large red birds feasting on them. As for Chen Bei beside the vegetable garden, Wu was oblivious. For the locust queen was surrounded by a multitude of locusts, severely obstructing his vision, rendering everything somewhat blurry. "Mother, command an attack on those red birds." Wu could not tolerate the thought of his burgeoning locust swarm being consumed. He needed to retaliate. Above the vegetable garden of the Mang tribe, the locust queen's eyes glinted ominously, and she began to rub her thighs and wings at a specific frequency, signaling an attack. Buzz, buzz. Countless locusts ascended from the leaves, initially gathering around the locust queen, forming a massive dark cloud. Yan, bewildered, remarked, "Leader, why are these insects flying up? What do they intend to do?" No sooner had he spoken than the locusts suddenly dove down in a frenzy, charging headlong towards the flock of red ducks. The ducks were quickly enveloped by the thick swarm of locusts, and soon they could barely even open their eyes, instinctively tucking their heads beneath their wings to shield themselves from the onslaught. What on earth? They can attack proactively? Chen Bei was taken aback. He had never heard of locusts initiating an offensive. Could it be that these locusts possess such high intelligence? "Kid, these insects are being controlled by someone." The long-silent Shishin suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Chen Bei's body tensed, and he considered a possibility. These locusts were being manipulated by the insect tribe. After all, he had spent 3 years in the insect tribe and was well acquainted with their methods of controlling insects. Among the nearby tribes, theirs was the most formidable. "I suspect it must be the work of those from the insect tribe you mentioned. Could it be that they have discovered my whereabouts?" Chen Bei's expression darkened instantly. The insect tribe truly was relentless. Casting him out of their fold was not enough. Just as he was beginning to enjoy a few days of peace, they had returned to wreak havoc. Do not overestimate your significance. When you left the insect tribe, you had yet to awaken your totemic power and held little value to them, unworthy of their pursuit. "This must be a coincidence," Shishin reassured him. Chen Bei exhaled in relief, but he understood that with the locusts having found their way here, it was only a matter of time before the Mang tribe's existence was exposed. He could only hope that this day would be delayed, granting the Mang tribe time to grow stronger. "Lord Shishin, what should I do now? How can I deal with these locusts?" Shishin advised, "Capture the leader first. Just like with the insects, as long as the locust queen is eliminated, the remaining pests will pose no threat. The totemic power within you naturally counters the insects controlled by the insect tribe. I will now impart a method to you. Infuse part of your totemic power into that Duck King. With its innate suppression of insects combined with your totemic power, it should be able to confront the locust queen." A secret technique flowed into Chen Bei's mind. After reviewing the technique, he declared, "I understand." He grasped a handful of grass and vigorously swatted at the locusts fluttering about, moving closer to the Duck King. The Duck King, too, found itself surrounded by locusts, evidently. It was also experiencing this for the first time and was momentarily flustered. Nevertheless, as the Duck King, it was fiercer than the other red ducks. Even with its eyes closed, it continued to gobble up the locusts, flapping its wings and knocking many to the ground. As Chen Bei approached, he unleashed his totemic power, radiating waves of heat that caused the locusts to scatter. Upon reaching the Duck King, he cleared away the locusts that were relentlessly attacking it. The Duck King, sensing Chen Bei's presence, opened its eyes wide. Chen Bei placed his hand atop the Duck King's head, and to his surprise, it stood still, obediently. "Now, I bestow upon you the totemic power." Chen Bei employed the secret technique passed down by Shishan, gently infusing his totemic power into the Duck King. A radiant totemic pattern from the Mang tribe gradually illuminated the Duck King's forehead, and in that moment, its gaze seemed more animated, brimming with strength. Simultaneously, a mysterious connection formed between it and Chen Bei, allowing it to clearly perceive Chen Bei's intentions without the need for guesswork as before. "Go forth. Armed with the power I have granted you, and devour that locust queen. Quack! The duck king spread its wings, soaring into the sky, heading straight for the locust queen. Yin and the others were left in awe, having nearly forgotten that these red ducks were capable of flight and could soar high and far. The locust queen sensed danger, her wings flapping more vigorously as she summoned the locusts to protect her. Countless locusts, fearless in the face of death, surged towards the duck king. However, imbued with the power of the totem, the duck king's eyes blazed with fervor as he forcefully carved a path through the swarm, charging directly at the locust queen. Quack, quack, quack! The duck king's call resonated like thunder, awakening the red ducks that had their heads tucked beneath their wings on the ground. One by one, the red ducks took to the skies, engaging in fierce combat with the locusts. Utilizing their thick feathers and considerable strength, they rampaged through the locust horde, alleviating much of the pressure on the duck king. Excellent! Let us eliminate these pests! Yin shouted with excitement, and the planting team erupted in cheers, rallying for the red ducks. Beside the vegetable patch, Ya and the young members of the breeding team watched, their blood boiling with enthusiasm. Ya crouched down, cradling a colorful mountain chicken, and urged, "Go help out." Unfortunately, the colorful mountain chicken merely gazed at him innocently, utterly indifferent. Frustrated, Ya lightly slapped the chicken on the head, scolding, "What is the use of being so pretty if you're not as capable as those red ducks?" Within the locust tribe, Wu observed a red duck desperately soaring towards the locust queen, mouth agape. If it managed to bite her, even the locust queen would likely meet her end. "Retreat, quickly retreat." Wu commanded the locust queen. She immediately signaled the retreat and fled, afraid to confront the duck king head-on. All the locusts hastily converged towards the direction of their queen and fled in a frenzy. The duck king, accompanied by the red ducks, pursued for a while, devouring numerous locusts until Chen Bei called it back. Reluctantly, it ceased the chase and returned to the vicinity of the vegetable patch. With a flutter, the flock landed, the duck king strutting proudly like a victorious general. Chen Bei smiled and said, "Well done. Tonight's dinner will include 2 extra fish for you." Quack, quack, quack! The duck king joyfully called out. Following closely behind Chen Bei, the planting team cheered exuberantly, generously praising the red ducks, regardless of whether they understood or not. Meanwhile, within the locust tribe, Wu seethed with frustration over the loss of numerous locusts. "Damn little tribe, you nearly devoured my locust queen. I hope I never encounter you again." Wu kicked over a table, sulking alone. Simultaneously, he grew increasingly vigilant. The locust queen had yet to mature, and he could not afford to let her venture too far, lest danger arise and regret ensue. Chapter 32, A Bountiful Autumn. After numerous trials, the vegetable patch was finally safeguarded. In the latter months of summer, the patch encountered no further calamities, and through the diligent efforts of the planting team, fertilizing, watering, weeding, and pest control, they revitalized the patch, ultimately welcoming the harvest season. Not only were the vegetables flourishing, but due to an increasing catch, the ponds within the tribe were also being expanded. It was anticipated that this winter, the Mang tribe would experience an unprecedented surplus of food. In the first month of autumn, a plethora of vegetables ripened, allowing the Mang tribe to reap a substantial harvest. However, they faced the dilemma of preserving them, as prolonged storage would lead to decay. Yin consulted Chen Bei regarding the preservation of vegetables. Chen Bei suggested, "Why not sun-dry the cabbage and greens?" The Mang tribe cultivated a variety of vegetables, yet Chen Bei recognized only 1 or 2, with cabbage being his favorite, though far smaller and lacking the crispness of those from his past life. "Sun-dry? But won't they turn yellow and resemble withered grass? Can they really be eaten?" Yin pondered, recalling many leaves he had seen dry in the fields, which looked nothing like edible produce. Chen Bei replied, "Just try it and you'll know. Once dried, toss it into a pot with meat. It will be quite fragrant." "All right, I trust the chief," Yin said, hurrying off. Since the chief claimed it was delicious, there was no room for doubt. Yin was eager to discover what flavor the dried cabbage would yield. Watching Yin's retreating figure, Chen Bei murmured to himself, "Actually, these cabbages could also be pickled in jars. After all, we have plenty of salt. As for jars, I could attempt to fire clay pottery. With enough practice, I should succeed." Chen Bei had a particular fondness for survival shows featuring primitive challenges, where he had seen others craft pottery from clay, and it seemed manageable. However, the absence of chili peppers weighed on his mind. The thought of chili made his mouth water, but he had yet to find any, leaving him to hope for future discoveries. Days later, the elder deer from the breeding team approached Chen Bei. "Chief, now that the tribe's food supply is ample, should we consider domesticating more triangular blue sheep or other animals?" Chen Bei looked at the elder deer in surprise. "Can you manage that?" The elder deer confidently replied, "Currently, the tribe has 3 triangular blue sheep, 52 red ducks, and 16 colorful mountain chickens. Once they are fully grown, it will simply require daily feeding. It's not difficult." 3 triangular blue sheep? Chen Bei was taken aback. Hadn't there only been 2? The elder deer proudly declared, indeed, 3. The ewe gave birth to a lamb. Now we have 3 triangular blue sheep. Not only the triangular blue sheep, but the colorful mountain chickens and red ducks had also produced numerous eggs. Once hatched, the tribe would have even more colorful mountain chickens and red ducks. A smile spread across Chen Bei's face as he said, excellent. Since you've made this request, I shall inform the hunting team to capture additional triangular blue sheep or other suitable animals for domestication. Thank you, Chief. I will ensure they are well cared for. The elder deer replied, leaving with satisfaction, feeling rejuvenated and eager to work more. That evening, once the hunting team returned, Chen Bei sought out Captain Yun. Yun, the elder deer mentioned that our tribe's food supply is sufficient and wishes to domesticate more animals. Can you catch some more triangular blue sheep or other suitable herbivores? Why emphasize herbivores? Simply put, the tribe could not yet afford to raise carnivorous animals. Yun pondered briefly, then responded, Chief, how about gray rabbits? I happened to catch one today, and it's still alive. Yun approached a corner of the wooden hut where a woven willow cage was kept for small creatures. He brought the cage before Chen Bei, revealing a large gray rabbit weighing around 10 pounds. The animals in this world generally appeared much larger than those Chen Bei had seen in his past life, likely due to environmental factors. Yun explained, this gray rabbit fell into one of our traps, so we captured it alive. Chen Bei examined it for a moment and said with satisfaction, a gray rabbit, not bad. This creature is herbivorous, easy to care for. Given that, catch more gray rabbits to raise, and if you encounter any other suitable young animals, bring them back as well. Yes, Chief, Yun replied. Lacking ambitions, Yun's demeanor proved beneficial, as the hunting team under his leadership rarely hunted dangerous beasts. To date, they had not lost a single totem warrior, and injuries had been minimal. Of course, this was also due to the tribe's multifaceted development and ample food supply, which diminished the need for the hunting team to take reckless risks. In the second month of autumn, the breeding team began to rear the gray rabbits. Due to their burrowing habits, they needed to be housed in elevated cages. Otherwise, they would dig tunnels and escape. In mid-second month, the sweet potatoes and red ball fruits in the vegetable patch ripened, heralding a bountiful harvest. Be careful not to break them. The villagers toiled fervently in the garden, as Chen Bei had temporarily mobilized most of the tribe to dig up the sweet potatoes and red ball fruits, hoping to extract them from the earth and store them swiftly. With so many hands at work, it was inevitable that some clumsy individuals would damage the harvest. Whoosh! A shovel struck, splitting a red ball fruit in half. One of the planting team members, feeling a pang of sympathy for the ruined fruit, exclaimed, I told you to be careful. How could you not listen? A perfectly good red ball fruit, ruined just like that. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was here. Stammered Ya, embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Such scenes unfolded throughout the vegetable patch. Despite everyone's caution, the subterranean nature of these tuberous plants rendered it impossible to avoid occasional mishaps. 5 days later, all the sweet potatoes and red ball fruits had been unearthed, piled high like a mountain. Chen Bei instructed everyone to spread them out to dry the mud clinging to their surfaces, and then to stack them all into the granaries. Indeed, the Mang tribe had constructed several granaries, for without them, there would be no place to store such ample provisions. The elder's greatest delight lately was to sit beside the granary, watching the planting team continuously transport food inside. During these moments, his eyes would narrow into joyful slits. Who could have imagined that in merely a year, the Mang tribe had transformed from a state of utter destitution to this flourishing abundance? Gazing upon the provisions, the elder felt a profound sense of fulfillment. As autumn's third month approached and the weather turned cooler, Chen Bei temporarily recalled the hunting and fishing teams to assist in constructing houses. He had no desire to endure another winter confined within a cramped and rudimentary wooden cabin. Chen Bei opted against building stone houses, as they tended to be excessively damp in spring and summer. Instead, he chose to construct with mud bricks. In his previous life, he had lived in mud brick houses as a child. Though some areas leaked during rain, they remained warm in winter and cool in summer, proving exceptionally sturdy with regular maintenance for decades. Most importantly, Chen Bei was not adept at firing red bricks. Mud bricks were far simpler to make. Mixing straw with mud, he would mold it into bricks, compacting them before placing them out to dry. After explaining the brick-making process to the villagers, they set to work. Some excavated mud for bricks, others crafted beams, while others peeled bark for roofing. The entire tribe was abuzz with activity, every face glowing with joy. Suddenly, from a distance, the faint cries of a newborn could be heard, and a delighted tribal woman ran towards the brick-making site. Lai, your wife has given birth, a healthy baby boy. Hurry and ask the shaman to bless your son. Startled, Lai, who was stomping mud with his feet, exclaimed, She has given birth? Chen Bei chuckled. Congratulations, Lai. You should hurry back. I will. Lai replied excitedly, dashing home barefoot. Chen Bei called after him. Lai, make sure to wash off the mud first. The shaman prefers clean individuals. Understood. Lai waved back before racing toward the pond. This autumn, many children were born in the tribe. A testament to last winter's long days spent huddled in wooden shelters. By the 4th month of autumn, through the collective efforts of the Mang tribe, the construction of the mud brick houses was finally completed within a month. Although lacking tiles, the roofs were still covered with bark and bundled hay. Yet the spacious and sturdy mud brick houses were infinitely superior to the cramped wooden ones. However, the mud brick houses had one drawback. The floors were composed of earth, which turned into a muddy mire during rain, much like the wooden houses. To remedy this, Chen Bei devised a plan to transport large quantities of river sand from the riverbank to pave the floors, by laying a layer of plant ash followed by sand. Over time, the sand would solidify into clumps, making it less muddy during rainy days, though not as solid as concrete. Additionally, there was the issue of the fire pit. While it provided warmth in winter, it would blacken the entire house. There were numerous methods to keep warm, and maintaining a fire pit was unnecessary. Thus, Chen Bei constructed a stove resembling a hearth out of stones and yellow clay, complete with a chimney to funnel smoke outside. The people of the Mang tribe held an almost blind trust and admiration for Chen Bei, upon seeing their leader's house devoid of a fire pit. Replaced instead with a stove that appeared quite commendable, the majority of the tribe followed suit, opting to modify their new homes with stoves as well. In mid-4th month of autumn, at noon, Chen Bei sat in his new house, a stone pot bubbling with fish, meat, and dried vegetables, filling the air with a delectable aroma. The dried greens, sun-dried to a pale yellow, had become a staple in the Mang tribe, as everyone enjoyed adding them to their meat dishes. Alas, the absence of chili peppers was lamentable. Otherwise, he could concoct a delightful sour fish dish. Chen Bei had long been preoccupied with the lack of chili peppers, knowing that they likely grew wild in the area, such as wild mountain peppers. But he had yet to find them. Sitting on a stump, he picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks and savored it, finding it exquisitely sweet, nodding in satisfaction. A few days prior, while helping the shaman gather herbs on the mountain, he had stumbled upon wild ginger and was overjoyed to dig up a patch of it. He reserved some for the shaman as medicine, while the rest he kept, half for next year's planting and the other half for seasoning. With the abundance of resources, Chen Bei could finally indulge his palate without merely striving for sustenance. After consuming a generous portion of fish, a few red ball fruits, and a piece of sweet potato, his belly was satisfyingly full. Rubbing his stomach, he covered the stove's embers with plant ash, allowing the coals to smolder slowly, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry about rekindling the fire later. Stepping outside, he was greeted by splendid weather. The sun shone brightly, the sky appeared washed clean. A brilliant blue, with wisps of clouds drifting, morphing in shape. Chen Bei made his way to the courtyard where Qingzhu lived, the only house in the Mang tribe boasting a spacious yard. The courtyard gate was wide open during the day, and he walked in, his feet tapping against the stone pathway lined with various herbs. Some were already withered, while others remained lush and green, some even bearing fruit. Most striking was a massive red flower in the corner of the yard, blooming vibrantly in the sun, its fragrance intoxicating. Ah, the giant mouth flower has fully recovered. Chen Bei recalled how he had once punched through this flower, astonished to see it flourishing again in late autumn, a testament to its tenacity. Qingzhu emerged from the house, saying, "The healing medicine made from the juice of this giant mouth flower is remarkably effective. We owe it to the leader for unearthing it. Is that so? If I encounter more in the future, I shall dig up several for you," Chen Bei replied. Just as they conversed, two enormous birds suddenly swooped down from the distant sky, one to the left and one to the right, resembling two dark clouds descending upon them. "Behold, what magnificent birds!" Chen Bei exclaimed as he gazed upward, marveling at the sight of two colossal avians. However, Qingzhu furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, "These must be the birds raised by the eagle tribe, known as the giant eagles. They seem to be approaching our tribe." At her words, Chen Bei immediately heightened his vigilance. The Mang tribe was currently not particularly strong, and he had heard of the eagle tribe, reputed to be a large tribe with a population of tens of thousands. Such a formidable tribe was not one that the Mang tribe could contend with. "What do they seek?" Chen Bei inquired. "There is no need for alarm. Our tribe is too small to provoke an attack from the eagle tribe. I suspect they have come to trade goods," Qingzhu replied. "Trade?" Chen Bei looked at her, astonished. Indeed, the people of the eagle tribe have a penchant for trading. They engage not only with the smaller tribes in the mountains, but also with the larger tribes beyond. The shaman's teachings inform me that the eagle tribe does not favor war. Each year, they ride their giant eagles to various places to conduct trade and acquire profits. Let us see what they bring us then." Chen Bei mused, fully aware that trade between large and small tribes often favored the former, allowing the Eagle tribe to reap substantial profits. Nonetheless, he was curious about what goods the larger tribe might offer and wondered if the Mang tribe could replicate anything of value. With this thought, anticipation began to swell within him. He instructed Qing Zhu to remain in the courtyard while he ventured outside. Indeed, the two enormous birds were approaching the Mang tribe, descending ever lower, clearly preparing to land. The sight of the giant eagles, their massive forms evoking gasps of awe from the tribe's members, was staggering. With wings spanning over 10 meters and bodies as large as a house, their talons could effortlessly shatter a great tree. Thud! The giant eagles landed on the open ground before the Mang tribe, causing the earth to tremble beneath them. Seeing the two colossal creatures up close intensified the sense of awe. Standing at approximately 3 meters tall, their bodies were cloaked in thick black feathers, and their piercing eyes inspired trepidation. Their robust and sharp claws appeared as if forged from steel, capable of easily gouging the ground. The members of the Mang tribe retreated to a safe distance, few daring to approach. Each giant eagle bore 2 riders, 4 individuals in total, who leaped down and regarded the onlookers with a disdainful gaze, exuding an air of superiority. Given their presence before such a small tribe, they indeed had reason to be proud. Among the 4, 2 were intermediate totem warriors, while the other 2 were lower-tier totem warriors, all adorned with the totemic markings of the Eagle tribe, radiating a fierce aura. One of the intermediate totem warriors, evidently the leader, stepped forward and proclaimed, "Do not fear. I am Chi Yu of the Eagle tribe, here to trade with you. Please summon your tribe's leader." Unlike the warriors of other tribes who donned animal skins, Chi Yu was clad in a striking red feathered garment, a distinctive trait of the Eagle tribe. Known for their feathered attire, Chen Bei emerged from the tribe, approaching Chi Yu, and introduced himself. "I am the leader of the Mang tribe, called Chen." "A leader so young?" Chi Yu expressed mild surprise, especially upon sensing that his counterpart was an intermediate totem warrior. Such youthful prowess was indeed rare, particularly in a lesser-known tribe. However, the warriors of the Eagle tribe were equally formidable, and it was not uncommon for their younger generation to achieve intermediate status. So his astonishment was fleeting. "Leader Chen, we have come to trade with your tribe, bringing with us a plethora of fine goods. Should you find something of interest, we can exchange it for items of equivalent value," Chi Yu said, signaling to the 3 individuals behind him. The trio climbed back onto the giant eagles, retrieving several large baskets. They laid out large pieces of animal hides on the ground and displayed an assortment of goods. At this moment, the elders and various captains approached, trailing behind Chen Bei to observe the wares. Chi Yu picked up a ceramic basin from the animal hide, its smooth, rounded surface adorned with exquisite patterns. Even from Chen Bei's perspective, the craftsmanship was commendable. "Leader Chen, behold this ceramic basin. Observe the intricate designs. It is indeed a rare find. Imagine if guests visited your tribe. Serving them dishes in this basin would surely leave an impression of your tribe's strength." Chi Yu went on to extol various items, including ceramic jars, bowls, bone wine cups, and an array of splendid ornaments. Under Chi Yu's enthusiastic descriptions, the eyes of the onlookers from the Mang tribe sparkled with desire. Clearly, these items held significant allure for them. Lastly, Chi Yu produced a leather pouch, his expression filled with pride as he unveiled its contents. "White salt. And the final item, one I believe you will find indispensable, salt, exclusively produced by our Eagle tribe." The salt, gleaming white and crystalline, captivated Chen Bei's attention. Challenging his preconceived notions about the salts sourced from primitive tribes, he had assumed that the salts of such tribes were unrefined, often appearing yellowish-brown or greenish. The sight of pure white salt was astonishing. Had they discovered a method to produce refined salt? However, such inquiries remained unvoiced, for revealing their own salt-making knowledge would invite trouble. "Our goods are laid out before you, Leader Chen, should you wish to procure them. Present your tribe's valuable items for exchange," Chi Yu urged. "Whether it be fine animal bones, fangs, skins, or other treasures, we shall trade as long as we deem the values equivalent." Chi Yu believed that upon seeing such fine goods, the members of this lesser tribe would surely offer their best possessions in exchange, with the value determined solely by him, a tactic that revealed the Eagle tribe's secret to profiting from trade. As Chen Bei scrutinized the exquisite items, he could not help but acknowledge the depth of the Eagle tribe's heritage. Their craftsmanship was indeed unparalleled. Despite the awe, he was disinclined to purchase any of the goods. The offerings from the Eagle tribe were, for the Mang tribe, essentially luxuries, beyond their current capacity to acquire. In a sense, the Eagle tribe was subtly undermining other tribes while fortifying its own through such practices. Chen Bei examined a ceramic bowl, turning it over in his hands before ultimately setting it down. His expression conflicted. "The items are undeniably impressive. Yet our tribe is newly established and lacks substantial goods for trade. Chi Yu, holding the pouch of salt, smiled and replied, "Leader Chen, while we may not exchange for other items, surely salt is a necessity. The salt of our tribe is unparalleled, far superior to the inferior salts of other tribes. Here's the deal. Present to me the goods from your tribe, and should I find them valuable, I shall exchange them for salt." Chen Bei pondered for a moment, and then called out to the person behind him, "Lai, go fetch 2 large lobsters." "Yes, chief," Lai replied, hurrying towards the pond, where a number of river-caught lobsters were kept. "What is a lobster?" Shi Yu inquired, intrigued, as it was his first encounter with such a term. His companions behind him equally astonished that this small tribe possessed something they had never heard of. Before long, Lai returned, bearing 2 hefty red lobsters in a woven basket. Chen Bei grasped one, the lobster flailing its large pincers wildly, yet unable to grasp Chen Bei's hand. "This is our catch from the river, known as lobster. It's quite ferocious, yet its flesh is exceptionally delicious. This is the only fine item our tribe possesses. Perhaps you could consider trading some salt for it." Chi Yu took the lobster, scrutinizing it closely. "I have seen a type of green shrimp in the fish tribe, but none as large as this lobster of yours. It certainly piques my interest." The fish tribe, a large community beyond the mountains, dwelled by the great river, thriving on fishing and often engaging in trade with the eagle tribe. "Let us do this. If you can procure 10 of these lobsters, I will trade you a pound of salt. How does that sound?" Chi Yu proposed. Having encountered shrimp before in the fish tribe, he was aware of their robust vitality. As long as they were covered with moist aquatic plants and stored in animal skin bags, they could survive for several days. Such large lobsters were indeed a rarity, and Chi Yu intended to present them to the higher echelons of his tribe, hoping for a generous reward. Upon hearing that 10 lobsters would only fetch a pound of salt, Chen Bei felt somewhat reluctant. It seemed the deal was rather steep. Moreover, the Mang tribe had no shortage of salt. Their purchase was merely a facade. Nevertheless, Chen Bei had no choice but to concede, for they were a large tribe, and refusing to buy at all might invite trouble in the future. Feigning delight, Chen Bei instructed, "Very well, Lai, go fetch 10 lobsters." Lai, accompanied by several others, returned shortly with the lobsters. Chen Bei pointed to the 10 lobsters in the large basket and declared, "These 10 lobsters shall be exchanged for a pound of salt." He then gestured to the small basket with the 2 lobsters, adding, "These 2 are a gift for you to taste." Chi Yu looked at Chen Bei in astonishment. He had not expected the young leader of this small tribe to be so astute, even considering a gift of 2 lobsters. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "Chief Chen is generous. I too shall not be stingy. Ling, give Chief Chen a little extra salt." Behind Chi Yu, a low-ranking totem warrior named Ling quickly filled a small animal skin bag with just over a pound of salt and handed it to Chi Yu. Chi Yu accepted the bag, weighing it in his hand, and said, "Chief Chen, this bag of salt is yours." Chen Bei received the bag gratefully, replying, "Thank you. Thank you. In the future, should we acquire valuable goods, we will certainly reserve them for trade with you." "Excellent. Next time we will bring more fine goods," promised the members of the eagle tribe as they hastily packed their belongings, readying them to the back of the giant eagle before preparing to depart the Mang tribe and proceed to their next trading post. With a powerful flap of its wings, the giant eagle took off after a brief run, soaring into the sky after circling a few times. Before they left, Chi Yu cast a final glance at the mud houses of the Mang tribe and the people hidden within, concluding that this was indeed a destitute tribe, devoid of wealth. "Let us not land in this tribe again," he remarked. The others nodded in agreement. Having sold merely a pound of salt, they realized that without the novelty of the lobsters, they might not have sold anything at all. Such a tribe was hardly worth their while for trade. Meanwhile, Chen Bei watched the giant eagle ascend farther into the distance, secretly hoping they would not return. The Mang tribe was currently too weak, and trading with such a large tribe would only leave them at a disadvantage. However, the exquisite pottery brought by the eagle tribe had sparked in Chen Bei the desire to create his own pottery. In his past life, he had enjoyed watching outdoor survival shows, one of which demonstrated how to make pottery in the wild. Since pottery was significantly easier to make than porcelain, he had even attempted it and successfully crafted several crooked flower pots. If he could manage to create a few jars, he could begin making pickled vegetables. The mere thought ignited his enthusiasm, and as he recalled pickled vegetables, his mouth began to water. The salt he had acquired would serve perfectly for this purpose. Upon tasting the salt from the trade, Chen Bei confirmed that it was indeed superior to the salt he had cooked up himself, though it did not quite reach the purity of refined salt. He turned to Lai and Yun, instructing, "Gather our people and bring the tools to dig clay by the riverbank." "Chief, what do we need clay for?" Lai inquired, puzzled. Chen Bei replied, "To make pottery, similar to the ceramic pots from the eagle tribe." "Are you saying we can make such things ourselves?" Yun asked, astonished. "Of course," Chen Bei affirmed. "Wonderful. We shall gather our people at once." Lai and Yun promptly rallied the hunters and fishermen equipped with tools, and followed Chen Bei to the riverbank to dig for clay. The art of pottery demanded careful consideration of the clay. Unsuitable clay could easily crack during firing, and even if it survived, the quality would not be commendable. The most suitable clay for pottery was often found in areas with perennial water sources, such as the bottoms of ponds, streams, or riverbanks, sometimes submerged beneath the water. Chen Bei discovered ample clay along the banks of the Lobster River, eager to experiment with it for pottery creation. In a bend of the Lobster River, Chen Bei led his people in digging for clay. The clay appeared gray, its texture remarkably fine, with minimal impurities, even scarce sand. If we dig a bit more, I assure you each of you will receive at least one piece of pottery if all goes well. His words invigorated the members of the Mang tribe, who began to excavate with renewed vigor, transferring the excavated clay directly into woven baskets to prevent contamination from sand and stones. Lai, working beside Chen Bei, asked, "Chief, I would like a pottery bowl, as large as the one brought by the Eagle tribe, if that is possible." After asking, he felt slightly embarrassed. As in the eyes of the tribe, larger items were deemed more valuable, and he worried his request might be excessive. Lai quickly added, "My son has just been born, and our family will now be 3. I fear the previous bowl may not suffice to hold enough food for all of us." Without hesitation, Chen Bei replied, "Very well. I shall craft a large bowl for you, even larger than the one from the Eagle tribe." "Really? Thank you, Chief. Thank you," Lai exclaimed joyfully, redoubling his efforts. Now motivated not only for himself, but for his newborn son. "Chief, Chief, look, I've unearthed a snake." Suddenly, Ye shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Originally, the excavation at that site had deepened considerably, having reached below the water table. By chance, they unearthed a hole from which a creature, resembling a snake, frantically emerged. It was swiftly subdued by Ye, who pressed its head down with a stick and grasped it firmly. Chen Bei approached and, upon inspection, couldn't help but chuckle. It was a sizable eel, thick as 2 fingers, indeed reminiscent of a serpent. "This is an eel, not a snake." "Yeah, take it back, dispatch it, remove its entrails. Add some spices, and fry it in fish oil." Ever since the Mang tribe commenced fishing, their primary source of culinary fat had been fish oil. The river's fish were particularly fatty, laden with oil, unlike the lean game found in the mountains, which were devoid of such richness. "Very well, Chief." Ye utilized a convenient beast skin bag to store the large eel and resumed digging, hoping to uncover more eels. The others exchanged warm smiles, envious of Ye's luck. An hour later, they had gathered an ample supply of clay, nearly forming a small mound. Chen Bei commanded them to cease their excavation and transport all the clay back. The group diligently moved basket after basket of clay to a shelter constructed beside the vegetable garden, designated by the breeding team for raising colorful mountain chickens. The chickens would not occupy this new shelter until the following year, making it an ideal makeshift workshop for pottery crafting in the meantime. Thud. Chen Bei placed a large basket of clay on the ground and addressed Yun, the hunting team leader. "Yun, please fetch several flat stones from the stonemason, clean them, and bring them back." "Yes, Chief, I shall do so immediately." Yun called upon several strong members of the hunting team to assist in transporting the stones. "Lai, go fetch some buckets of water." "Yes." Lai also took a few individuals to gather water. The Mang tribe possessed buckets made from enormous bamboo, towering several meters high, with a base as thick as a water bucket. After cutting the bamboo, it was a simple matter of drilling 2 holes at either end of a segment and fastening a rope for a handle, creating a highly practical bucket. Before long, Yun returned with the clean stones, while Lai brought several buckets of water. Chen Bei grabbed a large handful of clay from the basket, placed it on one of the large stones, added a bit of water, and began kneading and pounding it repeatedly, much like one would with dough. "Everyone, follow my lead." After demonstrating, the others eagerly joined in. Playing with mud was a familiar pastime for the tribespeople, as their leisure activities were quite limited. In their youth, they had all molded mud into various shapes. Through the kneading and pounding, the clay became increasingly pliable, allowing for the removal of any impurities. Under Chen Bei's relentless efforts, a sizable mass of clay transformed into a rectangular lump. Once he deemed it adequately prepared, he divided the clay into cylindrical strips and kneaded them once more. The clay became exceedingly smooth, its stickiness significantly enhanced, making it less prone to cracking. Next came the shaping process. Chen Bei coiled the strips of clay into a circular base, continuously pinching and pressing to create a cohesive form, adding a ring of clay around the bottom to establish the base of a pottery vessel. Subsequently, he began connecting the strips of clay to construct the body of the pot. Time passed gradually, and the rudimentary form of a pottery vessel began to emerge from Chen Bei's hands. During the shaping process, he ensured that every seam was meticulously sealed. Otherwise, any flaws could lead to cracks during firing, rendering the pottery worthless. After shaping the rim of the pot, Chen Bei inspected both the interior and exterior for any imperfections. He then applied a layer of damp clay evenly across the outside to unify the entire vessel. Thus, the clay body of a pot was completed. While it lacked perfect roundness, it possessed the charm of a handcrafted artifact. Chen Bei felt a sense of satisfaction with his creation, believing wholeheartedly that the pot would survive the firing intact. One by one, the others began crafting their own clay forms. For instance, Lai, under Chen Bei's guidance, meticulously shaped 2 large bowls for his son. The burly man exhibited remarkable patience, repeatedly checking his work, fearful that any detail had been overlooked. Upon completing the bowls, Chen Bei remarked, "These 2 bowls, crafted by your own hands, can bear your son's name, serving as a meaningful keepsake for him when he grows older." "Is that truly possible?" Lai's voice trembled, clearly aware of the significance of inscribing his son's name on the bowls. "Of course. You may consult the shaman to have your son's name written down, and then you can carve it onto the bowls yourself. I shall seek the shaman at once." Lai excitedly rushed off, the act of personally inscribing his son's name deeply resonating with many. Chen Bei observed the crowd and smiled. "If any of you wish to inscribe your own pottery, feel free to seek the shaman, but it would be best to go together, allowing the shaman to handle it all at once to minimize disruptions." "Yes, Chief." A few more eager individuals followed behind Lai to find a shaman, even some without children, as they could prepare in advance. Although Chen Bei had lived in this world for several years, he had not learned to read, nor had anyone taught him. Unlike Qing Zhu, who had effortlessly acquired knowledge from the shaman's teachings, Chen Bei found himself keenly aware of the importance of literacy, even in the primitive Mang tribe. Thus, he dedicated his free time to learning from Qing Zhu, striving to master the commonly used characters within a year or 2 and to become proficient in writing. Before long, Lai and the others returned, carrying the characters inscribed by the shaman in pigment. Lai's son was named Yu, a fitting name as he was the captain of the fishing team. The characters in Lai's hand resembled a fish, an example of pictographic writing. As Lai began to carve the characters onto the bowl, his hands trembled slightly from excitement. Under normal circumstances, he would have sought Chen Bei's assistance with the carving. But this occasion was special, a gift for his son, so he persevered, even with shaking hands. At last, he completed the inscription. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he set down the small stone knife used for carving. Before him, on the rough surface of the large bowl, was etched a crooked character for fish, a letter that, despite its imperfections, held deep emotional significance for Lai regarding his son. Others also completed their inscriptions. For example, Ye chose to carve a tooth onto his crafted clay form, signifying his personal creation. Chen Bei continued to fashion numerous clay forms and inspect the work of others. By the time everything was completed, 2 or 3 days had passed. Next, they would allow these clay forms to air dry naturally. Chen Bei surveyed the various pottery clay forms in the shelter with satisfaction, recognizing that this would be the Mang tribe's inaugural batch of pottery. While the pottery dried, Chen Bei had another task to attend to, constructing a small kiln for firing the pottery. Chapter 36. Building the kiln for firing pottery. Firing pottery requires exceptionally high temperatures. If conducted outdoors, even if the pottery were to be successfully fired, it might still fall short of quality due to insufficient heat. Therefore, a well-constructed kiln was of paramount importance. Thanks to the experiences from his past life, Chen Bei knew precisely how to construct a superior earthen kiln. Recognizing the necessity for long-term use, he opted for clay rather than merely yellow mud. The kiln made from clay was considerably less prone to cracking, exhibited superior airtightness, and was naturally more robust and durable. The first step was to prepare the clay. With a splash, a bucket of water was poured into the hollow center of a mound of clay, and Chen Bei diligently stirred it with a stone hoe, ensuring the clay absorbed the water evenly. Subsequently, he stepped barefoot into the mixture, kneading it with his feet until it achieved the desired elasticity, akin to dough. Next, he excavated a rectangular pit at the designated site for the kiln and commenced building. With a resounding slap, a sizable lump of mud was thrust against the side of the pit. Chen Bei shaped it into a square with his hands before adding another lump. As he continued to stack the clay, an elliptical kiln gradually took form. At the pinnacle, he placed numerous branches and sealed the top with clay, leaving only a chimney at the back. The chimney, considerably taller than the stove, would facilitate enhanced airflow during combustion, thereby intensifying the fire. On the side of the kiln, Chen Bei created an opening for inserting the ceramic wares, which would later be sealed with clay until the firing was complete. After spending an entire day constructing the kiln, he refrained from igniting a fire immediately, allowing the kiln to air dry first. If the clay remained damp, firing it could lead to cracks, resulting in air leaks during the pottery firing process that would necessitate constant repairs. A week later, feeling confident that the kiln had sufficiently dried, Chen Bei prepared to commence the firing. One by one, the ceramic pieces were placed in the center of the kiln, and he subsequently arranged for a substantial quantity of dry pine wood to be brought. Rich in resin, the pine was highly flammable and burned steadily, making it the ideal fuel. All right, let us ignite it. Under the eager gaze of the Mang tribe members, Chen Bei lit the pile of firewood beneath the kiln with a torch. The pine needles ignited first, followed quickly by the smaller branches, culminating in a blaze that turned the interior of the kiln a fiery red. As the kiln heated up, the air inside expanded and rose through the chimney, while fresh air was drawn in from the base, creating a cycle that sent flames leaping higher, almost as if a bellows were in operation. Chief, how long will it take to fire? Lai inquired anxiously. Until the pottery is red-hot and thoroughly fired, Chen Bei replied, his eyes fixed on the flames. Shall I tend the fire while you take a break? Lai offered. Very well, if you wish to tend to it, go ahead. Chen Bei acquiesced, moving aside to sit on a nearby dead tree while observing Lai manage the fire. Firing was indeed a skillful endeavor. If done poorly, it would produce thick smoke or even extinguish, while a properly managed fire would yield minimal smoke and vigorous flames. Clearly experienced, Lai expertly arranged the branches for burning, ensuring airflow by propping them up with sticks, resulting in a robust fire. The process of firing the kiln was time-consuming and tedious. From the moment the flames were lit, it involved continuously adding firewood and periodically checking the condition of the pottery. As dusk approached, Chen Bei inspected the ceramic wares once more and noted that all pieces had turned a deep red, indicating they were thoroughly fired. That's enough, we can stop now. Chen Bei instructed Lai to cease adding fuel, sealing the kiln's opening with stones and covering it with clay, even blocking the chimney with stones. There's no need to guard it. Everyone can return. We'll come back tomorrow after the kiln has cooled. After saying this, Chen Bei led the way back, feeling fatigued from a day spent tending the kiln. Once he departed, the others followed suit, particularly Lai, who frequently looked back, eager to remain and guard the kiln overnight. Chen Bei, however, felt no anxiety, for he was confident that the majority of the pottery would emerge unscathed, with only a few cracks being unavoidable. The night passed without incident, and early the next morning, a throng gathered once more around the kiln. It's time to open the kiln, Chen Bei announced, rubbing his hands together before using a stone knife to dislodge the clay, sealing the pre-made opening on the side of the kiln. Once the outer layer of clay was removed, a large, intact mass of clay emerged, resembling a substantial brick. Chen Bei carefully lifted it aside and peered into the kiln, where he beheld a collection of dark red ceramics quietly resting amidst the ashes. Reaching in, he first retrieved a nearby ceramic bowl, inspecting it closely for cracks and finding none, a clear indicator of success. The bowl has been successfully fired. His declaration sparked excitement among the crowd, causing it to leap with joy. Look, my carving of a beast's tooth is still intact. Chen Bei chuckled as he handed the bowl to Ya, advising, be sure to wash it thoroughly when you take it home, and handle it with care to avoid breaking it. Thank you, Chief. I will certainly be cautious. You beamed, holding the bowl high, drawing envious glances from those around him. Chen Bei then presented a ceramic jar, one of the few pieces he had crafted himself, adorned with an eye-catching orchid engraving. The jar has been successfully fired. With each piece Chen Bei retrieved, the crowd erupted in cheers, as nearly everyone involved in the pottery-making process received their own piece. Of course, there were a few failures as well. For instance, Yun's attempt at a large ceramic tub had not gone as planned. It had not been shaped well enough, resulting in cracks at the base during firing. Disheartened, Yun cradled the flawed tub, having aspired to create a large vessel, but facing disappointment instead. Chen Bei patted his shoulder, encouraging, don't be so downcast. While this attempt didn't succeed, try making a few more next time, and you will surely succeed. Yun nodded, though his spirits remained low, especially as those around him flaunted their successful pottery. Amidst the crowd, Lai grew increasingly anxious as his ceramic basin had yet to be revealed. Although he had prepared two for safety, he felt uneasy nonetheless. Chief, did my basin turn out well? Lai could no longer contain his curiosity. Patience. The pottery must be removed one by one. Your basin will be revealed shortly, Chen Bei reassured him. Chen Bei continued to extract several more pieces. With only 2 basins left in the kiln, he gently pulled one basin forward and, with both hands, lifted it out. The basin, a dark red hue, was smooth to the touch, a testament to Lai's diligence during its creation. Upon firing, it had neither cracked nor warped. The basin has been successfully fired. Congratulations, Lai. Your son's gift is complete. Chen Bei smiled as he handed the basin to Lai. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lai accepted the basin, noting a fish character he had painstakingly carved into the side, his son's name. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Lai repeatedly expressed his gratitude. A robust man visibly moved to the verge of tears. Don't rush, there's one more. Chen Bei retrieved the final ceramic piece from the kiln. Another basin nearly identical to the one in Lie's hands. He stacked this basin atop Lie's, grinning. Good fortune comes in pairs. Lie expressed his gratitude profusely, then gingerly cradled the two ceramic pots as he made his way home, eager to share the delightful news with his wife and children. Thus concluded this round of pottery firing. For those pieces that did not turn out as intended, there was no need for despair. With a little more care and attention next time, one would surely be able to craft pottery that pleases the heart. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Chen Bei returned home, his wicker basket brimming with 3 ceramic jars and 6 bowls, all of which he had painstakingly fashioned himself. Upon his arrival, Chen Bei retained 2 bowls and 1 jar for his own use, while he presented the elder with 2 bowls and 1 jar as well. The remaining jar and 2 bowls he bestowed upon Qingzhu. This jar is perfect for storing medicine, and it even has a lid, he explained. The bowls are far superior to wooden ones for dining. He placed the ceramic jar and bowls upon the table. Qingzhu picked up the jar, examining it closely. Etched upon its surface was a simple yet elegant depiction of an orchid, its simplicity bringing her a sense of tranquility. She then turned her gaze to the bowls, which bore a similar engraving of the orchid, each piece exuding uniqueness and charm. Young women tend to appreciate such delicate details, which can evoke deeper sentiments. This is wonderful. I truly adore it. Thank you, leader, she expressed warmly. Chen Bei smiled, replying, I am glad you like it. Should you require any additional pottery in the future, do not hesitate to let me know, and I shall create more. With that, he took his leave. Wait, Qingzhu called out to him. Chen Bei turned back, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Is there something else? He inquired. Just a moment, I have something for you. She hurried into the inner room and emerged with a small bamboo tube, which she pressed into his hand. This is the finest healing salve I have concocted. Carry it for protection. Thank you, Wu, Chen Bei replied, clutching the bamboo tube and nodding appreciatively as he departed, warmth blooming in his heart. Chapter 37. Soybeans, sorghum, and chili peppers. Following the pottery firing, the foraging team returned with unexpected delights, having discovered several varieties of grain crops suitable for cultivation. Leader, look here. This is called chu. It tastes decent when cooked, though overindulgence might lead to discomfort. I believe it would be excellent for planting, mixed with other grains for consumption. The foraging team leader, Bai Cao, held aloft a handful of yellow plants adorned with pods containing plump beans. Chen Bei's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that not soybeans? Soybeans. What a splendid name. Henceforth, let it be known as soybeans, Bai Cao declared, promptly discarding the original name in favor of the leader's suggestion. Chen Bei instructed. Ensure all the beans are shelled and dried for seed. Yes, leader. Bai Cao then retrieved a plant with vibrant red tassels from a wicker basket, its appearance remarkably festive. Leader, what about this one? I traveled quite a distance to find it. Upon inspection, Chen Bei's face lit up with joy. It was unmistakably sorghum. Though sorghum may not be particularly palatable, it serves as a staple food, sustaining hunger. In the tribe, anything that fills one's belly is deemed a valuable grain. The tastiness can be contemplated once food abundance is assured. Bai Cao, this is sorghum. Your team's discovery of these grains is truly commendable. I shall instruct you to reward each of you with 10 pounds of beast meat as a token of appreciation. Clear in his principles of reward and punishment, Chen Bei had always maintained that those who contribute significantly must be duly rewarded. Bai Cao beamed. Thank you, leader. We shall endeavor to find even more cultivable grains. Indeed. But do exercise caution. Do not venture too deep into the forest in pursuit of grains. I shall be careful. Suddenly, Bai Cao recalled something. Ah, leader. I also stumbled upon a plant. I am uncertain whether it is the chili pepper you mentioned. Chili peppers? Quickly show me. Chen Bei, having described the appearance of chili peppers on numerous occasions, was nearly driven to madness by his craving. Many dishes, including meats, lack soul without the addition of chili. Bai Cao rummaged through a pile of wicker baskets, finally unearthing something wrapped in large leaves and tied with grass rope, evidently to prevent the contents from spilling. Upon loosening the grass rope and peeling back the leaves, a small mound of chili peppers was revealed, some red, some green, each diminutive in size, no larger than a fingertip. Chen Bei seized several of the tiny peppers, examining them closely before breaking open a red one, releasing a pungent aroma of spice that filled the air. He gulped. Tasting a hint with his tongue, the fiery flavor instantly ignited his taste buds, evoking tears of nostalgia. Yes, this is indeed chili pepper, specifically the Chao Tianjiao variety. Precisely what I desired. Chen Bei exclaimed, excitement overwhelming him as he embraced Bai Cao tightly. Thank you, Bai Cao, truly, thank you. Bai Cao momentarily froze, then, with kindness, returned the embrace and patted his back, a smile gracing her lips. In that instant, she recognized that the leader was embodying the youthful exuberance appropriate for his age. Typically, His prowess overshadowed his mere 15 years. After a brief embrace, Chen Bei became aware of his embarrassment and discreetly released her, his cheeks flushing slightly. Yet, one could hardly fault him for such exuberance. What would it feel like for a lover of chili peppers to go years without tasting them? It would be sheer torment. Now, encountering such a rare find, and of the finest quality at that, it was no wonder he was so elated. Wait here, I have something for you as well. With that, Chen Bei rushed back to his home, carefully placing the chow tian jiao aside before retrieving a substantial piece of dried beast meat, approximately 20 pounds, from above the stove. This was his attempt at preparing cured meat, having salted it and then suspended it above the hearth to smoke daily. He had sampled it once and found it quite delightful. Now, wishing to express his gratitude for Bai Cao's find, he unhesitatingly took a generous portion. Chen Bei returned to Bai Cao's dwelling, placing the cured meat directly upon her table. This is called la rou. It is cured with salt and then smoked to dryness. You can clean it with hot water and enjoy it roasted, boiled, or steamed. Suddenly, he recalled that the tribe rarely employed steaming as a cooking method and elaborated. To steam, you cut the meat into small pieces, place them in a dish set on a rack in a pot, cover with a lid, and allow the steam to cook it. This method may take a bit longer. After demonstrating the process to ensure she understood, Chen Bei observed Bai Cao's attentive demeanor, and a wave of warmth surged within him. Such a leader could not help but be endearing. Leader, I understand, but this cured meat is far too precious. You should take it back. For the tribespeople, salt was a rare commodity. Just recently, during a trade with the Jiao tribe, 10 large lobsters had exchanged for a mere pound of salt. Given that this meat was cured with salt, the quantity he offered was substantial. Naturally, Bai Cao instinctively sought to decline. Chen Bei waved his hand dismissively. Since I have given it to you, accept it without concern for the salt. Our tribe does not actually lack it. You will come to understand this in time. Very well. Chen Bei's determination was unwavering, and Bai Cao consequently ceased her refusals. She too was eager to savor the delicacies crafted by the chief himself. Satisfied, Chen Bei departed with anticipation, his cravings for the piquant flavor of chili peppers overwhelming him. Though the quantity was limited, reserved for seeds, surely a couple could be spared for cooking fish, he mused, delight washing over him at the thought. As time trickled by, winter's approach became increasingly palpable, bringing with it a biting chill. The tribe commenced preparations for the winter sacrificial rites, which would take place with the first snowfall. As tradition dictated, this year's offerings included not only triangular blue sheep, wild boars, and bison, but also aquatic beasts from the river, among which was a particularly large soft-shelled turtle, weighing nearly 100 pounds, ensnared by the fishing team's net after considerable effort. With an abundance of offerings, the awakening of totem warriors this year was expected to be more numerous. However, Qing Zhu, the shaman, had recently felt an unsettling premonition. As if foreboding events were on the horizon, a warning from her prophetic abilities. Crack. Qing Zhu cast the beast bones once more, under the flames. This time the cracks were particularly pronounced, emitting a sharp sound. Her expression grew grave as she closely examined the fissures, declaring, "The danger emanates from the east of the tribe." Without delay, Qing Zhu summoned Chen Bei to relay this news, urging him to prepare early. The east? Could it be the tribe that venerates the serpent as their totem? Chen Bei furrowed his brow deeply. Since the last conflict, the Mang tribe had retreated from the eastern forests, and even when transporting salt, he and Yun had to navigate stealthily to avoid the Black Snake tribe's hunting parties. Was it possible that such evasion could not avert conflict? If it were within his power, Chen Bei wished for the Mang tribe to remain in their secluded corner, quietly developing their strength for several years before engaging with other tribes. Yet, it seemed this aspiration was destined to falter. With danger looming, the sacrificial rite could not wait for the snowfall. It had to be conducted in advance. With the current number of totem warriors at the Mang tribe, any confrontation would be utterly futile. More totem warriors needed to be awakened to possess any fighting chance. Qing Zhu frowned slightly, expressing her concern. But will an early sacrificial rite displease the totem deity? In the eyes of the tribe, the deity's decrees are nearly immutable. If it is proclaimed that the rite occurs with the first snow, it must be honored. Were it not for the speaker being Chen Bei, Qing Zhu would have likely scolded anyone else for such presumptions. Chen Bei asserted, "Is the rule more important than the tribe? If the tribe perishes, no one will remain to uphold the rules. This matter is settled. I shall communicate with the totem deity." He decisively made his decision, leaving no room for debate. After a moment of silence, Qing Zhu recognized the validity of Chen Bei's words and nodded in agreement. Chapter 38. The Early Sacrifice Roar. At the riverbank, a colossal amphibious beast became ensnared in the fishing net, surfacing to unleash a thunderous roar as it struggled to free itself. Resembling a gigantic otter, it was far more ferocious, its enormous tusks striking terror. "Drag it back." Chen Bei commanded as he pulled the beast from the water, instructing the fishing team to haul it away. Due to the early sacrificial rite, Chen Bei personally participated in the hunt, striving to gather more offerings to enhance the tribe's chances of awakening additional totem warriors. This beast was one of the offerings, alongside numerous large fish. Fish, equipped with hooks, were cast into the river. After being stunned, their bodies were incised, allowing their fresh blood to mingle with the water, enticing larger carnivorous fish and aquatic monsters. Having been a totem warrior for a year, Chen Bei had grown significantly stronger, his vitality surging. Even in winter, clad in light garments, he felt no chill. Only under Chen Bei's command did the fishing team dare employ such methods. Otherwise, they could never hope to draw in such formidable catches. Hooked. A massive braided rope crafted from animal hide was drawn taut as a giant black shadow darted through the water, moving with astounding speed. "We can't hold it," Lai bellowed, his totem markings manifesting, veins bulging as he and the fishing team struggled against the fish's monstrous strength. Chen Bei rushed over, seizing the animal hide rope, channeling his totemic power to forcefully pull it ashore. Moo. Behind Chen Bei, the ethereal image of the fiery rhinoceros reappeared, nostrils flaring with flames, radiating immense heat, bolstering the tension in the rope. "Heave!" Chen Bei bellowed, pressing the rope against his shoulder, lowering his head and charging forward, executing a backward ram. Splash! The immense fish, weighing several hundred pounds, was heaved from the water, its tail thrashing violently, mouth agape with razor-sharp teeth, thrashing in a frenzy. Had it not been for the durability of the animal hide rope, a lesser cord would have surely succumbed to its bites. Once on land, the fish's strength was significantly diminished, rendering it nearly immobile, flailing its tail helplessly. Lai immediately directed the fishing team, "Quick, bind it and drag it to the altar." The team encased the large fish in a net-like contraption, securing it tightly with rope as they towed it toward the altar. Chen Bei had captured 7 or 8 large fish and 2 aquatic beasts before ordering a halt to the fishing, signaling everyone to return and prepare for the sacrificial rites. Such large fish, even when out of water, would not perish immediately. Their resilience was formidable. A thin layer of moist vegetation was sufficient to sustain them until the evening's ritual commenced. As darkness descended, the fishing team arranged all the fish and aquatic beasts around the altar, encircling it. The hunting team similarly bound the triangular blue sheep, wild boars, and bison, placing them by the altar, their numbers significantly greater than the previous year. Chen Bei had communicated with the totem deity, who consented to the early sacrificial rite. Albeit under these exceptional circumstances, future rites must adhere to established customs. This time, 50 individuals bore the totem markings. As long as they were neither too old nor too young, and held potential for awakening, they were marked, hopeful for the awakening of totemic power. As night fell, the fire on the altar was ignited, flames roaring to life, as all members of the Mang tribe donned their finest attire, gathering before the altar. The abundance of sacrificial offerings was astonishing. Were it not for the shaman and chief standing solemnly before the altar, the crowd might have succumbed to whispers of astonishment. All those adorned with totem markings stood behind the chief and shaman, regardless of gender, anxiously awaiting the commencement of the rites. Qing Zhu maintained her calm demeanor, and as the moon began to ascend the horizon, the sacrificial ceremony at last commenced. "Chief, let us proceed." Qing Zhu stepped onto the altar, with Chen Bei closely following. Both approaching the blazing fire. Facing the flames, Qing Zhu extended her arms, beginning to chant in a low voice. "Guhu Shui Yin, Hong Shui Si." Qing Zhu's incantation was obscure and archaic, incomprehensible to Chen Bei standing beside her. Yet, the flames upon the altar danced in response to her chant, growing ever larger, as if every flicker was exulting in jubilation. The beastly horn upon Chen Bei's forehead flickered and vanished, only to reappear instantaneously at the heart of the flames, which roiled like boiling water. The enchanting melody of the green bamboo shifted from a deep resonance to an increasingly soaring pitch. Within the blaze, a colossal unicorn rhinoceros emerged, basking in the inferno's glow, and let forth a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Moo! This sound erupted like a clap of thunder, causing the offerings surrounding the altar to tremble violently, all prostrating themselves upon the ground. Even the great fish dared not stir. Not only the offerings, but the wildlife in the vicinity of the tribe also cowered in fear, lying flat on the ground, too terrified to move. Meanwhile, those who had awakened the power of the totem within the tribe found their totemic patterns glowing with vigor, the totemic energy surging within them to the point where they could scarcely contain their exhilaration. Standing before the bonfire, Chen Bei was at the forefront, his blood coursing like molten lava, surging with an intensity he had never before experienced. To his astonishment, this sacrificial rite felt distinctly different from the last. He sensed intuitively that during the previous ceremony, the totem deity had been in a dire state, its true form failing to manifest, whereas this time, the appearance of the fiery rhinoceros seemed to herald a resurgence of the deity's vitality. It appeared that this sacrificial ritual was indeed complete and normal. Offerings. As the chanting drew to a close, the green bamboo finally uttered a phrase that Chen Bei could comprehend. This time, he refrained from personally lifting the offerings. With a mere wave of his hand, the totem warriors eagerly bore the offerings toward the altar. The first offering presented was an ancient turtle weighing over 100 pounds. Now curled into a ball, carried by two warriors to be placed before the magnificent fiery rhinoceros. The rhinoceros opened its mouth and inhaled, instantly drawing the massive turtle inside, swallowing it whole in mere bites, reducing it to ashes within its belly. One by one, the offerings were brought forth and consumed by the fiery rhinoceros, its flames intensifying to an almost blinding brilliance, its aura growing increasingly formidable. Clearly, these offerings provided immense energy, revitalizing the creature. After the final offering was devoured, the green bamboo gestured for those adorned with totemic patterns to step forward, preparing to awaken their totemic powers. May the benevolent horned deity bestow upon us the power of the totem. The 50 individuals marked with totem patterns knelt before the altar, their foreheads touching the ground in a gesture of profound reverence. Your requests are granted. The fiery rhinoceros spoke, its voice akin to a rumbling thunder. And with a mighty exhalation, a wave of flames enveloped the 50 individuals. Within the blaze, their blood boiled, igniting the latent power hidden within their veins. As the mysterious totem patterns began to manifest upon their faces, moments later, all 50 awakened their totemic powers, comprising mainly the tribe's able-bodied youth, both male and female. Aside from a few like you. Thank you, generous totem deity. They expressed their gratitude in unison, their excitement palpable, and their loyalty to the totem deity and the tribe significantly heightened. The fiery rhinoceros nodded in acknowledgement and then proclaimed, from this day forth, I shall reside upon the altar, safeguarding the entire tribe. Mo. Bowing its head, the substantial beastly horn spun rapidly, soon piercing through the central altar, creating a large hole. Without knowing how deep the horn had penetrated, suddenly, a surge of lava erupted, transforming the center of the altar into a molten expanse. The fiery rhinoceros's form entered the horn, floating above the lava. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within Chen Bei's heart. Young one, from now on, I will remain in the tribe. Should other tribes come to attack, I shall intervene if necessary. You are the sun's sacred body. You cannot forever rely on others for protection. Henceforth, you must fend for yourself. Chen Bei gazed at the horn floating above the lava at the altar's center, then reached up to touch his forehead, finding it indeed smooth. Yet, having grown accustomed to the presence of the horn, he felt a peculiar discomfort in its absence. Although the protruding horn was not aesthetically pleasing, the companionship of a totem deity provided him with substantial security. Now that this assurance was lost, he realized he must rely solely on himself. However, upon reflection, the fact that the totem deity could protect the entire tribe was a significant blessing, alleviating his fears of the tribe being annihilated at any moment. Following the conclusion of the sacrificial rite, the unity within the Mang tribe truly solidified, for the existence of the totem deity atop the altar was irrefutable. They could behold it every day should they wish. Chapter 39, Setting Traps. After the sacrificial ceremony, the number of totem warriors in the Mang tribe reached 71. Originally comprising 104 members, the tribe now boasted a total of 136 individuals, including this year's newborns. The totem warriors accounted for more than half, a significant advantage over many smaller tribes. In Chen Bei's quarters, the shaman, elders, and various captains convened around a table to strategize. Chen Bei spoke. Although our tribe has gained a considerable number of totem warriors, most lack combat experience. If we were to confront another tribe head-on, we would likely suffer severe losses. Thus, I urge everyone to contribute ideas on how to address this impending crisis. The green bamboo remained silent, as this was not her area of expertise. Her presence here was merely due to her status. The elder, having lived long and witnessed much, having experienced numerous tribal conflicts, finally spoke. Chief, I propose we set traps in the eastern forest. This way, if anyone attempts to invade, their passage will not be so effortless. Yun concurred. I support the elder's suggestion, since we do not hunt in the eastern forest. Let us cover the entire area with traps, rendering their progress perilous. The others chimed in agreement, recognizing the efficacy of digging traps. Very well, since everyone is in accord. Let us commence immediately. Mobilize all available hands to set the traps swiftly. Otherwise, we may find ourselves under attack before we are prepared. Yes, Chief. We will gather the personnel at once. Time was of the essence, and there was no room for hesitation. They sprang into action. All capable hands from the tribe entered the eastern forest to begin laying traps. Chen Bei, having only studied trap setting rather than mastering it, took up tools and followed Yun, working while learning. Even as chief, he was unwilling to forego the opportunity to learn. Each new skill was a means of preserving his life. So why be overly concerned with pride? In the forest, Yun bent a branch into the shape of a bow, securing it to the ground with rope and adding a rudimentary triggering mechanism. Chief, this is called a ground bow. Once set here, should anyone or a beast inadvertently step upon the rope, the ground bow will immediately launch an arrow, inflicting severe damage. Chen Bei meticulously memorized each step involved in setting the ground bow. It functioned much like a landmine. Triggered by pressure on the line, it would unleash its power, making it a formidable and stealthy trap. Its sole drawback was that, if it remained undisturbed for too long, the rope might lose its tension without any prey to activate it, rendering it ineffective over time. Most snares were suited for less intelligent beasts, thus to ensnare humans. One needed traps with superior concealment, such as this one. The clouds dug a small pit in the earth, artfully laying a lasso's rope around its perimeter, then concealing the entire noose with leaves and soft grasses. The moment a person or beast treads upon this pit, the lasso would be triggered instantaneously, ensnaring their feet and hoisting them aloft. Another highly effective method is to excavate a pitfall. Though laborious, it proves remarkably practical. Even seasoned hunters may fall victim to a cleverly camouflaged pit. While explaining this to Chen Bei, Yin swiftly wielded a spade-like tool to excavate soil, creating a substantial pit in a walkable area of the forest, its bottom lined with sharpened branches. The top of the pit was covered with slender twigs and fallen leaves, rendering it indistinguishable from the surrounding ground, yet concealing a lethal peril beneath. The tribespeople, seasoned by years of hunting, had devised a myriad of traps to ensnare elusive prey. This time, as they prepared to confront humans, the traps prioritized concealment, ensuring that the enemy would not easily discern their locations. The Mang tribe pooled their collective efforts, dedicating 3 days to transforming the eastern forest into a treacherous terrain riddled with traps. The forest's recuperative powers were astonishing. Within mere days, many signs would fade, allowing the traps to become even more hidden. Even those who had participated in setting the traps would hesitate to venture back in. To provide early warning of impending danger, Chen Bei established several temporary watch posts along the forest's edge, digging earth pits covered with vines and branches, achieving excellent concealment. Each day, individuals took turns on watch, ready to report any unusual occurrences immediately. Simultaneously, the tribe produced a multitude of stone spears, bone javelins, bows, and arrows, training the newly awakened totem warriors daily in anticipation of the impending conflict. As the days passed, the weather grew increasingly frigid. Each morning, the ground was blanketed in a white frost, reminiscent of snow, heralding that snowfall was imminent. The danger foretold by the bamboo oracle had yet to materialize. Once the snow began to fall, it would become nearly impossible for any tribe to launch an offensive against another, as venturing outside would prove exceedingly challenging. And procuring food would become even more arduous, a dire situation for a tribe already lacking in clothing and sustenance. Could it be that the oracle's prophecy was flawed? Some individuals within the tribe began to harbor doubts, perceiving the current tranquility as a sign that no peril had arisen. Nevertheless, the majority remained steadfast in their faith, convinced that the oracle's words were indeed correct, and continued diligently preparing for the looming threat. Such is the power of belief. In their eyes, the oracle embodied the totemic deity, and thus, the oracle's prophecies were interpreted as divine guidance from the totem god, who could never be mistaken. Several dozen miles from the Mang tribe, the Haish tribe faced a dire shortage of food this winter, even worse than in previous years, indicating that many individuals would succumb to starvation or freezing. Within the stone abode of the Haish shaman, the tribe's leader and the hunting team captain, Poison Fong, confronted a challenging decision. The shaman spoke, his voice hoarse and aged. The totem god has revealed to me that there exists the essence of the totem god within the western forest, likely belonging to a small tribe. The leader's eyes brightened. A small tribe, excellent. If we can conquer them, we shall acquire a bounty of food, along with women and children. The Haish tribe had executed similar raids several times, leaving few small tribes in their vicinity, and now they finally had a new target. The shaman cautioned, do not underestimate this. The totem god forewarned me that this endeavor may entail dangers. The leader waved his hand dismissively. Danger is an inevitable part of the hunt, but I have faith that our warriors will triumph over any challenge. He addressed Poison Fong. Lead a contingent to the western forest, locate this small tribe, and seize all they possess. Yes, chief. Poison Fong departed with excitement. Having surmised that the small tribe mentioned by the shaman likely referred to the minor hunting group he had encountered in a previous expedition. In his recollection, that hunting party had been exceedingly weak, and their tribe would undoubtedly be equally feeble. Defeating them would pose little difficulty. With this thought in mind, Poison Fong quickly organized a team and set forth towards the western forest, in search of the Mang tribe's whereabouts. Chapter 40. The Enemy Approaches. In the eastern forest of the Mang tribe, a young totem warrior, around 13 or 14 years of age, approached the hidden outpost carrying a woven basket containing a fire pit and provisions. Upon lifting the covering of grasses, he placed the basket into the earth pit. This boy, named Xian, was one of this year's newly awakened totem warriors, renowned in the tribe for his exceptional archery skills. Ya and another youth named Shi served as sentinels at the outpost. Shi, who had awakened the previous year, possessed considerable experience in the woods and was well suited to mentor the new totem warriors. Although they had become totem warriors, remaining confined within the earth pit for extended periods proved quite uncomfortable due to the cold. Thus, Chen Bei devised the idea of providing them with a fire pit for warmth. She sincerely expressed, "Please extend our gratitude to the chief for us." Ya accepted the basket, discovering within it a ceramic vessel resembling an incense burner, filled with charcoal covered in ash. This fire pit, crafted by Chen Bei, could provide warmth, with the charcoal smoldering beneath the ash, generating heat for half a day. The basket also contained some jerky, which could be heated atop the fire pit, replenishing their energy. Xian carefully replaced the grass covering, leaving only a small observation hole. "Tonight, I will come with Uncle Lai to relieve you," he stated. He placed the jerky on the fire pit to warm it, took a bite, and swallowed, remarking, "The chief is truly kind to us, providing not only animal skins for warmth, but also this fire pit and jerky, allowing us to enjoy hot meals." She nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, he is far superior to our previous chief. What is there to mention? I have long forgotten my old tribe," he replied, his expression darkening, evidently haunted by unpleasant memories of his former tribe. She picked up a piece of jerky, took a bite, and remarked, "Yes, we are now members of the Mang tribe. It is time to forget our former tribe." He continued, "We now have comfortable homes, regular access to meat, and have awakened to totemic powers. In the past, we had nothing. Whenever winter came, we suffered from cold and hunger. There is truly nothing worth reminiscing." Gripping his bone spear, he declared, "Thus, anyone who dares to seize our current existence shall face my wrath, and I will fight to the death." She inhaled deeply, his gaze fierce. "Indeed, those who seek to take our possessions shall meet their end. I would rather perish than return to that former life." The two individuals fell into silence, quietly gnawing on the roasted jerky. To minimize their need for the restroom, they endeavored to drink as little water as possible, necessitating longer chewing of the jerky to avoid choking. Time gradually passed. By afternoon, the warmth of the fire had diminished, and the forest remained eerily still. She and you were poised, awaiting their shift change. As dusk approached, Lai arrived punctually to relieve them, bringing a new stove and additional jerky, prepared to endure the entire night. "At last, you have arrived." She stretched languidly, parting the underbrush in preparation to emerge from their earthen hideaway. However, at that moment, Lai's ears perked up. He swiftly pulled Xian into the pit and meticulously concealed it with foliage. The pit could comfortably accommodate 2 or 3 individuals, but accommodating 4 was rather cramped. Nervously, she inquired, "Captain, is something amiss?" As a seasoned member of the fishing team who had followed Lai from the very beginning, he was no novice to danger. Lai gestured for Shi to remain silent, then, with a grave expression, pressed his ear to the ground, listening intently for a moment before announcing, "They're coming." The implication of those 2 words was clear to all. Each tightened their grip on their weapons, tension coursing through their bodies. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. Someone had triggered a trap. Lai grabbed Ya, who was about to dash out, and said, "We must stay here. You and she must return to the tribe immediately to inform the chief. She, take him and hurry." Though Ya yearned to remain, Lai would not entertain his refusal, compelling Shi to pull him away. Reluctantly, Ya followed Shi as they sprinted toward the village to alert their people. Lai remained crouched in the pit, rearranging the concealing foliage while checking the weapons he carried. He turned to Xian and asked, "Are you afraid?" Xian, expertly knocking an arrow onto his bowstring, replied confidently, "Not at all." Pleased, Lai patted him on the shoulder and instructed, "Very well, you shall stay hidden here, shooting arrows at them while I draw their attention." Xian nodded. Indeed, his archery would be most effective from the shadows, and being easily discovered would diminish his advantage. In the forest, traps were triggered one after another, interspersed with cries of distress. Yet Lai and Xian remained still in their pit, undisturbed. The Mang tribe had strategically laid numerous traps throughout the woods. No matter how cautiously the Black Snake tribe approached, they would inevitably pay a steep price for traversing this terrain. Meanwhile, she and Ye dashed back to the village, finally arriving at its outskirts. Outside, Chen Bei had stationed several squads of totem warriors to patrol in shifts. As they appeared, the patrolling warriors immediately spotted them. While running, she shouted, "Quickly, sound the bone whistle. The enemy is coming." Each patrol warrior carried a bone whistle capable of emitting a piercing sound, which, when blown in an emergency, would alert the entire tribe. In a rush, one of the patrolling warriors swiftly produced his whistle and began to blow frantically. The sharp notes of the whistle reverberated throughout the village, prompting all who heard it to spring into action according to their designated roles. The elderly, infirm, and children gathered by the altar, where the protection of the totem spirit assured them of the utmost safety. The rest, regardless of gender, seized their weapons and assembled outside the village, preparing for battle. Chen Bei, in the midst of his evening meal, set down his bowl as the whistle sounded, swiftly slinging his prepared hide pack over his shoulder, grasping a stone spear, and rushed out without pausing to wipe his mouth. Just as he reached the entrance, he encountered the elder and Qingzhu, who had also emerged in response to the commotion. "Elder, which, you must head to the altar. The safety of the tribe as young and old rests in your hands," Chen Bei instructed. The elder assured him, "Do not worry. Chief, you focus on the battle. The rear is in our care." Qingzhu, wishing to voice something, found only two words forming on her lips. "Be careful." Chen Bei nodded. The urgency of the situation left no room for further words, and he bolted forward, the tribe's warriors awaiting his command. Outside, the Mang tribe warriors had assembled, all equipped with weapons, their expressions grave. Before them, Chen Bei stood, delivering a final rallying cry. "Tribe members, our enemies have arrived. They seek to seize our food, occupy our homes, and slay our kin. What shall we do?" His voice crescendoed, his totem markings glowing with fervor, radiating an overwhelming presence. "Slay them," roared Yun, leading the charge among the warriors. "Kill, kill, kill," resounded the battle cry, a collective roar of vengeance igniting the air. They had scarcely enjoyed a few peaceful days. Anyone attempting to destroy that would face their unyielding wrath. "All right, let us depart." With spirits ignited, Chen Bei uttered no superfluous words, leading them directly toward the eastern forest. Chapter 41. The Fierce Struggle. Night had fully descended, yet the screams within the forest persisted, clearly indicating that the Black Snake tribe had not been deterred by the traps. The cold moonlight cascaded down, but the woods remained cloaked in darkness. Upon reaching the forest's edge, Chen Bei immediately raised his hand to halt their advance. "The woods are too dark, we cannot see within and would suffer great losses. We shall wait for them to emerge. Yun, sound the bone whistle, summon the scouts back." While the scouts could serve as a tactical advantage, Chen Bei was reluctant to risk the lives of his warriors given their limited numbers. Yun produced the whistle and promptly sounded it. At the forest's edge, Lai and Xian heard the whistle but did not emerge immediately. "Captain, should we go out?" Xian inquired. Reluctant to leave their advantageous hiding spot, Lai furrowed his brow. He was uncertain why Chen Bei had ordered a retreat, yet, trusting in his leader, he contemplated briefly before deciding to comply. "The chief has his reasons for our withdrawal. Xian, gather your things. We must depart." Without allowing Xian a chance to object, Lai lifted the cover from above and pulled him out, forcing Xian to follow. Once all scouts had returned, Chen Bei ordered several bonfires to be lit in the clearing, illuminating the vicinity. Xian found Chen Bei and, unable to contain his frustration, asked, "Chief, why did we have to retreat?" Chen Bei replied, "Because night has fallen." "Night has fallen?" Xian's expression reflected his confusion as he struggled to grasp the meaning of Chen Bei's words. The others nearby awaited an explanation. Chen Bei continued, "You were once members of the turtle tribe. I inquired with the elder about why your tribe was annihilated. He revealed that the primary reason was the tribe's frailty. But another significant factor was that the Black Snake tribe favored nocturnal raids. Having become totem warriors, we possess a certain degree of night vision, yet it is limited. We can see only slightly better than ordinary folk, which is why we do not hunt at night. However, the Black Snake tribe is different. I suspect their totem spirit grants them the ability to operate in darkness. Otherwise, they would not wait until dusk to launch their attack. The reason I ordered you to retreat is that I fear you might be discovered in the woods. Should that occur, you would find yourselves encircled. I need not elaborate on the outcome, do I?" With a tinge of shame, Xian lowered his head, yet stubbornly asserted, "Even if they possess night vision, we are well concealed. It is highly likely they will remain oblivious to our presence. At that point, we shall strike from the shadows. Do not indulge in false hopes." Chen Bei retorted with gravity, "Our tribe's totem warriors are already few in number, and I refuse to lose a single one. Henceforth, all shall heed my command. We have laid numerous traps. It will take them time to breach our defenses, and they will suffer significant casualties in the process. Once they emerge, our archers will unleash the first volley, targeting their key figures. Subsequently, we shall all hurl our spears in a second assault, aiming to inflict substantial losses. Finally, we will charge together and engage them in battle. Upon concluding his instructions, Chen Bei urged everyone to conceal themselves and await the emergence of the Black Snake tribe from the depths of the forest, laden with traps. In the clearing, the bonfire blazed fiercely, while intermittent cries of agony echoed from the woods, though less frequently now, indicating the Black Snake tribe had grown more cautious. The members of the Mang tribe awaited the onset of battle with bated breath. In the forest, the warriors of the Black Snake tribe advanced with utmost caution. The ground littered with traps, so numerous they were appalling. Casualties were mounting, with several injured and some tragically lost. Out of over 100 totem warriors, the Black Snake tribe had already suffered the loss of 30 to 40 before even encountering the Mang tribe, a toll that weighed heavily on their captain, Poison Fong. "Captain, it appears they were prepared for us. Do we continue our advance?" inquired a weary totem warrior from the Black Snake tribe. Teetering on the brink of despair after narrowly escaping death from a ground-bow trap, thanks only to the quick actions of a nearby comrade, Poison Fong seized the warrior's animal hide garment and gritted his teeth. "We have endured such losses. If we cannot annihilate this small tribe, what face shall we have upon our return? Forward! We must press on. Once we breach this accursed forest, everything within this wretched tribe shall be ours." The warriors of the Black Snake tribe pressed onward, cautiously probing the path with their spears, successfully evading many traps, though some treacherous ones still inflicted harm. After nearly 2 hours of navigating through the dense foliage, when they finally emerged, tears of relief nearly welled in their eyes. "Captain, there are bonfires ahead." The members of the Black Snake tribe eyed the flames warily, uncertain of what trickery the Mang tribe might be orchestrating. Poison Fong meticulously scanned the clearing for traps before brandishing his stone knife, declaring, "Fear not, this is but their pathetic ruse. Charge forth and slay every last one of them." Having traversed the forest with mounting impatience, the Black Snake tribe surged forward at Poison Fong's encouragement, disregarding formation. Weapons raised in a frenzy. With a total of over 120 warriors, even after suffering over 40 losses in the woods, they still boasted more than 70. Their combat prowess far superior to the inexperienced totem warriors of the Mang tribe. Chen Bei harbored no doubts that in a direct confrontation, the Mang tribe would undoubtedly crumble in an instant. "Archers, ready. Fire." As the Black Snake tribe neared the bonfires, Chen Bei's command rang out, and dozens of feathered arrows sliced through the air toward the approaching foes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The rushing warriors of the Black Snake tribe had no time to evade. 5 or 6 fell instantly to arrows, while over a dozen more were struck, though not fatally. "Damn it! Charge, keep charging." Poison Fong seethed, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He had anticipated an easy conquest of this small tribe, only to be thwarted by their cunning traps that had cost them dearly. Even if they succeeded in their plunder, the Black Snake tribe would gain little, having lost far too many totem warriors. Failure was not an option. The consequences would be dire. After the first volley of arrows, Chen Bei grasped his spear, rising with a thunderous roar, "Prepare your spears, throw." With the combined might of over 70 totem warriors, they unleashed their totemic power, hurling their spears with incredible force and precision. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 70 spears rained down, and over 20 members of the Black Snake tribe fell, impaled by the sharp projectiles, losing their ability to fight even if they did not perish. A cacophony of screams erupted as comrades fell around them, and despite their battle-hardened experience, the brutality of this confrontation instilled fear and sparked thoughts of retreat among the totem warriors of the Black Snake tribe. "I will annihilate you all." Poison Fong had completely lost his composure. With so many totem warriors fallen, he dared not contemplate the cost to his tribe. His singular thought was to eradicate this insufferable little tribe. On the Mang tribe's side, each warrior wielded at least 2 spears, and with the Black Snake tribe charging forward, there was no time for another volley. It was time for close combat. Chen Bei seized another spear and bellowed, "Charge with me. Let's slay them all." With superior numbers and fervor, the Mang tribe surged forward, roaring as they clashed with their adversaries. In an instant, the two sides collided, engaging in fierce combat. Chen Bei zeroed in on Poison Fong, disregarding all else, charging directly at him, his totemic markings glowing fiercely, the ethereal form of the flaming rhinoceros materializing behind him, manifesting clearly even amidst the chaos. Bang! A warrior from the Black Snake tribe attempted to impede Chen Bei, but was brutally knocked aside, crashing to the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth, eyes wide with horror. In a savage charge, Chen Bei faced Poison Fong, invoking his totemic powers. Wielding his spear as a substitute for the rhinoceros horn, ferociously lunging at Poison Fong. Bang! Poison Fong raised his blade to block, but upon the instant of contact, a jolt coursed through his hand, nearly dislodging his weapon, forcing him backward. When he finally halted, he looked down at his hand, horrified to see his palm split open, blood streaming down and his entire arm convulsing. "I will kill you." The totemic markings on Poison Fang's body flared to life, revealing the spectral form of a massive black serpent, its venomous fangs glistening ominously. Hiss! The black serpent reared back and unleashed a deafening roar, lunging at Chen Bei. Yet, rather than retreat, Chen Bei pressed forward, thrusting his spear directly toward the serpent's maw, while the flaming rhinoceros behind him let out a thunderous roar. As the two engaged in battle, nearby warriors instinctively stepped back, aware that any misstep could cost them their lives. The flaming rhinoceros and the black serpent became entwined in a chaotic struggle, their colossal forms colliding violently, tearing apart everything in their wake. Is this the might of an intermediate totem warrior? The members of the Mang tribe witnessed Chen Bei's true power for the first time, leaving them in awe. Their morale surged, and they launched a reckless assault, driving the Black Snake tribe into retreat. Moo! Just then, as the clash between Chen Bei and Poison Fang reached its climax, a spear pierced through Poison Fang's chest, lifting him off the ground. The spectral form of the black serpent gradually dissipated, leaving only the formidable flaming rhinoceros roaring in triumph. How? How is this possible? Toxic Fang gazed incredulously at his own chest, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his strength ebbing away with each passing moment. He could scarcely fathom that he would meet his demise in this obscure little tribe. Chen Bei spoke coldly. "Nothing is impossible. The outcome is evident. You are destined to perish." Toxic Fang struggled to articulate even a single coherent sentence, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Bei. During their recent skirmish, he had distinctly sensed that Chen Bei was akin to a blazing inferno, effectively countering the totemic power of the Black Snake tribe. He could not comprehend the reason behind this, nor did he have the time to ponder it, for his life was drawing to a close. The captain was dead, gone. The remaining totem warriors of the Black Snake tribe instantly crumbled, their will to fight extinguished, and they turned to flee. The warriors of the Mang tribe pursued them to the edge of the forest, but Chen Bei halted their advance. "Do not pursue any further. Venturing into the mountains at night is perilous. Let us secure the battlefield and return to the tribe." The warriors of the Mang tribe complied, pausing to tidy the battlefield. Among them were many who were injured, and a few had perished. Casualties were an unavoidable reality for both sides in battle. Chapter 42. The Sacrifice. The hunting team of the Black Snake tribe had been nearly annihilated. Upon their return, the atmosphere within the tribe was grim and desolate. "Shaman, what are we to do? Without the protection of totem warriors, how shall our tribe survive?" Previously, it was the Black Snake tribe that obliterated others. Now, they faced the imminent threat of annihilation themselves. The chieftain had no doubt that once the Mang tribe regained their strength, they would strike, delivering a fatal blow to the Black Snake tribe. The Black Snake shaman sighed heavily and said, "At this juncture, there is but one course of action." A glimmer of hope flickered in the chieftain's eyes as he inquired, "What is this course?" The Black Snake shaman closed his eyes and, after a long pause, reopened them, his visage weary as he declared, "We must sacrifice a portion of our kin to the serpent god, beseeching the deity to permit us refuge within the serpent's cave." Sacrifice. The chieftain staggered backwards. Horror-stricken and disoriented, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Indeed, sacrifice. This was the sole means by which the tribe could endure. If they did not proceed with this grim decision, they would surely perish when the enemy advanced, the tribe would cease to exist, and all lives would be lost. Resolute in his decision, the Black Snake shaman displayed an air of calm, despite the abhorrent nature of sacrificing kin. However, it was the most viable option for the survival of the Black Snake tribe. The chieftain's countenance shifted through a spectrum of emotions, unable to articulate his thoughts fully. Yet he understood that the shaman spoke the truth. The Black Snake shaman urged, "There is no time for hesitation. Once the snow falls, the serpent's cave will be entirely sealed, and we shall have lost our chance to offer sacrifices." Agreed. The single word seemed to drain the chieftain of all vitality, aging him significantly in that moment. He finally grasped the plight of the smaller tribes that had been obliterated by the Black Snake tribe, an existence fraught with fear, akin to a lost dog, unable to see beyond the immediate peril. That day, the entire Black Snake tribe, numbering over 500, was informed that they must seek refuge in the serpent's cave. All were required to comply. The following morning, after gathering essential supplies, the Black Snake tribe journeyed to a nearby mountain, known to them as Serpent God Mountain, the very location of the serpent's cave. Most members of the Black Snake tribe remained oblivious to the grim reality, with only a select few privy to the truth. At the foot of Serpent God Mountain lay a colossal cavern, dark as if a monstrous beast had opened its cavernous maw. Outside the cave stood an altar, the site where the Black Snake tribe honored their totemic deity. The Black Snake shaman approached the altar, offering various tributes before commencing communication with the serpent god. No one could discern what transpired in their exchange, for the language they shared was comprehensible only to the shaman and the totemic deity. All that could be perceived was the increasingly grim expression on his face. Ultimately, the Black Snake shaman bowed to the serpent's cave, descended from the altar, and approached the chieftain. The chieftain, filled with trepidation, whispered, "What guidance did the serpent god impart?" The Black Snake shaman replied hoarsely, "Half of our kin." "What? Half?" The chieftain could not contain his shock, exclaiming loudly and drawing the gaze of the others. The Black Snake shaman gestured for him to lower his voice, stating, "At this point, there is no room for retreat. We can only sacrifice the elderly, the infirm, and the weak, while preserving the able-bodied and children above the age of 10. The Black Snake shaman regarded the chieftain, asserting, "As long as the tribe endures, there remains hope. Should the tribe perish, all is lost." The chieftain's breathing quickened. He struck himself sharply across the face, his eyes reddening as he declared, "We shall heed the will of the serpent god." The Black Snake shaman nodded, instructing, "Have those designated for sacrifice enter the cave first. Let us commence." The chieftain clenched his fists, forcing himself to suppress the anguish within, and with a stoic expression, began selecting those to be sacrificed. Before long, those chosen stood at the forefront, predominantly comprised of the aged and infirm, with a few weaker adults included, as the elderly and sick alone were insufficient in number. The chieftain announced, "All standing at the front, light your torches and enter the serpent's cave. You shall receive the protection of the serpent god, regardless of the tribe." Ordinary members always held deep reverence and admiration for the totemic deities, as their understanding was limited. Thus, those selected did not perceive their fate as a death sentence. Rather, they entered the cave with excitement, hopeful for the serpent god's protection. Before long, anguished screams erupted from within the cave, resonating as if it were a realm of torment. Chilling to the bone. "Chieftain, what is happening to them?" A tribe member inquired anxiously, yet received no response. The chieftain remained silent, his expression dark. The Black Snake shaman, however, sought to reassure the others, saying, "Do not be afraid. They have received the serpent god's protection and shall be with the deity. We must also enter." With that, the Black Snake shaman led the way into the cave, and the chieftain silently followed. The others exchanged glances, with both the chieftain and the shaman having entered. Despite their unease, they too had no choice but to follow suit. Before long, every member of the Black Snake tribe vanished into the depths of the serpent's cave. In the Mang tribe, the deceased were reduced to ashes, while the living continued with their lives. In this era, death was a commonplace occurrence, and most individuals adopted a rather pragmatic outlook. They believed that the souls of the departed would be safeguarded by the totemic deities. Thus, many did not harbor a profound fear of death. Snow began to fall. Merely 3 days had passed since the assault on the Black Snake tribe, and the first snowfall of the year descended from the heavens. Chen Bei stepped outside, extending his hand to catch a few flakes, relishing the icy sensation against his palm. He felt as though winters had grown increasingly early and frigid over the years. This was a noticeable change, although snowfall had occurred before. The cold spells had never lasted as long. Contemplating this matter, Chen Bei made his way to Qing Zhu's courtyard, curious if she possessed any insights into the cause. Inside Qing Zhu's dwelling, after hearing Chen Bei's inquiry, she remarked, "Indeed, winters have become colder and arrive earlier each year. The shaman's teachings reveal that the climate of year was far warmer than it is now. In the past, the land where the Mang tribe resided experienced no snowfall. The seasons were predominantly warm, and myriad life forms thrived here. However, as the weather has grown colder, many of those unable to withstand the chill have gradually departed, while those who remained have slowly perished. As for the reason behind this, I am not entirely certain." Furrowing his brow, Chen Bei pondered. Could an ice age be approaching this world? This is indeed disheartening news. The winter of the ice age will be exceedingly prolonged and terrifyingly frigid, leading to the extinction of countless beings, including tribes. If they fail to adapt, their survival will be jeopardized. Qing Zhu further remarked, "The Mang tribe once had formidable battle companions known as the unicorn rhinoceroses. Clad in thick armor, they charged alongside totem warriors, aiding the Mang tribe in vanquishing numerous adversaries. However, as the climate grew increasingly frigid, a portion of these unicorn rhinoceroses succumbed to the bitter cold, while others departed for the warmer southern lands. The loss of such powerful allies gradually weakened the once mighty Mang tribe, leading to its decline and eventual obliteration." This was the first time Chen Bei learned of the Mang tribe's past. He was astonished to discover that they had ultimately been defeated by the weather. It dawned on him. No wonder the rhinoceros god was so powerful, yet met such a fate. This revelation served as a clarion call for Chen Bei. If he wished to avoid the same fate as the former Mang tribe, adaptation to the chilling climate was imperative. Otherwise, the tribe too might face extinction. Chapter 43, Winter Hunting. Upon exiting the shaman's dwelling, Chen Bei felt a heavy weight upon his heart. He pondered whether the coming years would witness a continued drop in temperature. Should the cold intensify, would the tribe migrate south to find a suitable habitat? Or should they remain and adapt to the changing climate? Ultimately, Chen Bei murmured to himself, regardless of what the future holds, the ability to endure diverse climates is essential for the longevity of our tribe. The snowflakes fell more abundantly from the sky, blanketing the ground in a pristine layer of white. Each step taken emitted a crunching sound. Chen Bei returned home, determined to contemplate the future path of the tribe. The following afternoon, Yun and Lai hurried back from outside the tribe, their furs dusted with snowflakes, their hair crystallized with ice, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. They sought out Chen Bei directly. "Chief, we have located the Black Snake tribe, but to our dismay, they have vanished." "They fled so swiftly?" Chen Bei asked, surprised. He had not anticipated that, with the onset of winter and the loss of numerous totem warriors, the Black Snake tribe would dare to abandon their home en masse. "Since they have fled, we shall not pursue them for now. If we encounter them again, we shall seek our vengeance. Please, take a seat and warm yourselves with some hot soup. I have other matters to discuss." Chen Bei's home was furnished with a complete set of furniture, tables, chairs, and beds. Though somewhat crude and simple, they were sturdy and durable. Yun and Lai sat upon stools fashioned from tree stumps, sipping hot soup from clay bowls, feeling revitalized. Yun set down his bowl, saying, "Chief, we stand ready for any tasks you require of us." Chen Bei, seated across from them, stated, "I propose that our hunting and fishing teams continue their pursuits throughout the winter." Lai appeared somewhat perplexed. "Chief, will there be any fish to catch in winter?" Yun concurred. "Indeed, Chief, with such heavy snowfall, most game in the forest will be hibernating. It will be quite challenging to hunt." Yet Chen Bei shook his head, declaring, "If we master the techniques, we can indeed fish and hunt even in winter." Chen Bei then shared with them the insights Qin Zhu had imparted regarding the escalating cold climate, for they were core members of the tribe deserving of such knowledge. After listening, Yun and Lai fell into silence. The changes in climate were unmistakable, and they too had sensed it, but they had not anticipated such dire consequences. Chen Bei continued, "If winters grow longer, perhaps lasting half a year, how shall we survive? Therefore, I intend to train the warriors in acquiring food during winter, ensuring that even in dire situations, our tribe can outlast others." His reasoning was compelling, and Yun and Lai nodded in agreement. "We understand. We shall ensure the warriors learn to procure sustenance in winter." Chen Bei considered for a moment, then added, "However, we must not rush. We should first train them to adapt to movement in the snow before we commence hunting." The two promptly took their leave, returning home to summon their respective teams, preparing to train them in winter survival skills. The next day, all warriors of the Mang tribe stood bare-chested in the icy expanse. Training. Utilize your totemic powers to withstand the cold. Remember, it is a marathon, not a sprint. Excessive exertion will lead to your downfall. Chen Bei, also bare-chested yet uniquely endowed, radiated warmth akin to a furnace, impervious to the chill. He was now instructing these warriors in their resistance to the cold. Without the ability to withstand the icy conditions and the prudent use of their totemic powers, winter hunting would be utterly impossible. As the moments passed, the totem patterns on each warrior's face flickered dimly, with few able to maintain stability. In previous hunts, they charged directly at beasts, favoring swift resolutions or setting traps, rarely requiring prolonged use of their totemic powers. The sudden demand to meticulously regulate their totemic energies and slow their pace was challenging for most. Once again, snow fell from the heavens, accompanied by a fierce wind, causing the warriors to shiver in the biting cold, even with their totemic powers providing some warmth. The experience was far from pleasant. "Chief, I can't endure this any longer," one warrior finally confessed, unleashing his totemic energy in a desperate surge. His patterns blazed to life, illuminating him, and warmth enveloped him momentarily. Chen Bei shook his head slightly, but refrained from speaking. Half an hour later, the warrior's totemic energy depleted, leaving his patterns extinguished, his face pale and lips tinged with blue from the cold. Chen Bei, expressionless, ordered, "Put on your furs, and do not rush to the fire upon your return. Go now." "Chief, I." The warrior bowed his head in shame, the eyes of his comrades upon him, wishing to vanish into the ground. "Return," Chen Bei commanded, not reprimanding him, yet the weight of his peers' stares was more punishing than any chastisement. Trembling, he donned his furs and trudged homeward, his face awash with humiliation. This experience served as a stern reminder. Despite the discomfort of the cold, the others dared not exhaust their totemic energy, opting instead to conserve their warmth. Though they shivered, they managed to persist. An agonizing morning finally passed. Yet over half the totem warriors faltered, unable to endure the storm, depleting their totemic energy midway. Only those like Yun and Lai, possessing greater experience and strength, managed to withstand until noon, though they too were utterly fatigued. Let us return for nourishment. Drink plenty of hot soup, and we shall continue in the afternoon, Chen Bei announced. Eliciting a collective groan, they would prefer to confront prey than remain standing in the icy wilderness. Yet, as the chief, Chen Bei's authority compelled them, and even begrudgingly, they returned to their designated positions in the afternoon. Thus, after standing for 7 or 8 consecutive days, these totem warriors finally mastered the art of controlling the totemic power within them, learning to better maintain their body heat amidst the icy expanse. Subsequently, Chen Bei began to lead them in activities on the mountains surrounding the tribe, allowing them to acclimatize to traversing the snowy terrain, living in the cold, and locating prey. This rigorous training persisted for 2 months, resulting in a significant enhancement of the totem warriors' survival skills in the snow. 2 months later, the Mang tribe's first official winter hunt finally commenced. Chapter 44, The Giant Wild Boar. In the early days of the 3rd month of winter, the hunting team of the Mang tribe embarked on another expedition. This time, the hunting party had grown to 30 members, their strength markedly superior to the previous 9. Meanwhile, the fishing team consisted of 30 individuals, while the remaining 10 stayed behind to safeguard the tribe's safety. As the hunting party ventured into the mountains, the fishing team remained industrious, attempting to catch fish in the Lobster River during the winter months. Success in fishing during snowy weather would significantly bolster the tribe's food supply. In contrast to the fishing team's winter endeavors, the hunting team faced the perilous challenge of hunting in the heavy snow, prompting Chen Bei to accompany them into the mountains. Striving to ensure everyone's safety, the snow blanketing the ground reached knee-deep, and but for the high-topped leather boots Chen Bei had provided, walking in such conditions could have resulted in frostbite. Crafted from animal hides, these boots effectively kept the snow at bay, while the fur lining provided warmth, making traversing the snowy landscape quite bearable. Chief, we have discovered an abundance of hoof prints ahead, densely packed, reported a scouting totem warrior who had returned to Chen Bei with the latest findings. Let us investigate, Chen Bei replied, stepping forward, with the rest of the hunting team closely in tow. Upon reaching the wooded area ahead, he indeed found a disarray of hoof prints in the snow, resembling those of wild boars, but significantly larger than the average. Let us pursue, Chen Bei declared, keen not to let this chance slip away. After approximately an hour of tracking, he finally discerned the creators of the hoof prints amidst the deciduous forest blanketed in fallen leaves. Chen Bei signaled for everyone to crouch low in a hollow, quietly concealing themselves to avoid startling the quarry. Yun approached Chen Bei, licking his lips as he spoke. Chief, there are 2 giant wild boars. The giant wild boar is one of the dominators of the forest, its size vastly exceeding that of ordinary wild boars, with some weighing over 5,000 pounds. When foraging in groups, even the fierce and formidable barbarian bears would opt to steer clear. If confronted with a herd of giant wild boars, Chen Bei would not hesitate to retreat, knowing that a hunting party as small as the Mang tribes would be courting death. However, with only 2 giant wild boars present, their size comparable to that of bison and weighing over 2,000 pounds, they appeared to be in poor condition, likely due to the winter's heavy snowfall and frequent hunger. Chief, should we hunt them? The others looked at Chen Bei with eager anticipation, clearly unwilling to let this opportunity pass in such a challenging season. Hunting is permissible, but to ensure safety, we must first survey the surroundings to confirm there are no herds of giant wild boars nearby. I shall go, Yun immediately volunteered. Chen Bei nodded. Yun was experienced in hunting and possessed considerable strength, thus Chen Bei felt reassured by his initiative. Yun stealthily departed, leaving the others to patiently await his return. Cautiously, Yun circled the grove where the giant wild boars were located, ensuring he kept his distance. After a thorough reconnaissance, he returned to the hunting team and whispered to Chen Bei, Chief, there are no other giant wild boars nearby. These 2 appear to be separated from the herd. Very well, in that case, lead the team to hunt them down. Yes, Yun promptly rallied the hunting team to follow him. However, Chen Bei remained stationary, given his capabilities. It would not be overly challenging to take down the 2 giant wild boars himself, especially as they were weakened from hunger over the course of the winter. Nevertheless, he understood that for the growth of the Mang tribe's hunting team, he could not always take matters into his own hands. To cultivate a competent hunting party, he recognized the necessity of allowing them to gain experience. Yun refrained from charging directly at the boars, understanding the inherent danger. A reckless approach could lead to unnecessary casualties. Quickly, dig several more pits. We will drive the giant wild boars toward this area, Yun instructed, devising a plan to excavate pits. knowing that snares and similar traps would be ineffective against such massive creatures. Even if the pits did not ensnare the entire boar, they might cause it to stumble and fall. The totem warriors, endowed with great strength and equipped with the right tools, worked remarkably fast. Within half an hour, 30 totem warriors had dug 7 or 8 sizable pits. After preparing the traps, the hunting team covered them with branches and a layer of snow for camouflage, then withdrew from the area. Yun gathered everyone together, instructing, "We will split into 3 groups, with 10 individuals in each direction. Together, we shall drive the giant wild boars toward the traps. Once they fall in, we will all converge and dispatch them swiftly. Is that understood?" "Understood." With a wave of his hand, Yun divided the 30 individuals into 3 smaller teams, each heading in a different direction to encircle the giant wild boars. Whoosh! The archers of the hunting team loosed their arrows, targeting the boar's eyes, necks, and hindquarters. A sharp cry erupted as one arrow struck the neck of a giant wild boar. The power of the totem warrior's bows allowing the shaft to embed deeply. The injured giant wild boar, its eyes reddened with rage, frantically sought its assailants. Another boar, struck in the hindquarters, quivered and leaped, clearly affected by the grievous assault. With a sharp whistle, Yun and the others stood, emitting piercing cries that left the 2 wild boars in a state of panic. If confronted by a mere handful of individuals, they would have charged forward to attack. But faced with such a formidable number, they could only flee. The 2 giant wild boars barreled toward the unoccupied side, yet the thick snow impeded their speed, causing them to stumble. "Quickly pursue," Yun shouted, brandishing his spear as he chased after them, the rest of the hunting team hastening to keep pace. The giant wild boars soon reached the trap area, where one of them suddenly stepped into a pit, its front half plunging down. "Throw your spears," Yun commanded decisively, drawing back his own spear before launching it at the boar. Swoosh! The hunting team followed suit, hurling their spears, and the unfortunate boar, unable to regain its footing, was quickly transfixed like a porcupine. The other giant wild boar met a similar fate. Once it stumbled into the pit, the team swiftly joined forces to slay it. Panting heavily, the team stood before the traps, astonished to realize that winter hunting appeared to be somewhat easier than in other seasons. In any other time of year, pursuing a giant wild boar would have proven exceedingly difficult. Having observed their hunt from the sidelines, Chen Bei approached, first checking to see if the giant wild boar was truly lifeless, then smilingly addressing the group. "Excellent. This hunt has been remarkably successful." With the chief's approval, a wave of relief washed over the crowd, and laughter filled the air. Yin pointed at the boar's enormous tusks and said to Chen Bei, "Chief, these tusks can be fashioned into fine ivory knives. I present this pair to you." Chen Bei accepted without hesitation. Ivory knives are more effective than bone ones, as the former is far more resilient, especially tusks as formidable as those of the giant wild boar. Once crafted, they would surely make exceptional blades. Chapter 45, The Strange Sound. After the hunt, Chen Bei instructed the hunting party to return with the giant wild boar. "Chief, what about you? Aren't you coming back to the tribe with us?" Yin inquired, perplexed. "I shall remain for now. Our understanding of this forest has always been woefully inadequate, so I intend to seize this opportunity to thoroughly explore it and create a map, providing you all with a reference for future hunting excursions." A map? Yun had never encountered such a term before, his expression revealing a hint of confusion. Chen Bei explained, "It is a diminutive representation of the entire forest, drawn upon animal hide, marking significant features and locations. In the future, even if you have never ventured to a specific place, you will still know what lies there based on the map." "That sounds splendid." Yun's eyes sparkled, clearly captivated by Chen Bei's description. "Chief, may I accompany you? Let them take the prey back. It wouldn't be wise for you to venture alone without assistance." Chen Bei pondered for a moment. The journey thus far had posed little danger, and so he replied, "Very well." Then informed them to return the way they came. Yun quickly relayed the instructions to the hunting party, directing them to carry the giant wild boar back directly, without hunting or lingering along the way. Under Chen Bei's guidance, the hunting team constructed 2 rudimentary sleds, placing the boar atop them for transport. Meanwhile, Chen Bei and Yun pressed onward, delving deeper into the forest. Crunch, crunch. With each step, they left a trail of footprints in the snow, yet these would soon be obscured by the continual snowfall, vanishing without a trace in no time. Despite the winter chill, numerous birds and beasts remained active in the woods. As they progressed, they occasionally startled birds from trees or frightened animals into fleeing at the sight of them. As dusk fell, they discovered a shallow stone cave, merely 2 or 3 meters deep, devoid of any beasts. Chen Bei inspected the cave and, feeling quite satisfied, proposed to Yun, "Let us spend the night here. Please gather some dry kindling for a fire while I go hunt." "Understood." Yin promptly set off to find dry wood and moss to aid in kindling the fire. Surprisingly, in the heavy snowfall, the forest would prove drier than usual, as the moisture had crystallized and frozen. Even the moss, once cleared of snow, was remarkably dry, ideal for igniting flames. Chen Bei, armed with his spear, roamed the vicinity in search of prey. He had no desire for jerky tonight. Freshly roasted meat was far more gratifying. After becoming a totem warrior, his senses had sharpened considerably, allowing him to discern faint sounds from great distances. He closed his eyes, listening intently, and detected movement to his left. He proceeded cautiously in that direction. After walking approximately 500 meters, he spotted a creature. Its head lowered as it scraped the snow with its hooves to uncover dried grass beneath. The beast, with a tawny coat, resembled a deer but bore no antlers, and its tail was exceedingly short. Its ears perked up intermittently, alert to its surroundings. It was a roe deer, perfect for a dinner catch. Chen Bei stealthily approached the roe deer, refraining from throwing his spear, as it would pierce the internal organs and compromise the meat's flavor. He lowered his body, minimizing his presence until he nearly melded with the forest, ensuring he did not startle the creature. Once he circled behind it, the roe deer remained blissfully unaware, continuing to graze. Swoosh! As the deer entered his striking range, Chen Bei gripped his stone knife and lunged forward with blinding speed. The deer, in a state of panic, attempted to evade but was too late. The stone knife cleanly severed its neck. Chen Bei wiped the blood from the knife in the snow, sheathed it, and hoisted the approximately 30-pound roe deer, ready to return. Moo! Suddenly, a peculiar roar echoed faintly in the distance, striking a familiar chord within him. Though it was not the bellow of a bison, as he strained to listen, the sound ceased, leaving him to wonder if it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Had he misheard? Once more, he listened intently, but the sound did not return. Chen Bei shook his head and decided to head back with the deer. Upon returning to the stone cave, he found Yin had gathered a substantial amount of wood and had kindled a fire at the entrance. Inside, he had laid down a thick layer of moss to insulate against the cold ground, ensuring a comfortable night's rest. We shall prepare the roe deer for roasting shortly, Chen Bei declared. Very well, chief. Chen Bei settled beside the fire to rest while Yin expertly processed the deer with the stone knife. Once finished, he skewered the meat. From a small leather pouch, Yin took out a bit of salt and some spices, evenly spreading them over the deer to enhance the flavor of their roasted meal. This practice of carrying salt and spices had been introduced by Chen Bei, and soon the hunting party had adopted it as well. Winter nights fall swiftly, and by the time Yin completed his task, darkness enveloped the landscape, devoid of moonlight, with only the occasional sound of branches snapping under the weight of snow. As Yin skewered the roe deer over the fire, he remarked, "Chief, I believe we should return once the snow melts. Everything is obscured in this white blanket, making visibility quite poor." Chen Bei replied, "The current exploration primarily serves the purpose of winter hunting. A general overview will suffice. There is no need for meticulous detail, but indeed, a return visit after the snow has thawed would be prudent for drafting a proper map." The two of them gathered around the fire, conversing while enjoying the roasted meat, slicing off a piece as it cooked to savor. Before long, the entirety of the roe deer had been consumed, leaving them only partially satisfied. To fill their bellies, they resorted to roasting some jerky. The totem warriors had significant appetites, and their consumption was far from ordinary. They deliberated on taking turns for the night watch, with Yun guarding the first half and Chen Bei the latter. Lying down on the moss-covered ground, the soft bedding combined with the day's exertions lulled Chen Bei into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he encountered the totem god, who directed him toward a particular path, one that seemed to lead to a gathering of colossal beasts, though in his dream, their forms remained obscured. Moo! At midnight, a faint call roused Chen Bei from his dreams. He bolted upright, apprehensively gazing into the darkness outside. "Chief, you are awake so soon. You could have slept longer," Yin said, assuming Chen Bei had been troubled by nightmares. "Yin, did you hear any strange sounds?" Chen Bei inquired. Shaking his head, Yin replied, "I did not hear anything unusual. It is merely the wind howling amidst the snowfall." "Perhaps what you heard was merely the wind." Chen Bei rubbed his temples. Indeed, the wind outside was quite fierce. Perhaps he had misheard. "Yun, I cannot sleep. You should rest. I will keep watch." "All right, Chief. Thank you for your hard work." Yin retreated into the stone cave, where the soft moss and warm glow of the fire quickly lulled him to sleep. Chen Bei sat by the fire throughout the night. Yet until dawn, he heard no peculiar sounds. He pondered in confusion. Had he truly misheard? Chapter 46. The mutated rhinoceros in the early hours of the morning. Chen Bei remained by the fire, patiently awaiting the break of day. The strange sound, along with the visions of the totem deity from his dreams, lingered in his mind. He vaguely recalled that the totem pointed northward, towards a forest he had never ventured into. Could it be that there was something of great significance to the tribe hidden there? Furrowing his brow, He contemplated his next steps and resolved to investigate once the sun rose, as the unease in his heart would persist otherwise. That night, apart from the howling wind and snow, nothing else transpired. The following morning, Yun awoke from his slumber to find the fire still crackling. Chen Bei stood at the cave entrance, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. Stretching his limbs, Yun approached Chen Bei curiously, asking, "Chief, what are you looking at?" Chen Bei pointed to a thick branch that had been snapped under the weight of the heavy snow, saying, "Do you see? The snowfall increases year by year. This indicates that our decision to train the hunting team for winter hunting was indeed wise." Yun observed the vast expanse of white outside and remarked, "Indeed. Winters grow colder each year. If we continue our previous practice of not hunting in winter, we may face a dire shortage of food." Chen Bei responded, "We must always be prepared for all eventualities. Fishing, planting, raising livestock, and hunting, none should be neglected." After sharing a modest meal of dried meat, they covered the fire with snow, extinguishing it completely, and equipped themselves with hunting tools before setting off once more. "Chief, where shall we head?" Yin inquired. "We shall proceed north," Chen Bei replied. The two traversed through the thick snow, making their way through the forest. After approximately 2 hours, the totem patterns on Chen Bei's face began to shimmer faintly, and a sense compelled him to move forward. It was not just him, Yin felt the same, as the totem patterns illuminated on him as well, stirring a shared instinct. Following the guidance of the totem, their pace quickened involuntarily. An hour later, a valley appeared before them, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial realm. Just then, a ferocious roar echoed from within the valley, and this time, both heard it distinctly. Why did that call sound so familiar? Had he heard it before? A vague notion began to form in Chen Bei's mind, yet he hesitated to commit to it. "We shall find out by venturing in," he decided, leading the way into the valley, with Yun trailing closely behind. Upon entering the valley, Chen Bei discovered a flowing stream, and a faint scent of sulfur wafted through the air. Yun dipped his hand into the water, exclaiming in delight, "Chief, the water is warm." Chen Bei followed suit, confirming, "Indeed. The water is warm. It flows from a hot spring." Yun, brimming with excitement, recounted, "I once heard the elders speak of wondrous places in the forest where hot water emerges. I thought they were merely tales, yet here we are. Let us explore further," Chen Bei urged. As they followed the stream deeper into the valley, they noticed that the areas near the water remained lush with grass, untouched by the harsh winter snow. After trudging through the white wilderness for so long, the sight of greenery and the warmth of the hot spring uplifted their spirits immensely. The valley was not expansive. Soon, Chen Bei's gaze fell upon a group of massive beasts grazing beside the stream. Rhinoceroses? At that moment, the realization of the totem's guidance struck him, leaving him utterly astounded. It was common knowledge that rhinoceroses could not survive in frigid climates, which explained why the Mang tribe had lost their battle companions after the climate changed. Yet now, amidst this snow-laden winter, he encountered a herd of rhinoceroses. Even by the hot spring, their existence defied all he thought he knew. Yun, too, observed the rhinoceroses with curiosity, whispering, "Chief, these creatures feel oddly familiar, yet I have never hunted them before." Chen Bei urged him to consider the totem's significance. As Yun reflected, his eyes widened in realization. These beasts resemble the very essence of the totem deity. However, he quickly felt a pang of guilt for such blasphemy, for in the hearts of the tribe, the totem was sacred and inviolable. Chen Bei scrutinized the herd and noted that these rhinoceroses appeared somewhat different from his recollections. Although they possessed the form of rhinoceroses, their bodies were cloaked in thick black fur, nearly enveloping them entirely. They bore long, sharp horns, exuding an air of formidable strength. The contrast was akin to that between an ordinary yellow cow and a yak's, one with smooth fur, while the other was thickly coated. Could it be that these rhinoceroses had mutated to adapt to the cold environment? This hypothesis formed in Chen Bei's mind, carrying a high degree of plausibility. "Let us approach cautiously and display no hostility. We should be friendly," Chen Bei suggested, noting that the rhinoceroses did not flee or attack upon their arrival. Indicating a semblance of trust, he surmised that this was likely due to the power of the totem. Just as the warriors of the insect tribe were naturally attuned to insects, and the warriors of the black snake tribe to snakes, so too would the warriors of the Mang tribe be drawn to rhinoceroses. As they gradually closed the distance to the herd, the totem patterns on their bodies illuminated brightly. Notably, behind Chen Bei, a spectral image of a fiery rhinoceros emerged, silently observing the thick-furred creatures. Among the herd stood one particularly enormous rhinoceros, towering over 3 meters and stretching 5 to 6 meters in length. Clearly, it was the king of the group, with the others gathered closely behind it. The rhinoceros king fixed its gaze upon the fiery rhinoceros apparition behind Chen Bei, its expression a mix of suspicion and curiosity. "Relax, we harbor no ill intentions," Chen Bei spoke. gradually lowering his spear to the ground as a gesture of goodwill. To his astonishment, the rhinoceros king emitted a low call, and Chen Bei instinctively understood its meaning. This too must be a gift from the totem. The rhinoceros king inquired about their identity and their purpose for being there. We are from the Mang tribe. Guided here by the totem's instructions, Chen Bei replied. Remarkably, the rhinoceros king nodded, indicating familiarity with the Mang tribe. Thus, an extraordinary exchange between man and beast commenced. The rhinoceros king conveyed that they were likely the last few rhinoceroses in this forest. Despite their thick fur and dual horns, survival remained a daunting challenge, primarily due to their massive size, which hindered their ability to find food during winter scarcity. Without the discovery of this hot spring valley, their numbers might have dwindled even further, potentially leading to their extinction. The rhinoceros king also conveyed to Chen Bei that within their bloodline lies a mark, the totemic emblem of the Mang tribe. This explains why, upon seeing the two of them, the herd of rhinoceroses neither launched an attack nor retreated. Thus, it can be inferred that your ancestors departed from the Mang tribe during a time of climatic upheaval, correct? The rhinoceros king nodded, indicating that this knowledge was imparted through the bloodline's imprint. Would you be willing to accompany us back? The Mang tribe is currently undergoing reconstruction. The totemic deity remains, and we can provide you with ample sustenance. Chen Bei gazed at the rhinoceros king with hope. Although the valley was splendid, food was still severely lacking and insufficient to sustain such a multitude of rhinoceroses. Returning to the Mang tribe could ensure their survival. Mo? The rhinoceros king vocalized again, evidently hesitant, inquiring if there truly was an abundance of food. Chen Bei nodded affirmatively. All the rhinoceroses looked eagerly at their leader, awaiting his decision. The rhinoceros king displayed a struggle within its eyes, despite the mark imprinted in their bloodline. Leaving this valley for an unknown realm raised doubts about the herd's continued existence. The rhinoceros king's intelligence was not to be underestimated. In fact, many formidable beasts of the forest possessed intellect rivaling that of humans, making such a monumental decision far from trivial. Chen Bei continued, surely you have sensed that winter is growing increasingly prolonged and frigid. If you remain in this meager valley, food scarcity will only worsen, jeopardizing the survival of your kind. However, if you return with us to the tribe, we can offer you plentiful provisions and warm shelter during the winter, allowing your community to thrive. Chen Bei's words finally resonated with the rhinoceros king. The continuity of the herd was its foremost concern. It recognized the truth in Chen Bei's assertions. Remaining here would ultimately lead to their demise due to dwindling resources. Mo. The rhinoceros king nodded in agreement, finally consenting to accompany him back to the tribe. The herd erupted in joyous roars, clearly weary of their current situation. Yun excitedly remarked to Chen Bei, Leader, will we have battle companions like other tribes? Chen Bei glanced at the rhinoceros king and promptly corrected him, saying, they are comrades, not battle pets. They are our friends, our kin. Yun quickly recognized his error and amended, indeed, comrades. The expression in the rhinoceros king's eyes softened, and it called out to Chen Bei, signaling that they could proceed. The herd had nothing to prepare and was ready to depart. Very well. Let us return to the tribe. Chen Bei and Yun walked ahead, with the rhinoceros king guiding the herd behind them as they journeyed to the Mang tribe. Upon exiting, the deep snow slowed Chen Bei and Yun's progress, prompting the rhinoceros king to suggest they mount its back for a quicker passage. Chen Bei felt exhilarated. He had initially assumed that, due to their unfamiliarity, the rhinoceroses would be unwilling to carry them. To his surprise, this unexpected delight unfolded. They traversed the forest with the herd, ultimately arriving at the Mang tribe. Chapter 47, Awakening of the Bloodline. Within the Mang tribe, 16 robust rhinoceroses stood in the clearing, garnering the attention of the crowd. Our leader is truly impressive. He returns with so many rhinoceroses. Are they not called rhinoceroses? Indeed, the leader insists we treat them as partners. Their horns are remarkably sharp. They must be formidable. The crowd buzzed with discussion around the herd, which remained unafraid, curiously observing the people. The familiar resonance from deep within their bloodlines instilled a sense of security in them, for they were in the presence of the totemic deity. At that moment, Chen Bei was in Qing Zhu's abode, recounting the matters regarding the rhinoceroses. How shall we accommodate these rhinoceroses? Take them to the altar. The totemic deity has already issued guidance. Understood. Chen Bei sought out the rhinoceros king once more, requesting it to lead the herd to the altar. Following Chen Bei, the rhinoceros king led the herd, and during this journey, all the rhinoceroses fell silent, seemingly sensing the presence of the totemic deity. Upon reaching the altar, the herd felt a call from the depths of their bloodlines, erupting in excited roars. Moo. The molten lava surged at the altar's center, unleashing an overwhelming wave of heat, causing the falling snow to melt before it even touched the ground. A colossal fire rhinoceros gradually manifested atop the altar, gazing down upon the herd with increasingly gentle eyes. You have suffered greatly. The fire rhinoceros regarded these rhinoceroses that had evolved thick fur and dual horns for survival, its tone tinged with melancholy. Now that the tribe has been rebuilt and you have returned, you shall no longer endure hardship. I shall awaken the power within your bloodline. Moo. The fire rhinoceros let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of flames that enveloped the entire herd. Within the flames, the rhinoceroses not only remained unharmed, but also felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, their excited cries echoing through the air. Simultaneously, tendrils of fire integrated into their beings, merging with their bloodlines. The latent power hidden within their bloodlines began to awaken gradually. The most remarkable transformation was that of the rhinoceros king. Its bones crackled audibly as flames flickered in its eyes. Upon awakening the power concealed within its bloodline, it grew even larger, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Concurrently, a totemic mark of the Mang tribe appeared upon the rhinoceros king's forehead, surrounded by flickering flames, strikingly prominent. The other rhinoceroses underwent similar transformations upon awakening their bloodline power. They too became larger and more robust, each adorned with the totemic mark of the Mang tribe upon their foreheads. From this day forth, this shall be your home. As the flames dissipated, the fire rhinoceros gradually vanished above the altar, and the molten lava returned to tranquility, leaving only a fist-sized beast horn floating in the magma. Once all was concluded, Chen Bei summoned the tribe's key figures. These rhinoceroses shall henceforth be part of our tribe. You may each select one and treat it as family. They will assist you in hunting and combat. The faces of the crowd lit up with astonishment. They had long envied other tribes that possessed battle companions to aid in hunting and fighting, and now the Mang tribe had its own. The captain of the breeding team, Old Deer, inquired, "Leader, how shall we accommodate them?" Chen Bei responded, "For now, let us house them in the expanded shelter. You all should modify the shelter, reinforcing it, laying down straw, and sealing any drafts. And for food?" Old Deer pressed further. "Rhinoceroses graze. You may feed them the same food as the triangular blue sheep. Other foods can be experimented with as well." "Understood, leader." Once Old Deer received his answer, he fell silent. As the head of the breeding team, his primary concern was how to care for these rhinoceroses. With their dietary and housing issues resolved, other matters could be addressed gradually. Chen Bei instructed Yun, Lai, and Yan. "You must immediately gather people to assist the breeding team in modifying the shelter. It must be sturdy and warm, with no room for negligence." "Yes, leader. We will attend to it at once." Each captain hurried to summon their teams, gathering tools to head to the tribe's breeding area for the shelter modifications. The breeding area of the Mang tribe was situated near the vegetable fields, separated from the living quarters. Since the planting team of Chen Bei began utilizing fertilizers, they have experimented with various types, among which the manure from the breeding team has proven to be the most effective. Consequently, the breeding area was established adjacent to the vegetable field, facilitating both planting and breeding. Much of the produce from the fields, particularly the inedible parts, can be fed to the animals, thereby minimizing waste. The breeding area is currently undergoing renovations. The doors have been removed and are being replaced with larger ones. As the shed is intended for housing the triangular blue sheep, the original door was not sufficiently large to accommodate the rhinoceroses, necessitating its removal and replacement with a more spacious entryway. Chen Bei not only supervises but also actively participates, working alongside his team. Li scratched his head and inquired, "Leader, what about the walls? They are drafty." Since the triangular blue sheep are not particularly sensitive to cold, the walls of the shed, constructed from closely aligned wooden planks, leave many gaps through which the wind can penetrate. Despite the thick fur that has grown on these rhinoceroses, their cold tolerance still falls short of that of the triangular blue sheep. Thus, such walls are evidently inadequate. After pondering for a moment, Chen Bei proposed, "We can seal the gaps with snow, then pour some water over it to freeze. When the weather warms up and the snow melts, we can think of another solution." "Of course. Why didn't I think of that?" Li exclaimed, promptly following Chen Bei's suggestion to block the gaps with snow and douse it with water, allowing it to freeze. Once the ice and snow solidified, the wind ceased to enter the shed, significantly enhancing its insulation. As dusk approached, the spacious shed was finally completed, its floor covered with leaves and hay. The rhinoceros king and his herd settled in, becoming an integral part of the Mang tribe. In the ensuing days, the tribe members diligently cared for the rhinoceroses, with the strongest totem warriors each selecting one to feed, groom, and foster a bond. In the future, whether hunting, fishing, or engaging in battle, their chosen rhinoceroses would accompany them, serving as formidable allies. Naturally, the powerful rhinoceros king chose Chen Bei. Time flew by, and before long, winter quietly departed. The ice and snow melted, and spring arrived once more. It marked the third year since Chen Bei established the tribe. 3 years ago, the Mang tribe began with nothing. Yet through their efforts, they now enjoy a commendable existence. Mu. By the stream, the rhinoceros king grazed while Chen Bei reclined on its broad back, gazing at the ever-changing clouds above. Quack, quack. A red duck landed atop the rhinoceros king's head, proudly asserting its presence as the duck king. The rhinoceros king shook its head but was unable to dislodge the duck, so it resignedly continued grazing, pretending the duck was not there. Chen Bei cast a helpless glance at the duck king and admonished, "No more raucous quacking, and certainly no droppings on the king's head." The duck king, somewhat intimidated by Chen Bei, quieted down and settled atop the rhinoceros king, using its thick fur as a makeshift nest. Chen Bei shook his head and resumed watching the clouds, bemused by the duck's antics at the expense of the amiable rhinoceros king. Chapter 48. Spring. Plant a single grain in spring and reap a myriad in autumn. Chen Bei rode the rhinoceros king to the vegetable field, where the Mang tribe's spring planting had commenced. The planting team was busy tilling the soil, and anyone with free time in the tribe came to lend a hand. This land had been turned over once after last autumn's harvest, and, following a winter of heavy snowfall, the soil was now exceptionally loose, making the task considerably easier. Initially, when this plot was cleared, the soil was a dusty yellow. But after a year of cultivation and fertilization, it had begun to transition to a gray hue. As time progressed, the color would deepen until it transformed into rich, fertile earth. Last winter, the planting team leader, Yan, along with several members, became totem warriors, yet they chose not to hunt, but to continue cultivating the land. Hunting, fishing, planting, and breeding are equally vital, all pathways to the tribe's sustenance, a concept Chen Bei has consistently instilled in them, earning their unwavering trust in his leadership. Cluck, cluck. Quack, quack. In the vegetable field, colorful mountain chickens and red ducks trailed behind the planting team, eagerly searching the freshly turned soil for worms and insects, their favored delicacies. Nearby, the triangular blue sheep grazed leisurely on the grass. The tribe had successfully domesticated over a dozen of these sheep, which now required only 1 or 2 children to oversee them. Chen Bei, perched atop the rhinoceros king, surveyed the vibrant tribe, his heart swelling with pride at the community he had single-handedly built. As he observed their toil, Chen Bei murmured, "If only we had plow oxen, we could till the land much more swiftly." Alas, taming oxen for plowing is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. He had frequently seen curved plows in his youth. Although iron plows were absent here, stone ones were adequate, as all the movable stones had been cleared from the fields. This year, Chen Bei planned to have the hunting team capture a few wild oxen for domestication, hoping that in a few years, they would become suitable plow oxen. As for using rhinoceroses for plowing, that was nearly impossible. They were more suited for combat than such labor, and the totem spirits would undoubtedly have objections. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yan, the planting team leader, recalled some matters as he saw Chen Bei approach. "Leader, the gathering team brought back a substantial amount of seeds last year. I believe we should clear more wasteland for this year's planting. I wish to seek your opinion." Chen Bei waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You are the leader of the planting team. Such matters need not concern me. Make your own decisions." "Understood. May you walk safely, leader." Continuing his ride on the rhinoceros king, Chen Bei traversed the tribe, receiving respectful greetings from the members along the way. He soon arrived at the riverbank, where the fishing team was bustling with activity. "Hurry, pull the net." A heavy net was being tugged to the shore by Li and the fishing team, filled with lively fish. Mu. A rhinoceros was assisting in pulling the net. It was Li's chosen mount. Although it could not match the rhinoceros king, it was robust and strong, providing considerable help. Once the net was drawn ashore, Li instructed the fishing team members to sort through the catch, while he briskly approached Chen Bei. "Leader, we've just brought in quite a haul of fish. I'll have the best one sent to your home shortly." Chen Bei smiled and remarked, "Li, you are increasingly embodying the qualities of a leader." Li, feeling bashful, replied, "Compared to you, leader, I still have much to learn. I came to discuss something with you. Come, let us talk over there." Chen Bei dismounted and sat on a large rock by the riverbank. Li hurriedly followed suit, though he stood beside Chen Bei rather than sitting. After experiencing numerous events, Chen Bei's stature in the eyes of the tribe had grown immensely. Despite his youth, none dared to underestimate him. Chen Bei patted the rock beside him, saying, "Sit down and talk. Why are you standing? I prefer not to speak while looking up." "Yes." Li finally sat down. "You must have gathered considerable knowledge about the Dragon Shrimp River, correct?" "Leader, we are quite familiar with the waters close to shore, but we still know little about the river's center, as it harbors many terrifying aquatic beasts and large fish." Chen Bei nodded, affirming, "Indeed, there are many dangers in the river. That is precisely why I have instructed you not to enter the water." Chen Bei remarked, "However, you have become quite familiar with fishing now. If you never venture into the water, it would be impossible to learn. Therefore, I intend to construct several dugout canoes for you to fish in the shallow waters. Dugout canoes? Lai replied, somewhat bewildered, having never encountered the term before. Chen Bei elaborated. It involves hollowing out a large tree trunk, tapering both ends to enable it to float on the water's surface. Once equipped with paddles, it can take you wherever you wish to go. With a hint of trepidation, Lai inquired, is it easy to maneuver this dugout canoe on the water? Chen Bei responded, if it is merely floating, that is quite effortless. However, mastering it requires practice and experience, which will come naturally with time. With these canoes, you will be able to cast your nets more effectively, and your catch will undoubtedly increase. Lai promptly assured, rest assured, Chief, we will strive diligently to master it. Chen Bei nodded. In truth, had it not been for the complexity of constructing a boat, he would have preferred to build a proper vessel. Crafting a boat is far more intricate than making a dugout canoe, and lacking any shipbuilding experience, he could only hope for gradual progress and the accumulation of knowledge. I wanted to inform you in advance. I shall instruct the carpenter to commence work on the dugout canoes upon my return. Once completed, you may practice in the pond before venturing into the river, Chen Bei declared as he rose and patted his rear, adding, now, go back to fishing. I shall not delay you further. After Chen Bei rode away on his rhinoceros mount, Lai mused, indeed, our chief is deserving of his title. His intellect is remarkable, always conjuring up brilliant ideas. Why can't my mind conceive such things? He tapped his head before turning back to continue fishing. Meanwhile, Chen Bei returned to the tribe and sought out the carpenter. The carpenter, named Jen, had displayed remarkable talent during the construction of the tribe and was thus appointed as the tribe's dedicated carpenter, relieved from other duties. Knock, knock, knock. Before entering, Chen Bei heard the sound of a stone axe chopping wood. Upon entering, he found the carpenter engaged in crafting a table to facilitate Jen's work. Chen Bei had previously shared various woodworking techniques from his past life, including simple mortise and tenon joints, furniture designs, and general manufacturing processes. Though he understood these concepts only superficially, Jen's exceptional talent allowed him to grasp and replicate them after minimal instruction. Jen remained utterly engrossed in his work, failing to notice Chen Bei's entrance until much later. When he finally did, he hastily set down his tools and stood up, somewhat flustered. Greeting, Chief. Chen Bei smiled. No need for concern. I have just arrived. Jen exhaled in relief and asked, Chief, is there some task you require of me? Chen Bei nodded, indeed. The fishing team needs several dugout canoes, and I hope you can construct them. He detailed the process of making the dugout canoes and sketched their shape and that of the paddles on the ground with a stick. Understanding that the task was not overly complicated, albeit time-consuming, Jen replied, I can do this after I finish my current work. Take your time, there is no rush. Additionally, once the dugout canoes are completed, they should be tempered with fire, but not excessively, to prevent cracking and rotting. You'll need to experiment with the wood first. Chen Bei added. Jen nodded. Understood, I will remember. Very well, continue your work. I shall not intrude further. Chen Bei did not linger, leaving after conveying his message. He noted that the longer he occupied the position of chief, the more respect he garnered from the tribe, which was an inevitable consequence. Chapter 49, Dugout Canoes and Swimming. 10 days later, the first dugout canoe was completed, its surface charred by fire, giving it a slightly darkened appearance, yet rendering it more robust and durable than an untempered canoe. With a splash, Chen Bei launched the dugout canoe into the largest and deepest pond of the Mang tribe. He personally boarded it, grasped the paddle, and began to row. The dugout canoe proved somewhat challenging to maneuver, after much effort. He finally discovered a few tricks to effectively propel and steer it. Look, the chief is sitting atop a tree, drifting to the center of the pond. Onlookers quickly gathered by the pond, intrigued by Chen Bei's unusual actions. Don't be absurd, that's a dugout canoe. I heard the carpenter say it was specially crafted for the chief to float on water. What purpose does this dugout canoe serve? Rumor has it, it can be used for fishing. Look, the fishing team is approaching. Lai arrived with all the members of the fishing team, unlike others in the tribe. Their eyes sparkled with excitement upon witnessing Chen Bei gliding across the pond in the dugout canoe. No one understood better than they what the canoe meant for fishing. Previously, due to Chen Bei's prohibition against entering the water, casting nets had been quite a troublesome affair, as it was difficult to achieve satisfactory results from the shore. However, with the dugout canoe, they could row to designated areas to cast their nets, significantly enhancing their accuracy and surely increasing their catch. As Chen Bei noticed the fishing team approaching, he paddled the dugout canoe to shore and stepped onto the bank. Did you all see how I maneuvered? I expect each member of the fishing team to master the skills of rowing a dugout canoe. Lai confidently replied, rest assured, Chief, we will learn diligently. Chen Bei handed the paddle to Lai and instructed, 2 individuals should go out at a time, each with a paddle, rowing from opposite sides until you can maneuver the dugout canoe with proficiency. Yes, Chief. Lai and a team member were the first to leap onto the dugout canoe. They wobbled precariously, as if it might capsize at any moment. Crouch down quickly. Lai, now sweating profusely, realized that maneuvering the dugout canoe was not as easy as he had anticipated. Once he crouched down, his teammate followed suit, lowering their center of gravity, and the canoe stabilized considerably. Lai discreetly wiped his brow, grasped the paddle, and began to practice rowing. However, due to their lack of coordination, they struggled to advance, swaying erratically like drunken men, even spinning around. Chen Bei, standing by the pond, called out, "Do not panic. Take your time, coordinate better, and do not row independently." Under Chen Bei's guidance, after half an hour, the two individuals on the dugout canoe gradually found their rhythm, finally achieving some semblance of control. Once they returned to shore, all members of the fishing team took turns experiencing the canoe. Given their familiarity with the water, they learned at a commendable pace. Chen Bei instructed, "From now on, practice in this manner. All members of the fishing team should fish in the morning and practice maneuvering the dugout canoe here in the afternoon until you have mastered it. Continue your practice," he concluded before departing. By mid-April, all the arable land of the Mang tribe had been turned over, along with newly cultivated wasteland, totaling over 100 acres. Crops such as red ball fruit, sweet potatoes, sorghum, soybeans, cabbage, and greens were planted in accordance with the seasonal cycle. Chen Bei also established a vegetable garden beside his dwelling, fenced to prevent any damage. In spring, we sow chili peppers. In autumn, we shall reap a bountiful harvest of them. Chen Bei wielded a small stone hoe, diligently clearing the land of every weed, stone, and even insect, before meticulously planting the wild mountain pepper seeds he had salvaged from the previous year. If only there were plastic film to enhance the germination and survival rates. Chen Bei harbored high hopes for these diminutive peppers. The availability of spiciness in the future hinged upon this plot of land. In addition to the peppers, he also sowed some wild ginger and wild onions, though he had yet to locate garlic, which he was confident he would find eventually. Furthermore, he planted various spices, akin to Sichuan pepper, within his vegetable garden. In the third month of spring, Lai excitedly approached Chen Bei. "Chief, everyone in our fishing team has learned to use the dugout canoe." Chen Bei, who was grooming the thick fur of the rhinoceros king, turned at Lai's words and replied, "Take me to sea." "All right." Lai led the way, with Chen Bei following closely behind, and the rhinoceros king ambling along at a leisurely pace. Upon reaching the pond, they discovered 5 dugout canoes already afloat, crafted by the carpenters. Lai was the first to leap onto one of the canoes. "She, come aboard." A composed young man emerged from the fishing team and stepped onto the canoe. He was Shi, a member of the fishing team and one of the first in the Mang tribe to awaken their totemic powers. Lai and Shi each took an oar and began to row swiftly. The dugout canoe accelerated across the pond, as swift as an arrow released from a bow. They also demonstrated their adeptness in turning the canoe and maneuvering it to the shore, showcasing remarkable skill. The other members of the fishing team took turns demonstrating their abilities, most of whom could proficiently handle the canoe, although a small number struggled with it due to a lack of aptitude. Chen Bei nodded in approval. Indeed, the fishing team had invested a considerable amount of time and effort in mastering canoe navigation. "Chief, what do you think? Can we take the canoe to the river now?" Lai gazed at Chen Bei with eager anticipation. They could hardly wait to use the canoe for fishing in the river. However, Chen Bei shook his head and said, "Not yet. While mastering the canoe is one aspect, you also need to learn how to swim." "Swim? What is that?" Given that the tribe had lived in the mountains for so long, very few ventured into the water, and hardly anyone knew how to swim or even recognized the term. Although the fishing team interacted with water daily, Chen Bei's prohibition on entering the river meant that no one had learned to swim. Chen Bei explained, "It means being able to move through the water like a fish. Only then, if the canoe capsizes while you are navigating, will you have a chance of surviving." The reason he said chance was that the dangers lurking in the water were no less formidable than those in the mountains. Should one fall into the water, even a proficient swimmer could easily succumb to aquatic beasts. "Allow me to demonstrate." Chen Bei shed his upper animal skin garment, leaving only a pair of shorts crafted from the softest animal hide, as he disliked the sensation of the wind on his bare skin. With a splash, he leaped into the water. After several excavations, the pond of the Mang tribe had a depth of about 1.5 meters, making swimming feasible. He demonstrated the breaststroke, as it was relatively easy to learn, simply swimming like a frog. "Look, the chief can really swim like a fish." "Of course. The chief is capable of anything. I want to be as impressive as the chief." The children of the tribe shouted with excitement, their capacity for embracing new experiences surpassing that of the adults, and their admiration for strength was pure and intense. The members of the fishing team watched Chen Bei swimming in the pond, all astounded. They glanced at their own hands and feet, realizing that humans could indeed swim like fish. Having spent years fishing, none understood better the significance of being able to swim. It was akin to granting oneself an extra life in the event of a fall into the water. She exclaimed excitedly to Lai, "Captain, we must learn to swim." Lai nodded emphatically, "Indeed, we must." After swimming a lap, Chen Bei emerged from the water, shook off the excess water, and donned his animal skin clothing. He addressed the fishing team. "Did you see that? This is swimming. My skills are not particularly remarkable. True experts can dive and catch fish with their bare hands. Beyond the mountains, there exists a fish tribe where everyone can swim, and they are all quite skilled." Some of Chen Bei's words held truth, while others were fabrications. He had indeed heard of a fish tribe from the people of the eagle tribe, but he was merely guessing about their swimming proficiency. "Chief, we will learn," Lai declared resolutely. "Very well, then let us shed our clothes." Chen Bei smiled, and once Lai had disrobed, he instructed him to jump into the water. "First, hold onto the edge of the canoe and learn to paddle with your feet, imagining yourself as a frog." Chen Bei explained the key points of the breaststroke and encouraged them to observe how frogs swam in the water. For a while thereafter, the fishing team practiced swimming every afternoon, and the children of the tribe eagerly joined in, displaying a greater aptitude for learning than the adults. As tranquil days passed swiftly, 2 months had flown by in the blink of an eye, ushering in the summer. The gentle stream saw many members of the Mang tribe swimming, splashing joyfully. After 2 months of training, most had learned to swim, and with the heat of summer, they eagerly plunged into the water daily. The creek had been cleared by the fishing team, and the dangerous fish had been nearly eradicated, rendering it relatively safe. The fishing team had begun utilizing the dugout canoe for fishing in the river, resulting in a significant increase in efficiency. The fish supply for the Mang tribe had become abundant. Not only fish, but with the abundance of food came a surplus of meat, which posed a challenge during the summer as it could not be preserved for long without spoiling, an enviable dilemma. What to do with all this fish and meat? Drying them? Chen Bei shook his head, muttering to himself, "No, even with salt, they would spoil in this heat. It's simply too hot." After pondering for a while, he suddenly spotted the stove, his eyes lighting up. We cannot dry them, but we can smoke them. We could construct 2 smoking houses, one for fish and one for meat. Once prepared, we can trade with other tribes." With this revelation, Chen Bei quickly formulated a plan. By salting the fish and meat and then smoking them, they could be preserved for an extended period. For the tribe to flourish and grow, trade was indispensable. Much like the eagle tribe, trading could yield substantial returns, allowing the tribe to expand. He refrained from considering selling salt directly, as the high profits would likely incite envy and possible retaliation from larger tribes, an existential threat for the Mang tribe. However, selling smoked meat was a different matter. At least it appeared less conspicuous. Chen Bei shared his thoughts with Qing Zhu and the elder, seeking their counsel. The elder stroked his beard, smiling broadly. "Since the chief has made a decision, let us proceed. I have faith in you." Qing Zhu nodded in agreement. The elder speaks wisely. With both in accord, Chen Bei felt a renewed sense of purpose. "Very well, I shall find people to construct the smoking houses. And then we will go and collect a batch of salt to boil into salt for the purpose of making smoked meat." Chen Bei promptly summoned stonemasons, carpenters, and those proficient in construction, instructing them to momentarily abandon their current tasks to commence the building of a roasting house. This structure, intended not for habitation, would be constructed from stone, with the crevices filled with a mixture of mud and ash, rendering it far superior for roasting purposes than a wooden edifice. While the house was being erected, Chen Bei, accompanied by the hunting team, journeyed to the salt flats to collect salt soil, bringing along 10 rhinoceroses and an abundance of animal skin bags to transport copious amounts of salt back to the tribe. The salt flats were vast, with countless years of accumulated salt soil, appearing as an endless expanse of white, even after several visits from Chen Bei. As he collected the salt soil, he instructed, "Everyone should choose the clumps that are the whitest. Those with excessive impurities should be discarded." Unable to contain his curiosity, Yin leaned closer to Chen Bei and quietly inquired, "Chief, what are we gathering this for?" With an air of mystery, Chen Bei replied, "You will find out upon our return." Reluctantly, Yin decided not to press further. Although his intrigue persisted, through the collective effort of the group, all the animal skin bags were filled with salt soil, with a significant portion loaded onto the backs of the rhinoceroses, while some smaller bags were carried by the members of the hunting team. Chen Bei also filled his own animal skin bag and piled it onto the back of the rhinoceros king, then mounted the creature himself, the weight being inconsequential to the mighty beast. Returned to the tribe. With a commanding shout, the hunting team began their journey back, encountering no disturbances along the way, thanks to the presence of the rhinoceroses, and they smoothly arrived at the tribe. Upon their return, all the salt soil was deposited in the shaman's yard, a spacious area that no one dared to intrude upon. Qingzhu gazed at the towering piles of salt soil and furrowed her brow, saying, "If it's just you, me, and the elder processing the salt, how long will it take?" Chen Bei responded, "Does the shaman intend for others in the tribe to assist?" Qingzhu nodded. "We can certainly invite trustworthy individuals from the tribe to join." Chen Bei agreed. "Then let Yun, Lai, Bai Chao, Yin, and Old Deer be the first to partake." These were indeed the 5 leaders of the tribe: hunting, fishing, gathering, planting, and herding, without exception. Initially, Chen Bei hesitated to include Old Deer due to his advanced age, fearing the physical labor might prove too taxing. However, since the other leaders were included, he resolved to invite him as well to avoid any discontent that could pose future risks. That evening, upon returning to the tribe, the 5 leaders were summoned to the shaman's yard. Upon their arrival, they beheld several large cauldrons set up, with Chen Bei diligently dissolving the salt soil and filtering the brine. "Isn't this the soil we brought back from the mountains?" Yin exclaimed with excitement, realizing Chen Bei was about to reveal the secret. As Chen Bei placed chunks of salt soil into a water-filled barrel, he explained, "Indeed, this is no ordinary soil, it is salt soil. Through filtering, settling, and boiling, we can obtain the salt we consume." The 5 leaders were astonished, never having imagined that this was the solution to their salt scarcity. "Precisely. The salt we currently consume comes from this process. As you saw, the salt brought by the Jiao tribe is exorbitantly priced. We could barely trade 10 large lobsters for a single pound of salt, which is utterly unaffordable for our tribe. Thus, the totemic god instructed me to transform this toxic salt soil from the mountains into a safe, edible salt." Chen Bei spoke with increasing confidence, having never faced contradiction from the totemic god, who seemed to tacitly endorse his claims. Upon hearing that it was the totemic goddess instruction, Yun and the others accepted this without question, even bowing towards the altar in reverence. Chen Bei continued, "The reason for not publicly disclosing this secret within the tribe is the fear that it may leak out. Should the larger tribes become aware that we can produce salt, we would face dire consequences. Do you understand?" Yun solemnly assured, "Rest assured, Chief, we will keep this secret," claiming the salt was obtained through trade with other tribes. Chen Bei nodded in satisfaction, recognizing their potential for growth. "Now, I will teach you how to produce salt. You must transform this vast quantity of salt soil into edible salt." The process was not particularly complex, with filtering being the most crucial step. Palm tree bark could filter out larger impurities, while charcoal was essential for absorbing toxic substances. As for the soluble materials in the brine, Chen Bei had yet to devise a solution. However, he anticipated that once the autumn harvest of a certain grain crop was complete, he would discover a method to obtain truly pure, non-bitter salt. He refrained from sharing this detail, as he was uncertain of its success. The 5 leaders swiftly grasped the procedure, as it was straightforward, and their faces illuminated with satisfaction as they beheld the salt they had produced themselves. While tending the fire, Bai Chao approached Chen Bei and asked, "Chief, with so much salt, is it all for our consumption? Surely we won't be able to use it all." Chen Bei smiled. "Have you guessed my intentions?" Bai Chao replied, "I could hardly deduce your thoughts, Chief. I merely observed the construction of stone houses outside, and suspected you had some grand plan." Chen Bei conceded, "Very well, you shall soon learn of this matter. Revealing it now will cause no harm. I intend to cure fish and meat with salt, then smoke them to trade with other tribes, and I believe they will be willing to pay a handsome price." Bai Chao pondered Chen Bei's words, her eyes widening in realization. "Meat cured with salt." "Precisely," Chen Bei affirmed. Bai Chao gazed at him in admiration. "Chief, you are truly brilliant. If I were younger, I would surely marry you." A thought she refrained from voicing. Chapter 51, The Tree Tribe. Thanks to the efforts of the Mang tribe, the processes of salt production and the construction of the roasting house nearly coincided, finally enabling the creation of smoked meat. After scoring the fish and coating it with salt and spices, it would be left to marinate for a day. Outside the roasting house, Chen Bei was teaching the women of the tribe how to salt the fish. With the increase in food supplies, the gathering team no longer required as many members. Bai Chao took only a few newly awakened female totem warriors into the forest to search for various plants that Chen Bei needed. The surplus members of the gathering team could not be left idle. Chen Bei assigned them to learn how to process various foods, such as making smoked meat and sun-drying vegetables. As the tribe continued to develop, Chen Bei planned to further specialize the roles within the tribe, such as designating specific individuals for clothing production and pottery, thereby enhancing production efficiency. Once marinated, the fish would be strung together with palm leaves and hung in the roasting house to be smoked into fish jerky. The same procedure applied to the meat. "Is everyone clear on this?" Chen Bei asked, and the crowd nodded in understanding, recognizing that it was not a particularly complicated task. One woman seized a handful of salt, expressing concern. "Chief, is it not a waste to use such precious salt to cure fish?" In their minds, salt was exceedingly valuable. Trading with other tribes might yield only a pound of salt for 100 pounds of fish. Chen Bei smiled and reassured them, rest assured. I shall not engage in ventures that result in losses. Do not skimp on the salt. It is essential that every fish absorbs a sufficient amount, for these fish will serve a significant purpose in the future. Indeed, Chief, the others replied. With the chief's words, no one dared to voice dissent. They simply complied. For the following week, Chen Bei personally oversaw the preparation of the smoked fish and meat, ensuring that each step was executed flawlessly. After a week, the first batch of smoked fish and meat was finally completed. In the courtyard of the shaman, Chen Bei sat at a stone table alongside Qing Zhu and the elder. This round table, crafted from stone according to Chen Bei's specifications, was placed in the shaman's courtyard, a significant honor for the stone carver. Chen Bei placed a leather pouch on the stone table, saying, Shaman, elder, take a look at our smoked fish and jerky. He opened the pouch to reveal a glossy black smoked fish and a similarly dark piece of jerky. The elder examined the fish and remarked, it is indeed very dry. As long as it does not become damp, it should last through the winter. Qing Zhu looked at the unremarkable black jerky and inquired, can such a thing really be traded with other tribes? Her skepticism stemmed from its unappealing appearance. Chen Bei replied, do not judge by appearances alone. Allow me to cut a piece for you to taste. He produced a sharp stone knife, carefully peeling away the outer layer of the jerky to reveal a deep red interior, from which he sliced several thin pieces. Here, try this. Qing Zhu placed a piece in her mouth, and an unexpected savory and salty flavor burst forth, coupled with a delightful chewiness. The elder also sampled a piece, though his poor teeth forced him to chew slowly. Soon, a smile spread across his face. Chen Bei eagerly inquired, what do you think? It is quite fragrant and salty. Qing Zhu replied. The elder nodded with a smile, stating, the shaman was correct. It is much better than I anticipated. Salty is exactly right. A smile graced Chen Bei's face as he declared, we shall sell the jerky to other tribes. The meat is merely a facade. What we are truly selling is the salt within the meat. Consider this. Other tribes need only add a piece of our smoked meat to their pot, and the entire broth will become infused with saltiness, more aromatic than mere salt, which is an immense temptation for those tribes lacking salt. Both Qing Zhu and the elder nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. Chen Bei continued, now that the smoked fish and meat have been produced, we will consistently manufacture them. When winter arrives, we shall also create cured meats, primarily for trade with other tribes, aside from our own consumption. Therefore, I wish to inquire about the smaller tribes in proximity to ours, preferably those with whom we can easily negotiate, as I intend to personally take the jerky to trade. Qing Zhu shook her head, stating, the shaman's legacy is more familiar with the larger tribes beyond the mountains. As for the smaller tribes around here, I am less knowledgeable. The elder pondered for a moment before suggesting, as for tribes that are easy to deal with and relatively close, the tree tribe comes to mind. The tree tribe? Chen Bei echoed. Indeed, the tree tribe venerates a magnificent ancient tree as their totem, with the entirety of their tribe residing beneath its boughs. Historically, the tree tribe maintained a decent relationship with the turtle tribe, occasionally engaging in trade. Compared to other tribes, they tend to be slightly more amicable towards outsiders. Thus, I recommend that the chief pursue trade with them. Chen Bei noted the tree tribe, considering them a promising trading partner if the elder's words held true. Where's the tree tribe located? He inquired. The elder replied, the tree tribe lies to the south of the turtle tribe. Yuan and Lai have been there before and should know the way. You can take them along. Chen Bei asked, what valuable items do they possess for trade? The elder responded, the tree tribe has a type of tree resin that is incredibly adhesive, ideal for affixing spearheads and arrow tips, yielding excellent results. Additionally, they craft garments from tree bark that are both soft and durable, capable of lasting several years, making them ideal for summer hunts. Moreover, they cultivate an abundance of fruit trees, providing them with a diverse array of fruits throughout the year. The elder continued, furthermore, the tree tribe possesses various medicinal herbs, roots, leaves, and saps, all of which have remarkable healing properties. I have utilized them myself. Chen Bei then asked, are there any taboos associated with their tribe? The elder cautioned, indeed. One must show reverence to the tree deity and refrain from harming the trees. Failure to adhere to these principles may lead to being viewed as an enemy by the tree tribe. The chief must remember these 2 points. Chen Bei nodded solemnly, committing the elder's words to memory. To engage in trade with other tribes, it is imperative to understand their customs, preferences, taboos, and products, as this knowledge will provide a strategic advantage in negotiations. After the elder's description, Chen Bei gained a clearer understanding of the tree tribe's situation. He resolved to journey there with the jerky once autumn arrived. The reason for waiting was that autumn represents the most prosperous season for a tribe, especially for one like the tree tribe that relies on the bounty of trees. Visiting in summer may yield little in terms of valuable goods. while autumn is their season of harvest. Chapter 52, Preparations for Trade. Engaging in trade with other tribes requires more than just jerky. One must also bring additional items, such as exquisite pottery. As Chen Bei carved patterns into the pottery clay with a stone chisel, he spoke to Bai Chao. The gathering team now ventures out approximately once a week, primarily searching for new food seeds and various herbs required by the shaman. During the remaining time, Bai Chao leads the gathering team in assisting within the tribe, such as crafting pottery. Tasks that demand precision and patience are better suited for the women of the tribe than for the more boisterous men. Pottery making is one such endeavor. It cannot be rushed and requires diligence. The pottery we are firing this time is not for our own use, but intended for trade. Hence it must be aesthetically pleasing, compelling others to purchase it at first glance. For instance, Chen Bei lightly etched a few strokes into the clay, revealing the image of a bamboo stalk, exuding a sense of vigor upon closer inspection. In his spare time, Chen Bei had practiced carving, and after extensive practice, he had achieved a modest level of skill. Bai Chao gazed at the clay he held with envy, exclaiming, "The chief is truly remarkable. Your carvings are exquisite." Chen Bei chuckled and replied, "These simple designs are not particularly difficult. With practice, you will all be able to achieve similar results." He then picked up another piece of pottery clay, embellishing it with flowers and foliage. Though our pottery-making skills may not rival those of the carving tribe, our prices are significantly lower, making it more appealing for the smaller tribes to purchase our wares. Bai Chao asked, "Chief, may I accompany you on this trading expedition? I have heard that the tree tribe has an abundance of fruit trees, and I wish to witness it for myself." Chen Bei was taken aback by Bai Cao's request, but after a moment's consideration, he nodded in agreement. Bai Cao's strength would be an asset should any unforeseen circumstances arise. "Thank you, Chief," Bai Chao exclaimed, her joy evident as she dedicated herself even more diligently to the pottery-making process. Others looked at Bai Chao with envious eyes, for it was rare for the tribe's people to venture far from their home. Many spent their entire lives lingering near the tribe, as the perils of distant journeys were fraught with unpredictable dangers. Unless absolutely necessary, they dared not wander aimlessly. Chen Bei had carved half of the clay pieces, leaving the remainder for others to practice. It was crucial for him to teach them, as he could not dedicate excessive time to such tasks. "You all continue your work here. I shall explore elsewhere," he announced, rising from the pottery workshop and walking towards another corner of the tribe. He arrived at a house with an unlatched door and entered without hesitation. Inside, a middle-aged man was diligently perforating a fish tooth with a tool. Clad in a skin skirt, he was dusted with white powder, his hands smeared with it, presenting a rather unkempt appearance. Beside him lay a wooden tray containing a dozen fish teeth, each as large as an adult's finger and remarkably sharp. These teeth were sourced from the carnivorous fish caught in the river, large and fierce, making them ideal for crafting ornaments. The tribe's people favored adorning themselves with animal teeth or horns. The more fearsome the appearance, the better. This middle-aged man was the bone craftsman of the Mang tribe, akin to the stone craftsman who specialized in stone tools. The bone craftsman produced a variety of bone implements, such as knives and spears, as well as decorative items fashioned from animal teeth and horns. After finishing the last hole in a fish tooth, he strung them together with fine animal hide, creating a necklace. Upon completing his work, he looked up to find Chen Bei smiling at him, having arrived unnoticed. "Chief, when did you arrive?" the bone craftsman asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice, realizing he had neglected the chief's presence. Chen Bei replied with a smile, "I've just arrived. Continue with your work. Do not mind me. I merely came to take a look." The bone craftsman held up a string of fish tooth necklaces, saying, "Chief, as per your instructions, I have crafted numerous bone ornaments and practical items for trade with other tribes." Chen Bei examined them and nodded, "Excellent craftsmanship. This will enhance our trade offerings. I appreciate your hard work." The bone craftsman quickly responded, "For the tribe, it is no trouble at all." After reviewing the items, Chen Bei said, "Continue with your tasks. I shall take my leave. If this trade goes smoothly, I will request you to craft more bone implements in the future. Rest assured, the tribe will not neglect your contributions and will provide you with appropriate rewards." The bone craftsman replied, "Chief, the tribe provides me with food, clothing, and a home. I am already quite content. No rewards are necessary." Chen Bei insisted, "Your contributions to the tribe deserve recognition. The tribe will reward you accordingly. Be assured, no one will dare to question what you earn by your own merit." After speaking, Chen Bei departed, leaving the bone craftsman standing in place, deeply moved. Eventually, he sat down, reflecting, to encounter such a chief is truly a stroke of fortune. With a renewed smile, the bone craftsman resumed his work on the bone ornaments. Time flowed swiftly, and by the end of the first month of autumn, the trading party of the Mang tribe was finally ready to embark towards the tree tribe. The trading party comprised over 50 individuals, all totem warriors, including Yun, Bai Chao, and others. Meanwhile, Lai remained behind with the remaining totem warriors to safeguard the tribe. Although the totem gods offered protection, it was unwise to rely solely on divine guardianship. A necessary protective force was essential. In addition to the people, Chen Bei took along 10 of the strongest rhinos, capable of carrying substantial cargo through the forests, serving as vital support for the trading party. Chen Bei meticulously inspected the cargo on the rhinos' backs, which included smoked meats and fish, finished pottery, various bone ornaments, and some distinctive items from the Mang tribe. Let us ensure everything is accounted for, Chen Bei called out to the group. All accounted for. The crowd responded after checking. Good. Chen Bei turned to Qingzhu in the crowd and nodded at her. Qingzhu stepped forward, and as she did, the crowd parted respectfully, bowing their heads in deference. Approaching the trading party, Qingzhu declared, "The totem gods will bless you, wishing for your triumphant return." Chen Bei commanded, "Let us depart." With a resounding bellow, the Rhino King raised its head and led the way, with the other rhinos following suit, marking the official commencement of the trading expedition. Chapter 53, The Totem Sacred Tree. The trading party of the Mang tribe set forth from their home, heading southeast. After 3 days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the tree tribe. "Are you certain this is a tree?" Chen Bei was astounded upon witnessing the totem sacred tree of the tree tribe. The ancient tree was colossal, towering into the clouds. Its branches lush and sprawling, casting a vast shadow upon the ground. It was not just a tree, but an entire forest. Chen Bei had never encountered such a magnificent tree and found it hard to fathom that it had not been struck down by lightning. Yun, filled with awe, remarked, "Chief, isn't this tree magnificent? Every person is struck with wonder the first time they behold it. This is the sacred tree of the tree tribe. It is said that if one climbs to the top, they can see far and wide." Lai had wished to ascend the tree on his first visit, but alas. The tree was sacred to the tribe, and they would not permit outsiders to climb, deeming it a grave disrespect to the totem. Bai Chao added, "The people of the tree tribe live beneath this sacred tree. Their dwellings are quite unique, residing in tree hollows rather than building their own houses." Chen Bei inquired, "Are there truly so many hollows beneath such a large tree?" Bai Chao smiled, "You will see when we arrive." As the Mang tribe approached the expansive area beneath the great tree, dozens of individuals suddenly emerged from the forest, weapons in hand, watching Chen Bei and his companions with vigilance. The imposing presence of the rhinos was particularly striking, perceived as a significant threat. "Which tribe do you belong to, and what brings you to our tree tribe?" Those who lived in this mountainous forest were wary of outsiders, as intertribal relations were often fraught, with conflicts arising frequently. Yin stepped forward and addressed one of the tree tribe members. "Hongya, do you not remember us? We have traded before." The man named Hongya scrutinized Yin for several moments before finally recognizing him. "It's you, Yin. You're still alive? I heard your tribe." Yun's expression darkened as he replied, "The turtle tribe has indeed perished. However, we later joined the Mang tribe, and now we are part of the Mang tribe. We have also defeated the Black Snake tribe, avenging ourselves." "The Black Snake tribe was defeated by you?" Hongya was puzzled, questioning the origins of this seemingly strong Mang tribe, wondering why he had never heard of them before. Perceiving his confusion, Yun prepared to demonstrate their strength. He summoned the power of the totem. Dark red patterns emerging on his face, extending down to his neck, nearly reaching his chest. Hongya exclaimed in surprise, "You are on the verge of becoming a mid-level totem warrior." "Indeed," Yun affirmed, and Hongya's belief in the Mang tribe's capabilities solidified. As Yun had once been a low-level totem warrior, and if relying solely on the turtle tribe's totem god, ascending to mid-level would have been a formidable challenge, taking at least a decade. However, in just a span of 2 to 3 short years, Yun has astonishingly ascended to the rank of a mid-level totem warrior. This can only be attributed to the formidable totemic power bestowed upon him by the totem deity of the Mang tribe. Yun continued, "There is no need for you to feel anxious. We have come here to engage in trade, bringing with us a plethora of fine goods. We are allies. And rest assured, we will not swindle you as the larger tribes might." Hongya glanced behind Yun and noticed that the rhinoceros was indeed laden with numerous items, which instilled a measure of confidence in him. Yun then gestured towards Chen Bei, stating, "This is our leader, and it was he who proposed this trade." "A leader so young? He appears to be in his teens." Hongya regarded Yun with a look that suggested disbelief. In his mind, the Mang tribe was already considered a formidable entity, having triumphed over the Black Snake tribe. Surely, a leader of such a tribe would be at least in his 30s or 40s, not a mere youth. Chen Bei, without offering any explanation, revealed his totemic markings. A low hum resonated as the dark red totemic symbols illuminated across his body, his face, neck, chest, and even extending towards his arms. The moment these markings reached his limbs, it signaled his proximity to becoming an advanced totem warrior, with a breakthrough imminent at any moment. Simultaneously, a wave of searing energy surged forth, prompting Hongya and the others to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Chen Bei's totemic power was evidently more overwhelming than that of Yun and his companions, as his physique harmonized seamlessly with the totemic energy, enabling him to wield greater strength. How formidable! Hongya, a mid-level totem warrior himself and regarded as a strongman within the tree tribe, felt an immense pressure in the presence of Chen Bei. Akin to facing a ferocious beast, Chen Bei retracted his totemic energy and calmly addressed Hongya. Greetings, I am Chen, the leader of the Mang tribe. I am Hongya of the tree tribe. Hongya, having been taken aback multiple times that day, stumbled over his words but quickly composed himself. He could not afford to lose face within his own territory. Since you are here for trade, please wait a moment while I consult with our chief. Chen Bei nodded, replying, Very well, but please be prompt. We have other tribes to visit for trade. Hongya felt a pang of urgency. Such a trading opportunity was rare, and he was determined not to let it slip away. He hastened back towards the heart of the tribe. Before long, Hongya returned, accompanied by the chief of the tree tribe. The chief, a robust man in his 40s, was the sole advanced totem warrior of the tree tribe. You are the leader of the Mang tribe? Like Hongya, the chief found it hard to believe that someone as youthful as Chen Bei could head a tribe. Chen Bei showcased his totemic markings once more. When dealing with tribespeople, strength spoke louder than words. Indeed, upon seeing the totemic symbols, the chief's skepticism dissipated, and he felt a faint threat emanating from Chen Bei. This sensation of threat from a mid-level totem warrior was familiar to him, having once encountered a mid-level warrior from the larger tribes. Could it be that the Mang tribe was also a formidable force? The chief of the tree tribe, Song, pondered deeply but could not recall having heard of the Mang tribe. After the two leaders exchanged names and pleasantries, the tree chief stated, Leader Chen, since you are here to trade, please come inside. The members of the tree tribe led the way, guiding the Mang tribe's trading party, along with the rhinoceros, into the heart of the tree tribe. Upon entering, the visitors felt the imposing presence of the colossal ancient tree, the totem deity of the tree tribe. This was precisely why the tree tribe was willing to admit Chen Bei and his entourage. Any ill intentions would be met with severe repercussions from their totem deity. Such is the confidence of a tribe blessed with a totem deity. As they ventured further in, Chen Bei finally understood the origin of the tree hollows inhabited by the tree tribe. The ground was intertwined with massive roots, creating numerous hollows of varying depths, some plunging several meters down, while others were merely a meter or two deep. The members of the tree tribe resided within these hollows. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, it would have been hard to fathom that such a towering ancient tree could provide shelter for an entire tribe. Chapter 54. A successful trade. Upon entering the tribe, Chen Bei observed that most of the inhabitants donned garments crafted from tree bark, while those made from animal hides were comparatively scarce. The tree chief led them to a clearing, bypassing any customary hospitality to dive directly into the matter at hand. Leader Chen, what splendid goods have you brought? You may now present them for trade. Chen Bei signaled to Yun and the others, prompting the members of the Mang tribe to swiftly unload their goods from the rhinoceros. They spread animal hides on the ground and arranged their wares atop them. The goods were categorized into several types. One consisted of smoked meat and fish, another comprised various pottery, and the last included animal teeth, bones, hides, and ornaments crafted from fish teeth and animal bones. The members of the tree tribe were electrified upon seeing these items, astonished by the abundance presented before them. Hongya, in particular, marveled as he picked up a pottery bowl, exclaiming, Pottery indeed. He scrutinized the bowl, noting that while its craftsmanship did not rival that of the carving tribe, and its colors were somewhat plain, the engraved floral and avian designs were quite exquisite. Hongya's opinion of the Mang tribe elevated further. Few tribes possessed the skill to create such refined pottery. Some tribes could produce pottery, but it often lacked finesse and aesthetic appeal, which required both experience and technical mastery. The tree chief, however, was particularly intrigued by the dark smoked fish. He lifted a piece of dried fish, inhaling its distinctive aroma. Leader Chen, what kind of meat is this? I have never encountered it before. Chen Bei replied, This is called smoked fish, and it is among the finest of the goods we have brought. Chen Bei used a stone knife to slice the smoked fish. The meat, having been cooked at high temperatures, was thoroughly done and infused with spices, leaving little to no fishy odor. He cut a piece of fish and offered it to the tree chief, saying, Please, do try it. However, the tree chief hesitated, stating, We have never consumed such meat. We are unsure of its safety. Chen Bei understood his concern. The wariness between tribes ran deep, and even within the tree tribe, caution was paramount. Chen Bei took a piece of fish, chewed it, and swallowed, saying, Let me demonstrate. Seeing Chen Bei swallow without any adverse effects, the chief nodded. Chen Bei then sliced another piece of fish, and the tree chief accepted it, placing it in his mouth. Initially chewing, The chief's expression suddenly shifted, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Chen Bei, momentarily rendered speechless. Hongya, witnessing the chief's reaction, feared he had been poisoned and quickly drew his stone knife. "Chief, what ails you? Quick, protect the chief." The members of the tree tribe, shedding their previous amicability, brandished their weapons, encircling the members of the Mang tribe. The Mang tribe stood anxiously beside Chen Bei, bewildered by the unfolding situation, casting questioning glances at him. Chen Bei gestured for them to remain calm. The provisions he brought were safe for consumption, and it was inconceivable that they could be poisoned. Just as tensions escalated between the two parties, the leader of the tree tribe finally swallowed the fish meat and spoke in a deep voice. "Stop. What is the meaning of this?" Hong Yi turned to the leader, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Leader, how do you feel? Should we summon a shaman for a checkup?" The leader of the tree tribe impatiently pressed down on Hong Yi's stone knife and replied, "What do we need a shaman for? I am neither poisoned nor injured. Put down your weapons." Once the members of the tree tribe confirmed their leader was unharmed, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, sheepishly sheathing their weapons. "But then why did you?" Hong Yi was left bewildered. If he was fine, why had he acted as though he were poisoned? The leader of the tree tribe explained, "It was simply because the meat they brought was exceedingly delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite meat before," which rendered me momentarily speechless. Realizing this, the group exhaled in relief, and their gazes shifted to the dark, smoky fish and cured meat. "Step back, everyone, and let me speak with Chief Chen," the leader commanded, dispersing the crowd until only he and Chen Bei remained. In a hushed tone, the leader of the tree tribe leaned closer to Chen Bei and asked, "This meat contains?" Chen Bei smiled and replied, "Did you not already ascertain that?" The leader, still uncertain, pressed on, "Salt?" Chen Bei nodded affirmatively, offering him a reassuring glance. The leader's eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed at the plentiful smoky fish and meat. "Does every piece contain it?" Chen Bei confirmed once more, "Indeed. All of it does." The leader's enthusiasm intensified. He even rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "This meat must be quite costly, yes?" Chen Bei leaned in closer, whispering, "The price is certainly far more reasonable than that of the carving tribe, but once you bring it back, do not make it known. If other tribes catch wind of this, it could stir unnecessary trouble." The leader of the tree tribe nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, we shall not cause you any trouble." "Then let us commence the trade," the leader declared, with a command. All the items available for trade from his tribe were brought forth and placed beside the goods of the Mang tribe, allowing for an exchange of equivalent value. The goods of the tree tribe were categorized into 4 types: bark clothing, tree resin, herbs, and dried fruits, with dried fruits being the most abundant. The leader personally introduced the items to Chen Bei. "Chief Chen, this is bark clothing crafted by our tribe. It is exceptionally soft yet durable. Available in 2 variations for winter and summer, thicker for winter and thinner for summer, all of excellent quality. How about 2 pieces of bark clothing for one of your large smoky fish?" Chen Bei shook his head, responding, "2 pieces are insufficient. A large smoky fish weighs over 10 pounds. Consider how much salt would be required." The leader of the tree tribe gritted his teeth, insisting, 5 pieces. "What do you think? Is that not a fair offer? Crafting our bark clothing is no easy task. It requires a significant amount of time." Chen Bei replied, "Let us set aside the formalities. Consider it a gesture of friendship. 6 pieces for 1 smoky fish. If it were any other tribe, I would never sell at such a low price." The leader furrowed his brow slightly. 5 pieces of bark clothing held considerable value, and 6 exceeded his expectations. Yet, the tree tribe was in dire need of salt. The carving tribe had previously traded here, but their salt was prohibitively expensive. Spending substantial resources on salt would likely result in hunger for the tribe come winter, leading them to purchase only a minimal amount. Indeed, Chen Bei's price was high. Yet when compared to that of the carving tribe, it appeared quite reasonable. After much deliberation, the leader of the tree tribe gritted his teeth and declared, "Deal." A sizable quantity of bark clothing was transported to the Mang tribe in exchange for a portion of the smoky fish. Subsequently, the tree tribe traded tree resin, herbs, and other items for additional smoky fish and meat, providing their people with much-needed salt. Finally, they arrived at a large pile of dried fruits. The leader of the tree tribe picked up a dried fruit resembling a bear's paw, saying, "This is the dried fruit of the bear paw tree, Chief Chen. Do you not think it resembles a bear's paw?" Chen Bei examined the so-called bear paw fruit, and indeed found it strikingly similar, noting that even in its dried state, it retained more moisture than other fruits, merely exhibiting some wrinkled skin. The leader continued, "This fruit is unlike others. It can be cooked, filling one's stomach. And it stores well. Dried, it can last a year without spoiling." He split the bear paw fruit to show Chen Bei. The exterior was a deep purple, while the interior was white, rich in starch, a rarity among fruits. Chen Bei scrutinized it closely, tasted it, and nodded in satisfaction. Quite good, a fine product. Chen Bei also discovered some seeds within the bear paw fruit, intending to take them back to see if he could cultivate some saplings next year. He always placed great importance on food sources. The leader of the tree tribe proposed, I would like to exchange these dried fruits for some pottery, as well as animal bones and hides. Very well, Chen Bei agreed. After further discussion, they settled on a price satisfactory to both parties. With the leader of the tree tribe obtaining his desired goods, he was in high spirits, subsequently allowing his tribe members to freely engage in trade with the Mang tribe. After half a day, most of the items brought by the Mang tribe had been traded away, leaving only what the tree tribe no longer required. Even so, the members of the Mang tribe were elated, believing the trade to be a resounding success, with both sides acquiring what they sought. Chapter 55, The Purification Method of Soy Milk. Following the completion of the trade, Chen Bei and his companions did not linger in the tree tribe, for the risks of spending the night in an unfamiliar tribe were too great. Despite their recent amicable transaction, it did not imply that they had become inseparable friends. Mo. The Rhino King bellowed, leading the other rhinos and the members of the Mang tribe away from the tree tribe. Chief Chen, you are always welcome to return for trade. The leader of the tree tribe waved with a genuine smile on his face. Indeed, next time I shall bring even more goods, Chen Bei responded, waving back before turning to leave. After the members of the Mang tribe departed, the leader of the tree tribe lowered his arm. Hong Yi could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Leader, why did we exchange so many items for that? Smoky fish and meat. It looks rather unappealing. Certainly not as good as dried beast meat. Her confusion was shared by others in the tribe. However, they dared not contradict the leader's decisions, only complying with them. What do you know? Would I engage in a losing trade? The leader of the tree tribe whispered to Hong Yi, that meat contains salt, a substantial amount of salt. What? Hong Yi nearly exclaimed, but the leader swiftly slapped his hand over her mouth, admonishing, keep your voice down. Do you wish for the entire tribe to be alerted? Hong Yi quickly covered her mouth, and after a long pause, she quietly remarked, where on earth did this Mang tribe come from? I have never heard of them before. Could they be a large tribe from afar? The leader of the tree tribe remarked, regardless of their tribal affiliation, as long as they harbor no ill intentions towards us, we can engage in trade with them. Such dealings are far superior to those with the Eagle tribe. Hong Yi nodded in agreement, saying, indeed. The Eagle tribe is notorious for their exorbitant prices. The leader of the tree tribe instructed, store the meat properly. We shall cook it in the large pot every few days for the entire tribe, especially for the children, for they cannot grow without salt. Yes, chief. I will attend to it immediately, Hong Ye replied. After Hong Ye departed, the leader of the tree tribe sat upon a massive tree root, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Chen Bei, on the journey home, noticeably slowed his pace. It was autumn, and most plants were bearing ripe fruits. Along the way, they would pause to gather various treasures. At this juncture, Bai Cao's expertise came to the forefront. Having spent years foraging for various plant fruits, she could effortlessly discern the edible from the inedible with a mere glance. Amidst a cluster of large rocks, Bai Cao discovered a plant resembling garlic, characterized by its large, thick leaves and a bulbous, white base, some as large as a fist. Chen Bei approached, curious, and inquired, what is this? Bai Cao lifted her head and replied, Chief, this is one of the herbs that Wu seeks, known as stone garlic. It generally grows in crevices and is said to possess detoxifying properties. Chen Bei examined it and asked, can it be consumed as food? As Chen Bei's spice collection lacked garlic, he was primarily concerned with its edibility. I am uncertain, Bai Cao replied. Perhaps you should consult Wu upon your return. Chen Bei nodded, recognizing that if it was a herb sought by Qing Zhu, she would surely be well versed in its properties. Thus, as they continued their journey, Chen Bei and his companions intermittently gathered numerous herbs, fruits, and some edible vegetables of agricultural value. 5 days later, they finally returned to the tribe. Upon arrival, they first carefully organized the items acquired through trade, and then, Chen Bei eagerly inquired of Qing Zhu whether the herbs they had collected could be used as spices for cooking. They cannot be consumed directly. They are toxic and intended for external application. Qing Zhu coldly shattered Chen Bei's dreams of enhancing his spices. Very well, I understand, Chen Bei responded, feeling somewhat disheartened as he planned to return and prepare a comforting meal for himself. Chief, wait a moment. Qing Zhu hurriedly approached the courtyard, wielding a small stone hoe to unearth a grass-like plant, presenting it to Chen Bei. Chief, this herb is called chives. It has a strong aroma and can be cooked. Chives, Chen Bei exclaimed, joyfully accepting the handful of grass-like plants, inhaling their scent and declaring, indeed, it is chives. Splendid. The colorful mountain chickens have just begun laying eggs. I can fry them together. Qing Zhu smiled, saying, the chief may prepare it however he pleases. Thank you, Wu. Once it is ready, I will bring you a portion to taste, Chen Bei replied, beaming as he hurried away, eagerly anticipating the flavor of chive and egg. Although lacking a suitable frying pan was somewhat regrettable, using oil for frying would suffice. Qingzhu watched Chen Bei's retreating figure with a smile before returning to tend to her own tasks. It was well known throughout the tribe that the chief had a penchant for food and enjoyed experimenting with various culinary methods. As a neighbor, Qingzhu had often savored Chen Bei's dishes, which is why she had taken note of the chives. That evening, Chen Bei indeed returned with a plate of chive-fried eggs to share with Qingzhu. The combination of chives and eggs emitted a unique fragrance, and the eggs from the colorful mountain chickens were particularly tender when fried. Qingzhu was quite pleased with the dish's flavor. In the middle of the second month of autumn, the soybean harvest in the vegetable garden proved bountiful. The soybeans had been gathered last autumn and sown in the spring. After one harvest, the majority were replanted, resulting in this year's second soybean crop. Chen Bei paid particular attention to the soybeans, recognizing their rich protein and oil content, making them an excellent food source. Additionally, there was the issue of salt purification. Previously, the salt from the Mang tribe had only been filtered, leaving soluble impurities intact. However, with the soybeans, the process changed. After grinding the soybeans into soy milk, placing it in boiling salt water allowed the impurities to be absorbed, resulting in a salt of superior taste, truly good salt. Thus, after the soybean harvest, Chen Bei instructed his people to dry the soybeans, while seeking out the stone craftsmen to assist in crafting a small stone mill, suitable for grinding soy milk. The design of the stone mill was not complex. Having grown up in a rural setting, Chen Bei was quite familiar with it. He explained the structure in detail to the craftsman, even sketching the mill's pattern on a wooden board with charcoal to ensure comprehension. The craftsman, true to his expertise, quickly grasped the design and diligently crafted it. Once the soybeans were dried, the small stone mill was perfectly completed. Chen Bei soaked the soybeans in a wooden bucket, then placed them in the stone mill for grinding. After grinding, the soybeans transformed into a fine soy milk. Chen Bei meticulously cleaned a stone pot and brought the soy milk to a boil. Phew! Chen Bei ladled the cooked soy milk into a bowl, blowing away the steam, and added a pinch of salt. As he took a sip, the familiar taste nearly brought him to tears. If only there were white sugar, he mused. He longed for the sweetness of soy milk with sugar, but given the current limitations, salt was a satisfactory alternative. After finishing the soy milk, he dissolved a large jar of salt in a clean bucket and began boiling salt water in the pot. Gurgle, gurgle. Once the salt water reached a boil, Chen Bei added 2 spoonfuls of soy milk. With the passage of time, the soy milk began to coagulate in the salt water, absorbing the impurities. Chen Bei used a spoon to remove the coagulated impurities, as they were inedible. After repeating this process 2 or 3 times, the salt water contained very few impurities apart from the salt. As the water in the pot diminished, white salt crystals began to form along the edges. Chen Bei carefully scraped these crystals into a container, tasting a small pinch. Indeed, the bitter taste had vanished. Previously, the salt had always retained a slight bitterness due to its impurity, but now, after the soy milk's absorption, the impurities had been largely eliminated, and the bitterness naturally dissipated. This salt could now be considered pure salt. Chapter 56. The Arrival of New Visitors. While Chen Bei was purifying the salt with soy milk, the hunting team of the Mang tribe continued their regular outings. This time, however, they encountered unexpected circumstances. Roaring through the forest was a colossal wild boar, rampaging with its tough skin, substantial bulk, and formidable size, leaving chaos in its wake. Run, run. Dozens of scantily clad primitives screamed as they fled in a frenzy, knowing the giant boar was on their heels. One individual cried out, "It's all your fault for attempting to steal its food. Now we are all doomed." The others had no time to respond, focusing solely on their desperate escape. Unbeknownst to them, hidden among the trees were dozens of individuals, members of the Mang tribe's hunting team, led by Yun. Not long after joining the hunting team, Yu discreetly inquired, "Captain, what shall we do? Should we rescue them?" Given the prowess of the Mang tribe's hunting squad, slaying a colossal wild boar posed no challenge. However, the captain's silence rendered everyone hesitant to act impulsively. Yun, too, found himself in a quandary. Had these individuals been kin of the Mang tribe, he would have rushed to their aid without a second thought. Yet, it was evident that they were mere tourists, which was precisely what caused his hesitation. In the wilderness, the lives of tourists held little value. Most, devoid of the totemic power, were destined to perish in the wild, unless they sought refuge with another tribe. At that moment, one member of the hunting team murmured, "Hasn't the chief been lamenting about insufficient manpower lately? Perhaps we should rescue them and bring them back to the tribe to work." Another chimed in, "We were once tourists ourselves." This statement stirred something within Yun. Indeed, they had once been tourists too. Had fortune not smiled upon them with their encounter with Chen Bei, their fate would be no different from that of these tourists. "Very well, let us save them and return to the tribe. allowing the chief to determine their fate. With his decision made, Yun promptly led the hunting team in pursuit of the giant wild boar, without a hint of hesitation. Ahead, the tourists were inevitably caught up with. The giant wild boar snorted ominously, intent on devouring them. As an omnivorous beast, it consumed both vegetation and flesh, and these frail humans were no exception in its eyes. Not only the wild boar, but in the forest, it was not solely humans who hunted beasts. Beasts, in turn, would hunt humans, though typically, humans held the upper hand. When individuals lost their capacity for self-preservation, they naturally became prey for the ferocious creatures. It's over, we're doomed. Despair engulfed the tourists as the fetid breath of the giant wild boar wafted towards them, its razor-sharp tusks poised to pierce through their chests. Suddenly, a spear whizzed through the air, striking the beast with lightning speed at its vulnerable rear. The giant wild boar recoiled, emitting a cry that was anything but pig-like. Its thick hide and muscle left only a few soft spots, and its rear was one of its most sensitive areas. The creature, now enraged, abandoned its pursuit of the tourists and turned to seek the assailants, intent on slaughtering these audacious attackers. From the thicket, the members of the Mang tribe let out a piercing whistle to divert the wild boar's attention, continuing to hurl spears at it. Perched atop a grand tree, an archer from the hunting team drew back the strong bow, aiming for the beast's eye. The giant wild boar, large and with equally prominent eyes, possessed yet another soft spot. A successful shot would inflict significant damage. Taking a deep breath, the archer focused intently, releasing the bowstring as a straight feathered arrow flew towards the creature's left eye. With a piercing sound, the arrow struck true, blinding the boar's left eye and sending it into a frenzy as it charged forward. Do not collide with it. Throw your spears, and carefully. Yun commanded the hunting team, channeling totemic power as he hurled his spear towards the beast's neck. Dozens of spears flew from various directions, empowered by the formidable strength of the totem warriors, capable of piercing the giant wild boar's hide. The creature, beset by wounds, rampaged wildly but could not reach the hunters. Ultimately, the giant wild boar collapsed, succumbing to excessive blood loss. Yun approached, swiftly thrusting his spear into the heart of the beast to ensure it could no longer pose a threat. The hunting team emerged from their hiding places, retrieving any unused spears along the way for future use. The tourists gazed in astonishment at the scene, unable to fathom their unexpected survival. Yun approached the tourists, followed closely by Ya. As the tourists saw them approach, they instinctively recoiled, their eyes filled with wariness. In the wilderness, encountering humans could be as perilous as encountering ferocious beasts, for tribes were typically only friendly to their own kind, extending little goodwill to those from other tribes. Yun stepped closer and said, "We just saved your lives. What are you afraid of?" The tourists exchanged glances, silence enveloping them, with not a single word of gratitude uttered. Yun frowned slightly, determined to cut through the tension. "Now, you have two choices. Either accompany us back to the tribe, or remain here to fend for yourselves in the wilderness." The tourists remained mute, clearly lacking any trust in Yun. Beside him, Ya, feeling anxious, spoke up, his youthful heart more tender. "What are you hesitating for? Come back with us to the tribe. There's food, clothing, and shelter." Ya's words finally elicited a change in the expressions of the tourists. Indeed, the allure of sustenance, warmth, and shelter was too tempting to resist. One younger tourist, mustering his courage, asked, "Does your tribe truly have food for us? You want to take us back just to eat us?" In exasperation, Ya replied, "Who wants to eat you? Our tribe has plenty of food. As long as you work diligently, you will certainly be well fed." Well fed? The tourists' eyes lit up, for the notion of being satiated was immensely enticing. They had gone far too long without a proper meal. Seeing their interest piqued, Yun interjected at the opportune moment. "Our patience is limited. This opportunity is yours to seize, but if you miss it, it will be gone forever. There are plenty of tourists in the wilderness. If you do not come with us, many others will." The tourists murmured among themselves for a moment, acutely aware that their circumstances left them with no other options. Returning with the Mang tribe offered a glimmer of hope. To continue wandering the forest would likely lead to their demise, either at the hands of other beasts or from starvation and exposure. "We will go with you," they finally declared. Yun nodded. "Very well, then let us proceed." Observing their exhaustion, he instructed the hunting team to distribute some of the dried meat they had brought along, so the tourists could regain their strength for the journey. Meanwhile, they dismantled the giant wild boar into manageable portions, placing the meat on the backs of rhinos for transport. To prevent their prey from escaping due to the rhino's scent, they would have the rhinos wait at a distance until the hunt concluded, then call them over to assist in carrying the spoils. Once everything was in order, the hunting team and the group of tourists made their way back to the tribe. Chapter 57, Settling the Tourists. In the Mang tribe, The 50 or so tourists brought back by the hunting team huddled anxiously in an open space, curiously observing their new surroundings. A colorful mountain chicken waddled by, oblivious to their presence, pecking at remnants of food on the ground. One tourist whispered, "Is that a colorful mountain chicken? Why isn't it running away from us?" Another replied, "I just saw a herd of triangular blue goats being herded by a small child. They're not afraid of humans at all." An older tourist remarked, "I've heard that some large tribes domesticate the wild beasts from the mountains. These must be their tamed animals. Are they a large tribe?" A female traveler cautiously inquired. The group of travelers exchanged glances, each uncertain whether the Mang tribe could indeed be classified as a large tribe. Although the population of the Mang tribe appeared modest, their dwellings were impressively tall and beautiful, and each individual was well-dressed and seemingly well-fed, their physiques robust and devoid of any signs of malnutrition. If this were a small tribe, they had never encountered one that lived so lavishly. Perhaps they were a branch of a larger tribe? Many entertained this thought, deeming it quite plausible. Otherwise, the existence of such an extraordinary tribe would remain inexplicable. With this notion, a glimmer of hope illuminated the eyes of the travelers. If they were indeed a faction of a larger tribe, then aligning with them would equate to joining a great tribe. They had heard numerous tales of grand tribes since childhood, and in their minds, the concept of a great tribe symbolized safety, abundance, and strength. Seeking refuge with a great tribe was a matter of honor. The chief approaches. A totem warrior guarding the travelers softly alerted them, prompting their collective gaze towards the front. Within the tribe, Chen Bei appeared alongside elders, shamans, and other prominent figures. The travelers lowered their heads, occasionally stealing furtive glances to speculate on who might be the chief. The youngest, Chen Bei, was swiftly dismissed from consideration. They speculated he must be a descendant of some important figure, for in their perception, a tribe's leader was typically the mightiest among them, and such youth seemed improbable. The eldest elder was also ruled out, as the frail old man struggled to walk. Certainly, in a tribe that revered strength, he could not be the current leader. Yun, the captain of the hunting team, they had seen before. Ultimately, their attention settled on Lai. In his 30s, he was in the prime of his life, with a robust physique radiating a fierce aura, fitting the archetype of a leader impeccably. As Chen Bei and the others approached, the travelers pondered how to leave a favorable impression on Lai. "I am Chen, the chief of the Mang tribe." A youthful voice rang out, shattering the travelers' fantasies. A look of bewilderment washed over their faces. Could a leader be so young? They glanced around at the other members of the Mang tribe, who bore expressions of acceptance, and reluctantly found themselves compelled to believe. Chen Bei pointed at a young traveler, asking, "What is your name?" I am called Shurqiu." Shurqiu, a term for a type of hunting tool, typically encased in a net, serves purposes akin to a bola. One stone can be thrown to strike prey, while two can ensnare it, showcasing versatility. It was likely that Shurqiu's parents had a fondness for such hunting implements, hence the name. "Which tribe did you belong to before? How did you come to be here?" Chen Bei inquired. "We were from the deer tribe, but we were defeated by the insect tribe and fled here, only to be brought back by you." Shurqiu replied nervously, answering truthfully. The insect tribe. Chen Bei had not anticipated hearing news of them so soon. His expression hardened. He had not forgotten how the insect tribe had treated him. With the Mang tribe currently lacking in strength, he knew that once they grew formidable, a confrontation with the insect tribe would be inevitable. "Are there many travelers like you?" "Numerous. The insect tribe has been unusually aggressive this year, annihilating several smaller tribes and seizing their food supplies." Chen Bei nodded, gaining a clearer understanding. It seemed the insect tribe, much like the black snake tribe, was in dire need of provisions, which explained their relentless assaults on other tribes to secure winter sustenance. He then surveyed the other travelers and stated, "I have gathered sufficient information. Those among you who wish to remain with the Mang tribe may do so. If you work diligently, you shall be provided for, and those who demonstrate merit will be considered for full membership in our tribe. If you prefer not to stay, we shall not compel you. You may leave at once." Regarding the matter of accepting travelers, Chen Bei had previously conferred with Qing Zhu and the elders. Although the tribe was gradually expanding, the need for manpower was pressing, yet they could not indiscriminately admit individuals. A period of observation was necessary, as only the qualified would be deemed true members of the Mang tribe, while the unqualified would serve as temporary laborers. Upon hearing Chen Bei's words, the travelers began to murmur amongst themselves about whether to stay. They had assumed that since they had been brought back, they would undoubtedly join the Mang tribe. None had anticipated Chen Bei's proposition. Should they remain and labor for the Mang tribe, or leave and continue as travelers? For most, the answer required little contemplation. Without the protection of a tribe, living as travelers was perilously hazardous. After conferring with a few companions, Shurqiu was the first to declare, "We will stay." Chen Bei nodded, "Very well. What of the others? We will stay as well, the others echoed, encouraged by Shirchio's initiative. The remaining one or two hesitant individuals found themselves swept along with the tide, deciding to settle in first and reassess their options later. Chen Bei instructed, Lai, Yun, take them to the southern part of the tribe to construct their dwellings. Begin with wooden houses to provide them with temporary shelter. Remember, everyone must work together. Those who do not contribute shall not receive food. Yes, Chief, they replied. The south led to the direction of Lobster River, an area characterized by its vast terrain and sparse trees. Chen Bei intended for the travelers to cultivate that land entirely. The Mang tribe currently utilized only a small portion of their territory, which remained largely undeveloped, presenting ample opportunity for growth. Once everyone had dispersed, the elder and shaman, who had remained silent thus far, finally spoke. The elder remarked, Chief, do you intend to utilize them for cultivation? Indeed, not only them. Given the influx of travelers in the mountains and forests, I plan to gather more and take this opportunity to strengthen our tribe, Chen Bei replied. The elder furrowed his brow. Might there be chaos if people from various tribes gather together? His concerns were not unfounded, as differing beliefs and customs could easily lead to conflict. However, Chen Bei reassured him, do not worry, elder, I will assign watchers. Should anyone cause trouble, we will not hesitate to deal with them swiftly. A few stern lessons will ensure compliance. The elder nodded, falling silent. He had feared that Chen Bei's youth might lead to leniency, yet it appeared his worries were unfounded. Additionally, I hope the shaman can devote time to help these travelers abandon their previous beliefs and customs, instilling in them a devotion solely to the totem deity of the Mang tribe. Wash their brains. Qing Zhu expressed confusion at Chen Bei's peculiar phrasing. Chen Bei clarified the meaning of washing brains, and upon comprehension, Qing Zhu readily agreed. Very well. After concluding their discussions, Chen Bei returned to his dwelling, pondering the future of the tribe. With ample provisions, the Mang tribe was poised for expansion. A burgeoning ambition began to take root within Chen Bei's heart. Chapter 58, Management Strategies. To the south of the Mang tribe, a vast expanse of wasteland was cleared, and houses were erected. The travelers worked in a daze. Although they were constructing their own residences, few exhibited any fervor or vigor in their labor, because they had not truly become members of the Mang tribe. They remained oblivious to the nature of the life that awaited them. Dinner is served. With that exclamation, the eyes of all the travelers sparkled. When the future is uncertain, only the prospect of a meal can capture their hearts. A few of the travelers whispered among themselves, what will they serve us? Who knows? Probably some leftover scraps. As no tribe has ample food these days, having anything to eat is a blessing. Others nodded in agreement. After all, they were not kin of the Mang tribe. So why should they be afforded good food? They did not even expect to be fully satiated. Being half full would be a mark of generosity from the Mang tribe. Amidst their suspicions, the travelers arrived at a hastily erected shelter, where several enormous stone cauldrons had already been set up. One traveler wrinkled his nose and remarked, it smells delightful. Indeed, it was a tantalizing aroma, seemingly of meat. Upon hearing this word, the travelers' eyes glinted with greed. Ever since they had lost their hunting abilities, they rarely indulged in meat, mostly subsisting on wild fruits, vegetables, and even roots gathered from the forest. Gurgling sounds emanated from one of the cauldrons, where large chunks of fish and dried vegetables were boiling, releasing an intensely appetizing fragrance. In the other cauldrons, red tubers resembling sweet potatoes and purple yam, interspersed with some sorghum and other foods, were being prepared. What are you all jostling for? Form a proper line, or do you not wish to eat? The ones responsible for distributing the food were the planting team, and these burly men were not particularly amiable. They could not fathom why such fine food should be given to these travelers. In the wilderness, a traveler's life was worth very little. In their eyes, merely surviving was sufficient, and a slight improvement in their rations would elicit their gratitude. Yet, Chen Bei insisted on providing them with meals nearly as good as those of the Mang tribe's own kin, which the members of the planting team considered a sheer waste. Naturally, they dared not defy the chieftain's orders. No one in the tribe possessed the audacity to oppose the chieftain's will, so they could only vent their frustrations on the travelers. After a series of shoves, and even some mild punches and kicks, the travelers finally formed a ragged line, their necks craned longingly towards the food in the cauldrons. Swallowing hard, Yin, the leader of the planting team, once the line was in place, picked up a large stack of wooden bowls, distributing one to each traveler along with a pair of chopsticks. The use of chopsticks was unique to the Mang tribe, as Chen Bei favored them, thus necessitating that his subordinates learn to use them as well. Most other tribes still used their hands to eat, and the travelers were no different. Staring at the chopsticks in confusion, unable to discern their purpose, Yin filled each bowl generously, featuring a large piece of fish and assorted grains like the red tubers. He filled his own bowl, lifted the chopsticks, and declared, "Observe closely. These are called chopsticks. I do not care how you have eaten in the past. But here in the Mang tribe, you must learn to use chopsticks, or you shall have no food." Yin demonstrated several times how to use the chopsticks to pick up food and scoop rice, then instructed the travelers to try. Having never handled chopsticks before, the travelers struggled to grasp the technique. Their clumsy attempts resulted in an array of bizarre postures as they fumbled with the utensils. It must be said that the allure of food is boundless to those who are hungry. Some of the more astute individuals quickly learned to use the chopsticks to scoop rice, while others took their time to master picking up food. The less adept among them were tempted to simply tilt their bowls to their mouths, their hands clutching the chopsticks in frustration. The members of the planting team gathered together, eating while laughing at the travelers. "Look at that fool. He is about to snap his chopsticks in half. Ha ha ha. And that one, using only one chopstick. Hilarious." When Yin approached, having overheard their banter, he furrowed his brow in displeasure. "What is so amusing? Weren't you once just like them? Have you forgotten so quickly?" The team members fell silent, their heads bowed as they continued eating. Yin settled onto a nearby stone and continued, "The chieftain has instructed us to treat these travelers kindly. I hope you do not forget that we, too, were once travelers." The team members lowered their heads even further, though they might have 100 grievances. No one dared to contradict Yin. At last, the meal came to an end. Despite the challenges they faced in eating, the travelers had managed to enjoy a filling meal. One so satisfying it seemed almost unbelievable. The young man from the deer tribe, known as Shirchio, contentedly rubbed his stomach and declared to his companions, "Regardless of what you think, I have decided to stay here and become a member of the Mang tribe. Their food is simply too delicious." His companions nodded in agreement. Even when their tribe was still intact, they seldom had the luxury of such fine meals. "Look, the young chieftain approaches." A traveler spotted Chen Bei striding towards them from afar, prompting all the travelers to rise, anxious not to be seen sitting idly, lest they be perceived as lazy. Chen Bei approached with a calm demeanor, the Duck King proudly strutting behind him like a goose, while the Rhino King lagged behind. "Have you all eaten well?" Chen Bei asked with a smile. "We are quite full," the travelers replied in unison. Their impression of Chen Bei significantly improved after the meal, their previous pessimism somewhat alleviated. "Having eaten well, you must now work diligently this afternoon. I do not blame you for being sluggish this morning due to hunger. But anyone who does not put in effort this afternoon will have their dinner portions halved." Chen Bei understood that for these travelers, food was of utmost importance. Thus he directly leveraged their desire for sustenance to motivate them. "We will certainly work hard. We wouldn't dare slack off." The travelers fervently vowed, none wishing to see their food ration diminished. "Excellent. You must understand that this will be your home from now on. You are not working for the Mang tribe. You are working for yourselves. If you do not build your own home, when winter arrives, you will suffer the consequences. At that time, if you freeze to death, you shall have no one else to blame." When Chen Bei mentioned winter, many travelers' expressions turned fearful. Clearly, the harshness of winter was a nightmare for them. His words swiftly dispelled any lingering hesitations among the travelers. No one wished to face the prospect of freezing to death. Subsequently, Chen Bei pointed to the strongest middle-aged man among the travelers, asking, "What is your name?" "Return, chieftain, I am called Wu Tong." "Wu Tong, that is an interesting name. From this moment on, you shall be the leader of all these people. You are responsible for managing them, and in return, I will provide you with a pound of fish each day. What do you say?" A look of ecstasy spread across Wu Tong's face. The prospect of consuming more meat meant gaining strength, a truth well understood by all tribes. The temptation of an extra pound of meat each day was immense for Wu Tong, who was still considered a traveler. "Rest assured, chieftain, I will manage them well. If anyone dares to slack off, I will discipline them." Faced with such enticing benefits, Wu Tong decisively aligned himself with the Mang tribe. Chen Bei nodded appreciatively, saying, "Do well, and if you excel in your duties, I will consider allowing you to join the Mang tribe, and even awaken the power of the totem." The power of the totem. The breath of Wu Tong quickened, for the allure of the totemic power was overwhelming. The eyes of other tourists also shimmered with longing. Wu Tong promptly turned to the onlookers and declared, "Let us commence our labors. Any who dares to shirk their duties shall not find my leniency." Some among the tourists felt a flicker of anger at Wu Tong's demeanor, yet the situation dictated their compliance, leaving them with no choice but to endure in silence. Witnessing the tourists begin to work, Chen Bei departed with the Duck King, confident that under Wu Tong's watchful eye, there would be no further idleness. Supervising them with familiar faces proved far more effective than employing strangers, a management insight Chen Bei had gleaned from others in a past life. Chapter 59, Conflict. That afternoon, under Wu Tong's vigilant supervision, the efficiency of the tourists indeed surged, and the wooden shelter was erected swiftly. Though rudimentary, it provided temporary refuge, to be refined over time. As night fell, a large bonfire blazed outside the shelter, and Qing Zhu brought an ample supply of healing salves to tend to their wounds. The tourists, having sustained various injuries during their time in the wilderness, had previously endured in silence, waiting for their wounds to heal naturally. The exalted status of the tribe's shaman astonished them, rendering them hesitant to even meet Qing Zhu's gaze, yet for the first time, they felt a warmth within. Once akin to feral dogs, barely surviving, they now found themselves well-fed, sheltered, and cared for, finally experiencing a semblance of humanity. As Qing Zhu treated their injuries, she regaled them with tales of the illustrious history of the Mang tribe, its current prosperity, and its promising future, igniting a fervent yearning within the tourists. Avoid contact with water, remember to change your dressings on time, and you will heal swiftly. I shall return in a few days to check on you, she assured them, her voice akin to a gentle breeze in the cold of winter. Long after her figure vanished from sight, many tourists remained entranced, lost in reverie. Is what she said true? One tourist murmured, awakening from a dreamlike state, cautiously inquiring. It must be true. She is a shaman, and shamans do not lie. Came the response. Can we truly lead such a prosperous life? Perhaps. After this brief exchange, silence enveloped them once more, as they remained immersed in the vivid dreams of the powerful tribe that Qing Zhu had painted. Meanwhile, after departing from the tourist's dwelling, Qing Zhu made her way back and soon discovered Chen Bei patiently awaiting her. With a sigh of relief, she remarked, I was quite anxious just now, fearing I might say something amiss. Chen Bei smiled. You performed admirably. With practice, you shall become even more adept. Indeed. Chen Bei believed that the art of persuasion was a fundamental skill for a shaman. Life in a small tribe could be quite harsh, without a touch of persuasion. How could the tribe's members be motivated to contribute wholeheartedly, even to the point of sacrificing their lives? Moreover, Chen Bei was convinced that this was not mere deception. He firmly believed that the Mang tribe would inevitably evolve into a great tribe. In the ensuing half-month, the hunting party returned with 2 more groups of tourists. Like their predecessors, they first constructed shelters, acclimating to the life of the Mang tribe before joining the teams for tilling and cultivating the land. The total number of tourists reached 120, nearly rivaling the tribe's own population. Subsequently, Yun approached Chen Bei. Leader, should we continue to recruit tourists? I fear our food supplies may dwindle. While Chen Bei was inclined to accept more recruits, for a larger populace would enable greater undertakings, reason urged him to exercise restraint. The folly of attempting to consume a feast in one bite could lead to dire consequences. Reluctantly, he replied, let us refrain from further recruitment for now. We shall reconsider once our food reserves are ample next year. Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Should the influx continue, tourists might outnumber the tribe's members. And discontent was brewing among many, though none dared voice their concerns to Chen Bei. Even Yun, as captain, felt a pang of sorrow watching the tribe's hard-earned provisions being consumed by the tourists. This food was their labor's fruit. Why should it be given to them? Such sentiments, though perhaps narrow-minded, echoed the genuine thoughts of most within the tribe. As autumn's 3rd month arrived, the weather began to cool, prompting the Mang tribe to intensify their efforts to store provisions for the winter. Various vegetables were dried, while tubers and other root crops were harvested for preservation. A considerable quantity of smoked fish and meat, some salted and some unsalted, was also stored away. As the foliage in the mountains turned yellow, the availability of food naturally diminished. It was during this time that conflict quietly brewed. One afternoon, while Chen Bei was in his small garden harvesting chili peppers, the fruits of a year's labor, he anticipated that another planting would ensure an ample supply for the future. Leader, come quickly. A fight has broken out. He rushed over, panic etched across his face. Now a competent totem warrior, having joined the hunting party, he exhibited considerable talent despite his youth, earning praise from Yun on multiple occasions. Who is fighting? Chen Bei inquired after setting down his basket of peppers. The planting team and the tourists are at odds. Soon, the fishing and hunting teams joined in, and now it's complete chaos. Chen Bei initially assumed it was a typical brawl, a frequent occurrence among the tribe, where often the strongest prevailed. However, he was taken aback to learn that it involved both tourists and the tribe's people, escalating the seriousness of the situation. Come, lead me to the scene, he commanded. Ya hurried ahead, while Chen Bei followed, his expression grim, his mind racing with thoughts on how to resolve the conflict. He had focused solely on the rapid expansion of the tribe, failing to consider that an excess of tourists could lead to significant discord with the indigenous people. If left unaddressed, such tensions could erupt catastrophically. In the garden, a throng of individuals grappled with one another, the scene devolving into utter chaos. With even some totem warriors joining in, inflicting serious harm upon those tourists lacking totemic power. Witnessing this turmoil infuriated Chen Bei. Cease this at once, he bellowed. But the cacophony drowned out his voice, and only those nearest him noticed the leader's arrival, their faces paling as they reluctantly complied. I command you to stop. Chen Bei plunged into the fray, kicking apart those locked in combat. Those he struck initially intended to retaliate, but were silenced upon recognizing their leader. After a flurry of blows, the tumultuous crowd finally regained their senses, with the tourists huddled to one side and the tribespeople to the other, standing between them. Chen Bei's expression darkened. Who instigated this conflict? Step forward. His tone was severe, causing both sides to shrink back, remaining silent. What? You dare to fight, but not to reveal yourselves? Finally, from the tourist side, a young man of around 20, limping and visibly injured, emerged. On the tribespeople's side, a member of the planting team, also in his 20s, stepped forward. Yin gritted his teeth and declared, Leader, it is my failure to manage them that led to this. If punishment is warranted, let it fall upon me. Chen Bei remarked, each person must bear their own responsibilities. He is not a child. Yin, you need not shoulder everything yourself. With a wave of his hand, he signaled Yin to withdraw. Although Yin was somewhat apprehensive, he had no choice but to comply. What caused the altercation? Chen Bei inquired, striving to maintain a tone of calmness in the face of the two individuals before him. The young traveler, visibly anxious, stammered. It's because he called us wasteful pests. Chen Bei turned his gaze towards the member of the planting team and asked, Why did you insult them? The planting team member, bracing himself, replied, We toil tirelessly to cultivate our food. They contribute nothing. Why should they partake? If they are not pests, then what are they? Chen Bei could clearly sense that many from the Mang tribe shared this sentiment, as evidenced by their involvement in the ensuing chaos. The young traveler retorted, You are speaking nonsense. We also work hard every day. Why should we be labeled as pests? You are clearly just bullying us. Many of the travelers nodded in agreement, asserting that they had not been idle. Enough of this bickering. Chen Bei interjected to halt their ongoing dispute, recognizing that it would not lead to any resolution. I do not care about your reasons. Fighting is simply unacceptable. What do you intend to do, rebel? From now on, anyone who instigates trouble will face no mercy. Now, return to your places. Chen Bei dismissed everyone, as he momentarily could not conceive of a viable solution, opting instead to suppress the matter forcefully. However, he understood that this conflict needed to be addressed, and he would need to contemplate a resolution thoroughly. Chapter 60, The Union. After returning, Chen Bei pondered throughout the night. Yet he could not devise a means to resolve the discord between the tribe members and the travelers. The following day, he decided to consult the elders, reasoning that similar issues must have arisen in other tribes, and the elders, with their longevity, might possess insights into possible solutions. Chen Bei entered the elder's dwelling and shared the predicament he faced. The elder, cradling a cup of ginger tea brewed with wild ginger and a pinch of salt, a concoction he had perfected for warmth during the cold, sipped thoughtfully. Our tribe has welcomed too many travelers at once, which has led to this discord. Had their numbers been fewer, these travelers would not dare to act in such a manner. With a grimace, Chen Bei responded, It is too late for such observations. The people have already been brought in. Would it not incur a greater loss to expel them now? Moreover, our tribe currently has ample food, and it is the perfect time for growth. We need sufficient hands, both from a perspective of benefit and sentiment. Chen Bei was reluctant to dismiss the travelers who had already been welcomed. The elder replied, The chief speaks wisely. Our tribe indeed requires an increase in population. In that case, let us arrange unions between our tribe members and the travelers. This is the swiftest method for the latter to integrate into our community. Unions? Chen Bei echoed. Indeed, our tribe has few women, and many young men remain unwed. I see numerous young women among the travelers. Let them marry our men and bear children for our tribe. Historically, wars between tribes would claim the lives of men, while women and children were forcibly conscripted into the victorious tribe. However, due to the increasingly harsh winters and dwindling food supplies over the past 2 years, victorious tribes have ceased to take women and children, opting instead to kill them or allow them to escape and become travelers, as they could not afford to care for them. This explains the presence of many women and children among the travelers welcomed by the Mang tribe. Upon hearing the elder's words, Chen Bei could not help but reflect. Experience is indeed invaluable. Should these travelers marry the members of the Mang tribe, they would swiftly assimilate, and many among them would undoubtedly have familial ties. Through these intricate connections, the travelers would gradually integrate into the Mang tribe, no longer viewing themselves as outsiders, and the tribe members would cease their animosity towards them. But what are their feelings? How can they agree to unions without any affection? Chen Bei inquired. The elder raised an eyebrow and replied, Who would dare to oppose the tribe's decision? As long as they can bear children, what need is there for affection? The elder's words filled Chen Bei with a sense of shame. Despite having lived in this world for so long, Some of his notions had yet to evolve. In the treacherous wilderness, where life was precarious, the luxury of romantic feelings was indeed extravagant. The tribe's welfare must come first. The elder continued. It would be prudent for the chief to consult a shaman to seek guidance from the totemic deity. Chen Bei nodded, saying, I shall do so at once. He promptly sought out Qing Zhu and shared the matter with her. Without delay, Qing Zhu accompanied him to the altar to petition the totemic deity. The deity granted approval. After receiving the deity's response, Qing Zhu rose, and Chen Bei exhaled in relief. The tribe held a fervent reverence for the totemic deity. With the deity's consent, the matter was effectively settled. Should anyone within the tribe dissent, it would be tantamount to questioning the will of the totem, a risk few would dare take. That day, Chen Bei summoned all the tribe members and travelers to announce the decision. Upon hearing the news, the crowd erupted into a commotion. Still nursing the wounds from their recent altercation, and naturally, many were resistant to the proposal. Silence, Chen Bei commanded, asserting his authority as chief with a fierce shout, exuding an imposing and perilous aura that quelled the uproar. This is not merely the tribe's decision. It is the will of the totemic deity. Do you dare to defy the will of the deity? At this proclamation, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, particularly among the Mang tribe members, who bowed their heads. Silenced by fear, the travelers, while not devotees of the Mang tribe's totem, still held a sense of awe. Furthermore, as they found themselves in a precarious position, the events of the previous day had instilled in many a fear that the Mang tribe might expel them. Thus, the opportunity to genuinely join the tribe was indeed welcomed by a considerable number. Chen Bei continued, this evening, the tribe will host a matchmaking ceremony. All unmarried individuals are invited to participate. Those who successfully unite will be rewarded with 30 pounds of grain and 20 pounds of meat. The female travelers will marry into our tribe, while the male travelers shall be welcomed as part of our families. There were also some single women within the Mang tribe, either widowed or yet to be wed. This group too needed men to establish families. It is noteworthy that the tribe forbids marriages between close relatives. This rule had been established through years of experience, as offspring from such unions often suffered from mental or physical disabilities, an unacceptable outcome for the tribe, which sought robust and healthy children. The limited choices for marriage within the tribe also contributed to the occasional recruitment of travelers, aimed at expanding the population and ensuring the continuation of their lineage. Now disperse. Do not forget to attend the matchmaking ceremony tonight, Chen Bei concluded, gesturing for the crowd to disperse. Upon returning to their gathering place, the travelers convened once more to discuss the prospect of marriage. An elder among them spoke. What are your thoughts on the chief of the Mang tribe's proposal for unions? Speak freely. Wu Tung remarked. Of course we should agree. What is there to deliberate? We have all witnessed the wealth of the Mang tribe. Would we prefer to return to the wilderness as travelers? The mere mention of returning to the life of a traveler sent shivers down their spines. That nightmarish existence was one they would do anything to avoid. However, the community held a certain disdain for Wu Tung, as he was designated by Chen Bei as one of the prominent tourist leaders. Whatever he uttered was perceived as advocating for the Mang tribe. One female tourist remarked, I wish to marry someone from the Mang tribe. I alone cannot sustain a child. Beside her, a child of perhaps 7 or 8 years lay across her lap, quietly listening to the conversation. Another female tourist chimed in, by marrying them, one could receive 30 pounds of grain and 20 pounds of meat. The others nodded in agreement. Those who had never truly experienced hunger could not comprehend the substantial weight of 30 pounds of grain and 20 pounds of meat. To them, it was a tantalizing temptation. In some smaller tribes, even selling their kin would not yield such a bounty of food and meat. The crowd exchanged thoughts, with the majority concurring. In their current predicament, they possessed no leverage to refuse. A handful of dissenters, witnessing the prevailing sentiment, fell silent, conforming to the majority. Chapter 61. Chief. I wish to marry you. As night fell, several bonfires blazed in the central clearing of the Mang tribe, accompanied by an abundance of meat prepared for grilling, as well as numerous dried fruits, nuts, and other snacks. Regardless of whether they were tourists or tribesfolk, all single men and women donned their finest attire, adorned themselves with various ornaments, and presented themselves attractively for the matchmaking event. They gradually gathered around the bonfires, seeking their desired partners. If two caught each other's eye, they could grill meat together and enjoy nuts, fostering a deeper connection. Should they find compatibility after conversing, they could return home together that very night. As for a wedding ceremony, there was none, merely a ritual where both parties would visit the altar to pay respects to the totem deity, thereby allowing the deity to serve as a witness, marking their union. By one of the smaller bonfires, Chen Bei sat alongside the elder and Qing Zhu, grilling fish, with Chen Bei primarily handling the cooking while the elder and Qing Zhu focused on dining. The sizzling sound filled the air as Chen Bei brushed a layer of fish oil onto the fish, which turned a golden hue under the flames, the oil bubbling enticingly, releasing an aromatic fragrance. He sprinkled some seasonings over it, intensifying the delightful scent. After grilling 3 fish, he distributed one each to Qing Zhu and the elder, keeping one for himself. The elder, aged and with few teeth remaining, could not take large bites. Instead, he tore the fish apart with his hands and chewed slowly. Qing Zhu consumed her portion delicately, taking small bites, occasionally puffing her cheeks to blow on the hot fish. Chen Bei, on the other hand, devoured his more voraciously, biting into the meat of a carnivorous fish that bore few bones, alleviating concerns of choking. Before them, the hunting team Xian had found a favored female tourist, and the two sat together grilling meat, seemingly on the verge of forming a bond. The elder smiled approvingly, stating, "Xian has good taste. This woman is robust, surely capable of bearing many children." Chen Bei chuckled softly, remaining silent. The tribe favored women of sturdy build, as the more robust the woman, the more desirable she was, a notion he had grown accustomed to. Suddenly, Chen Bei noticed a youth clad in animal skins, adorned with a large necklace of beast teeth and sporting 2 horns upon his head, excitedly searching through the crowd. Approaching the youth, he patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Yeah, what brings you here?" The boy turned, grinning widely, and replied, "Chief, I too wish to find a woman and start a family." Chen Bei retorted, "Nonsense. You're still so young. This is the time for you to grow." "Yeah," feeling aggrieved, responded, "Chief, I am 14 years old now. I have matured. And I am a totem warrior. Why can't I start a family?" Chen Bei was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he was already 14 and a totem warrior. According to tribal customs, he was of age to marry. His initial instinct to dissuade stemmed from an ingrained belief of maturity that differed from the tribe's standards. What right did he have to prevent you from seeking a partner simply because he was the chief? The elder approached, stating, "Chief, Ye has reached maturity. By my age, I had already fathered a son." Chen Bei nodded, dazed, and waved his hand. "Go on." "Thank you, Chief," Ye exclaimed, excitedly striding away, having set his sights on a girl of similar age among the tourists. The elder remarked, "Chief, this opportunity is rare. I believe it is time for you to consider marriage as well." Chen Bei pointed to himself, incredulously asking, "Me? Marry?" "Yes, start a family, have a few children. Once you have offspring, you will truly be a man," the elder asserted with a sense of inevitability. Yet, Chen Bei shook his head, smiling ruefully. He had never contemplated marriage at such an early age. At 16, soon to be 17, he was aware that peers his age in other tribes would have already wed. However, the Mang tribe was unique, having only been established for 2 to 3 years, with numerous pressing matters to attend to, leaving little room for thoughts of marriage. Now, finally, the opportunity to settle personal affairs had arisen. Catching the elder's eager gaze, Chen Bei replied, "Elder, I have yet to consider this matter." Just then, a tall, robust female tourist approached, declaring, "Chief, I wish to marry you." "What?" Chen Bei nearly choked on the fish in his mouth, swallowing it hastily. The tourist continued, "I have inquired and learned that you are still unmarried. I believe you would not settle for an ordinary woman. My father is also a chief of his tribe. I possess many skills, far superior to those of common women. Marrying me would not leave you disappointed." With that, she showcased her strong arms and voluptuous figure, asserting her capabilities and attractiveness. The elder chuckled, "Chief, I believe she is a suitable match." Meanwhile, Qing Zhu observed Chen Bei intently, remaining seated and continuing to eat her fish in small bites, feeling inexplicably tense. Chen Bei glanced at the tourist and then back at Qing Zhu, just as another woman approached. "Chief, do not be swayed by this outsider. I am the one suited for you. I am stronger. Marry me." This woman, a member of the Mang tribe, appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, a member of the gathering team who had awakened as a female totem warrior last year. She gazed at Chen Bei with adoration, then shot a fierce glare at the tourist. Chen Bei opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. He had never anticipated such a situation and was unsure how to respond. "Chief, I wish to marry you." "Chief, me too. I want to marry you." The commotion quickly attracted the attention of others, and numerous single women surged forward, vying for the honor of marrying the chief, which not only signified prestige but also promised a better life. Who wouldn't he desire that? Surrounded by a throng of women clamoring to marry him, Chen Bei felt as though his head would explode. The elder laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Chief, it seems all the women wish to marry you. Perhaps you should consider taking several wives. In other tribes, it is quite customary for chiefs to possess several wives, sometimes even dozens." I'm sorry. Please seek companionship elsewhere. I am not yet ready to settle down. I must take my leave now." With a burst of sheer determination, Chen Bei pushed through the encircling throng and fled in haste. "Chief, don't run away." The women, unwilling to let Chen Bei escape so easily, pursued him fervently. However, after a short while, they realized he had vanished from sight, leaving them to stomp in frustration. By the campfire, Qing Zhu watched Chen Bei's hasty retreat, and for reasons she could not comprehend, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Taking a small bite of the grilled fish, a smile graced her face as the delectable flavor caused her eyes to narrow in delight. Chapter 62, Digging Ditches. The matchmaking event had unfolded flawlessly. Aside from Chen Bei's rather chaotic escape from the women, everyone else had successfully found their partners. The following day, the Mang tribe conducted a grand sacrificial ceremony wherein the men and women preparing to start families united under the watchful eyes of their totemic deities. Over half of the visitors officially became members of the Mang tribe, significantly expanding its population. Those visitors who did not forge marital ties with the tribe were no longer met with hostility. Their integration into the tribe was merely a matter of time. With the conflicts between the visitors and the tribal members resolved, the next step was to embark on large-scale land cultivation. Expanses of overgrown land were turned over, and the weeds were burned to ash, which was then scattered across the soil. The cultivated land of the Mang tribe expanded from over 100 acres to more than 200, and the reclamation efforts continued. By the onset of spring next year, the tribe would possess at least 300 acres. While the land had been cleared, the head of the planting team, Yan, found himself troubled. With such vast fields, what would they do when drought struck and irrigation became necessary? Previously, the vegetable gardens were situated near ponds and streams, ensuring a nearby water source. However, the newly cultivated lands were now considerably distant from such sources, and the sheer area would make transporting water a laborious task. Perhaps he should consult the chief. After much contemplation, Yin could not devise a satisfactory solution and thus sought the wisdom of Chen Bei. At that moment, Chen Bei was busy crafting pottery. Upon hearing Yin's dilemma, he expressed his surprise. Why not dig ditches? Simply channeling the water for irrigation would suffice. Ditches? Yin was momentarily perplexed, struggling to grasp the concept. After all, no one had previously engaged in agriculture, and knowledge of irrigation was nearly non-existent. Chen Bei set aside his clay and picked up a stick, sketching several lines in the soil. This is the stream, and here is our vegetable garden. We only need to dig a few ditches between them to direct the water to the fields. Yin slapped his thigh in realization. How could I not have thought of such a simple solution? Chen Bei chuckled. While it may seem straightforward, it is also complex. Digging ditches is not merely about excavating a trench. Many factors must be considered to avoid future complications. At Chen Bei's words, Yin began to scratch his head in concern. If the chief deemed it complex, haphazard digging would surely not suffice. Yin looked at Chen Bei with hopeful eyes, wishing for his guidance. The task of digging ditches was indeed a complicated water engineering project, requiring the expertise of seasoned professionals. Yet, where could the Mang tribe find such specialists? They would have to rely on Chen Bei's memory. Here is the plan. You all continue to cultivate the land while I finish this batch of pottery. Afterwards, I will teach you how to dig the ditches. Very well. We shall await the chief's return. With a solution in sight, Yin departed, satisfied, thinking to himself, the chief truly is remarkable. He knows everything. Chen Bei glanced at Yin's retreating form and let out a wry smile, realizing he would need to devise a way to nurture some talented individuals in the future. Much like with the carpenter, he merely needed to identify those with natural aptitude and impart his knowledge to them. They would undoubtedly surpass his own abilities. Individuals with high potential often possess the capacity for lateral thinking and innovation, far beyond what he, a mere amateur, could achieve. A few days later, after successfully firing a kiln of pottery with a commendable yield, Chen Bei prepared to trade these wares with other tribes. Following several refinements, the pottery had become more aesthetically pleasing, with diverse shapes. Holding a jar, he inspected it closely, satisfied. This will surely appeal to those smaller tribes. Setting the jar down, he declared, the pottery is ready. Now it is time to dig ditches. Having thoroughly contemplated the ditch-digging project, Chen Bei felt quite prepared. He found Yin and instructed him to gather a substantial amount of stones, which were to be piled at the site designated for the ditches. Subsequently, he tasked Bai Chao, the head of the gathering team, with ensuring the cooking for everyone involved. Once everything was in place, the water project of the Mang tribe was finally set to commence. It's time to start digging, Yin exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. He quickly summoned all members of the planting team, the visitors available for work, and those within the tribe who were free. In the end, over 100 individuals gathered, equipped with various tools, at the newly opened land. Chen Bei, wielding a sturdy stone spear, began marking the areas to be excavated from the stream's edge. With the infusion of totemic power, the spear effortlessly sliced through the weeds and soil, leaving behind a distinct trail. He traced a main channel and 3 secondary channels from the stream to the newly cultivated land, while the smaller ditches would be dug later by the planting team as needed. Follow the lines I've drawn for the excavation. Leave a mound of earth at the point where it connects to the stream, and we will break through that last. If you encounter stones, remove the smaller ones, but circumvent the larger ones. Do not waste your energy. The excavation was divided into 10 teams, each comprising a dozen individuals, with the strongest among them acting as team leaders, while Yin served as the overall captain. Chen Bei meticulously explained the precautions to Yin and the 10 team leaders, striving to provide as much detail as possible. Do you all understand? Understood. Good, let us begin. With Chen Bei's command, the prepared individuals promptly set to work digging, creating a lively spectacle from a distance. Hey! With each shovel of earth Yin moved, he unearthed considerable clumps of soil, and under his leadership, the outline of a small ditch soon emerged. As they dug deeper than a meter, the firm yellow earth became visible. All right, that's enough. No need to dig further. Let us level the sides. Yin led the team in smoothing out the uneven earth along the ditch. Afterward, they built stone walls on either side of the ditch. If they were to simply dig open a channel to direct the water, over time, the earth on either side would succumb to erosion, leading to collapses that would block the flow. Constructing stone walls effectively prevented the soil from crumbling. Chen Bei not only guided them in the excavation, but also actively participated, digging a significant amount of earth and building several stone walls, becoming quite muddy in the process. Lunchtime. At noon, the women from the gathering team brought the meals they had prepared in wooden buckets to the ditch digging site for everyone to eat. The laborers, weary from their morning toil, eagerly set down their tools to partake in the meal. However, as they approached the dining area, they were intercepted by Bai Chao. First wash your hands, and then eat. This is the rule established by the leader. Everyone went to wash their hands. Chen Bei stood nearby, and even the most hot-tempered individuals dared not violate his established rules in his presence. Thus they complied and washed their hands obediently. Someone mumbled, "The leader is just too obsessed with cleanliness. What's wrong with a little dirt on our hands?" This remark was overheard by Yin, who shot the speaker a glare and said, "You shall do as the leader commands. Why all this chatter?" The person shrank back, daunted, and silently proceeded to wash his hands, crestfallen. In Yan's heart, Chen Bei was second only to the totem god, and he would not allow anyone to question that. Chapter 63, The Peculiar Trees. After half a month of diligent work under Chen Bei's guidance, the Mang tribe finally completed the irrigation ditches. With a resounding thud, Chen Bei wielded his hoe to breach the earthen dam between the source of the ditch and a small stream, continuously widening the gap. The water gushed into the ditch, flowing forth and onward, traversing both the main and auxiliary channels before finally cascading into the Lobster River. The water flows. Chen Bei raised his hoe and shouted triumphantly, as the surrounding crowd erupted into jubilant cheers, akin to the roar of a tidal wave. Water had finally arrived. Yin wiped the corners of his eyes, tears of joy streaming down his face. Ever since he took charge of the planting team, he had devoted all his energy to agriculture, and water was crucial for farming. Hence his elation. The other members of the planting team shared similar sentiments, unable to forget the arduous labor of fetching water during the drought. As for the travelers, they had never experienced the toil of planting and harvesting. They were merely thrilled that this project had finally reached completion. After setting the irrigation issue to rest, Chen Bei turned his attention to another matter, conducting the final trade of the year with other tribes before the onset of winter. This trade was not only to take place with the tree tribe, but also required a thorough preparation for other tribes. They gathered a substantial amount of smoked fish, smoked meat, pottery, and various tools and ornaments crafted from animal bones and fish bones. The weather grew increasingly cold, and they had to complete the trade before the snow fell and return to their tribe. With everything in readiness, the Mang tribe's trading party set out once more. This time, Chen Bei took 12 rhinos and 50 totem warriors, including Lai, who had been unable to venture out last time, and Bai Chao, who was knowledgeable about various plants. Ye also accompanied them. He had eagerly volunteered for this opportunity, hoping to broaden his horizons. The rhinos carried the goods at a leisurely pace while Chen Bei and the others walked alongside, vigilantly guarding against any potential dangers. Ye, with several short spears slung over his shoulder and a bone knife in hand, excitedly trailed beside Chen Bei, finding everything in the unfamiliar forest novel. "Leader, I've heard that the tree tribe has a colossal totem tree, and everyone lives in tree hollows. Is that true?" "Indeed, it is," Chen Bei replied somewhat exasperatedly. After all, Ye was still a youth, chattering incessantly with questions, prompting Chen Bei to feel a desire to disengage. Heavens, don't they fear bugs living in tree hollows? No more guessing. You'll find out when we arrive. Let me have some peace and quiet. Chen Bei's words finally made Ye realize he was being too talkative, and he fell silent. though he longed to speak. Although he had visited the tree tribe once before, there were no clear paths through the forest. They could only proceed in that direction while searching for recognizable landmarks along the way, making each route slightly different. This unpredictability could lead to unforeseen dangers, and no one dared to be careless. Suddenly, Lai, who was at the forefront, sensed a menacing presence that raised the hairs on his body, compelling him to crouch instinctively. A projectile, resembling a lethal arrow, whizzed past his head and lodged itself into the trunk of a large tree, its tail quivering incessantly. It was a wooden spike, approximately 3 inches long, with a green exterior and a thickness akin to a finger, launched at incredible speed. Before Lai could examine it closely, a barrage of wooden spikes erupted from the thicket ahead, indiscriminately raining down upon Chen Bei and the others like a storm of arrows. Fortunately, all were totem warriors, quick to react, finding cover, yet many were still struck. As for the rhinos, their tough skin and thick fur provided formidable defense, rendering them impervious to the wooden spikes. Lai, what's happening? Is it an enemy? Chen Bei, hiding behind a large tree, inquired anxiously of the perceptive Lai, who had been the first to sense something amiss. Leader, I see no enemies, nor do I sense the totem aura of another tribe. If it were an ambush by another tribe, the use of totem power would emit a distinct aura that the totem warriors could easily detect. However, the current situation is exceedingly strange. It seems there is no one in sight. You stood not far from Chen Bei, a wooden spike embedded in his arm, bleeding profusely. Gritting his teeth, he extracted the spike and retrieved a small pouch of medicinal powder from his beast's skin bag, applying it to the wound and wrapping it with a strip of leather. Yeah, are you alright? After waiting a moment without sensing further danger, Chen Bei hurried to Ya's side to assess his injury. Leader, I'm fine, it was just a prick. Stay here, I will check ahead. Grasping his stone spear, Chen Bei moved swiftly, navigating a route that was anything but linear. Quick, keep up. Bai Chao and several of the more formidable totem warriors followed closely behind Chen Bei, determined not to let their leader face potential peril alone. Upon reaching the front, Chen Bei found no enemies. Instead, he encountered a vast expanse of peculiar, low-growing trees, each standing straight and adorned with green thorns on their bark. Many of these trees had smooth bark, with evident scars from where wooden spikes had previously grown. What kind of trees are these? They are so strange. Just as Chen Bei was pondering, one of the low trees bent like a bow and then suddenly snapped upright, shedding its spikes, which shot toward Chen Bei with lightning speed. Leader, be careful, came the urgent voices of Bai Chao and the others from behind. However, Chen Bei had already sensed the danger and deftly rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the incoming spikes. He finally realized that the earlier hail of projectiles had originated from these trees. Bai Chao and the others soon joined Chen Bei, all astonished by the formidable lethality possessed by these seemingly inconspicuous low trees. Chen Bei inquired of Bai Chao, "Do you know what kind of tree this is?" Bai Chao shook her head and replied, "I have never seen it before. Perhaps the people of the tree tribe might know." Li gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "These damn trees have caused our people to suffer injuries. It would be better to chop them all down." Chen Bei stopped him, saying, "No, I believe these trees may hold some value. Let's dig up a few and take them to the tree tribe to inquire about their nature. If they can be cultivated successfully, I would like to bring some back to our tribe. They might prove useful in the future." Chen Bei was exceedingly intrigued by these peculiar plants, convinced that, if utilized properly, they could generate significant value. After ensuring there was no danger, he personally dug up several trees, placing them into animal skin bags with the intention of bringing them to the tree tribe for further inquiry. After a brief period of rest, the group continued their journey toward the tree tribe. Chapter 64, The Savage Bear. As twilight descended, the distance to the tree tribe remained considerable, compelling Chen Bei and his companions to spend the night in the forest. Thanks to the presence of over a dozen rhinoceroses, typical predators dared not approach. Even in the wilderness, they felt relatively secure. Coo-coo. In the night sky, a few birds emitted peculiar calls, sending shivers down one's spine. Rustle, rustle. Nearby, several small wild creatures scurried across the treetops, causing leaves to collide and produce faint sounds. Roar. In the distant woods, the echoes of beastly roars signaled the presence of ferocious animals in combat. Such was the nature of the forest at night, starkly contrasting the serenity of day. Various creatures emerged to forage, and the cacophony of sounds created an unsettling atmosphere. Crackle. The campfire consumed dry wood, emitting crackling noises. Chen Bei and the others sat in a circle around the flames, while the rhinoceroses formed an outer circle, lying down to protect the group. "We shall travel for half a day tomorrow. We should reach the tree tribe by noon. After completing our trade with them, we will inquire about nearby tribes and proceed to trade with them as well. When visiting other tribes, refrain from speaking indiscriminately or touching their belongings, especially items of taboo, to avoid unnecessary trouble." Chen Bei communicated their plans to the group, who listened attentively. After discussing important matters, they engaged in casual conversation for a while before taking turns to rest, as the day's journey had left them weary. Chen Bei lay in a fur sleeping bag, tailored by Chow to fit him perfectly, ensuring warmth and ease of transport. Beneath the sleeping bag, he had sprinkled some insect repellent powder, crafted by a shaman specifically for those venturing into the woods. Given the prevalence of insects in the forest, neglecting to use the powder could result in painful bites while sleeping on the ground. The weather was delightful that night. Through the sparse branches above, a myriad of stars twinkled in the vast sky, accompanied by the luminous moon hanging high above. Chen Bei felt no inclination to sleep. Gazing upward and reflecting on past and future events, his mind remarkably alert. What is that smell? Suddenly, Chen Bei caught a whiff of a foul odor carried by the wind. He quickly emerged from his sleeping bag, standing upright and grasping his spear. Moo! The rhinoceroses seemed to sense something amiss, rising to their feet and emitting low growls. Those who had just fallen asleep awakened, seizing their weapons and vigilantly scanning their surroundings. But the darkness of the woods obscured their vision. Li and Bai Chao rushed to Chen Bei's side, determined to safeguard their leader. Light the torches, Chen Bei commanded. To mitigate nighttime surprises, the Mang tribe had prepared numerous torches made from pine, rich in resin, making them highly flammable and long-lasting. As dozens of torches ignited simultaneously and were raised high, the area was illuminated. Look, what is that? Ye pointed toward the woods ahead, where a massive black shadow moved, its eyes reflecting the firelight. Chen Bei activated his totemic power, flames igniting in his eyes, enhancing his vision and auditory senses significantly. Within the foliage, he discerned a fearsome beast over 3 meters tall, resembling a grizzly bear, wandering restlessly. It's a savage bear. Upon uttering these words, Chen Bei's muscles tensed. The savage bear was one of the dominators of the forest, far more ferocious than a grizzly. Its most striking features were its claws and teeth. It possessed blade-like claws, both sharp and lengthy, capable of severing a tree as thick as a bowl with a single swipe. Moreover, its teeth differed from those of a grizzly. It bore 2 enormous tusks protruding from its mouth, akin to the fangs of a saber-toothed tiger, capable of easily piercing the necks of large prey. Upon hearing the term savage bear, the others trembled and gathered closer. From childhood, they had heard countless tales of the savage bear, which depicted it as extraordinarily vicious and powerful, mad with rage. Even a high-ranking totem warrior would prefer to avoid confrontation. Li anxiously asked, "Leader, what should we do?" Chen Bei replied, "Let us first observe the situation. We are numerous, and with the rhinoceros king leading the herd, it may not dare to attack." Li gripped his spear tightly, his gaze fixed on the massive savage bear, silently praying that their leader's assessment was correct. Roar! The savage bear suddenly stood on its hind legs, letting out a mighty roar as it swiped a paw against a nearby tree, tearing away a substantial chunk as if slicing through tofu. Moo! The rhinoceros king, refusing to back down, roared to the heavens, prompting the other rhinoceroses to join in a chorus of bellows. Simultaneously, to their astonishment, totemic patterns appeared on their foreheads. Upon seeing the totemic symbols, the savage bear exhibited a flicker of trepidation, pacing restlessly in place but refraining from attacking. Quickly, everyone activate your totemic power. Chen Bei perceptively recognized the bear's hesitation and instructed everyone to channel their totemic power, revealing the symbols. With so many individuals simultaneously harnessing their totemic strength, the savage bear's apprehension intensified. Roar! The savage bear let out another roar, hesitating for a moment before turning to retreat. Once it was confirmed that the savage bear had departed, the members of the Mang tribe exhaled a collective sigh of relief. That terrifying creature had finally left. Had the savage bear chosen to attack, even Chen Bei had little confidence in their ability to withstand it, for its ferocity was truly overwhelming. The rhinoceroses lay back down, and Chen Bei and the others resumed their seats. The surroundings felt eerily quiet. Even the insects ceased their chirping, as the entire area of wildlife had been frightened away by the savage bear. Sitting by the fire, Chen Bei, having directly confronted the threat of the savage bear, fully grasped the extent of its ferocity. No wonder the people of the tribe regarded those capable of hunting the savage bear as divine beings. Yin nervously shuffled closer to Chen Bei, whispering, "Leader, will the savage bear return?" Chen Bei reassured him, "Do not fear, since it has chosen to abandon its attack. It is unlikely to return." Yin visibly relaxed, replying, "That is good." Chen Bei addressed Li and Bai Chao. Today's events serve as a reminder. The dangers of the forest are manifold. We must ensure greater preparation in the future. Li and Bai Chao nodded solemnly, understanding that one should never take their life lightly. "All right, everyone, let us rest. We will take turns keeping watch." Soon, everyone lay down once more, though their slumber was anything but tranquil. as their minds incessantly replayed the sudden appearance of the fierce bear. Thus, the night passed with a mix of alarm and unease. And the following day dawned as the sun rose in its usual glory. The members of the Mang tribe busied themselves gathering their belongings, extinguishing the fire pit with water to ensure it would not reignite, before resuming their journey toward the tree tribe. On this leg of their journey, no further dangers befell them, and after half a day's travel, they finally arrived at the tree tribe. Chapter 65. The Request of the Tree Tribe. The colossal totemic ancient tree never failed to astonish upon each encounter. Chief, how many years must such a tree have grown? Yeah. Visiting the tree tribe for the first time, was equally awestruck at the sight of the totemic tree. Sitting atop the back of the Rhino King, Chen Bei replied, "At least 10,000 years, I would wager." 10,000 years. Ye gasped in disbelief. Others shared a similar sentiment, for a span of 10 millennia was beyond their comprehension. With this sense of wonder, the Mang tribe entered the tree tribe alongside the rhinoceros. Due to the previous exchange, many of the tree tribe members recognized the iconic rhinoceros of the Mang tribe and understood that these were their people. The guardians of the totemic warriors on the periphery of the tree tribe were still led by Hong Yi. Long time no see, Hong Yi. Lai approached, moving forward like a cloud, for he had visited the tree tribe before and was familiar with Hong Yi. Dressed in a garment woven from red leaves that bore a resemblance to maple leaves, Hong Yi greeted him with a warm smile. "Lai, my old friend. It has been years since we last saw each other." After exchanging pleasantries, Hong Yi ushered the members of the Mang tribe into the tree tribe. The leader of the tree tribe had already received word of their arrival and personally came forth to welcome Chen Bei and the others. "Chief Chen, we have eagerly awaited your return. Since our last trade, we have not seen you, and I feared you might not come this year." The leader of the tree tribe bore a hearty smile, exuding warmth and goodwill. Dismounting from the Rhino King, Chen Bei replied, "Our tribe has been exceedingly busy preparing supplies for the winter. Otherwise, we would have arrived sooner." The leader of the tree tribe responded, "I see. Please, Chief Chen, come inside." As Chen Bei walked alongside the leader of the tree tribe, the two engaged in jovial conversation, their camaraderie evident. Lai and Hong Yi shared a friendly banter. While the totemic warriors of both tribes exchanged pleasantries, their interaction harmonious. This particular trade proceeded smoothly. After negotiating for smoked fish and smoked meat with the leader of the tree tribe, Chen Bei chose to let Lai and the others handle the remaining transactions. The leader of the tree tribe invited Chen Bei into his home, which was an expansive tree hollow connected to several smaller hollows, akin to a living room leading to bedrooms. Chen Bei meticulously observed the interior of the tree hollow, noting that nearly everything was crafted from wood. Tables, chairs, pots, and various tools were predominantly wooden. The leader of the tree tribe presented an array of dried fruits to Chen Bei, most of which he had never encountered before. "Chief Chen, do try this. We call it meat fruit, and it is our staple food." Chen Bei accepted a fruit the size of a fist, its skin a rich brown. He glanced at the leader of the tree tribe, curious to see how it was consumed, whether it was peeled or simply bitten into. The leader, perceptive as ever, recognized Chen Bei's unspoken question and calmly took a meat fruit, peeling away the brown skin to reveal the dark red flesh within, then took a bite. Chen Bei mimicked the action, peeling the skin and tasting it. His face soon reflected astonishment as he exclaimed, "Why does it feel as though I am eating meat? This fruit has a meaty flavor." Not only that, but the texture of the flesh was reminiscent of cooked meat. It felt as though he were biting into a piece of well-prepared meat rather than a mere fruit. The leader of the tree tribe chuckled, "Indeed. It is precisely because it tastes like meat that we call it meat fruit. Not only is it delicious, but it also satiates hunger effectively. It is due to this fruit that we of the tree tribe can fill our bellies." He continued, "As you may have observed, we seldom light fires to cook. Even when we do cook, it is done outside, as our totem deity does not favor fire." Chen Bei nodded in understanding. The totem deity of the tree tribe was this magnificent ancient tree, and trees generally shun fire. Even as a totem deity, it retained its aversion to flames. Thus, the primary sustenance of the tree tribe consisted of fruits that could be consumed without the need for cooking. This lifestyle genuinely intrigued Chen Bei, as it was his first encounter with a tribe predominantly reliant on vegetarian fare and rarely using fire. Of course, the infrequent consumption of meat did not imply a complete abstention. The tree tribe members would occasionally partake in meat to supplement their nutritional needs. After a moment of hesitation, the leader of the tree tribe said, "Chief Chen, I shall be forthright. I wish to procure salt, not the kind used for smoked fish and meat, but genuine salt. Given that you are capable of producing smoked fish and smoked meat, you must possess real salt. As you have seen, our tribe can abstain from meat, but we cannot forego salt. Rest assured, once we acquire the salt, we will keep it a secret and not disclose it to others." Upon hearing this, Chen Bei fell into silence. His reluctance to sell salt was not due to a desire to withhold it, but rather the potential complications that would arise from its sale. Salt was exceedingly scarce and precious. The moment others learned that the Mang tribe had salt, the consequences would be dire. If the carving tribe discovered that the Mang tribe possessed salt, they might even launch an attack, for if the Mang tribe entered the salt trade, it would disrupt their monopoly and result in substantial losses. Noticing Chen Bei's hesitation, the leader of the tree tribe added, "Chief Chen, as long as you sell smoked fish and smoked meat, the news of your tribe's possession of salt cannot remain concealed for long. I can surmise this. If I can guess, others certainly will too. If you sell to us, we of the tree tribe will help you keep it a secret, thus allowing both parties to benefit." The leader's words finally swayed Chen Bei's resolve. He understood that the news of the Mang tribe's salt could not be kept under wraps indefinitely. What he needed was just a delay in the disclosure, allowing the Mang tribe time to grow and prepare for any challenges ahead. "I can sell you salt. However, you must swear to the totem deity to keep this secret." The tribe members held a fervent reverence for their totem deity, and once they swore an oath, they would seldom breach it unless absolutely necessary. The leader of the tree tribe did not hesitate much and readily agreed to Chen Bei's request. "No problem. As long as you, Chief Chen, agree to sell us salt, we can swear to the totem deity to uphold this secret." Chen Bei nodded, stating, "Winter is fast approaching, and this year it will be too late. Even if you desire it, you must wait until the snow melts next year." The leader of the tree tribe replied, "That is of no concern. It is just one winter. We can wait, especially with so much smoked fish and meat to enjoy in the meantime." The matter has been settled, albeit somewhat at odds with Chen Bei's original intentions. Nevertheless, circumstances are ever-changing, and the ability to adapt is of paramount importance. The two continued their conversation for quite some time, during which Chen Bei seized the opportunity to request saplings of the meat fruit from the leader of the tree tribe. This particular fruit is highly suitable for sustenance. If it can thrive in the Mang tribe, they would gain an additional food source. However, this season is not conducive to tree planting. "Let us wait until the thaw of next year," the leader suggested, "and when you come for trade, I will prepare a few saplings for you. But be warned, if you lack the knowledge to cultivate fruit trees, and they fail to thrive or bear fruit, do not hold us accountable." Chen Bei replied, "That is only natural." After concluding their significant discussion, the two departed from the tree hollow and made their way to the trading grounds shared by the two tribes. Eager to observe the trading activities, the clearing of the tree tribe was still abuzz with lively chatter, as members of both tribes displayed their wares, engaging in direct exchanges for items of mutual interest. The rhinoceros king lay quietly accompanied by a dozen rhinoceroses, drawing a considerable crowd from the tree tribe. Chapter 66. The Mysterious Forest. Suddenly, Chen Bei recalled the peculiar tree he encountered on his journey to the tree tribe. He retrieved a small tree he had unearthed from the back of the rhinoceros king and inquired with the leader of the tree tribe. "A tree that shoots wooden spikes?" The leader examined the sapling closely and remarked, "While I have not seen this type of tree before, it likely originates from a certain place." "What place?" Chen Bei asked. "We refer to it as the Mysterious Forest. It is home to an innumerable variety of enigmatic plants, each more bizarre than the last. A tree that shoots wooden spikes would merely be considered ordinary there. Such a place exists. May I visit it?" Chen Bei was captivated by the notion of this mysterious forest. He suddenly recalled the peculiar herbs depicted on the green bamboo beast skin scroll, one of which was the giant mouth flower he had fortuitously discovered. According to Qingzhu's description, these herbs possessed remarkable medicinal properties, a fact corroborated by the efficacy of the giant mouth flower. However, the hunting and gathering teams of the Mang tribe had searched for 2 years without success. Perhaps, within that mysterious forest, these rare herbs could be found. Our hunting team from the tree tribe will also be venturing into the mysterious forest in the coming days. If Chief Chen wishes to accompany us, he is welcome." The leader of the tree tribe added, "Of course, there are inherent dangers. Chief Chen should consider this carefully." Chen Bei mused, "Since the tree tribe's hunting team is able to go, the risks must be manageable. For the sake of those extraordinary herbs, it is worth the gamble." With that thought, Chen Bei smiled and said, "Thank you for the warning. I have decided to take a look." "Very well. In that case, Chief Chen should prepare, and we shall depart with our hunting team the day after tomorrow." The leader of the tree tribe was not surprised. Such places often beckon those who are aware of them, and it is not only the tree tribe that would be inclined to explore. The presence of an additional Mang tribe member is of little concern. After all, their totem is the sacred tree, and their lives are intrinsically tied to the flora surrounding them. Who could rival the tree tribe's understanding of plants? That evening, after the trading concluded, Chen Bei promptly shared this development with Lai and the others. Lai furrowed his brow and said, "Chief, could this be overly risky? After all, we are entirely unfamiliar with that place." Chen Bei replied, "There is certainly a degree of danger. I am aware of it. There is no need to debate whether to go. My decision is firm. Very well, Lai conceded, initially wishing to persuade further, but ultimately respecting Chen Bei's resolve. After I depart, you should remain in the tree tribe and await my return. Engage with the tree tribe members, and it would be ideal to learn about tree cultivation. I shall not be gone long, Lai added. Since Chief is determined to go, perhaps it would be prudent to bring a few more tribesmen for support. Chen Bei shook his head. Too many would complicate matters. Only Bai Chao should accompany me. Lai nodded in resignation, recognizing that once the chief had made up his mind, further arguments would be futile. He could only hope for their safe return. Standing nearby, Ye opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Chen Bei was nearing the status of a senior totem warrior, while Bai Chao had recently achieved the rank of a mid-level totem warrior. Ye, still young, was merely a low-level totem warrior. Although Ye had a strong desire to join, he understood that he would only be a hindrance. Thus, he silently vowed to bolster his strength, so that next time he would not remain mute. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days later, the Tree Tribe's hunting team assembled for their final hunt before the arrival of winter. Chen Bei and Bai Chao would accompany the Tree Tribe's hunting team to the mysterious forest. Upon arriving, Chen Bei was somewhat taken aback to discover that their leader was a young female warrior, no more than in her 20s. Chief Chen, do I have flowers on my face? Honghua teased, smiling at him. Honghua was the leader of the Tree Tribe's hunting team, and her brother, Hongya, led the tribe's guard team. Both siblings were recognized as formidable mid-level totem warriors. Chen Bei replied, "No, I am merely surprised to see such a young hunting team leader." Honghua chuckled. Chief Chun is even younger than I am and already holds a leadership position. Why shouldn't I be a hunting team leader? Is it solely because I am a woman? Chen Bei awkwardly responded, "That was not my intention." Nearby, Hongya, who had come to bid farewell, added with a smile, "My sister is no weakling. Even I, her brother, would not dare claim to best her in combat." Chen Bei nodded. The Tree Tribe was not a weak community, and one does not become a hunting team leader without considerable strength. "All right, we should set off," Honghua declared. "Sister, stay safe." Hongya waved them off. "Understood, brother." The Tree Tribe's hunting team, comprising over 100 members, proceeded under Honghua's guidance into the distant mountains and forests. Chen Bei and Bai Chao joined the ranks. As they were going hunting, Chen Bei refrained from bringing the rhinoceros king, whose imposing size would surely frighten away any potential prey. The group advanced rapidly towards the northern forest, hardly pausing except for meals, and did not even attempt to catch game along the way, heading straight for the mysterious forest. They journeyed from dawn until dusk, finally arriving at their destination just as night began to fall. Upon crossing a hill, they were greeted by a vast expanse of forest, unlike any they had encountered before. In this forest, trees were no longer the focal point. A plethora of plants vied for attention. For instance, a plant resembling taro soared over 10 meters tall, its leaves as enormous as sails. Hongya pointed ahead. "We have arrived. This is the mysterious forest. It is safer here at night than during the day. We shall venture inside to spend the night." The group pressed forward. The Tree Tribe's hunting team appeared thoroughly familiar with the terrain, chatting and laughing without a hint of fear. In contrast, Chen Bei and Bai Chao were astonished by the myriad bizarre plants they encountered along the way. For example, they spotted a 5 or 6 meter tall plant with leaves shaped like guillotines, exceedingly thick and with razor-sharp edges. According to Honghua, this particular plant possesses a remarkable defense mechanism. When threatened, its leaves spontaneously detach, cascading down like blades to vanquish any adversaries below. This extraordinary flora is known as the blade grass. There exists another flower with an exceptionally elongated stem, crowned with a solitary blossom devoid of leaves. When prey passes beneath it, the stem becomes remarkably pliant, akin to a neck, and it launches a sudden assault, swiftly severing the prey's head, thus earning the name headbiter flower. The forest is also teeming with an array of peculiar plants that cluster together, each more bizarre than the last, captivating the observer's gaze. Entering the mysterious forest during daylight, without knowledge of these plants, even the totem warriors risk peril. However, at night, most plants enter a dormant state, rendering the environment comparatively safe. Consequently, the hunting teams of the Tree Tribe always choose to spend the night within the mysterious forest, a seemingly treacherous locale that paradoxically provides a secure campsite for them. As the hunting team traversed the winding paths to avoid the more ferocious flora, they eventually arrived before several oval-shaped peculiar plants. These organisms bore a resemblance to mushroom caps, resting upon the ground, each as large as a house. Hongya brandished her machete and cleaved an entry large enough for a person to enter one of the oval plants, revealing its hollow interior. The other members of the hunting team followed suit, carving openings in the remaining oval plants before squeezing inside. Hongya turned to Chen Bei and said, "We refer to this plant as the house mushroom, for its appearance resembles that of a dwelling, and its interior is hollow enough to accommodate a person. With that, she was the first to crawl inside, followed closely by Chen Bei and the others, who each entered different house mushrooms and sealed the entrances with large leaves. Inside the house mushroom, contrary to Chen Bei's expectations of a damp environment, it was quite dry. The ground was soft and spongy beneath their feet, and a subtle fragrance permeated the air. Chen Bei couldn't help but exclaim, "In this vast world, there truly is no end to the marvels." Bai Chao nodded in agreement, as everything here surpassed the wildest imaginations of ordinary individuals. Chapter 67. Breakfast in the Plant World. The first night in the mysterious forest proved to be quite peaceful for Chen Bei, sheltered within the house mushroom, insulated from external dangers, providing a truly comfortable experience. On the following morning, Honghua unfurled the leaves sealing the entrance to the house mushroom, and the group emerged from within. At that moment, the sun began to rise, casting its warm rays upon the mysterious plants. After a night of rest, the flora of the forest gradually stirred awake. Pop, a massive crimson blossom, which had closed its petals during the night, now unfurled in response to the sunlight, layer after layer revealing its astonishing beauty. Rustle, rustle, a towering bamboo, reaching heights of 100 meters, straightened in the sunlight, its leaves interlacing and producing a soothing rustling sound. Crash, a brown conical object, previously unremarkable, suddenly displayed its splendor as sunlight graced it, unfurling broad leaves like a peacock spreading its tail, a magnificent transformation from an ugly duckling to a graceful swan. Clap, 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 a plant resembling a willow, with countless drooping branches, upon basking in sunlight, became animated, its branches thrashing wildly like whips in the air, creating explosive sounds. Chen Bei stood in awe as he observed the peculiar plants stretching and awakening, completely captivated by the wonders of this botanical forest. He mused, "How splendid it would be if we could transport all of this back to the tribe." Bai Chao nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, just like this house mushroom. One could serve as an entire dwelling, rendering the construction of houses unnecessary." The members of the tree tribe's hunting team chuckled at their conversation. Honghua laughed initially. "We also entertained such thoughts, but we later discovered that many plants wither away when removed from this locale, unable to survive outside. While a select few can endure, they do not thrive as well, which is why these plants cluster together in this mysterious forest. As for the house mushroom, despite its impressive size, each one can only survive for just over a month before gradually withering, making it unsuitable for long-term habitation." Understanding dawned upon Chen Bei and Bai Chao. No wonder these extraordinary plants were not found in abundance elsewhere. They simply could not thrive outside this environment. Honghua unsheathed a stone knife and remarked, "These are lessons you will gradually learn. After spending a night here, you must be hungry. Now, let us seek some sustenance. Chen leader, follow me." With that, Honghua led the way, and the others quickly followed. The ground was notably moist, carpeted in moss, yet devoid of weeds, as the towering plants above shielded the sun, preventing any undergrowth from flourishing. The air was imbued with a refreshing aroma, occasionally punctuated by the rich scent of blossoms. Navigating through the treacherous foliage, Honghua skillfully maneuvered, while Chen Bei stayed closely behind, refraining from wandering off. Soon, they arrived before a plant resembling a gourd, standing several dozen meters tall, its trunk mirroring the shape of a gourd with a plump belly. Honghua produced 2 bamboo tubes designed for water storage, handing one to Chen Bei, saying, "Let us quench our thirst." Chen Bei examined the bamboo tube and then glanced around, his attention drawn to the stout plant, inquiring, "Are we to extract water from it?" Honghua gazed at Chen Bei with surprise and replied, "Indeed, Chen leader, you are quite astute. That is precisely our intention." She employed her stone knife to carve a hole into the plant's trunk. Although its exterior was quite sturdy, it was no match for the stone knife, and soon, she had fashioned a small aperture, deepening it as she worked. Once the hole was sufficiently large, she positioned the bamboo tube beneath it and prodded the inside. Gurgle, gurgle. A stream of clear water flowed from the small opening into Honghua's bamboo tube. As she filled it, she explained, "We refer to this tree as the water kettle tree, for it is hollow inside, filled with water, serving as a natural water vessel for us here." Chen Bei noticed that as Honghua's tube neared fullness, the flow of water from the tree diminished. This puzzled him. How could such a large tree contain so little water? Honghua quickly addressed his curiosity. "Chen leader, please pass the bamboo tube here." Following her instruction, Chen Bei offered the tube, and Honghua once again prodded the small hole with her stone knife, prompting another flow of clear water. Withdrawing the knife, she elucidated, "This tree possesses remarkable healing capabilities. Had I not prodded it, the wound would have healed, ceasing the flow of water. Such an injury requires merely half a day to fully recover, as if it had never been harmed." After Chen Bei filled his bamboo tube with water, he observed that indeed, the flow from the small hole gradually diminished, a remarkable phenomenon. The others approached in turn to collect water, and once everyone had filled their containers, the wound on the water kettle tree healed itself, ceasing the outflow of water. The enigmatic water kettle tree. Chen Bei took a sip from the bamboo tube filled with clear water, savoring its remarkably sweet taste. After finishing, he felt invigorated and refreshed. He took several hearty gulps, then capped the bamboo tube and stowed it in his leather pouch for future use. Has everyone filled their water? Honghua inquired. Let us seek something to eat. With that, Honghua advanced ahead, and Chen Bei and the others promptly followed. Not long after, they encountered a multitude of ominous black mushrooms ahead. Be cautious. Do not approach these mushrooms, Honghua warned, her expression grave. The members of the tree tribe's hunting team heightened their vigilance, maintaining a safe distance from the fungi. Chen Bei and Bai Chao joined them, opting to mirror their actions. In an unfamiliar territory, it was prudent to avoid reckless behavior. Chen Bei whispered, "Are these mushrooms truly dangerous?" Honghua nodded solemnly, affirming, "Indeed, they are exceedingly perilous." Before she could elaborate further, a large moth with expansive wings soared over the black mushrooms, its size akin to the local vegetation. With wings that spanned 2 to 3 meters and shimmered with vibrant colors. As the moth passed above the mushrooms, they suddenly expelled a torrent of thick, black liquid resembling ink, which struck the moth down. The creature struggled momentarily but could not escape the viscous substance, which was evidently toxic. It soon lay still, having succumbed to its poison. Honghua turned to Chen Bei and remarked, "Now do you comprehend the danger posed by these black mushrooms?" Chen Bei nodded. Resolving to keep a safe distance from such treacherous fungi in the future, he had no desire to meet a fate akin to that of the unfortunate moth. The group circumvented the menacing mushrooms and pressed onward. After a brief walk of about 10 minutes, Honghua halted before a vine-like plant entwined around a towering tree, bearing numerous fist-sized fruits. "This shall serve as our breakfast, but be wary. It is not easy to obtain," she cautioned. "How about we have a contest to see who can gather the most fruit?" Chen Bei surveyed the vine plant, noting its stillness, uncertain of any hidden dangers. However, he trusted that Honghua would not propose such a challenge without assurance of its safety. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Honghua gripped her stone knife, declaring, "Very well. Let us commence." With that, she dashed forth, her visage suddenly adorned with the totemic markings of the tree tribe, her speed significantly enhanced. As she approached the vine plant, the tendrils lashed out like whips towards her. Honghua deftly evaded the striking tendrils and swiftly severed a fruit from the vine, placing it into her leather pouch. Observing that the plant lacked other offensive capabilities, Chen Bei brandished his spear and surged forward. The vine plant reacted in fury, its tendrils thrashing about like countless whips, creating a cacophony of sound, yet failing to ensnare either Chen Bei or Honghua. Both exhibited extraordinary speed, gathering all the accessible fruits before retreating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. Honghua counted her spoils, then provocatively glanced at Chen Bei's pouch. He poured out his fruits, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13. "By sheer luck, I have one more than you," he said with a grin. Honghua laughed heartily, unperturbed, as expected of the leader of the Mang tribe. "Your prowess is indeed formidable." "I concede," Chen Bei replied. "It was merely fortuitous. Come, let us share the fruits." The group gathered around, dividing the bounty, and the members of the tree tribe's hunting team regarded Chen Bei with newfound respect. In tribal society, strength begets leadership, and only those with power earn the admiration of others. Chapter 68. The Plants on the Animal Skin Scroll. After the group finished the fruits, a sense of satiety washed over them. Chen Bei even sensed an invigorating surge from the totemic power within him. Clearly, these fruits were exceptional, and regular consumption would benefit totem warriors in the long run. Honghua finished the last small portion of her fruit, chewed thoughtfully, swallowed, then stood, brushing off her hands. "Having filled our bellies, it is time to attend to serious matters." The members of the tree tribe's hunting team hastily finished their fruits, retrieved their weapons, and stood ready. Chen Bei and Bai Chao also rose. Chen Bei had one fruit remaining, intending to bring it back for Qingzhu to sample. Bai Chao kept one too, wishing to experiment and see if the fruit could serve as seeds. Honghua addressed Chen Bei, "Leader Chen, our next task is to gather medicinal herbs. If you come upon any herbs you desire, feel free to collect them, but do exercise caution. Some plants are exceedingly dangerous." Chen Bei replied, "Thank you. I will remain vigilant." Honghua nodded with a smile, turning to face her team. As she did, her ponytail swept dramatically behind her, exuding an air of confidence. Holding her stone knife, she commanded the hunting team, "Let us set forth." The group followed Honghua as they continued their journey. Before long, the hunting team of the tree tribe identified their first target, dozens of enormous purple flowers from which they aimed to extract nectar. "Half of you stay here to gather nectar. The rest, follow me forward, Honghua instructed. Yes. The hunting team left half of their members behind, their expressions serious as they approached the giant purple blooms. Chen Bei chose to accompany Honghua further, as he had yet to spot the herbs he sought, though he glanced back, curious about what danger necessitated such a large contingent for the flowers. Soon, the answer revealed itself. As the hunters neared the flowers, the blooms swayed and emitted a potent fragrance that could be detected from afar. Suddenly, a swarm of buzzing insects erupted from a nearby puddle, their wings vibrating as they launched an assault on the hunters. Chen Bei realized, no wonder so many were needed to deal with them. The giant flowers themselves lacked offensive capabilities, but attracted these insects to defend them. Indeed, every plant thriving in this mysterious forest possessed its unique prowess, and none should be underestimated. Chen Bei refrained from watching further as Honghua and the others had already moved ahead, and he promptly followed suit. Before long, Honghua and her group discovered their next target, a tree approximately 10 meters tall, not particularly towering compared to other flora. This tree bore over 100 jade-green fruits that exuded a peculiar fragrance, refreshing to the senses, clearly a valuable find. Honghua said to Chen Bei, "Leader Chen, we must focus on this tree. You are welcome to assist us in gathering its fruits or to search for other items nearby. Do remember to stay cautious and retreat quickly if anything seems amiss." Chen Bei nodded, reassuringly responding, "Rest assured, I will be prudent." Once the crimson flower selected its prey, an exhilarating transformation enveloped it, the totemic patterns on its face, neck, and chest illuminated vibrantly. "Charge!" the crimson flower exclaimed, brandishing a stone knife as it surged forward with remarkable speed. In his mind, Chen Bei speculated about the tree, which was not particularly tall, wondering what sort of offensive capabilities it possessed to warrant such a large group for the attack. His musings were soon answered as the ground erupted beneath him. As the crimson flower approached, sharp tree roots burst forth from the earth, darting towards it like lightning. The crimson flower, gripping its stone knife, became entangled with the roots, while the other members of the hunting party rushed in from various directions, eager to pluck the fruits from the tree. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. Thousands of roots, each tens of meters long and tipped like spears, emerged from the ground, temporarily barricading everyone and preventing them from advancing. Nevertheless, no matter how formidable the roots were, they could not defend indefinitely, and the members of the tree tribe's hunting party seized the opportunity to swiftly gather the fruits. Observing Chen Bei's inaction, Bai Chao remarked, "Leader, shall we go and collect the fruits?" Chen Bei shook his head, stating, "With so many of them going, they are bound to secure those fruits. If we were to attempt the same, while they might not voice their displeasure, it would certainly create discomfort between us. It's best to refrain." Chen Bei held a favorable impression of the tree tribe, realizing that they would frequently engage in trade, and it was unnecessary to harbor animosities over a few fruits. "Let us explore the vicinity. Stay close to me," he instructed. Understood. Bai Chao had unwavering faith in Chen Bei's prowess. Although the surroundings were perilous, the presence of their leader rendered the threats considerably less daunting. Chen Bei guided Bai Chao to the left, summoning the full force of his totemic power, with his stone spear poised for any unforeseen circumstances. They had not ventured far when Bai Chao suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Leader, is that herb over there the one depicted on the animal skin scroll?" Chen Bei turned to follow her gaze and beheld a plant, towering over 3 meters, resembling a colossal blade of grass. This giant grass bore 4 or 5 thick leaves, resembling rectangular wooden planks rather than mere blades. At its center grew a large, verdant fruit, its surface adorned with wave-like patterns that exuded an enticing aroma. Chen Bei retrieved a bundle of animal skin scrolls from his satchel, unfolding one to compare with the herb depicted, confirming that it was indeed identical, even down to the intricate patterns on the fruit. Indeed, this is it. The shaman referred to it as head-chopping grass, with the medicinal part being the fruit at its center. Head-chopping grass. Bai Chao's heart sank at the ominous name. Given such a name, it must be perilous. Chen Bei, however, was determined, stating, having encountered it after much effort, "We must take the risk and try." He instructed Bai Chao, "Stay here while I procure that fruit. Be careful, leader. Do not worry." With that, Chen Bei approached the head-chopping grass, each step taken with caution, acutely aware that he did not know the plant's offensive capabilities. Finally, he drew near, yet the head-chopping grass remained dormant, seemingly non-threatening. What a delightful fragrance. Chen Bei noticed that the closer he drew, the more potent the aroma became. Could it be toxic? He furrowed his brow, quickly holding his breath. Yet he felt no signs of poisoning. As he neared, the head-chopping grass remained still. Was it possible that this plant lacked any means of attack? Amidst his speculations, Chen Bei found himself quite close to the herb, with the fruit now in sight. Instead of reaching out to pluck it directly, he decided to use his stone spear to dislodge the fruit. Just as the spear neared the fruit, a thick leaf suddenly rose like a blade, aiming to strike at Chen Bei's head. With remarkable reflexes, he retracted the spear, swinging it to deflect the leaf. However, this was merely the beginning. Almost simultaneously, all the grass leaves revealed their sharp edges, violently slashing towards Chen Bei, as if several 3-meter-long cleavers were descending upon him. No wonder it was called head-chopping grass. This was how it did the chopping. Chen Bei did not attempt to block with his spear, knowing the edges were exceedingly sharp and could easily splinter the wooden shaft. Instead, he maneuvered the spear to the side, swatting the leaves away. The ferocity of the leaves was astonishing, leaving the ground in tatters. Bai Chao, standing nearby, felt her heart race but dared not utter a sound, fearing any distraction could prove fatal. Is this never-ending? Chen Bei's temper flared as he pressed forward, transferring the spear to his left hand. After deflecting one leaf, he delivered a powerful punch to another. Crack! The force of his blow shattered the leaf as though it were a solid plank of wood. Subsequently, he unleashed a flurry of punches, breaking each leaf in turn. Green sap spraying in every direction. Humph! Can't a single plant be subdued? After dismantling the leaves, he seized the fruit. Bai Chao finally exhaled in relief, saying, "Leader, you truly are the leader. Had it been me, it would not have been so easy." Chen Bei stored the fruit and continued onward with Bai Chao, searching for other herbs. Chapter 69, Insects. As Chen Bei and Bai Chao foraged, they uncovered 2 additional herbs recorded on the animal skin scrolls, the roots of serrated grass and blood scorpion flower. These herbs proved formidable, requiring considerable effort for Chen Bei to acquire them successfully. In the following hours, they found no further herbs detailed on the scroll, but they did gather a variety of other fruits, irrespective of their potential usefulness, hoping to see if they could thrive in the Mang tribe. By midday, Chen Bei and Bai Chao returned safely, reuniting with the Tree tribe's hunting party. Upon seeing the bulging animal skin bags of Chen Bei and Bai Chao, the Crimson Flower smiled and remarked, "It seems you both had a fruitful expedition. Luck was on our side. We found some useful items," Chen Bei replied. "For your first venture into the mysterious forest, such a bountiful harvest cannot merely be attributed to luck. Your strength, Leader Chen, is paramount," the Crimson Flower countered. Chen Bei smiled in silence, realizing he could not boast about himself. Bai Chao, however, nodded proudly. It was a point of honor to have a strong leader from their tribe. The Crimson Flower added, "Everyone has worked hard for half the day and must be hungry. Let us find some food to satiate our appetites." "Are we still seeking fruits?" Chen Bei inquired. The Crimson Flower chuckled, shaking her head. "No. This time we shall feast on meat." Meat? Chen Bei was puzzled, for the surrounding area was filled with fearsome plants, and aside from a few birds and insects, no other animals dared venture near. Those that did had become fertilizer for the plants. "Indeed, meat, Leader Chen. Let us proceed." The Crimson Flower once again took the lead. And although Chen Bei was perplexed, he chose not to press further, knowing that clarity would soon be revealed. A group of individuals traversed through patches of vegetation, ultimately arriving at a serene grove. This woodland, despite the grandeur of its trees, exuded a sense of safety and tranquility, serving as a sanctuary amidst the enigmatic forest. After entering the grove accompanied by Honghua, Chen Bei found himself disappointed. There was no food in sight. The landscape was dominated solely by trees, which bore scant fruit, and the ground revealed no signs of wildlife. He pondered where the meat Honghua had mentioned was concealed. Perceiving his confusion, Honghua placed a finger to her lips and instructed, "Shoo, close your eyes and listen." "Listen to what?" Chen Bei complied, closing his eyes and focusing intently. He could hear the wind rustling through the trees, the chirping of insects, and the distant calls of birds. Suddenly, a peculiar sound caught his attention, crunching noises, as if something were gnawing at wood. Chen Bei opened his eyes. "Oh, it seems you've heard it too," Honghua remarked. With a swift motion, she drew a stone axe from her side and approached a large tree, examining its trunk until she discovered a small hole. With 2 precise strikes of her axe, she carved out a notch in the tree, and soon, a plump white worm emerged, larger than an adult's thumb. Honghua pinched the worm between her fingers and extracted it, revealing a wriggling creature approximately 3 inches long, adorned with a pair of sharp black mandibles capable of easily piercing wood. It writhed in her grasp, attempting to bite her hand. "How dare this wretched creature try to bite me?" she exclaimed, swiftly severing its head with her axe, leaving only the white, writhing body. She offered the worm to Chen Bei, stating, "Leader Chen, try this. It is the meat I mentioned, and it tastes quite delightful." "Eat it raw?" he inquired, hesitating. "Indeed. That's how we of the Tree tribe consume it." Chen Bei found himself in a quandary. If it were fried to a golden crisp, he would consider it a delicacy. However, this wild method of simply severing the head and consuming it whole did not align with his palate. Yet, with everyone watching him, he could not admit to needing to roast it first. Reluctantly, he feigned indifference, removed the innards of the hefty worm, and placed it in his mouth. As it was too large to swallow whole, he took several bites. To his surprise, the worm was far more palatable than he had anticipated. It had a meaty texture with a pleasant chewiness. Honghua observed him closely and said, "I told you I wasn't deceiving you. Is it not delicious?" Chen Bei nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is quite good." Her smile broadened, and she quickly procured 2 more plump worms, sharing one with Chen Bei while consuming the other herself. The predominant diet of our tree tribe consists of fruits, followed closely by insects. These creatures often drill into the trees, causing many to eventually wither away. Hence, to us, they are akin to adversaries. Our disdain for these insects drives us to consume them, and over time, it has become a customary source of nutrition. Upon hearing Honghua's explanation, Chen Bei understood the rationale behind the tree tribe's consumption of insects. Meanwhile, the other members of the hunting team had begun to scour the trees for more worms. Even Bai Chao remained composed while eating them. During times of scarcity, roots and tree bark were also viable food sources. In comparison, consuming worms was indeed a gastronomic delight. Moreover, these worms were not unpleasant to eat. Unbeknownst to them, on the opposite side of the mysterious forest, a totem warrior named Haichi from the insect tribe was seething with rage. "Cursed be it, my larvae have vanished." Haichi, adorned with a beast-skin skirt and tribal tattoos covering his torso, was evidently a formidable mid-level totem warrior. Perched upon his shoulder was a sizable black beetle, a mother bug with a robust exoskeleton, whip-like antennae, and menacing mandibles. Haichi's expression fluctuated between fury and despair. This insect was not only his battle companion, but also the progenitor of his brood. He had dispatched this mother bug into the mysterious forest to lay eggs, intending to harness the wondrous flora therein to cultivate a formidable lineage of insects. However, to his dismay, the larvae had been devoured before they could mature, and according to the mother bug's feedback, few remained in the grove. After expending considerable effort, Haichi found himself empty-handed, which incited his frustration. He longed to venture into the mysterious forest to uncover the truth, yet he hesitated to face the dangers alone. After much contemplation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "No, I cannot let this go unpunished. Whoever has consumed my precious larvae shall pay dearly." Haichi seated himself on the ground, his black tribal markings shimmering with an ominous light, akin to glowing insects crawling upon him. With a hum, the mother bug took flight, flapping her wings rapidly to emit a specific frequency. Soon, countless beetles soared forth from the surrounding forest, converging upon the mother bug, forming a dark cloud that blotted out the sun, a terrifying sight. Haichi growled, "Go forth and exact vengeance upon those who have devoured my larvae." The mother bug, her eyes glinting with malice, led a swarm of innumerable beetles into the depths of the mysterious forest. At that moment, Haichi was entirely focused on the mother bug, sharing her vision and hearing through the unique totemic bond of the insect tribe. Chapter 70, The Battle with the Insects. Within the grove, the hunting team had unearthed and consumed every worm they could find, indulging in a hearty feast. Chen Bei had devoured several, having transitioned from reluctance to appreciating the savory flavor of the worms. As Honghua finished the last worm, she addressed the group, "Everyone, take a moment to rest. We must resume our task shortly. The trees in this grove pose little threat, so resting here is relatively safe." However, their respite was short-lived. Chen Bei suddenly stood, straining his ears, his brow furrowed. "What is that sound? Something feels amiss." Bai Chao, sensing the tension, stood anxiously beside him. "It sounds like insects." Honghua gripped her stone knife tightly, scanning the treetops, and called out, "Everyone, be on high alert." The tree tribe had extensive experience with insects, particularly attuned to the sound of their buzzing wings, and this time, the swarm seemed particularly vast. The hunting team swiftly armed themselves, directing their gaze toward the source of the sound. Creaking and crackling filled the air. Above them, the mother bug emitted a noise reminiscent of sawing wood, signaling an impending attack. In an instant, thousands of beetles plunged toward the grove, their formidable mandibles snapping ominously, as if they were eager to feast on flesh. Due to the sheer number of beetles, many collided with the foliage, tearing leaves asunder. Below, Chen Bei watched in horror as the beetles descended upon them like a dark tide. Swiftly enveloping the group, Chen Bei wielded the stone spear like a staff, striking down all the scarabs that charged towards him. Their hard shells shattered, leaving none alive. Bai Chao initially attempted to hack at them with a bone knife, but the weapon proved too short to contend with the multitude of insects. Chen Bei timely intervened, blocking the advancing scarabs, and shouted to her, "Use a branch." All right. With trees in abundance nearby, Bai Chao summoned the power of the totem. Instead of taking time to chop branches, she forcefully uprooted a small tree. With a whoosh, Bai Chao swung the small tree, sweeping a wide area, achieving remarkable results. The hunting team of the tree tribe, more experienced in dealing with insects, utilized stone or bone spears, sweeping away swathes of scarabs, preventing them from getting close. However, the sheer number of scarabs was overwhelming, and exhaustion was inevitable. My face. Not long after, a slightly weaker member of the hunting team was inadvertently cornered by several scarabs, which viciously bit his face, their sharp claws leaving bloody marks. Those nearby rushed to his aid, helping him crush the scarabs clinging to his face. Damn these bugs. Honghua frantically struck at the scarabs with her spear, her heart racing as she witnessed injuries among the hunting team. As Chen Bei fought and drew closer to Honghua, he called out, "There are simply too many of these creatures. We cannot continue this way." "Then what do you propose? You know this area better. Is there a place where the insects dare not venture?" "Yes. Then let us retreat in that direction." Honghua immediately shouted to the hunting team, "Everyone, follow me." The members of the hunting team gathered closely, defending against the relentless swarm of scarabs while following Honghua. Chen Bei instructed Bai Chao to run ahead while he remained at the rear, as his strength was paramount for ensuring their safety. Otherwise, they could not escape swiftly. They dashed out of the forest, racing through various plants under Honghua's guidance. The scarabs, however, were not as fortunate. The plants here were not the towering trees that had offered no resistance. The multitude of scarabs could not simply ignore them. With a crack, a gigantic flower suddenly closed, ensnaring dozens of scarabs that flew overhead, leaving them no chance to escape. They were soon enveloped by the viscous liquid secreted by the flower, gradually drowning. With a snap, a vine lashed out like a whip, drawing down hundreds of scarabs to the ground. Some were outright obliterated, while others landed, their legs still twitching. Outside the mysterious forest, Hei Qi, observing through the eyes of the scarab queen, felt a mix of relief for not entering and sorrow for the demise of the scarabs. "Damn these plants." He commanded the queen to fly a little higher to avoid these botanical traps. Within the mysterious forest, the queen scarab emitted a sound reminiscent of sawing wood, prompting the pursuing scarabs to ascend into the sky. With the frantic swarming of scarabs suddenly ceased, the hunting team collectively breathed a sigh of relief. One member inquired, "Are they no longer pursuing us?" Honghua replied breathlessly as she ran, "No, they are merely flying higher." The others glanced skyward and indeed saw the scarabs tightly trailing them, albeit at a higher altitude. Chen Bei, who had been battling the scarabs, finally relaxed. While the insects continued their pursuit, at least he no longer had to engage them incessantly. Moreover, he discerned the presence of the queen scarab as the swarm ascended. He clearly spotted the significantly larger queen among them, confirming his suspicions. Chen Bei accelerated past his companions, reaching Honghua's side, and stated, "These insects did not come of their own accord. They are being controlled." "I suspected as much," Honghua replied. "If they weren't being manipulated, they wouldn't chase us this far." "The insect tribe?" Chen Bei voiced his thoughts. Honghua nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it must be them. Only they possess the ability to command these loathsome creatures." With this realization, a glint of malice appeared in Chen Bei's eyes as he coldly remarked, "The insect tribe truly is relentless." During their time in the Mang tribe, the locusts from the insect tribe had devastated their crops, and now, within the mysterious forest, the tribe's members were orchestrating the insect swarm to hunt them down. Chen Bei's resentment towards the insect tribe intensified. "Is there a way to bring down the queen? If we eliminate her, the one controlling the insects will suffer a heavy blow, and the swarm will cease to pursue us. Perhaps there is a method further ahead." The group continued their flight, the scarabs persistently in pursuit. After 5 or 6 minutes, a peculiar grove of plants suddenly appeared ahead, causing Honghua's eyes to brighten as she led them directly into it. The scarabs followed suit, lacking the intelligence to defy the queen's commands. Once they reached the depths of the plant grove, Honghua finally halted, with the others following suit, gasping for breath. Beside her, Bai Chao queried, "Why have we stopped running?" "No need to run any longer. Here, the demise of these wretched insects is imminent." No sooner had Honghua spoken than a cluster of blue plants erupted, spraying towering jets of water that brought down a third of the scarabs. The soaked insects became disoriented, unable to fly, and were swiftly consumed by the blue plants. Elsewhere, several plants resembling iron pincers opened their jaws, releasing an alluring fragrance that attracted numerous scarabs, only to snap shut, crushing them and digesting them as fertilizer. Additionally, there were several plants akin to pitcher plants, each leaf forming a lidded cage filled with water that resembled nectar, irresistibly drawing in the insects. As many scarabs flew into the vast cages, the lids suddenly slammed shut, trapping them inside. Honghua remarked to Chen Bei, "I told you so, these plants are masters at dealing with insects. With them around, we need not flee." Chen Bei posed a question, "But the queen is flying so high and won't come down. How do we deal with her?" Honghua pointed to a nearby cluster of cylindrical plants, saying, "We can rely on them, the water arrow grass." Chen Bei gazed at the cluster of cylindrical plants, which, though originally tall, now resembled springs compressing downwards. When they reached their maximum compression, they suddenly released. Whoosh! Streams of water formed arrows shooting skyward at astonishing speed. Soaring high into the air. In the sky, the queen scarab was engulfed by the water arrows, with no escape route, and was shot down to the ground. Finally, she had landed. Chen Bei charged forth with his stone spear, intent on not letting this opportunity slip away. Die! He lunged at the queen scarab with ferocity. No, no, no. Outside the mysterious forest, Heichi witnessed a stone spear approaching. Realizing this was the vision seen by the queen scarab. The stone spear wielded by Chen Bei pierced through the tough exterior of the cerambicid mother beetle, twisting vigorously several times before it ultimately succumbed to its injuries. In its final moments, the beetle twitched its legs, the glimmer of life fading from its eyes. Meanwhile, outside the mysterious forest, Heichi spat out a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. He had never anticipated that the cerambicid mother beetle he had painstakingly nurtured would perish in such a manner. Damn it! Who dares to slay my mother beetle? Heichi seethed with rage. Not only had he lost the larvae he had cultivated, but now the mother beetle was also dead. Though he had glimpsed Chen Bei's visage through the eyes of the beetle, the intricate totemic patterns adorning Chen Bei's face were unlike anything he had ever seen and bore no resemblance to the totems of the tree tribe. Hence he could not recognize him. The tree tribe, and this accursed boy, I shall have my vengeance. Although Heichi was consumed by fury, he did not lose his composure. He was injured and had already suffered a significant loss. He needed to retreat to recuperate. Struggling to rise, he departed from the scene, making his way back to the insect tribe. In the mysterious forest, the death of the cerambicid mother beetle led to a sudden loss of control among the remaining beetles. Some fell prey to plants, while others fled. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. They were finally free from the threat of imminent peril. Chapter 71. The Wolf Tribe. Captain, we have 26 injured, with 3 in critical condition, reported a member of the hunting team to Honghua. Her expression darkened. Given the overwhelming onslaught of cerambicids, it was improbable that no one had sustained injuries. 3 in critical condition, with no fatalities, was a stroke of luck indeed. However, the number of injuries necessitated an early return to the tribe, particularly for the critically injured, who required the shaman's care or risked losing their lives. With a heavy heart, Honghua turned to Chen Bei and said, "Leader Chen, we must return early. However, rest assured, after the thaw next year, I shall accompany you again to procure some seedlings that can thrive." Chen Bei replied, "We have already made considerable gains this time. The priority must be the treatment of the injured." Honghua nodded, applying the herbs she carried to the wounded temporarily, then fashioned several makeshift stretchers to transport the critically injured. On their return, they hastened their pace, foraging no longer, and swiftly exited the mysterious forest. The journey back to the tribe required a full day, and with afternoon already upon them, they needed to spend another night in the mountains. That night, familiar with the route, Honghua discovered a cave where the group spent the night. The following day, they resumed their journey, and after half a day's travel, they finally returned to the tree tribe. The 3 critically injured were immediately taken to the shaman for treatment, while the lightly wounded tended to their own injuries. Thanks to the totemic powers, the tribe members possessed a robust constitution, allowing them to recover swiftly from minor injuries without requiring the shaman's assistance. Meanwhile, the trading team from the Mang tribe breathed a sigh of relief upon the safe return of their leader and Bai Chao. Within a spacious tree hollow, the members of the Mang tribe congregated. This tree hollow was designated by the tree tribe for hosting guests, and the trading team had resided there during their stay. "Did anything happen while I was away?" Chen Bei inquired, chewing on dried meat. Due to the prohibition against lighting fires within the tree hollow and their disdain for the inconvenience of cooking outside, the trading team primarily subsisted on jerky and fruits provided by the tree tribe. Lai replied, "Indeed, something did occur." "What was it?" "Today, we encountered the trading team from the wolf tribe. They brought a significant amount of animal pelts for trade with the tree tribe." "The wolf tribe?" Chen Bei set down the jerky, recalling vaguely having heard of this tribe's name before, but not paying much attention at the time. Indeed, their reputation is rather unsavory. They have a penchant for plundering weaker tribes, and their totemic warriors are notoriously fierce, making few tribes willing to engage in dealings with them. Chen Bei asked, "How many people does their tribe have?" Lai responded, "According to Hong Yi of the tree tribe, the wolf tribe currently boasts around 400 to 500 members, outnumbering the tree tribe. The tree tribe comprised approximately 300 individuals, slightly more than the Mang tribe, which had only over 200, with a small portion yet to join as transient visitors. With such a large number, it is no wonder they can pillage those smaller tribes," Chen Bei remarked. Regardless of their ferocity, as long as they do not provoke us, we shall be fine. Lai grimaced, that is precisely the issue. While we were trading with the tree tribe, the wolf tribe's trading team also arrived. They expressed interest in our pottery and tools, suggesting we come to their territory for trade. Did you agree? Not at all. I informed them that snow would soon fall, and we lacked the time to engage in trade with the wolf tribe. Chen Bei nodded, approving of Lai's discretion. It would be perilous to venture into the territory of a tribe with such a dreadful reputation. Just as they concluded their conversation, a low growl emanated from the outside. That of the Rhino King. The totemic warriors stationed outside rushed in, announcing, "Leader, the wolf tribe has arrived." "Then let us see what they want," Chen Bei stated. The totemic warriors of the Mang tribe followed Chen Bei as he stepped out of the tree hollow, tension palpable among them, for they were uncertain of the wolf tribe's intentions. Upon emerging, Chen Bei immediately spotted the Rhino King confronting over 30 gray wolves, each towering above a human. These wolves were not only impressively large and robust, but also exuded an unmistakable ferocity, their sharp fangs bared, undeterred by the imposing presence of the rhinos. Beside each wolf stood a totemic warrior from the wolf tribe, their expressions relaxed, betraying no signs of anxiety. In the midst of them stood a particularly large black wolf, significantly larger than the other gray wolves, resembling a calf. This wolf was the focal point of the standoff with the Rhino King. The man accompanying it was exceptionally tall, clad in black animal skins, adorned with a necklace of massive beast teeth, and wielding a bone knife at his waist. His face bore 2 scars, lending him an intimidating appearance. This man was named Wolf Claw, a minor leader of the wolf tribe, subordinate to a chief equivalent to leaders of other tribes. Chen Bei stepped forward and asked, "Wolf tribe, what is the meaning of this?" "I am Wolf Claw. I have heard that your leader has returned, so I came to meet him and discuss matters of trade," he replied in a cold tone, his gaze fixated on Chen Bei as though he were prey, eliciting discomfort. Yet, Chen Bei remained unfazed, confident in his own strength. With a calm demeanor, he declared, "I am the leader of the Mang tribe. You? A mere child can be a leader?" Wolf Claw's disdain was palpable. Chen Bei chose not to respond verbally. Instead, he summoned the power of the totem, causing the intricate symbols upon his body to materialize. Simultaneously, an ethereal image of a flame rhinoceros coalesced above his head, prompting the surrounding rhinos to bellow excitedly. An overwhelming aura emanated from Chen Bei, particularly intensified by the fiery rhinoceros above him, causing Wolf Claw to tense, losing his earlier composure. The other totemic warriors of the wolf tribe faltered, and even the wolves retreated slightly, their eyes betraying a flicker of trepidation. "Now, shall we commence our discussion?" Chen Bei inquired. Wolf Claw solemnly nodded, suppressing the disdain that lingered in his heart, for he sensed a formidable threat emanating from Chen Bei. "Chief Chen," he began, "we hold a great appreciation for the goods of the Mang tribe and wish to extend an invitation for you to visit our wolf tribe for trade. I am confident that our offerings will equally satisfy you." Chen Bei shook his head and replied, "I regret to inform you that we have already overstayed our time here. Before the snow falls, we must return to partake in the tribe's sacred rites. Should the wolf tribe wish to engage in trade, we shall bring our goods again to the tree tribe once the ice has melted next year, at which time you may also bring your wares for exchange." Wolf Claw's expression darkened slightly, yet Chen Bei's reasoning was compelling. The tribe's sacred rites were of utmost importance, and none would dare to delay them. His countenance fluctuated between stormy and calm, lost in thought. Suddenly, a grin spread across his face, but the horrific scars that marred his features rendered even his laughter unsettling. "Since the Mang tribe must return for their sacred rites, we shall defer our trading until next year. Chief Chen, I hope you will bring ample goods with you then. Until we meet again." With that, Wolf Claw departed, leading his men and wolves away, while the Mang tribe collectively exhaled, relieved that they were finally gone. No sooner had the wolf tribe departed than Hong Hua arrived, accompanied by several totem warriors from the tree tribe. "Chief Chen, where are the people from the wolf tribe? I heard they were causing you trouble, and I rushed over," she exclaimed. "They have left, no need for concern," Chen Bei reassured her. Hong Hua sighed in relief. "In our tribe, as long as the tree god is present, they dare not act too brazenly. Yet, we must exercise caution should we encounter them again." "Thank you for the warning. We shall be vigilant," Chen Bei responded, appreciating Hong Hua's earnestness. She was indeed a warm-hearted young woman. "We shall take our leave now," Hong Hua said, leading her group away. Chen Bei took a moment to soothe the herd of rhinoceroses before returning to the tree hollow with the others. Bai Chao approached Chen Bei, whispering, "Chief, it seems Hong Hua has taken a liking to you. I have heard she has high standards and does not settle for an ordinary totem warrior. She remains unmarried to this day." Chen Bei chuckled, dismissing her claim. "Do not speak such nonsense. We have only spent 2 days together. It is utterly impossible." Seeing Chen Bei's denial, Bai Chao fell silent, yet she remained resolute in her belief. Chapter 72, Pursuit. On the very day the Mang tribe returned from the mysterious forest, they packed their belongings and bid farewell to the Tree tribe. Embarking on their journey home. Outside the Tree tribe, the chief, along with Hong Yi and Hong Hua, gathered to see off the members of the Mang tribe. Chief Chen, upon your return, do not forget our agreement, the Tree tribe leader reminded. Chen Bei smiled, I shall not forget. Hong Yi playfully nudged Lai, when you come next year, do not forget to bring me 2 of those large lobsters and crabs you mentioned. Rest assured, I, Lai, am a man of my word, he declared, thumping his chest. Hong Hua stepped forward, thrusting a small leather pouch into Chen Bei's hand, not allowing him a chance to refuse. What is this? Chen Bei inquired, puzzled. I know you have a fondness for seeds. These are various seeds I collected for you, she explained. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Bei replied, thank you. Wait, he said, not wanting to owe a favor. He approached the rhinoceros king, rummaging through the leather pouch on its back until he procured a beautifully crafted small ceramic jar with a lid. This is for you, he said, placing the jar in Hong Hua's hands, feeling a sense of relief. Hong Hua gazed at the delicate orchid design etched on the jar, which bore the totem of the Mang tribe below. This is so beautiful, she exclaimed. I made it myself. I am glad you like it, Chen Bei responded. I truly do, Hong Hua softly replied. In his previous life, Chen Bei had been quite young and lacked experience in matters of romance. Otherwise, he would not have acted so impulsively, for the exchange of gifts, in a certain sense, served as a token of affection. Well then, everyone, until next year, Chen Bei concluded. Until next year, the others echoed as the Mang tribe turned to leave, embarking on their journey home. As the figures of the Mang tribe gradually faded from view, the Tree tribe leader cast a glance at Hong Hua, saying nothing before turning to return to the tribe. Once the others had dispersed, Hong Hua cradled the ceramic jar as she walked back, with Hong Yi trailing beside her. Sister, have you taken a liking to the chief of the Mang tribe? He asked. Indeed, what of it? Hong Hua responded candidly. Upon hearing this, Hong Ye's face contorted with concern. He scratched his head and said, but you two have no future together. You are the leader of our tribe's hunting team. The chief cannot allow you to marry outside our tribe, and the chief of the Mang tribe certainly cannot join us. Hong Hua shrugged off his words. Who I like is my own business. I can always resign from being the hunting team leader. Is being the hunting team leader something you can simply walk away from? Sister, you are no longer a child. You cannot be so willful. Take my advice. There are many good men out there. Hong Hua remained silent, quickening her pace and leaving Hong Yi behind. Oh, sister, sister, he called after her, but she only walked further away. He chose not to pursue her. He understood that once she set her mind to something, not even the 9 rhinoceroses of the Mang tribe could sway her. Sitting on a nearby tree root, he sulked in solitude, feeling exasperated. Hong Hua was no fool. Only a fool would not rise to the challenge of leading the hunting team. Yet, even the wisest could act foolishly when faced with matters of the heart. Perhaps, in time, she would come to her senses. Hong Yi offered himself a half-hearted consolation, sighing deeply, feeling burdened by worry for his sister's future. Previously, Hong Hua had never encountered anyone she fancied. Her strength warded off any pressures to marry, and thus she remained single. Now, having finally developed an interest in someone, the circumstances seemed rather vexing. After the departure of the Mang tribe from the Tree tribe, they did not return home directly, but instead journeyed toward another tribe known as the Chuanshan tribe. This tribe was one Chen Bei learned about from the Tree tribe leader, noted for its proximity and amicability in dealings. The journey from the Tree tribe to the Chuanshan tribe required a day's travel. Along the way, Chen Bei and his companions hardly paused to rest, eager to complete their trade and return to the Mang tribe. However, unbeknownst to them, they were being watched. In a grove of pine trees. Shortly after the Mang tribe had departed, 2 totem warriors from the wolf tribe arrived, accompanied by 2 gray wolves. The wolves sniffed the ground, detecting the rhinoceros tracks left behind, confirming they belonged to the Mang tribe. Indeed, it is them. The footprints of these behemoths are unmistakable, and the scent is just as clear, one of the warriors remarked. You continue to follow them from a distance. Do not let them see you. I will remain here to await the arrival of our leader, the other instructed. Understood. The warrior led the gray wolves onward, relying on their keen sense of smell and the clear traces left by the rhinoceroses, allowing him to track the Mang tribe without venturing into their line of sight. After a while, Wolf Claw arrived with over 100 totem warriors and an equal number of wolves, reaching the grove of pines. He inquired of the warrior who had remained behind, "Have you caught up to them?" "Yes, they are just ahead. Our men are already in pursuit," the warrior replied. The wolf's claw revealed a vicious smile as he declared, "Very well, pursue them. Locate their resting place for the night, seize their possessions, and eliminate them all. Onward." With that, the wolf's claw led his followers in relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, Chen Bei and his companions followed the directions provided by the tree tribe, guided by verbal landmarks. Advancing steadily, as the sun dipped below the horizon, they realized that traveling by night was not feasible, so they sought a place to spend the night. They discovered a relatively open, wind-sheltered slope and constructed rudimentary shelters to provide protection from the elements. A fire was kindled, and Lai took the initiative to hunt several wild beasts. After cleaning and seasoning them with salt and spices, they prepared a hearty dinner for the night. The rhinoceroses grazed nearby. As long as it wasn't the snowy winter, herbivores were generally easy to satiate. Night finally enveloped the land, and the rhinoceroses returned to the vicinity of the camp, lying down in a protective circle, ensuring the safety of the Mang tribe during the night. With these formidable creatures present, ordinary predators dared not approach. Chen Bei sat beside the fire, roasting meat, yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, as if some ominous event loomed on the horizon. His instincts had always proven accurate, especially since becoming a totem warrior. Such unease was rarely unfounded. Furrowing his brow, Chen Bei cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant tonight. I sense something amiss." Observing the gravity etched on Chen Bei's face, the others grew serious, nodding in agreement. Their weapons remained close at hand, and they would not sleep deeply, ready to respond swiftly should danger arise. Not far from the camp, the wolf's claw, accompanied by the wolf tribe and a pack of wolves, lurked within dense underbrush. The eyes of the wolf tribe's totem warriors were unlike others, illuminated by any light. They glimmered with a wolf-like glow. Each tribe's totem deity bestowed unique abilities upon their totem warriors, and the wolf tribe's warriors were gifted with night vision and swiftness. "Chief, shall we launch our attack?" a totem warrior whispered. The wolf's claw licked his lips and replied, "No rush. We shall strike when they are deep in slumber." Wolves are renowned for their patience in hunting, waiting for their prey to lower its guard before delivering a fatal blow. The totem warriors of the wolf tribe had long been accustomed to the ways of the wolves. Chapter 73, The Night Raid. As the night deepened, the majority of the Mang tribe trading team was fast asleep, save for those keeping watch. The flames continued to flicker, and the sentinels, feeling the weight of boredom, tended to the fire, occasionally adding more fuel. Chen Bei lay on a hide, eyes closed but unable to find slumber, sensing a lurking danger nearby that filled him with unease. The rhinoceros king, positioned behind him, mirrored his restlessness, feigning sleep with eyes closed. "Do you sense something amiss as well?" Chen Bei murmured, leaning against the rhinoceros king. Possessing high intelligence, especially after the Mang tribe awakened their bloodline power, the rhinoceros king understood Chen Bei's words and nodded in affirmation. "Then let us keep watch together and discern the nature of the impending threat." Chen Bei placed a stone spear and a bone spear within easy reach and checked the stone knife hanging from his side before settling against the rhinoceros's belly, straining to listen to the sounds of the surroundings. At midnight, the wolf tribe finally commenced their action. The wolf's claw stealthily maneuvered near the Mang tribe's encampment, forming a semicircular ambush. Just as the wolf's claw prepared to launch the attack, a thunderous roar rent the night air. "Moo!" The rhinoceros king caught the scent of the approaching wolves, instantly rising to alert his companions. At the sound of the rhinoceros king's call, the other rhinoceroses followed suit, awakening the entire Mang tribe trading team. "What is happening?" Lai jolted awake, grasping his weapon and scanning the surroundings with heightened caution. The others mirrored his readiness, arming themselves. From the underbrush, the wolf's claw slammed his fist into the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it, we've been discovered. Charge, kill them all." With a single command, the wolf's claw led nearly 100 totem warriors and gray wolves in a frenzied assault toward the Mang tribe. "Whoa!" The black wolf beside the wolf's claw howled to the sky, igniting the pack with a frenzy as they charged forward. In an instant, a fierce clash erupted between the totem warriors of the Mang tribe and the wolf tribe. Chen Bei leaped onto the back of the rhinoceros king, spear in hand, shouting, "Everyone, stay calm and follow me." The rhinoceros king unleashed its bloodline power. Its eyes turned a fierce red, and its temperament became aggressive as it charged directly toward the throngs of the wolf tribe. Thud, thud, thud. The rhinoceros king surged forward, its massive frame akin to a moving mountain, scattering or crushing anything in its path, whether beast or man. Chen Bei, atop the rhinoceros, wielded his bone spear with wild abandon, carving a bloody path alongside the rhinoceros king. "Quick, follow the chief." Lai and the others mounted the backs of the rhinoceroses, each beast igniting their bloodline power. With 2 or 3 individuals per rhinoceros, the entire Mang tribe's totem warriors mounted their formidable steeds. As 12 rhinoceroses thundered forward, the ground trembled beneath them. The combat prowess of these heavy cavalry caught the wolf tribe completely off guard. They had never witnessed such a method of warfare before. In that moment, they became mere infantry under the iron hooves of the heavy cavalry, utterly defenseless. "Ow!" A fierce wolf lunged at one of the rhinoceroses, but upon sinking its fangs into the thick hide, it might as well have bitten into iron. The Mang tribe's rhinoceroses were mutated beasts, clad in thick fur and possessing remarkably tough skin, akin to living armor. With a swift motion, seated atop a rhinoceros, struck down at the wolf's neck with his blade, cleaving the brave creature in two. It let out a wail before collapsing, its life force swiftly extinguished. Chen Bei and the herd of rhinoceroses charged back and forth, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake, while the Mang tribe suffered only minor injuries. Damn it! How could this be happening? The wolf's claw, who had remained passive until now, seethed with fury at the unfolding events. The black wolf beside him, the lead wolf of the pack, typically commanded from the sidelines rather than engaging in the fray directly. The wolf's claw had been confident, believing that their numbers would overwhelm this seemingly insignificant upstart tribe, especially under the cover of night. Yet, the outcome was entirely contrary to his expectations. As the wolf's claw hesitated, contemplating retreat, Chen Bei had already set his sights on him. Chen Bei understood that as long as the lead wolf remained, the pack would fight fiercely. However, should the leader fall, they would quickly scatter. Thus, he had been searching for the wolf's claw's position, and now he had found it. Old comrade, charge forth and eliminate them. Chen Bei pointed his spear toward the location of the wolf's claw and the lead wolf. The rhinoceros king immediately turned, racing in the direction Chen Bei indicated. The commotion was unmistakable, and the wolf claw could naturally perceive it. For reasons unknown, a sudden wave of trepidation surged within him, almost compelling him to flee. However, before he could gather his thoughts, Chen Bei had already charged into view. How? The black wolf, undeterred, sidestepped the oncoming horn of the rhino king and lunged with a paw aimed at the rhino's neck. Its claws were exceedingly sharp. Any other prey caught in their grip would undoubtedly lose a chunk of flesh. Get lost. Yet, Chen Bei denied the creature this opportunity. He wielded his stone spear like a club, striking the black wolf as it leapt. The wolf let out a pained yelp, sent sprawling to the ground, where it groaned softly, struggling to rise but failing to regain its footing. Witnessing this, Wolf Claw's eyes blazed with fury, the scar on his face darkened with blood, rendering it even more fearsome. I will kill you. The totemic patterns on Wolf Claw's body manifested, transforming his aura as if he had become a wolf, ferocious, cunning, and recklessly fearless. A low growl emanated from his throat as he brandished his bone knife and lunged fiercely at Chen Bei. The Rhino King turned, intending to impale him with its horn. However, Wolf Claw was remarkably agile and swift, instantly altering his course to evade the horn and charge towards Chen Bei from another angle. True to form, Chen Bei leapt down from the rhino's back, and simultaneously, his stone spear clashed with Wolf Claw's bone knife. The two soon became entwined in combat. Wolf Claw's bone knife was quicker than the spear, and his speed slightly surpassed Chen Bei's. Yet, Chen Bei's strength was vastly superior, sending jolts of shock through Wolf Claw's wrist with each collision. Crack! Suddenly, Wolf Claw's bone knife struck the midsection of Chen Bei's spear, severing the wooden shaft. As the bone knife continued its descent towards Chen Bei, a vivid image of Chen Bei being wounded flashed in Wolf Claw's mind. However, disappointment awaited him, as Chen Bei was equally swift, sidestepping the strike. With reckless abandon, before Wolf Claw could retract his knife, Chen Bei seized the moment to unleash his totemic prowess. He collided with Wolf Claw's chest, the sheer force propelling him backward. Snap! The sound of breaking ribs echoed as Wolf Claw's eyes reflected despair and regret, but it was too late for remorse. Chen Bei swiftly pursued, drawing a stone blade from his waist and plunging it into Wolf Claw's heart, denying him even a chance to utter a word. You! Wolf Claw's trembling hand pointed at Chen Bei, but the breath of life had already left him. In short order, Chen Bei dispatched the Black Wolf as well. With both Wolf Claw and the Alpha Wolf dead, the remaining members of the Wolf clan either fled or perished, rendering the rest a mere shadow of a threat. This ambush culminated in a resounding defeat for the Wolf tribe. Chapter 74, The Mountain Crossing Tribe. After the battle, to prevent the Wolf tribe from launching a larger assault, Chen Bei chose to travel through the night. The totem warriors of the Mang tribe possessed little to no night vision. Thus they had to ride upon the back of the rhino, which carried them onward, to evade the pursuit of the wolves, whose sense of smell was acute. Chen Bei instructed the Rhino King to traverse several small streams before crossing to the opposite bank, allowing the scent to dissipate with the flowing water, thwarting the wolf's tracking abilities. They persevered until dawn approached, at which point they took a break. As the first light of day began to break, Chen Bei addressed the group. Let us account for our goods. The members promptly inspected the various beast hide bags on the rhino's back, noting that many items had been lost or damaged during the skirmish. After their assessment, Bai Chao reported to Chen Bei, Chief, the smoked fish and smoked meat are secure, but we have lost 2 bags of bone ornaments. and most of the pottery is shattered. Lai gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Damn the wolf tribe for causing us such losses. We shall exact revenge for this." Chen Bei remained silent for a moment before responding, "Given our venture for trade, such circumstances were not unforeseen. Such events are often inevitable. However, you are correct. We shall seek retribution for this affront." Bai Chao, visibly anxious, inquired, "Chief, with so many goods lost, should we still proceed to the mountain crossing tribe for trade?" Chen Bei resolutely replied, "Yes, this is one of our objectives, and we cannot let our encounter with the wolf tribe deter us." In truth, they had been journeying towards the mountain crossing tribe's location all night, and now they were not far from their destination. After the battle, Chen Bei had already contemplated this matter and made a decision, guiding the Rhino King in the predetermined direction. "Do you see that lake up ahead?" Chen Bei pointed forward. Bai Chao followed his gesture and indeed spotted a lake. Chen Bei continued, "The tree tribe informed me that the mountain crossing tribe resides near 3 interconnected mountains, with a lake at their base, surrounded by willow trees." Bai Chao examined the scene closely and confirmed the presence of willows by the lake, as there was no snowfall, and many leaves still adorned the trees. Not far from the lake, 3 towering mountains stood as a testament to their height, more prominent than the surrounding peaks. "So, we have arrived at the mountain crossing tribe?" Lai exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, they dwell upon the slopes of the central mountain," Chen Bei affirmed. "Prepare yourselves, wash away the bloodstains from your bodies, discard the shattered pottery, and once organized, we shall proceed to trade with the mountain crossing tribe. After this transaction, we shall return home." The mere mention of home, though brief, stirred deep emotions among many, for their journey had been fraught with trials, and the distance traveled had intensified their longing for their kin within the tribe. Thus, they approached the lake's edge, opting not to wash directly in the unfamiliar waters. Instead, they cautiously filled their beast-hide bags with water to cleanse themselves ashore. After all, this lake belonged to an uncharted territory. Who could ascertain what monstrous fish or aquatic beasts lurked beneath its surface? The scent of blood would surely attract such ferocious creatures. Splash! Chen Bei poured the bloodied water from a washed totem warrior into the lake. Shortly after, several dark shadows emerged from the depths, swiftly gliding towards the blood-soaked area, their massive forms suggesting they were some form of large fish. Regrettably, without a fishing net or sturdy harpoon, they could only lament the missed opportunity to catch one. As Chen Bei observed these sizable fish swim a circle before disappearing once more into the lake's depths, he felt a pang of regret. What splendid meat it could have provided. The others, particularly Lai and the fishing team, instinctively pondered how they might haul in such fish. Upon hearing Chen Bei's words, they nodded in agreement, lamenting their lack of fishing tools. Once everyone had washed and organized their goods, the sun had risen in earnest. "Let us proceed to the mountain crossing tribe." With Chen Bei's command, they set forth once more towards their destination. Upon reaching the base of the central mountain, they encountered a massive stone etched with a grand totemic design painted in brown. The totem depicted the image of a pangolin, the sacred emblem of the mountain crossing tribe. Chen Bei closely scrutinized the totemic pattern before declaring to the group, "We have indeed found the right place." Just as they were about to advance, 2 figures suddenly emerged from behind the stone. The 2 individuals possessed distinctly striking features. They were rather slender in stature, their eyes small and seemingly sharp, giving them a somewhat simian appearance. Their fingers were elongated, with nails that were both thick and exceptionally sharp, resembling the claws of a beast. "Halt! Which tribe do you belong to?" they demanded, eyeing Chen Bei and his companions with suspicion. At the slightest hint of trouble, they would swiftly flee and summon reinforcements. Leading the way, Chen Bei produced a wooden token, declaring, "We are merchants from the Mang tribe, sent here to trade by the chieftain of the tree tribe. You may present this token to your leader for confirmation." This token, gifted to Chen Bei by the chieftain of the tree tribe, bore the intricate totemic carvings of their people, serving as a veritable emblem of trust. "Wait here," one of them instructed, taking the token and examining it briefly before retreating behind a massive boulder, vanishing from sight. Chen Bei mused to himself, "There must be a hidden passage behind that rock," as the chieftain of the tree tribe had mentioned that the inhabitants of the mountain-digging tribe had an affinity for burrowing. Indeed, the individual with the token had entered a cavern concealed beneath the stone, leading to the settlement of the mountain-digging tribe. Once inside the tunnel, he navigated the labyrinthine passages with ease, skillfully finding the route to the mountain's mid-slope. Were an outsider to venture into these tunnels, they would likely become hopelessly lost. Upon reaching the mid-slope, he encountered the chieftain of the mountain-digging tribe within a cavern. "Chieftain, a group from the Mang tribe has descended from the mountain, claiming they wish to trade with us, and they say they were referred by the tree tribe." He presented the wooden token with reverence. "Referred by the tree tribe? Let me see that," the chieftain of the mountain-digging tribe responded, taking the token to scrutinize it closely. "Indeed, this is the emblem of the tree tribe. imbued with the essence of their totemic deity. How many are they? There are around 50 or 60, accompanied by a dozen peculiar beasts. The chieftain contemplated for a moment before stating, "Invite them to ascend the mountain." "No, I shall go personally to welcome them." He adorned himself with several prized bone ornaments, ensuring his appearance was impeccable, and chose the main path rather than the tunnels to descend the mountain. Before long, the chieftain encountered Chen Bei and his companions. The mountain-digging tribesmen who had remained at the entrance sighed in relief upon seeing his leader. Facing the outsiders alone had been a daunting task. "You must be from the Mang tribe, yes? Ha ha, welcome to our mountain-digging tribe. I am Gu Jia, the chieftain here." Stepping forward, Chen Bei replied, "I am the chieftain of the Mang tribe, Chen." Gu Jia regarded Chen Bei with surprise. The leader of the Mang tribe was remarkably youthful. However, observing the expressions of the other Mang tribesmen behind him, who appeared entirely at ease, he did not doubt Chen Bei's authenticity. Or perhaps, he simply did not care whether Chen Bei was genuine. As long as trade could be conducted, his status mattered little. "Welcome, Chieftain Chen. This is not the place for conversation. Please, allow me to escort you to the mountain." Chen Bei, along with the members of the Mang tribe, ascended the mountain without having to traverse the tunnels, feeling relieved to walk beneath the sunlight. As they climbed, Chen Bei noted many members of the mountain-digging tribe, who appeared timid and hesitant to approach, even in the presence of their chieftain. They merely observed from a distance, especially wary of the enormous rhinoceroses that roamed nearby. At the slightest disturbance, they would scurry back into their burrows. Upon reaching a relatively spacious plateau halfway up the mountain, Chen Bei noticed a lack of structures. The mountain-digging tribe had grown accustomed to a burrowed existence, rarely constructing homes. The rest of the tribe waited on the flat ground while only Chen Bei, Lai, and Bai Chao, individuals of higher standing, were invited into Gu Jia's dwelling within a cave. The cave was quite rudimentary, featuring a massive stone serving as a table. There were no chairs, just a layer of soft moss spread on the ground for seating. The cave walls were etched with numerous small hollows, which housed various items such as beast fangs and assorted tools. Chen Bei also spotted a ceramic bowl resting on a hide, its surface gleaming, clearly well polished. Noticing Chen Bei's gaze fixed on the bowl, Gu Jia felt a swell of pride. This bowl is a rare treasure, procured at great cost from the carving tribe by the previous chieftain. He carefully lifted the bowl and placed it on the table, boasting, "What do you think, Chieftain Chen? This is a fine item, crafted by the carving tribe and adorned with their totemic designs." Following that, Gu Jia took a wild boar hide and meticulously wiped the bowl clean. In truth, Chen Bei held little regard for such items. He had originally brought numerous ceramics for trade, but they had been destroyed in battle. However, an idea sparked in his mind. "This bowl is indeed impressive, but it lacks a complementary item," Chen Bei remarked. "What item?" Gu Jia inquired, curiosity piqued. "Chopsticks. Chopsticks. What are those?" Gu Jia asked, bewildered. He had never heard of such a thing. Chen Bei retrieved a pair of chopsticks crafted from beast bone from his animal hide pouch. He carried them with him, knowing that other tribes primarily used their hands to grasp food, a practice he found unappealing. The chopsticks were white and, due to his frequent usage, had become exceptionally smooth, resembling an exquisite artifact. "These are chopsticks," he explained. Gu Jia examined the chopsticks and, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "Aren't these merely two polished bones? What use do they serve?" Chen Bei smiled and replied, "Chieftain Gu Jia, in our Mang tribe, we often trade with various tribes, including many significant ones like the carving tribe, and even those beyond the mountains, such as the fish tribe. In those larger tribes, individuals of high status do not use their hands to eat." Furrowing his brow, Gu Jia asked, "How then do they consume their food?" "They utilize ceramic cauldrons to cook their meals." "Are you familiar with cauldrons?" Gu Jia shook his head again. Much of what Chen Bei spoke of was foreign to him, prompting him to believe even further that Chen Bei had indeed traveled extensively. Chen Bei gestured. "They are large ceramic pots, some round and some square. The round cauldrons have 3 legs, while the square ones have 4. They simply place them on the ground, add food and water inside, cover them, and then ignite a fire." Not only was Gu Jia dumbfounded, but Lai and Bai Chao also stared in astonishment, as they had never encountered such cauldrons. Chen Bei continued. "Once cooked, they remove the lid, using a spoon." "Do you know what a spoon is?" "It's a round object with a long handle." He gestured to clarify the shape of the spoon. After cooking, these esteemed individuals would use the spoon to ladle the meat and broth from the cauldron into a bowl. "Yes, the very bowl you possess." Seeing that Chen Bei had finally referenced something he understood, Gu Jia felt a surge of relief, realizing that owning a ceramic bowl linked him to the dignitaries of the larger tribes, bringing him a sense of pride. Chen Bei went on. "After ladling it into the bowl, they place it on a fine table and sit on chairs, unlike us, who sit directly on the ground. As Bone Armor listened to Chen Bei's words, he suddenly felt that sitting on the ground was indeed a rather embarrassing act. However, he was unaware of what the stool Chen Bei mentioned was, and unable to muster the courage to inquire, he patiently continued to listen. Then, we use chopsticks, these two slender rods in my hand, to pick up meat from the bowl, which not only spares our hands from burns, but also ensures cleanliness. Chen Bei expertly demonstrated how to grasp food from the bowl with the chopsticks and bring it to his mouth. Thus, after a thorough exposition by Chen Bei, he successfully dismantled some of Bone Armor's antiquated notions. For instance, he learned that food should be cooked in a ceramic pot, that dining should not be done while seated on the ground, and that a ceramic bowl ought to be paired with a pair of chopsticks, among other revelations. In his fervent attempt to promote chopsticks, Chen Bei spared no effort. In truth, it was not merely chopsticks he had in mind. He suddenly realized that there were numerous items that could be sold, such as tables and stools, ceramic pots, and various essential utensils. Among them, the ceramic pot was a concept that had just sparked in his mind, something that the Mang tribe did not yet possess. Cooking with a ceramic pot was far superior to using a stone cauldron. At this moment, Bone Armor was already enamored by Chen Bei's words. He gazed at the exquisite chopsticks in Chen Bei's hand, and then at his own ceramic bowl, increasingly convinced that the two were a perfect match, having previously been unaware. Now that he understood the necessity of pairing chopsticks with a ceramic bowl, the desire to acquire a pair of chopsticks grew stronger within him. Leader Chen, Bone Armor declared, I am fond of this pair of chopsticks and am willing to exchange our tribe's precious treasures for them. To his surprise, Chen Bei shook his head and said, That won't do. These chopsticks are mine, and I cannot part with them. Disappointment flickered in Bone Armor's eyes. However, upon seeing Bone Armor's expression, Chen Bei continued, For this trade, I have also brought a pair of chopsticks that are even finer than these. If Chief Bone Armor is interested, you may exchange something for them. Bone Armor's eyes brightened. Where are they? Please show me. Chen Bei stood up and ventured outside to find the Rhinoceros King, then returned with a rather unique animal skin pouch filled with various precious items. He retrieved a long, slender pouch from within this collection and returned to Bone Armor's dwelling. Bone Armor's gaze was fixed on the elongated pouch. This must contain the chopsticks, right? Indeed, Chen Bei confirmed, as he untied the cord binding the pouch and poured forth a pair of chopsticks that gleamed like jade. These chopsticks are crafted from the teeth of a giant wild boar, exceedingly rare, far superior to my own. You know how ferocious the giant wild boar is, don't you? Our tribe paid a considerable price to hunt this beast and fashion these chopsticks. Bone Armor picked up the chopsticks, utterly captivated. The tribesmen had a penchant for using items made from fierce beast bones or teeth. The fiercer the material, the more it demonstrated one's strength. I shall take these chopsticks. I can offer many treasures in exchange. Bone Armor exclaimed eagerly. You truly have an eye for quality. Such a fine item, paired with your ceramic bowl, will surely evoke envy in all, Chen Bei said, beaming with a radiant smile. In that moment, he savored the joy of commerce. Chapter 76, A Profitable Trade. Bone Armor rushed outside, calling over 2 members of the climbing mountain tribe, and they returned with several large bags of stones. With a clatter, Bone Armor dumped the stones onto the table made of giant boulders, leaving Chen Bei in awe. These were all top-quality stones, regarded as gems by the tribesmen. The gems favored by the tribesmen were not those that sparkled beautifully, but rather hard, sharp stones that, when polished, were suitable for crafting stone knives, spears, and other tools. The stones Bone Armor presented were indeed prime materials for stone toolmaking, highly coveted in any tribe. Pointing at the stones on the table, Bone Armor proposed, 1 bag of premium stone materials for your chopsticks. How does that trade sound? Lai and Bai Chao exchanged glances, fully aware that the true value of those chopsticks was not nearly as high. The stones on the table, even just a couple, surpassed the value of the chopsticks by far. Bone Armor's initial offer of a whole bag seemed to them like a gift from the heavens. Chen Bei, too, had not anticipated that his persuasive talk would yield such substantial profits. However, he chose to feign reluctance, appearing quite unwilling. Bone Armor, mistaking Chen Bei's demeanor for hesitation, gritted his teeth and added, What if I include an additional half bag? Would that suffice? Suppressing his inner excitement, Chen Bei nodded and replied, Very well. Let us consider it a gesture of friendship. 1.5 bags it is. From this moment on, these rare chopsticks belong to you. Chen Bei handed the chopsticks over to Bone Armor with the expression of someone who had suffered a significant loss. Bone Armor, overjoyed, held the chopsticks in his hands, exclaiming, Chopsticks and ceramic bowl. At last, they are complete. He fondled the chopsticks and placed them atop his ceramic bowl, increasingly convinced that Chen Bei was right. A ceramic bowl ought to be complemented by such chopsticks. Subsequently, Bone Armor stored both the ceramic bowl and chopsticks, addressing Chen Bei, Leader Chen. I now believe in your sincerity. Our climbing mountain tribe, is eager to engage in trade with you. Whatever goods you have brought, feel free to present them. I will also have my people retrieve our tribe's finest treasures for exchange. Chen Bei replied, very well, let us proceed outside then. We have brought quite an array of fine goods. Bone Armor nodded, casting one last glance at his prized ceramic bowl and chopsticks before joining Chen Bei and the others to commence trading. Upon reaching the open space, Chen Bei instructed the tribesmen of the Mang tribe to unload the goods from the rhinoceros's back, laying animal skins on the ground and neatly arranging the items upon them. Bone Armor examined the offerings laid out on the skins, discovering animal skin garments, bone ornaments, fish tooth necklaces, bracelets, smoked fish, smoked meat, and finally, a few remaining pieces of pottery. Bone Armor marveled as he picked up a ceramic jar. Your tribe can also produce pottery? Chen Bei smiled, of course. We have visited several tribes, and most of our pottery has sold out. Only these few pieces remain. Lai, standing beside Chen Bei, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had never realized the chief was such a skilled liar. The pottery had indeed been damaged in battle. Yet Chen Bei now claimed that it had all been sold out. Bone Armor scrutinized the ceramic jar from every angle. This pottery of yours isn't as beautiful as that of the carving tribe. Chen Bei replied, we have beautiful pottery as well, but it has all been sold. The remaining pieces are naturally not as exquisite, yet they come at a more affordable price. Chen Bei held up 2 fingers. If Chief Bone Armor is interested, I can offer you a discount. Just 2 pieces of stone like those from earlier will suffice for this ceramic jar. What do you say? Are you serious? Bone Armor's eyes sparkled with surprise. Chen Bei, with utmost sincerity, assured him, I never speak falsehoods to friends. We are friends, are we not? Meanwhile, Lai's mouth twitched again, thinking that the climbing mountain tribe members were truly foolish. These ceramic jars were simply made of clay and held little value. Yet Bone Armor was willing to exchange 2 pieces of premium stone for them. Was that not foolishness? Indeed, we are friends. The leader of the Bone Armor tribe beamed with joy, pointing at several pieces of pottery and exclaiming, I'll take all these ceramics at the price you mentioned. The Bone Armor chief was quite straightforward. Chen Bei turned to Lai, who stood nearby, and instructed, Lai, take 2 people and deliver all these jars to the Bone Armor chief's home. Yes, chief. Lai promptly selected 2 individuals, and they all lifted the pottery. Splendid, splendid. Follow me, the Bone Armor chief said, as if he had struck an incredible bargain, happily leading the way. In the past, when the Bone Armor tribe traded with the carving tribe, the latter often treated them with disdain, never sparing them a glance, and their offers were outrageously high. In contrast, the Mang tribe displayed sincerity, spoke pleasantly, and provided attentive service, even personally delivering goods. This filled the Bone Armor chief with a deep sense of satisfaction. Before long, they returned, with Lai carrying a bag of premium stone materials, feeling lightheaded as if in a dream. If these stones were traded with other tribes, their value would multiply at least tenfold. At that moment, Lai held Chen Bei in the highest regard. In his eyes, Chen Bei had become a figure of immense stature, someone to be revered. As time passed, under the call of the Bone Armor chief, the timid members of the mountain crossing tribe began to emerge from their burrows, carrying their own possessions. They too had plenty of valuable items, predominantly various roots and herbs along with stones. Clearly, this was due to the mountain crossing tribe's innate talent for burrowing, which allowed them to access abundant underground resources. Chen Bei treated all traders with equal respect, smiling warmly at them. Even when their goods appeared less than impressive, he would still engage in trade. This experience was unprecedented for the mountain crossing tribe, and each member felt thoroughly satisfied. 2 hours later, most of the goods brought by the Mang tribe had been traded, resulting in a substantial acquisition of herbs and stones, as well as numerous rare items. However, the dark, smoked fish and smoked meat remained largely untouched. Few were interested in them, as they were unfamiliar with these products, and their appearance was rather unappealing. Furthermore, the Mang tribe members offered no explanations, leaving the smoked fish and meat unsold. Noticing the abundance of smoked fish and meat left over, the Bone Armor chief grew curious and inquired of Chen Bei, what is this? Chen Bei replied, let me have a taste, and you'll understand. He sliced a few pieces of smoked meat with a stone knife, first eating 2 pieces in front of the Bone Armor chief to demonstrate that the meat was safe before handing him a piece. With a puzzled expression, the Bone Armor chief placed the meat in his mouth, chewing thoughtfully, and soon his eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? He exclaimed excitedly. Chen Bei quickly hushed him, saying, shoo, keep it down. The Bone Armor chief nodded and whispered, is it salt? Chen Bei confirmed, indeed. Both the fish and meat are cured with salt, plenty of it. You see, the larger tribes have always hoarded salt, selling it at exorbitant prices. Our tribe stumbled upon a batch of salt, but we dared not sell it directly, so we resorted to this method to keep it discreet. Understanding. The Bone Armor chief nodded and then quietly asked, is this meat expensive? Chen Bei shook his head, saying, "Not at all. We only sell this to friends, to ensure they too can enjoy salt. How about 1 pound of meat for 2 pounds of premium stones?" The bone armor chief replied, "Excellent. I'll take all the meat." He gave Chen Bei the impression of being quite affluent, as they had brought over 100 pounds of smoked fish and meat, half of which had gone to the tree tribe, leaving the other half here. The moment he spoke, he claimed it all. Wasn't that a testament to his wealth? However, Chen Bei was unaware that the mountain crossing tribe, being somewhat isolated and timid, seldom interacted with outside tribes and had amassed an abundance of premium stones, filling an entire cave with them. They could never exhaust these stones. They merely sat there, and trading with the Mang tribe allowed them to acquire what they desired. In truth, this was a mutually beneficial exchange. Chapter 77. The Culinary Delights of the Mountain Crossing Tribe. Following the completion of the trade, the Mountain Crossing Tribe exhibited an even warmer demeanor. "You must be hungry after all this, Chief Chen. Since it's your first visit to our tribe, I must treat you to our unique delicacy." The bone armor chief's sincerity was overwhelming, making Chen Bei feel somewhat embarrassed to refuse. "Oh, what kind of delicacy?" Chen Bei knew that many tribes had their own special delicacies, often reserved for esteemed guests. He was curious about what the Mountain Crossing Tribe considered a delicacy. "Chief Chen, please follow me," the bone armor chief said. Chen Bei trailed behind him, with Lai and Bai Chao and others following suit, all eager to discover what the Mountain Crossing Tribe's culinary specialty entailed. The bone armor chief called over 2 members of the Mountain Crossing Tribe, who carried large leaves folded into square boxes, then bundled some dry twigs and a third of wet twigs onto their backs. Subsequently, they ventured into the woods. The bone armor chief led Chen Bei and the others closely behind, all sporting carefree smiles. Before long, they arrived at their destination, beneath a tree stout enough for 2 people to embrace. This decayed tree had significantly rotted, and at its base lay a large mound of earth, with clumps of soil shaped like numerous chimneys. Many termites scurried about atop these mounds. A termite mound? Chen Bei's eyes widened. The so-called delicacy of the Mountain Crossing Tribe couldn't possibly be termites, could it? Suddenly, he recalled that the totem deity of the Mountain Crossing Tribe was a pangolin, which primarily feasts on termites. Could it be? The last time he dined with the tree tribe, he had eaten insects. Now, he was about to consume ants. Reluctantly, he asked the bone armor chief, "What are we doing?" With a beaming smile, the bone armor chief replied, "This is the delicacy I mentioned. This termite mound has been here for quite some time, and we have refrained from eating it, saving it for the day we host a distinguished guest. The larvae of the termites are a rare delicacy. Chief Chen, you are in for a treat." Chen Bei finally surrendered to the prospect of eating termites. And he guessed correctly. The delicacy the bone armor chief referred to was indeed these termites. He consoled himself. Having eaten insects before, consuming a few termites wouldn't be too different. In his previous life, he had heard of people consuming termites, but he had never tried it himself. This time, to be honest, he felt a twinge of curiosity about the taste of termites. The bone armor chief pointed at the termite mound and instructed the 2 members of the Mountain Crossing Tribe, "Dig." With a grunt, one of them immediately began digging, employing no tools. His long fingernails resembled the claws of a pangolin, adeptly excavating the massive termite mound with his bare hands. As he dug, the termites erupted from their nest, swarming out in droves to confront the intruder. Soon, the man's arms were covered in termites, but he paid them no mind. The totemic markings on his skin began to glow. Chen Bei was astonished to discover that the members of the Mountain Crossing Tribe, upon harnessing the power of their totems, transformed. Their skin took on a grayish-brown hue, adorned with numerous small scales, smaller than those of a true pangolin. When the scales emerged, their skin's defense became remarkably formidable, rendering them impervious to even the fierce termites. Another member of the Mountain Crossing Tribe set down a bundle of mixed dry and wet firewood and extracted a wood ear fungus wrapped in leaves. This wood ear fungus, resembling a horseshoe, was remarkably thick and composed of lignified fibers. The center of the fungus had been hollowed out, emitting wisps of smoke. Once ignited, it could smolder for an extended period, making it ideal for preservation. The tribesman blew gently into the fungus, quickly igniting a small flame within. He used this to light some dry, soft grass, which in turn ignited the mixed bundle of firewood. Soon, flames danced vigorously, but the presence of wet wood and leaves soon produced a substantial amount of smoke. At that moment, another tribesman had entirely excavated a massive termite mound. With countless ants scurrying about, he brought the billowing flames closer to the termite mound, vigorously fanning the smoke toward it with a large leaf. Chen Bei, curious, inquired of Gu Jia, "What is happening here? Aren't we supposed to catch termites? With all this smoke, won't they just flee?" Gu Jia crouched down, picking up a plump, white termite larva, and replied, "Indeed, we seek to catch termites, but not the adult ones. Rather, these fat larvae." The adult termites are far less palatable. Chen Bei suddenly comprehended, realizing it was akin to bee pupae, delectable when still larvae, but once matured into stinging bees. Few would dare consume them due to their unpleasant taste. Through the diligent efforts of the two tribesmen, most of the termites succumbed to the smoke and fled, leaving behind only the immobile larvae and the scarcely mobile queen. At this juncture, the two leaf-folded boxes proved their worth as they collected handfuls of the termite larvae into the leaf containers. The termite mound was so vast that it had completely hollowed out the roots of a dead tree, teeming with plump, white larvae. Astonishingly, they filled 2 large leaf boxes, a sight that left Chen Bei in awe. He had never imagined that a single termite mound could yield such a bounty of larvae. No wonder he had often heard tales of termites hollowing out houses. These creatures possessed a truly fearsome reproductive capacity. Once the leaf boxes were filled, Gu Jia clapped his hands and said, "All right, let us cover this with leaves and head back." "Wait, Chief Gu Jia, what about that one that is the largest?" Chen Bei queried, somewhat perplexed. Gu Jia replied, "That is the queen. As long as she remains here, the fleeing termites will return, and before long, they will construct a new nest. We can come back to excavate again." Remarkably, this was a sustainable approach, leaving Chen Bei momentarily speechless. The two members of the mountain crossing tribe lightly covered the exposed termite mound with fallen leaves, extinguished the torch, ensuring no embers were left behind, and then carried the 2 leaf boxes filled with larvae back home. The forest was the abode of the tribe's people, and they were more vigilant about fire prevention than anyone else. Once the forest burned, their home and food would be lost. Upon returning to the tribe, Chen Bei was curious how they would prepare the termite larvae. In his mind, he envisioned them best suited for frying until golden and crispy. However, this was clearly impractical in the tribe, as most lacked sufficient oil for such a venture. Soon, he received his answer. Gu Jia summoned a tribesman reputed to be the best cook of termites in the entire mountain crossing tribe. He gathered several broad leaves, completely wrapping the boxes of termite larvae, and secured them with slender vines. Next, he dug a pit in the ground, placing several scorching stones at the bottom. He then filled the pit with glowing charcoal from the fire, laid a layer of leaves over the coals, and placed the wrapped boxes of termite larvae inside. Following this, he covered the leaves with another layer of charcoal, finally topping it all with dry grass and ash. An hour later, this skilled cook unearthed the pit, removing the charred leaves to reveal the unburned leaf boxes within. He carefully lifted the 2 boxes and placed them respectfully on a flat, large stone before Gu Jia, saying, "Chief, it is ready." "Good, you may go now," Gu Jia replied, and the man respectfully withdrew. Gu Jia opened the leaf boxes, and a delicate aroma wafted forth. The termite larvae had cooked thoroughly, and thanks to the protective leaves, they had not burned nor lost excessive moisture, still exuding warmth. Gu Jia turned to Chen Bei and said, "Leader Chen, give it a try." Instead of using his hands, Chen Bei took out his chopsticks, picking up one larva and placing it in his mouth. He was instantly taken aback, exclaiming, "This tastes delightful, with a unique flavor." Pleased with the recognition of his tribe's delicacy, Gu Jia beamed with joy. "Ha ha ha, everyone, don't hesitate, enjoy this rare treat." At Gu Jia's invitation, Bai Chao and Lai took their share first, followed by the rest of the Mang tribe, who sampled the exquisite flavors of the mountain crossing tribe with satisfaction. That day, Chen Bei relished a sumptuous feast of termite larvae within the mountain crossing tribe.